No, we're not actually talking about you because I believe you're a honest bloke, and you're just talking about what you believe. We understand that part. These are different. These people we're talking about are different. They've been on for years. They've brought no evidence of the globe, but they will lie about it. That's different than what you're saying. You honestly believe it, but you don't come on and make falsities and actually tell lies about what somebody said or what somebody did, or talk about flat earthers, dishonestly talk about flat earthers, try to dox flat earthers. In other words, contact their employers, try to get them fired, try to put their personal information like addresses, employers' addresses, where they work, phone numbers, try to put that on the internet. That's what Globers have done to flat earthers.
Well, those are bad people. There's bad people out there.
Well, here's the thing. The reason I bring it up is because I don't believe that there's any flat earthers doing this to Globers. It's only the other way around. We stand on the information that we've gathered. Solely, that's what we stand on. We don't need to stand on anything else other than the information that we've found, and people who are willing to actually take a look at information that is contrary to their belief system or their cognitive bias. They're actually able to honestly look at information and do their own research and come to their own conclusions. That's all we're trying to do. The last thing we would want is for you to listen to us and say, now you believe the flat earthers. Absolutely not. We don't want you to believe us. We want you to go check for yourself using your curiosity as a guide. That's all we've tried to do this entire time.
Yeah, I understand that. That's, it's kind of like, reminds me of, looking into different religion. It's sort of like that. The Baha'i and Mormons and Christians and Muslims and, you know what I mean? We're all searching for the truth, but people just kind of have different ideas as to what that is. This is what it reminds me of. I'm saying we all want the truth, but we're just a little bit confused as to what it is because, God hasn't sent the angels and Jesus Christ and everything to happen yet, So everyone's kind of up in the air like, well, I think this. And then another group says, well, I think this. And it's not until God, brings upon the second coming of Jesus Christ that we're going to know for real. You know what I mean? That's just what I think as a believer.
So if you do believe in God and Jesus Christ and the Holy Bible being God's word, then obviously you understand that there are those that are against God.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Awesome stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Now, it might be wise if you were against God and you wanted to stop people believing in God, then you would hide the creation of God from those people who lived on it.
Well, that's Satan's job, not mine.
Yeah. So if Satan doesn't want to say, involve the necessity for intelligence to create, to have a creative being, God, to create the earth and us, then it would be quite possible for him, if the earth was something else, to give another creation story that didn't need God, where nature could create itself. This is what we get with the heliocentric model that came from a Big Bang, where nature exploded into existence without the handiwork of God, and then after lots of millions of years and evolution, here you are.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, they're trying to come up with their own creation story, the Big Bang. That we evolved from, a simple life form, an amoeba or something, some kind of primordial ooze, and out of that came our ancient ancestors, and then we had a common ancestor, which was an ape or something like that. Yeah, I get it, man. Did you know I was once an atheist? I was raised in the church, but in my late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s, I was an atheist. So I understand their side too. It wasn't until about 2020 that I came back to Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, me too. And it was a journey. It was a process. It was a sequence of events that happened to me that convinced me that God is real. Jesus is real, and His mercy and His love is real. That's what happened to me. I can't give it to anyone else. I can't give my experience to anyone else and convince them otherwise. Like I said, I was an atheist. I went from atheist to agnostic because of one experience. From another experience, it led me to pantheism. I started to cherish all the life, even the little bugs, the little spiders I used to step on and crush them without any kind of second thought. I had some kind of revelation or some kind of idea that even those small little creatures like the spider, even they are creations of God and they're precious. So I started to spare them. And then from a pantheist, I was this, I would say, I was polytheist. I started to believe in my own ancient gods from Samoa, and then from there, I became a Christian. I believed in Jesus Christ and what He did for us. I mean, I wasn't there when it happened. I don't know what happened, but I believe that if God truly is all loving, that He would sacrifice Himself for His creation. That's what I believe.
Now he sounds like he's related to the Samoa guy that... What's his name again? He's always
Bong.
frequent in
Bong.
Bong Sao.
Yeah. I was going to say that earlier.
He sounds like Bong Sao now.
Who's
Because
that?
earlier, your cousin, because he's from Samoa. He actually...
Oh, really?
He's actually from Samoa, yeah. So he's probably your cousin or your brother, maybe. Who knows?
Could be. I mean, Samoa is a small little island, and we're all kind of connected, if you know what I mean.
Well, earlier you were putting like a kind of like an American Texan accent, kind of like playing around with the accents, and now you sound like Samoan American. Samoa is American Samoa. You sound like American
There's
Samoa.
American Samoa and there's Western Samoa.
Where are you from? American Samoa?
I'm from both. My mom and dad come from both Western and American. But
Okay.
I'm a first generation American. I was born here in California.
Yeah, pretty cool, man. I mean, even though
Yeah.
you've been kind of like a little bit trollish, but I see you've been listening to the conversation, and you do know a little more than what you want to show, So good for you, man.
I'm just saying, man, I'm 48 years old. I've been around the block a couple of times.
48.
I'm open to new ideas, but everything has either the ring of truth or not. Do you agree?
I agree. I can tell that you've been around the block, but have you had this conversation about Earth's cosmology and questioning the actual globe religion? Have you had that conversation before? This is the first time.
This is the first time. This is my first day in the flat earth room. I've always heard about you guys, but people just kind of write you guys off as being crazy or whatever. But I had to come find out for myself.
Well, you gotta remember, flat Earth is two words. The creation of the creator is more than that. So flat Earth is a description that is used to describe the surface of the Earth. So there is the waters, there is the Earth, there is the heavens above us, the medium that we're in, and all of the parts that make this machine work. So we do know of some things, but there's a lot of mysteries and wonders that I can admit we don't know of. Like the heavens above is an example. So when people say, you heard that this community are just crazy people, I mean, who's crazier than someone that believe that they live in this vacuum of space? That sounds crazy to me. That sounds crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I always thought that the moon and the sun were spherical things out there in space. And I thought that the Earth was the same thing.
Yeah, that's really common actually, and what we would like to point out is by looking at these objects that are above us doesn't mean that's what we are standing on. So you would have to find the similarity. So we look up in the sky, as was said earlier. We look up and we see lights in the sky moving like a clock above us. How does that compare to the ground we stand on? Is there any similarities?
Well, I thought because, we have the lunar eclipse, I thought that was the shadow of the Earth cast upon the moon.
That wouldn't be so, because there is this phenomena that happens, is observed at certain locations during the lunar eclipse, which is the selennium phenomena, that it shows the shadow coming from the top of the moon, while the moon and the sun both are above the horizon. So remember, you believed, like we were told, everybody was told this, that the shadow of the earth is between the sun and the moon, and that is casting this shadow on the moon. But if you think about it, if the sun is above the horizon and the moon is also above the horizon, and the shadow is coming from the top of the moon while the earth is below those two bodies, how can I be casting the shadow coming from above, above the moon? So it just doesn't make any sense.
What I'm saying is the sun goes behind the earth, and then the earth, the shadow, because light, there's going to be shadow when there's light cast upon an object. That object now is the earth casting its shadow upon the moon.
Okay, so are you able to see the side chat? I just pinged you in the text chat. And if you go to the top of the hour and that side chat, I just posted an image of this, what they call the impossible eclipse, because what we actually see is the sun and the moon are both above the surface, visible above the horizon, and we see the darkened part of the moon coming from top down. When the ground is at below our feet, this is impossible on the globe.
Okay, give me a second, brother. I have to try out this game real quick. Let me look. All right, let me check out what you have in the side chat. Whoa. I'm not in the right place. Hold on, let me see.
So it would be in the little text chat window where it says 24/7 Flat Earth. To the right of that, if you're on PC, you'll see an open chat.
No, I'm looking now at
Okay.
I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Let's see. Parkus. Though, is this what I'm looking at? Though he does not name Hipparchus, such events are sufficiently rare that it is very likely the same one. Is this what I'm supposed to be looking at?
Don't think so. I'm Sunny on the plane. Let's see. I'll try to ping you again in this.
Oh, I see the failing globe theory. Is
That's
that
it. That's it. Yep, that's it. Yep.
observation
Got
of
it.
lunar eclipse?
So now you're in the right
Eclipses
chat.
prove Earth does not cast a shadow on the moon. On a globe Earth, a shadow should be cast on the opposite side of the moon from bottom up. But what we see is top down. Okay.
Yep. So it's called a selenium eclipse, and it's rare. But for this to happen, it doesn't make sense because, like I said, the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, so it's daylight. There's another image like this. Let me see if I can find the other one.
Hmm.
Are you starting to see that maybe you've been fed a storyline and you believed it without verification?
Well, perhaps. I mean, like I said, I don't claim to know everything. But yeah, it's just so crazy because this whole time we've been fed all these stories, these movies, television shows about traveling into outer space and everything out there is spherical, and the things that aren't spherical are typically asteroids and things like that.
I get, but you never took the time to look outside yourself. Just like the rest of us, we didn't take time to look outside. We just believed it, and now we're taking time to look outside. And it's like, wow, it's amazing. Things aren't the way that we've been told.
Hey guys, I have a question.
All right, the panel is going to be open since the other gentleman is looking into the example provided to him in the text. Go ahead and ask your question, and maybe we can back and forth.
Well, I
With
wanted
the
to
other
know
topic.
'cause there was a profound influencer in the flat Earth who recently went to Antarctica. I don't know if you guys you've heard of him, maybe you haven't, and I can look him up in just a
Yeah,
second.
they went to the Great Plateau in the South Pole, right? Or the label.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
They went to a Great Plateau that is over 1,000 miles in diameter, and plateaus are flat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he did, and now he's convinced that the Earth is not flat anymore. And I'm like, okay, or even me. What'd you say?
Go ahead. Go ahead and tell us.
I'm studying aviation. I'm working on my student license, and my first discovery flight that I did, my very first one, we couldn't see the curvature of the Earth, but he was like, the sun is setting, and he was like, as we higher up, we can see the sun. When we get down to the ground, it'll be darker. And he just tells me this, and I'm like, oh, it's true. And I'm just saying, what do we do with certain examples like this? I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm very open minded. I just don't understand why people believe necessarily, or even when we were taught in school, we see the globe. We don't see a map of the Earth. Why exactly, if we go to Antarctica or the South Pole like this guy did, it's not a firmament? Why is that?
So real quick, for your flying example, many people before they got in the airplane or during the flight, many people have a confirmation bias, and they will tell you, we can see the curvature of the Earth from an airplane, right? And people will argue this. You could sit here, and many times you're gonna hear someone, I saw the curvature. I went up in an airplane, and I saw the curvature from the airplane. And you yourself used to believe that, and you looked outside of the window in an airplane, and you didn't see it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So now we can move that to let's go to the Great Plateau of Antarctica.
Sorry,
and look up to the sky and look at the sun, the phenomena that we call the sun, and it's gonna do a circuit or a full circle across the sky. And by observing that phenomena of the sun doing this, now we're gonna determine that the Earth is a spinning water ball to the vacuum of space. Do you find any logical way that you can attribute this conclusion to the observed phenomena of the sun doing this?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, honestly, sorry if my background noise is too much. Please let me know. But
You're fine, bro. It's not too much. You're all right.
yeah. No, I honestly can't. But my dad is. I just want to say, bro, like my dad is Muslim and he talks about four corners of the earth in Quran, and my mom's Christian and she believes the earth is flat. So, like, I don't fully understand. But when we see certain things, right? Like if you look at a road or a long, anything long, it just disappears, right? We can't see further. And they said that because I watch Neil deGrasse Tyson sometimes, and he would say that like in space, it just becomes smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. That's why stars look like little bitty dots, and they don't just like disappear like on Earth. But like, what is the explanation for like things like, say, a car that drives? It'll eventually just like disappear from our horizon. It just doesn't get smaller.
Anybody want to
I don't know.
explain perspective to him or this topic?
Yeah.
Remember, so you agree and you concede that the observation that you asked about, either through the window of the airplane, that you yourself didn't see the curvature, even though many people believe that they've seen it through the airplane, but you concede that it's not there. But we
No,
know
I didn't see it.
it's not observable from an airplane. I've been up in airplanes that haven't seen it myself. And even the globe earth priests will tell you themselves that airplanes don't go high enough so that you can see the curvature, okay? Then you ask about the 24-hour sun. You also concede that observing the sun doing this circuit is not going to determine that the earth is a spinning water ball. You already know that. Now you're asking about perspective and what is happening when you observe things getting smaller and smaller and disappearing from your view. So after a certain distance, like if you hold a book in your hand and you can read the letters, you can put that same book kilometer away and you wouldn't be able to read it, right? Or 50 feet away. So you won't be able to control the resolution of the object, either the book or a car or a house or a big vessel or airplane or whatever, or even a city. Eventually it's going to be it's going to be far enough that you won't be able to see it. You won't be able to resolve it. And that's one of the variables, because there's many other variables like, things in the air, particles, light attenuation, darkness at the other side. So there's many variables in place that won't allow you to see for long distances. Anyway, anybody want to answer? If you have another question, go ahead. I'm going to mute. And anybody want to touch the perspective topic with him?
Yeah, it's okay, bro. Yeah, like.
Do you got
Like,
anything
somebody-
more like that? Go ahead and
Yeah, like I said, I'm open-minded. I just haven't been convinced yet. I come in here. I usually have myself muted, but I don't say much. But yeah, I just haven't been convinced yet. I'm studying aviation. Hopefully, I mean, I only train in a Cessna. It doesn't go that high, but I mean, I just don't know, bro. Like when I saw the flat earther go to the South Pole, and he was like, now he's convinced. It was like, whoa, it was sort of like ground shaking for me,
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. My headset's changed to Bluetooth.
No, you're all good, bro.
What was the last thing that you said? I'm sorry, and I don't know where did I came till what point I was heard. But do you have anybody want to reply to his perspective question or anything? Go ahead.
Well, we could talk about perspective, or we could also talk about every single linear flight model, including NASA's, McDonnell Douglas, Boeing, Teledyne Ryan, goes on and on and on. They all list in their flight models for rigid aircraft that they assume a flat, stationary Earth. So if the Earth was curved at 8 inches per mile square and it was spinning at 1,038 miles per hour, why would they assume if you're flying in an aircraft that it's flat and stationary? Why would they do that?
Well, from your father and your mother, you have a good foundation that, they're God knowers or God believers, and then you can use your God-given senses that already tell you that the globe is complete nonsense. Because you will have to deny what you observe, what we measure, what we experience, and the lack of evidence of the globe, the lack of sensing and observing it. So you have a good foundation already. You just gotta maybe check on the information and look through it, and you'll find out that what you already know might be correct. Water is not curving on the outside of a spinning water ball. The ground is not in motion like they claim. We have a contained environment, a construct in place.
Don't we have to measure it flat to make the globe in the first place?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just flat.
The Nazi Minister of Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, once said that a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes truth. I think
your lies every single day in here, Embos, so people can believe it.
I think you're very faithful to the doctrine.
You're faithful to the globe, Bill Train? Is that what you said, that you're faithful to the globe?
No, I say that when you repeat that the Earth is measured flat, as if that was supposed to be an argument, simply declaring it, that kind of sounds as if repeating it was supposed to make it more true. And maybe it makes so for you mentally, but not in reality.
Yeah, but there's a difference there. There's a caveat. If you can repeatedly demonstrate that it's true, that's different.
But you can't. I challenge you on that.
Okay, tell us where we can't.
You can't when you take a theodolite like Jesse and measure the drop angle to distant mountains, for example, over distance.
Yeah, so he's doing planar surveying before he does his calculations and enters it into the system where it becomes a geodesy.
That doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, that does make sense. And that's how they actually do it. That's where you're off track because you don't want to include how it's actually done.
So if you assume planar surveying, right, so no corrections for the curvature, then standing on a mountain that is lower in height and measuring an angle to a mountain that is physically higher and that mountain is below your eye level, so without applying corrections for curvature, what height that mountain would have, it would have to have a negative height.
Yeah, how do they measure the elevation of mountains? Do you know how they measure the elevation?
They triangulate it. They establish
They triangulate it from what?
They establish a horizontal line.
Yeah.
They measure an angle of elevation or depression to that mountain from that horizontal line, and then knowing the angle and knowing the distance, you can triangulate the height.
Yeah, so they use a horizontal, and they use an elevation angle. So you have to have to have an elevation angle. You have to start from a horizontal baseline, not a curved line.
Absolutely. And Jesse, for example, measured an angle to Mount Shasta.
Jesse considered last night to someone in the Earth Awakenings, another surveyors that debunk his claims about the curve, and Jesse considered last night. So whatever you're saying about Jesse, it expired last night.
Are you talking about the Gleam?
Well, he
Was he the supposed surveyor?
Didn't Jesse concede it to the other guy last night?
I wasn't there, but if you're talking about the Gleam, which is the only person who's been recently interacting there and who's been lying about being surveyor, because he's like a radio operator.
You weren't there, and now you're talking about someone else. Okay. This is typical Embo.
I'm asking you if that was
Were
Gleam.
you there last night? Did you heard Jesse conceding? Yes or no? So if not, go ahead and hear what happened last night, and come back so you can talk. You can be updated about Jesse's claims, because he conceded last night that he was wrong.
Okay.
So go back, listen to the debate last night, and then come back. If you're gonna bring up Jesse for your nonsense claims. Jesse. If you want to picture an agent misinformation anti this community, that's Embo.
I'm just really having a hard time wrapping my head around what happens if you get to the edge of the hemisphere.
You got to stop thinking about that, because you have a problem with the globe model too, where nobody has been to the edge of the universe. So why aren't you concerned about that? No, we haven't been to the edge. Nobody's made it there. We don't navigate that way. We've never found it. It's never been found. If it's there, it's there. You just don't need to be that concerned about it. It's the same as in the globe model. You've never been to the edge of the ever expanding universe that's expanding into nothingness. It's crazy.
That's not reasonable, because I'm on Earth and I'm not in outer space out there.
Exactly. This is where we are. And all we know is the known land. That's all we know. And the known waters. That's all that there is. There's nothing else at this point. If you want to go and explore and maybe try and find something else, that's on you. Go for it. Maybe there's something else out there. You might find it.
There is also the heavens above, but we can only observe and we cannot go there. So we know there's that up there. And we see the designed movement of the luminaries that move like clockwork and affect the environment that we're in. You know, the sun inputs into the system and excites the molecules in here and causes effects. So we can observe that and see that, but there is variables and mechanisms in place of the heavens above that are wonders to us and might be certain unknowns. So
yeah, obviously, man. I'm saying it's a lot easier for us to explore our planet than it would be for it to, to explore outer space. Obviously.
Okay.
outer space.
So
How can you go out the? I mean, you can't go out of this place we don't know anyone that has been outside and come back.
But that's where we disagree. I think that we have gone out there.
We know.
Yes.
We know that you believe this story. We've tried very hard to tell you from many different points of view why these stories that you believe about the world that you live in cannot be true. They can't be true because the Earth doesn't measure to have curvature. And they can't be true because the vacuum of space where the Earth is said to be a ball that's spinning around in cannot fundamentally exist. Without these two things, especially a measurement of Earth curvature, then the Earth can in no way, shape or form be a ball if the water lays horizontally.
So you believe that there's no satellites in space?
Okay. So we agree, yes, there's technology up in the sky that move in patterns above the surface of the Earth. We don't agree that they show the Earth to be a ball from the vacuum of space. We don't agree to this because the Earth's surface doesn't measure to have curvature, so isn't like the pictures that they show, and the place that they come from cannot fundamentally exist, the vacuum of space.
Do we agree that they can take pictures from outer space that we can see?
No. When you keep saying outer space, you're invoking the vacuum of space. So no, they can't take pictures from this place that exists. But yes, we can put things at altitude, elevated above the surface of the Earth, at distance, and get data from them. Images, all of those types of things.
Uh-huh. Yeah. The farther up you go, the more round the Earth is going to appear to be.
Okay. So again, this is you repeating the rhetoric of if the Earth was a ball, then I would see the Earth being a ball the higher or further away I got from the ball. That's perfectly reasonable to assume. But you have to remember that one, the Earth doesn't measure to have curvature, so what you see up there isn't a true representation of the Earth, whether you think it is or not, because primarily the images that you're getting are secondary to your first-hand experience. You haven't gone to space.
Only then I can say it's curved?
No, you can say it's curved when you measure curvature.
My eyes are not good enough to measure that curvature?
If you think that you can see curvature, then you're still going to have to confirm the observation with a direct measurement of the surface you're inquiring about. It looks a certain way, then I'm going to have to confirm my observations to be true or not through direct measurement.
You know that there's things that we see every day that appear to be certain shapes, and we don't have to physically touch them to verify that those are the shapes that we're seeing.
Like what?
Like a girl's curvy body.
Okay. We have first-hand experience with these things, don't we?
I'm saying,
So,
do you just walk up to a girl's curvy body and touch it to confirm that it was round?
we have first-hand experience of our own biology. We don't necessarily have to go around touching everybody to confirm that their biology is like ours. We're talking.
My body is not like a woman's body.
I get you, but you can confirm this firsthand. Whether it takes you a long time or a short time to do it, however you do it, you're able to confirm it. With things in the sky, we can't confirm because we can't get there. With the surface of the Earth, we can get there and we can confirm it.
Yeah, because according to you, you never left it.
According to me, we measure the surface of mean sea level as a horizontal reference datum. The Earth measures to lay flat.
What about the depths of the sea? Do you consider that in your flat Earth?
Yes, because depth will be taken from the distance between the bottom of the water and the top of the water. The top of the water is 0, and down in depth is 50 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters. You're going to need a horizontal reference. That will be the mean sea level surface to dictate depth from. Same with elevation, above mean sea level, like the height of a mountain or an aircraft at 35,000 feet. All reference to mean sea level, the horizontal reference datum I keep harping on about.
If it's the case where we walk out onto the beach and keep walking into the sea and it goes down, how is it now flat?
What goes
If
down?
it's flat, I'm saying the depths of the ocean. How can it be flat if obviously there's a dip in
The deepest
the elevation of the floor?
From the deepest part of the ocean to the tallest mountain is about 12 and a half miles. So you live on a topographical plane that has an elevation change over that distance of whatever it is of 12 and a half miles from the deepest part of the ocean to the tallest part of the mountain.
Also, from continent to continent is the abyssal plains are described as plains.
As very, very flat.
Look up the abyssal plains from continent to continent.
I'm saying the idea of a flat Earth goes out of the window if there's such a thing as ocean depth.
No.
If there's such things as mountain ranges.
You're not making
No,
sense,
I just
brother.
told you.
If I take a
told you,
scoop of
it's a-
ice cream out of
I
the
just
top of
told
a
you
ball
it's a
of ice cream,
topographical plane that goes from about 7 miles deep to 5.5 miles high, above and below sea level. Okay? So we live on a level plane that has some depth and some height. Are you okay with that? And the variation is approximately 12 and a half miles from the deepest point to the highest point.
Then you can't call it flat Earth anymore. You have to call it something else.
Yes, we can. Because within flat, we are describing the surface. We understand that the surface of water is orientated to lay horizontally, which is perpendicular to vertical. So the surface of water lays horizontally over distance. If the surface of the earth was curved, that water would curve. It doesn't, it lays horizontally. This is how it's observed. This is how it's measured, and this is how it's practically used. You keep talking about height and depth that are taken from that mean sea level, where all the water primarily is. That's your 0 reference. It's a horizontal reference that we get up and down from. Height and depth.
I'm saying, if you were to lay a piece of paper down flat upon a table, it would be flat. It would be flush with the table.
Okay.
But if you put wrinkles in that paper, it no longer lays flush and flat. Now it's elevated or whatever it is.
Okay. But if I have a flat table and I put my dinner plate on it and my salt and pepper and my mobile phone, is my table still flat?
Yeah.
Cool. So the table's flat. If I was to fill up a container of water and float things in it and drop things to the bottom of it, would the surface of the water still be flat?
Yeah, unless you start moving it.
Cool. Awesome. So we understand that even though there's deviations of something is above and something is below, something is high and something is low, from a reference, that reference is horizontal. Mean sea levels are horizontal reference datum. All measurements are taken from that horizontal reference datum.
So your idea of flat comes from the ocean?
Yeah. And it comes from as simple as a cup of water. This cup of water can be at any elevation, but it will be horizontal and parallel to mean sea level.
Well, that's because of gravity.
If there was gravity, then the water would curve, then we would measure it, but we don't.
Have you ever taken that same glass of water and tilted it to the side?
If you notice that same glass of water, when you tilt the glass to the side, before it starts pouring out, lays horizontally?
Yeah, that's because of gravity.
Yeah, but that's not because of gravity pulling everything inwards towards a ball. Because if it was doing so, then the water over distance would curve, but it doesn't.
That's where we disagree.
Okay, well, just provide us the information where large bodies of water where they measure to be curving. Just provide that.
Well, a large body of water would be something like an ant. Just a drop of water would be a large body of water.
Okay, well, that's not telling us much because we know how much drop there should be over distance. At 5 miles, it's 16 feet of drop, and at 10 miles, it's 66 feet of drop. This is clearly measurable.
I'm saying, if you were to take just a little drop of water from a faucet or something, you'll see when it's in free fall,
now you're
it turns into a ball.
Interrupted because you're ignoring the facts that I just
talking
mentioned.
about little drops of water.
The drop of water in free fall form, it takes the shape of a sphere, a ball.
We're not talking about little drops of water. Nobody here said that we were going to go and put a boat into a little drop of water.
But what I'm saying is,
we're talking
that's the
about
phenomenon
bodies of water.
I'm talking about.
Bodies of water that lay flat and level. Those bodies of water.
No, you're not getting what I'm trying to say. I'm saying if you could just imagine the Earth as one huge ball of water in space.
Water, and you think all water is a droplet of water. All water is not a droplet of water. Water is used as flat and level. It's used in building to create a water level, to create a flat and level plane. It's used practicality with a flat plane involved.
Yeah,
that flat plane is possible because of the gravitational forces of the Earth.
No, that's not what your religion says. It says that it would turn into a sphere or a ball or a globe, but you don't have any measurement of Earth being a globe, do you?
No, what I'm saying is, when the droplet of water comes out of the sink, it turns into a ball as it's dropping down to the floor.
Holy crap, how many times do we have to go through this? Do you know what happens to gas when it's in a vacuum? I mean, what happens to water in a vacuum?
It gets sucked up?
It turns to gas. So if we were next to a vacuum, all the water would have turned to gas.
It turns into gas in a vacuum? I thought a vacuum was something that sucks things up.
No, that's a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that there's the same kind of principle. It sucks something up into something.
No, not exactly.
No.
Then why would they use the same word? Vacuum.
Dude.
VACWM. Vacuum.
Why does it seem like you're not getting smarter, but you're getting dumber as time goes by? Come on now.
When we're talking about a vacuum, remember, we're talking about a void space. No matter in this space, no gas. A vacuum cleaner is slightly different. A vacuum cleaner is using pressure differentials to move gas from one place to another.
Oh, so now you have a place that there's no gas that exists?
Okay, so I'm going to try again. Up there in the sky, the vacuum of space is where no gas is. We have gas down here that's uncontained from that available space. I say available space because if there wasn't a physical barrier between the two, the gas would increase in entropy and disperse into that available space. Like when you pop a balloon, the high pressure in the balloon, as soon as you break the container, wants to go disperse into the lower pressure environment, because high always goes to low when we're talking about gas pressure. So if up there was a vacuum space and our atmosphere was uncontained from it, the gas would fill the space.
If the gas, say that one more time.
If the gas was uncontained, then the gas would increase and disperse into that space.
But it doesn't do that because of gravity, right?
No, it doesn't do that because the vacuum of space isn't real, and to have gas pressure, you require a container, because gas pressure is defined, and it uses the word in pressure because the gas presses against the limitation of its environment. That's why we were talking about a balloon earlier. The gas inside the balloon wants to expand but can't because the balloon's in the way. By consequent of this containment, the gas is pressing against the inside of the container, creating pressure in that now fixed volume.
So you actually believe it's a snow globe kind of a thing, like an invisible glass dome that's keeping the atmosphere contained.
Yes, to have gas pressure, you require a physical boundary for the gas to press against. Otherwise, the gas will keep expanding.
What's wrong with that?
You won't have pressure.
Well, I mean, I'm saying if we ever have rockets that supposedly go into outer space, that would mean that they don't really, because they'd have to bust through some kind of glass barrier that's keeping all our gas in here.
Something like they said in 2015 with the Orion project, huh? Almost just like that.
Not to mention all the meteorites that come into our atmosphere every day.
Yeah. What about those shooting stars, those meteorites?
How do you know where they are?
Well, I just know they're out there in the sky somewhere.
How do you know? Yeah. How do you know where they're coming from?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you're making shit up based on what some other man told you.
Actually, the phenomena called sporadic meteors, it's an observable phenomena, but then there is the fantasy version of it. When you see the cartoons that they tell you, these rocks comes from outer space, that is a straw man, like a cartoon version of the actual phenomena. Because what we observe with our eyes, like, oh, look, a shooting star, or we can also use equipment to observe the phenomena and where they source from. When that's done, they're labeled the 6 radiants, which are the north toroidal, south toroidal, helion, which is kind of like a circle around the sun. That's another radiant. The anti-helion is the opposite side of the sun, or basically a circle around where the moon is at. And then there is the north apex and the south apex. Those are the 6 radiants, which are the sources of all the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors. So the actual observed phenomena is one thing, and then the cartoon version that people believe in, meteors coming from outer space and pieces of planets and whatever, that's another thing. There's different versions of what you can call meteors. The cartoon version and the actual real observed phenomena. Do you have any questions about that?
Let me get this straight. So all the stars that we see in the night sky are already contained within this dome that you believe that we're in.
There might be different layers above. So, because you can see gears within gears. You see the stars diverging and converging from position. So it's kind of like gears. You know, when you know the gears of a clock, of a Swiss watch, and you see this tooth of the gears kind of moving away, or the fan blades, you see them like going towards you and away from you, towards you and away from you, like in a circle. That's kind of like similar to the movement of the stars, but then there is the movement of the stars, there is the movement of the radiance sources, then there is a movement of the sun, the moon, and the wandering stars. So it's almost like you're looking at the hands of the clock and the gears behind the hands of the hands of the clock, right? When you're holding a Swiss watch, you see the hands of the clock pointing to the numbers, and then behind the dial or under the dial, you see other gears, right?
Yeah.
If you remove the dial. So the luminaries are doing something similar, but way more complicated and bigger than what the Swiss watch is doing, right?
Yeah, well, obviously. I think
Yes.
I'm starting to see what you're saying.
Yeah, because you know that the luminaries have what people say ground positions, right? There is pyramids, landmarks, structures on the ground that are aligned to the luminaries, and every so often during the year, you're gonna see these luminaries aligned to things on the ground. So if the ground was moving and there was all this random movement of everything, like the globe belief, none of these things will be aligned. But the ground, since the ground is motionless, and there are ground positions, landmarks, and then the luminaries are also in a circuit, like gears, when they come back to their full circle or their full position, you're going to see them aligned to things on the ground positions. And that will be impossible if the ball was the thing that was spinning and moving across billions of miles across the vacuum of space. There will be no alignment to the luminaries and no reset of the sun, the moon.
But why not if
wandering
they're all
stars.
moving together?
They're not not on the globe belief.
No?
No, remember if you believe that each star is a sun, like our sun, and they have planets within themselves and all these things, they're all moving in supposed to be doing different movements. But as observed, we see movement that are aligned to the ground positions.
Yeah, I don't understand
That's how you know
why
the ground is motionless.
I'm saying I don't understand why it couldn't happen to where at some point in time, if they're all moving like the gears inside of a watch, at some point they'll line up anyway. If they're all moving together.
So if you had a wall or a watch on your wall, and you see the hands of the watch moving, but then your house is moving away from the watch, and you're in the house, you eventually you won't see the hands and the numbers on the watch anymore.
Yeah, I get it because it's far away. But I'm saying everything in space is moving together. I'm saying we're not moving farther away from the sun. We just simply rotate around it.
Listen, bro, in the globe belief, today, 6 months from today, you're gonna be millions or billions of miles in a different position, away from the position that you're at now. That's crazy. And also, remember, the claim is that there are like 5 or 6 different movements that are happening all at the same time. Different movement, different speeds. Because remember, there is the Earth's rotation on its axis, right? 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's one movement. Then there is the Earth supposedly, allegedly going around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. That's another vector and another speed. Then there is the sun following, allegedly, the sun going around another center of the Milky Way. That's another vector, another speed on top of the other two. Then there is the galaxy supposedly moving at another vector, almost shooting at the speed of light, allegedly. So those are 4 to 5 different vectors and speeds. That's just nonsense.
Why?
Complete nonsense. Because it goes contrary to what we know, can demonstrate, and what we sense. The ground is motionless. If the ground was moving, you will feel it. Because you know what you say you live in California.
Mm-hmm.
You say you've been around the block, so you've felt earthquakes before, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. So when you felt the earthquake, before the earthquake, did you feel the ground moving or not moving? Not moving. So that made sense. When the earthquake started, your senses point out that the ground was moving, right? So that made sense, that the ground was moving. So that made sense. When it stopped moving, you didn't feel it anymore, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So that makes sense, you see? Now, you will have to suspend what you know about that and go contrary to what you're actually experiencing, deny it, and say, no, the ground is actually moving when it's motionless. So you have to make a nonsensical claim and deny the one that makes sense.
No, the reason why we don't feel the Earth moving is because it's so big and that gravity keeps everything steady.
So you see the nonsense there? You use nonsense.
I did?
You went contrary to your senses at the moment? And you're saying the ground is actually moving. You made a nonsense claim.
I'm saying the planet itself is moving, man.
That's another
It's
nonsense
just so
claim.
big.
You see the other. Now you're making another nonsense claim. You don't observe, measure any curvature, right? Or you don't see any frame of reference. You don't observe the Earth as a light planet in the sky. You know, planet, wandering star. You do not observe the Earth, contrary to the cartoons that you've seen on the TV, that the Earth is part of the lights in the sky, therefore a planet. You don't observe this and cannot measure the curvature, but you are claiming it, contrary to what you actually observe and can measure. So the claim that the Earth is a planet, it's complete nonsense.
Listen, can you imagine a huge ball rolling down the side of a mountain? A huge one. It's huge.
The mountain is motionless, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm focusing on the ball rolling down the mountain right now.
The ball is rolling down the mountain. Yes, sure. The ball is rolling down the mountain.
Uh-huh. Now, if you were an ant on that ball, you wouldn't necessarily feel that the speed of which the ball is rolling down
more
the
nonsense
mountain.
Oh, yes, you would.
End up getting rolled over.
Yes,
I'm saying if you can imagine this ball is super huge. It's huge. I'm not talking about just a regular rock rolling down the mountain. I'm talking about a huge ball the size of the Earth rolling down a mountain.
And the tiniest ant.
And a little ant on that.
Little ant that is not paying attention to its surrounding and not worry about rolling down the mountain.
He's not going to feel the speed of that ball as if he were on a small ball the size of a marble.
So is this ball that you're talking about? Does it has water on the outside of it attached to it and air pressure around it while it's spinning and doing all this movement, or is the water and all the other stuff just fucking off it?
Yeah, and when did you talk to this ant about this?
I'm just saying, use your imagination.
So listen, use your imagination. If the ball that you're talking about had water on the surface, what will happen to the water while the ball is rolling down? What will happen to that water?
And you already know what's going to happen.
Would it go splash to the floor or no?
It's going to go all over the place, man.
There you go. So that makes sense. Why are you claiming the nonsense?
Because that ball is a part of a system that already exists.
So you're saying that the ball that you're talking about is the Earth, and the Earth is part of the sky, and the Earth is a planet like one of the lights in the sky. That's what you're saying. You know why?
No. I'm saying the Earth that we're living on is a part of the system that's already created. You know, where there's gravity and the force of gravity that keeps everything in place.
The Earth is the ground that we stand on, and then there is the waters across, and the waters below, and the waters above us, right?
Yeah.
But nothing to do with a spinning ball of impossibilities that go against everything we know and all of our senses and everything we can verify and measure.
I only brought that up because I wanted to show why we don't feel the sensation of speed.
Okay.
It's because of the size of the planet plus gravitational forces.
Reasons.
That's why we don't feel the sensation of the speed of which the planet is rotating, you know, in space.
I get it. So, reasons, gravity really, are the reasons why we don't feel or can measure any force that we should be able to do on a rotating object that's moving in a direction. An orbital spherical path or circular path around an object. We do not measure any change of force of any location on this ball whilst it's doing stuff. You're going to give me reasons why we don't measure anything when we should.
Didn't that guy who was talking earlier say that there's someone that used some kind of instrument that measured that exact thing that you're talking about?
No, because the person who actually used that thing to do the measurement was claiming they were measuring something else.
Oh. I mean, man, listen, I'm not even a scientist, but I'm just going by what makes sense to me.
Nonsense. No. You're saying that nonsense makes sense.
No, he's saying it's gravity, bro.
Gravity.
So nonsense.
No, man. It's this thing. Listen, trust me, I wish I wasn't bound to the laws of gravity. I'd be flying around every night.
The laws of concept.
I'm bound to the laws of gravity. I can't do that. I can't just fly through the air like Superman,
so
even though I want to.
You and bending you in time.
Hold on, because he can't fly. The Earth is a ball.
No, because I can't fly. It proves that gravity exists.
No,
it's keeping me bound to the Earth.
No, because the proof of gravity existing somewhere in there, even though you don't want to mention it, means the Earth is a ball because everything's being pulled down to this center of this ball. So I can't fly away from this ball because this ball's stopping me from flying away. That's what you're really saying. The ball beneath your feet.
Forces.
Yeah, exactly. The ball beneath your feet is stopping you from going away from it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to exert energy and force to jump up off of it.
Okay. How?
I use my legs and my feet.
No. How does the thing beneath your feet make you come back to it?
Gravity.
Yeah. I'm asking you how. Don't just give me a word.
Oh, listen, I'm not God. I didn't make the system. I just adhere to it.
Okay. No one can ever answer how.
Well, do you know how?
No, I'm not making a claim. You're claiming to know how. Dude,
I didn't claim to make gravity. I just believe that it exists.
You're not listening. I didn't make the claim. You made the claim. You just said gravity does this, but you didn't offer a description of the mechanism that makes it happen.
God, there it is. That's my description. God Almighty.
That's not a description. That's an appeal to a deity.
I'm saying it's a supernatural force beyond human comprehension. We just give it a name. We call it gravity. And those who don't know that call it God.
Okay, so I'll agree with you to find some common ground. Yeah, there's a reason why things that jump come back down. Okay, got you. But that in no way, shape or form means that 1, the earth beneath your feet is making you come back to it, and 2, the earth beneath your feet is a ball.
Okay, I get it, man. Yeah, it's flat outside when I walk outside.
And it's also
somewhat flat. I mean, it's slopey over here where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's not exactly flat. There's, dips and there's,
exactly
you have to go up and down.
Not exactly round either, the sphere guy. All the dips and valleys and cliffs and canyons and mountains ain't fucking a smooth curve either, is it, you funny idiot?
I'm just saying, man. You have to look at it from a perspective. You have to go farther out to see that. You have to go farther out to see the globe, bro.
Yeah, right, retard fucking spoon ice cream globe. Take a scoop out of your ice cream ball. You must have a globe now, you fucking idiot.
What's with you guys in this room with the ad hoc?
Yeah,
what's with you disrespectful guys in here, man?
Yeah, retard. Go take something out of the mud puddle.
Let me ask you,
the mud puddle in your yard must follow a curve, huh, dumb
Why does it make you so upset that I don't believe what you believe?
Hold on.
What about the cliff
Just imagine
outside
your
makes you
feelings
think you live on
unhurt.
a curve?
He's
What
been
about
waiting
the
for
cliff
this.
outside makes you think you live on a curve? A 90,
man.
a drop. Not God, fucktard. The curve.
Listen, man. Nobody's throwing ad homs around here except for you. All right, just relax, bro.
Hey, you don't know what a cliff is, you dumbass bitch. You think a fucking you think putting a rock outside means you can't have flat Earth, you fucking retard. That must mean you can't have a globe too. Same instance, bitch. Your globe
Listen, just relax, bro. You wouldn't talk like that in real life. Don't do that on the cyber streets, man. Just relax, bro.
Does your globe have
relax,
hills?
man.
Does it got cliffs?
Listen,
Does it got
buddy,
mountains?
can you just relax?
Hey,
Hold on, guys.
Cool, man.
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
No,
DMOC.
you ain't. You're a
Hold on,
fucking
DMOC.
retard.
Hold on,
Just be
DMOC.
cool, dude.
Hold on, DMOC. Castle here wants to have a nice, quiet back and forth. So if we can do that, that would be great. We don't need to get too hostile tonight. And just have a back and forth. Castle wants to talk. He's willing to talk. Let's hear him out. Go ahead, DMOC. See what he's got for us.
I got a cliff on flat Earth and I got a cliff on a globe. Now, how does that disprove either one?
Well, I wanted to ask him something before that. Because he mentioned gravity earlier, but he doesn't know how it works. But let me take you. You just mentioned when you picture the Earth, Castle King. When you picture the Earth in your mind, what do you see in your mind, in your mind's eye?
A sphere.
So earlier you said you're not God, but now you're saying that you see the Earth from a God's perspective.
I'm saying, according to the instruments, the scientific ones that we sent in outer space, it's been proven that the Earth is a sphere.
So God gave you your senses, and we can extend what we see and measure with equipment here, lasers and measurement tools and all those things, right? And we can confirm that there is no curvature across the face of the earth, and that is not moving because there is no detection of that movement. And you are denying your God-given senses and denying the actual observations, measurements, and the lack of evidence of movement. And you are claiming that you know how the whole of the earth looks and how it operates from an outside perspective, which is God perspective. And you're saying you're not God, but you're claiming God powers.
I'm not. Look, I just looked it up on Google.
You said that you, in your mind, you see the whole of the earth as a sphere. That's God's eye view.
No, it's not.
Really? So
yeah.
So you're saying that other men are God, and they gave you revelations of what the earth is, but
I'm using my imagination to picture what the earth would look like, even though I'm not in outer space looking down upon the earth.
But at the same time, you're denying here your experience, the place that God put you at, right? This place in reality, denying everything you know with your God-given senses, and you're saying that you're going to your imagination and claiming that you can see the earth from God's perspective and denied everything that you experience here in reality. Do you see the problem there?
But do you understand where I'm coming from when I say that the earth is so big and gravity is working that we can't feel the forces of speed?
That is why you're going to the imaginary land, the place you've never been, you will never go to. You cannot verify this place, and you're saying in your imagination, in your mind, outside of this reality, you see God. You're looking at the earth from God's eye view, and you're determining the shape of the whole of the earth. So you're claiming God's powers.
No.
When you say you're not God earlier, so you're double speaking.
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm looking. I'm reading it right here.
Well, you're claiming that you believe other people that claim God's powers. Then you're saying that you.
Says, yes, the Earth is considered a sphere, although technically it's slightly flattened at the poles, making it more accurately described as an oblate spheroid due to its rotation, meaning it bulges at the equator and is not a perfect sphere.
Okay.
So
and it says right here, gravity pulls everything towards the center. This force naturally forms a spherical shape.
We know, right? We understand the rhetoric. We all got taught the same thing at school, the same thing that you're telling us now. We understand that. But although we can imagine this, because this is all we've done for my almost 50 years of life, up until the last 10 years where I came to understand that the earth wasn't like I was told to imagine. The earth outside, when we observe it, when we measure it, when we practically use it, is a horizontal, topographical, static plane. The earth doesn't move, the stuff in the sky does. The earth is flat, not a ball. The imagination's fine, but it doesn't fit reality, my friend.
Then what is on the other side of your flat earth?
Other side. Right, you do this every 2 hours. You start circling around to the things that you first brought up on your first round trip of the conversation. Now we're back to the other side. Have you not listened? Have you not learned? Have you not tried to understand the information we've taken our time and patience to deliver to you? I thought you were called.
I'm trying to understand. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Nonsense. You're saying that your senses make no sense. You see? You're claiming nonsense, sir. What are you doing there?
I'm asking you, what's on the other side of the flat earth? I'm asking you, what's on the other side of the flat earth?
What do you mean by other side?
The side that's underneath us?
He's asking what's below the ground, and what's below that, and what's below that, and what's below that.
Yeah. I know. I'm trying to figure out if he knows what he's actually really asking us. What he means when he asks us what we say about another side. We don't claim another side. This idea of the Earth being a disc is not what we claim. It's not a coin where we can stand on one side of it and dig through and pop out on the other side of it in space. And we have no claim to this because we don't know what happens when you dig down. All we know is there's lots of water and there's lots of land.
Castle, when you say the term flat Earth, what is the image that pops in your mind?
This flat, this long, huge, flat surface that contains all of the countries, all of the continents, all of the oceans, all on one flat table or round table.
So again, you're claiming God's eye view.
I'm using my imagination.
So you're looking from the outside of this construct and looking from the outside perspective, God's eye view, and you're saying, this is the way it is, this is the way it looks, and you're trying to question that view in your imagination.
You just asked me to.
But that's where the issue lays. That's where the issue is. That you're trying to debunk yourself, your imagination. And that's why you're asking us questions based on what you imagine this whole construct to be. Something in your mind.
What the heck? First of all, you asked me to imagine what a flat Earth would be like, and then I do it, and then you say I'm trying to be God?
Just like the globe thing, imaginary thing that you had before, now you imagine something else. And the nonsense of the other one is translating to the nonsense of the next one. So you're just constructing these constructs of your mind, pretending that you can be God and have a shape of the whole world. You're attributing these ideas in your mind and saying, this is what it is, and now you're gonna question it.
I'm saying, I believe if you were to take a plane and travel in a straight line from California and go west, you would go all the way around the world and eventually end up back at California from the east.
I think your troll is expired.
Yeah.
I believe that's what would happen. If you were to take a plane from the west coast and go west, eventually you'll end up going east, coming back around from the east and end up back in California on the west.
Yeah.
But hold on real quick, guys, if you don't mind. Can I jump in?
Yeah, of course.
All right. Let me point out to you that what you just said, right? And all the thinking that goes behind it is literally like, for lack of a better term, a thought experiment. You realize that, right?
No.
Okay, so who's done practically what you're imagining right now for it not to just be a thought experiment alone?
I'm sure there's pilots out there that have done that.
When you say things like "I'm sure" and "I believe," again, when people say "I believe" and "I'm sure," that's signaling that they don't know, but they have a high degree of confidence or belief, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, fair enough. That being the case, though, that means you don't know that what you're saying is the case. We don't really have to debate about that, do we? Because it's not real. It's just something that you think, something you believe.
Yeah, well, when I first got in this room, I said I went from California to Samoa, which is 10,000 miles southwest. And now, if I would have kept going, eventually, what am I going to do? Am I going to fly off the planet?
Yeah, of course. If was a fifth, right? Because if was a fifth. She's like, if I kept going, I don't know. I don't know. But if you imagine you kept going, you would believe you would either fly off into space or something, whatever you just said, or you would go around a ball. Both instances, like Jimsy just said, is just what you're imagining. You didn't do it. You said, well, had I did this thing, I believe it would have done this. You got to be at least honest at that point to be like, okay, I understand what you're saying, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can follow up with exactly why that wouldn't be the case, and why exactly the Earth is flat, and probably 1,000 things that maybe you haven't heard thus far. But we're just starting with, I guess, Jimsy asking you how you imagine things, and that's fine. As long as we know that these are beliefs and not things that we know. Like sometimes people have question proofs. Sometimes people, think that a question unanswered is, a mark against the person that they're asking. And sometimes people don't understand that they think fallaciously, they have fallacious reasoning, and that all questions aren't good questions. Because if I asked you if your mom knows you're gay, if you're not gay, that's a bad question, isn't it?
If my mom knows I'm gay?
Yeah, assuming you weren't gay. That would be a bad question, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, we all know that you gay, your mama. We did that when we were like 5, 6. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, people can assume what they want about people, but only you are gonna know what's true to you.
Yeah, but that's like kind of a red herring. The point is, there are bad questions. Yes or no?
It's a loaded question.
Yeah. I'm saying, listen, man. Do you believe that at some point, if you were to fly far enough down south, that somehow your plane is gonna bounce off of an invisible wall and you're gonna come back to where you started?
Hold on, everybody, be quiet.
Sorry.
The answer to that is no. Now, why would you think that?
Well, I'm saying if the Earth is flat, at what point do you reach the edge?
That's an additional question. You realize that, right?
What I'm trying to ask you is, what do you believe happens when you get to your edge of your flat Earth?
Let me ask you something. Do you think that infinity exists?
When it comes to God Almighty, yes, indeed.
Other than that, His creation, is it infinite or is it finite?
As far as we can tell, everything has a cycle. It's born, it lives, and then it dies.
Is a cycle the same as eternal?
No.
Like God, for example? So you understand the difference, right? There's a difference between eternal,
life everlasting, and life that is not everlasting. Yeah, I understand that.
Something that began at some point.
Yeah.
It's not finite. It ends at some point. It's called entropy, right? Now, the thing is,
something that is not infinite eventually is gonna die.
So that's what this place is. It's not infinite, which means it's a system, which means there are boundaries. People acting like this place has no boundaries is absurd to me, but I understand where they're coming from. Because everybody wants to know, what's the edge? Where's the edge? What's this ice wall? I don't make any of those claims. But hypothetically, if I were to show you how it measures flat, how it practically uses flat, how all of the references you might think would tell you it's a globe, you actually looked into the details, it's like, oh shit, there's a flat plane here too at the heart of everything. If I did show you that, and you did in fact know that the earth was measured flat, and not just locally, but it's just a flat plane. Now, a flat plane doesn't mean a 2D shape. Flat's not a shape. Number one, flat's an aspect of a shape. And number two, flat in the sense that we usually mean it is an orientation, which is level. But for whatever reason, as smart as people are, they, for whatever reason, get that fucked up. They get it twisted. I don't know why. It's very simple stuff. So when we say that the ground is level, it's just level, bro. And when we're talking about celestial navigation and you're talking about these bodies that have a geographic specific point somewhere on the Earth, and we're taking angular measurements, the Earth is utilized as a flat plane of reference for you to get these measurements from. So again, yeah, I'm telling you this, but you won't know it unless I sent you something or showed you something, or if you cared, like we went down that path. But the bottom line is, after I validated that what I'm saying is actually true, someone asking me about the edge at that point is asinine. Because I'm from Brooklyn. I've never been to the edge. I don't know what the fucking edge. I know what an edge is. I don't know what the edge of the Earth is. I don't know that. You know I don't know that. So why would you waste your brain energy to come in here full of people who you know have never been there to ask them some hypothetical question when I can tell you what I've done practically in real life to prove that what we're talking about is not ridiculous? It's that simple.
You haven't been outside of Brooklyn?
Hey, flat earthers, how do you do?
But I'm just saying, I hope you think about that. I'm not going to monopolize and take up everybody's time because I really don't have, like, all that. I don't have a lot of time. I was actually in the store trying to buy something and I totally got sidetracked. But if you have any questions, let me know, bro. I'm going to go back on mute.
All right, man. Listen, you haven't even been outside of Brooklyn? Come on, man.
You know what?
At least travel to another part of the world before you start telling me about what's up, man.
Hey, Castle, do you know what logical fallacy that is?
Where?
Do you know what informal logical fallacy you just used?
Informal, kind of like the one you said, if my mom knows I'm gay or not?
Basically, yes. Do you know which one you used just now?
I thought one that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're right in Times Square.
Well, it was a straw man because did I tell you that I've only been in Brooklyn and nowhere else? Why are you asking me a question based off of something I haven't told you?
Oh, my bad. I thought you just said you're in Brooklyn and you haven't been to the edges, and you haven't been to the edges. You've been in Brooklyn, and I just kind of put that together and thought, okay.
So we understand how ridiculous it is to ask a man from Brooklyn, Arkansas, or anyone who's traveled anywhere within, like on this side of the 60th parallel, the 60 degrees south, right? Anyone who's within that, which is literally all of us, where we haven't been is beyond 60 degrees. I hope you don't think it's ridiculous for me to say, why ask any of us, anyone in the world that you come across who hasn't been 60 degrees south, beyond that, what's beyond that? Because that would be a waste of your time and a waste of your intelligence.
Why do we even have time zones? How come it's a different time zone for you over there on the East Coast than it is for me on the West Coast?
Well, check it out. Is the sun over there when it's over there?
Sorry, how you going?
Is the sun over there when it's over
flat,
here?
I'm saying if it's all flat, we should be able to see the sun together at the same time.
No.
Because now you're saying it should be a certain way. You know that's a claim that you're making?
I'm saying if the Earth is flat and we're all flat here, we should be able to look into the sky at a certain point in time and, and everyone has sunlight.
No, you shouldn't.
You know why? You know why that doesn't make sense?
Why?
I'm not even gonna waste a lot of time on it. I have a video, a time lapse of the sun, midday, New York City, and it's not a clear day. It's not that cloudy. But well, it is cloudy, but the point is you can see the sun until you can't, and it disappears into the sky. Point being, light attenuation and light extinction is a thing. I don't give a fuck if it's the sun or if it's your flashlight. I don't know why people think they'd be able to see a light source from literally anywhere, no matter how far it is. It's probably because they think they're looking at stars that are a billion miles away. But actually, no. You can't see a flame from, I don't care how dark the forest is, you're not going to be able to see a flame infinitely far, okay? You're not going to be able to see the sun infinitely far because guess what? The air is in the way. We see it all the time. Okay, so it's not raining here. I guarantee you it's fucking raining where Jedi is.
What I'm trying to
I
say
guarantee
is,
you it's raining in between where you and I are right now. I guarantee it.
no.
I
Listen,
don't
what
know
I'm
why
trying to
you
say
think,
is, if
I
it's
don't
all
know why you would
flat,
think over that horizontal distance with all of that air, we would all see the same thing. That's kind of retarded.
no, it's not. Think about your flat Earth on the table. Now put a light right above the center of that flat Earth, that table. Everybody from all the corners of your flat Earth should be able to witness that light above the table at
You
the
don't
same
think I heard
time.
you say that the first time?
Not if you fill the room with fog.
Hold on, Demont. You don't
Or
think
water.
I heard you say that the first time?
I'm saying, I thought maybe you didn't get what I'm trying to say here,
don't
man.
repeat yourself. Because you haven't really answered. You probably answered like 2 or 3 of my questions.
Yeah, you said the light, if it's, there's a flame in the forest and it's too small and you're not going to see it from a certain distance, I get it, man. But the sun is huge. The sun is magnitudes times bigger than the Earth.
You don't know.
It's huge.
I can't even explain to you that you don't know how big the sun is. Because already you think. But because you think that the sun is like, I don't know, however many thousands of Earths in diameter, right? Or hundreds or whatever it is.
Millions.
But the bottom line is that's a belief that you have, my man. So
I'm saying, yeah, okay, I have a belief.
Pulling back from the belief, what you said is, I'm saying though, if it's a table and there's a light above it, isn't it going to shine on the whole table? No shit, my guy. That's obviously obvious. Not really that smart. You don't have to think all day to figure that out.
Hey, you're the one that thinks the whole thing is flat, not me.
What I'm trying to tell you is that with a light over top of table, there isn't miles and miles of air in the way with particulate matter in the way. That's number one. I don't know why that's so funny.
It's funny. It's hilarious. You're
Okay,
saying,
okay,
if the
so
Earth is
it never
flat,
rains in Southern California, right?
It never rains in Southern California. Yes, it does.
So if
Every
it's
once in a while.
raining the next 2 towns over, right?
Yeah.
Think about it. So it's very. Thank you. So it's very cloudy. Let's say it is a cloudy day where you are. You can't see the sun. Does that mean that the town over, which happens to be having a sunny day, is not seeing the sun?
No. They can have clear skies over there. It's happened before.
Right. That's one thing. Light attenuation. That's one
but
thing.
I can still tell that it's daytime over here.
Yeah, okay, my guy. Well, have you been to Alaska where you can look to the right and see, darkness and nighttime, like pitch black nighttime, and to the left you see the sun still? No, you haven't.
I haven't been there.
You don't really fucking know what you're talking about.
Wait a minute. I have a suspicion that Alaska would that the Earth is round.
Okay, I know you told me that practically that the Earth measures flat. I know you told me something about celestial navigation. I know you told me all this other stuff. But let me just wash my brain of all of the pertinent information to ask you about a tabletop and a light above it, which I tried to explain light attenuation, all this other stuff, and you're just like, it's not really sinking in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, because it doesn't make sense.
So then why
if the Earth is flat and we're all on the same plane, and the sun is above in the middle of that plane, why can't all of us be illuminated by the sun at the same time?
Because we can't. But
why not?
Why are you here if that's a problem?
Why not? That's not.
But why don't you get it? Sometimes we don't have because you're not. Or you are. Why are you gay? Because you are. Why are you not gay? Because you're not. There's really there's no big mystery to it. Why does the sun not light up everything at the same time? Because it doesn't. But
why not if it's flat?
That you've been given since you're a baby, that's how it is. Is that the light is so big and so bright that the rays hit the earth parallel, which means half of the earth is always lit at any given time. Guess what? That's not true either. There's probably there's a host of shit that you probably think is the case that's not the case, but you're worried about how flat earth works instead of how reality is. That's your problem.
Wait, hold up. In reality, we see plainly that there's sun over here on the west side, and then it's not on the east side of America.
If that's the level of inquiry that you're at, I don't understand.
I'm saying, how come the sun?
I had to mute you, brother, because I was in the middle of telling you that I don't understand if, as far as you're willing to think is, how come if the sun is on the west coast, it's not on the east coast, and the different time zones? That's been true your whole life. So why are you asking about flat Earth? Because when you ask me about flat Earth, I don't have any claims about time zones. I don't have any claims about the sun. I don't have any claims about space. I don't have any claims about anything other than the one I told you. The Earth measures flat. Nothing you ask, nothing you do, nothing anyone else can tell you is going to change that fact. And I have all the ammo backed up on my drive. Not only that, I could just go outside in certain phenomena and just show people, look, see what you believe, look, see how true it's not. I could take somebody to the beach any given day, as long as it's clear. Do the same thing. What can a Glober do? Tell me to believe the shit that I believed before I found out all the shit was bullshit. See what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if you're going to be stuck on how light works and how the sun works, why don't you just read the Bible or whatever other book that you're into, or Nat Geo or whatever they tell you it is. The Roman Catholic Church told you that the sun is actually stationary and we're revolving around it, and all of the other Roman Catholic priests that have after that carried on that torch and that story. Why don't you just go have fun talking about that or worried about? I don't understand why you're here asking the same question, and I'm not going to allow you to ask the question it's clipped for that question. I already gave you the answer. So when I unmute you, understand you're going to have to move on to something better or just not speak at all, because that's where I'm at right now.
This guy's been here for like over 4 hours asking the same questions, dude.
Okay, so sounds like everybody else agrees with me.
Oh man.
Yeah, Jedi ran him through it. CB ran him through it. Fucking, he's been here a while, man. I went to sleep and fucking had dinner, and he's still here.
15 minutes is like my max. So it's like if I'm gonna entertain your question, and then I'm gonna tell you what I have. If you're not interested in either, then what are you here for?
I was here to learn why you guys believe the Earth was flat.
Well, why don't you ask me then, my man?
Yeah, why do you believe it's flat?
It measures that way.
It measures that way?
Yeah.
How many? Two?
What do you mean by that?
Here's one and this.
Okay, well,
No.
do you know what a mile is?
It's a unit of measurement.
Yeah, it's linear too.
It's a little over 5,000 feet.
Now, obviously, you can take a straight line, put it on a curve like a basketball, and then figure out the length of that. But how did we get miles in the first place? Elevation angles to bodies in the sky, which require a flat plane. For reference, for everyone, everywhere. It's not just me saying it. Pick up a navigation book, watch some navigation YouTubes, even though they're going to be like, oh, it's a globe, blah, 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 blah. If you pay attention hard enough, you look at the diagrams hard enough, you see 90 degrees enough, you'll figure it out. Good luck.
Can't you just draw a horizontal line from your eyes to whatever you're looking at?
That sounds kind of retarded.
Why?
Because what are we doing that for?
So
how are you going to draw a horizontal line from your? How are you going to explain to me how you draw? Because we are talking. I'm imagining a pen in my hand. Maybe I'm making your example ridiculous, but explain to me. How do I draw a horizontal line from my eyeball?
Well, you could use a device, but I'm
Okay,
just
what
saying, from
device?
your eye to whatever you're looking at, you could make a
Okay,
straight line. No,
what
you don't need
device would
to
do that?
anything, whatever, a camera, whatever you want to use.
That's
second.
That's the Yoda
Well, okay, so looking at something established. I mean, I know it's a line of sight, but how are you going to establish a horizontal? That's not how you
line.
establish a horizontal.
From your eye to the object, a straight line.
Yeah, looking is in a straight line doesn't mean it's hard. You can look directly at the horizon, but you're not looking. I mean, the horizon's got to be on the ground, which means you're definitely like your neck is not 90 degrees.
Sorry,
or 45.
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit.
45 degrees. That's not how it is. So it doesn't matter how horizontal something looks. You can't look at shit and go, it's horizontal.
I've never done it
If you
myself.
could do that, right?
I'm just thinking about it.
No, you gotta think about. Look, you gotta stop thinking about flat Earth and think about reality. Because if what you said was true, then we wouldn't need plumb bobs. We wouldn't need engineers that need to create a horizontal frame of reference to build off of. We wouldn't need that. People would just be looking at stuff and doing it, right? So we gotta fucking really think about the things that we say and the things that we think. Like I don't know what else to tell you.
What's a plumb bob?
Serious.
It's like a string in a rock or something that goes down perpendicular to horizontal. So horizontal would be perpendicular to plumb. So plumb is straight down.
Oh, okay.
Plum Bob, that dude that lives in the pineapple.
Oh man.
So, our friends, you say that you've come here to learn. You've been here for 5-6 hours. Begs the question, right? What have you learned?
Well, I've learned that if you don't agree with people's flat Earth theory, you're going to be attacked, you're going to be muted, and you're going to be called stupid.
That wasn't done at all. People have been very cordial with you and held your hand through this, even though you're blatantly trolling. No one can be this
I
dense.
had to mute you because I just wanted to slow down and go from there. Not this one, brother, the other one. So, what theory did you disagree with that you got muted for? Because I know it wasn't me, so I'm just trying to figure out who wronged you, brother. Go ahead, I'm gonna unmute you and let you. Because I take that kind of offense very seriously. But if you were lying, ooh, that'd be a lot worse.
This is my first day in this room. I've never talked to you guys before. And now I don't know who the moderators are in this room, but they know who they are. I'm not the one to tattletale. I'm just stating a fact that I got muted. That's all. And I got.
Nope. I muted you again. Don't waste your breath. I didn't ask you who muted you. I said, who gave you a flat Earth theory that you disagree with that they muted you for? Like, what was the theory? Go ahead and lay it out right now.
I don't know the name of the guy. The guy.
All right, my bad. Forget the guy. What theory did he give you, quote unquote, that you disagree with that you got muted for?
Listen, are you gonna keep doing that? That's
when I open your line, the only thing I want to hear is this is what was told. Then your line will be open all night long. But it's not going to be open for anything else because that's all I want to hear.
I told you I don't know the name of the guy.
However, keep going.
So I can't do the who like an owl. You sounded like an owl just now, man. I don't know who it was, man. And even if I did, I'm not a tattle.
All right, you're not listening. What was the theory?
The theory was that this place is flat.
That's not a theory; it's a measurement. You know, we used
It's a statement.
to laugh with it. Like tomorrow's gonna be Christmas. I'm be like, babe, it was a black dude that came through. I kind of want you to hear like our interaction. And she was like, why do people act like that when it comes to flat Earth? They act so regular. Then when it comes to flat Earth, for whatever reason, you sound like you know what you're talking about, and they just start acting retarded. I'm like, yeah, I know, babe. Yeah, you're gonna be one of those. Just so you know.
That's exactly the word that guy kept using to describe my intellect. Retarded.
No, I mean, I just think that the logic that some people use when they come in here is retarded. I never called you retarded. I don't think.
You think it's retarded to believe that the Earth is a spherical shape?
Yeah, seeing is that we have a definition for horizon, especially from what's the people that fly? That part of the military. It's not even called military. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh, the Air Force?
There you go, the Air Force. See?
Oh Lord.
I know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when we get these definitions for what horizontal is and how to define horizontal and how to define curvature, guess what? There's no way to actually measure curvature. There's actually no way to define curvature. Well, there's no way to practically show that there's, because it's a fucking, what do you call that? It's a contradiction.
What, curvature's a contradiction now?
Well, if you look at the definition for horizon and then look at the definition for curvature.
Yeah. Horizon is from the word horizontal?
Okay.
Yeah. Horizontal goes from left to right, right to left. Vertical goes from up to down, down to up.
It's the biggest non sequitur I've ever heard. I don't get it.
No, I just want to make sure we've got these terms correct, so we're on the same page.
No, what I'm saying is, at sea level, horizontal or the horizon is a rate of change of 0. However,
excuse me,
there is no rate of change, my man. What? There's no rate of change. But with a continuous curve, like a sphere, there would be a rate of change from 0, which already doesn't make sense. Because how did you have 0 on a curving surface in the first place? Okay, you draw a tangent, whatever. However, beyond that, there's no horizon.
You know there's numbers beyond and below 0?
What does that have to do with what I just told you about there needs to be curvature in order for the globe to not be retarded? There has to be curvature, measurable curvature. As a matter of fact, Google will tell you 1.2 times the observed height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. That claim is also false. They'll tell you that you can see curvature on the horizon line from 35,000 feet in the air. That claim is stupidly false, been false for a long time. I don't get what you're not getting.
How about 55,000 feet in the air?
Nope.
Can we start to see the curve there?
Not at 235 miles. You couldn't see curvature.
Whoa. Are you sure?
You think I just
sure about that?
I don't know.
I'm asking, what about 300,000 feet up? Can you see?
Is Paul Larson planetary who did his lecture on Eratosthenes who just, by the way, at the beginning of that lecture, told people, hey, if you were at the height of the ISS, you only see 3% of the Earth. That horizon line mathematically is flat, and it would look flat if you were up there. And you're like, no. But that's because you don't know anything about your belief system. You just keep thinking that flat Earth is ridiculous. Sense. But you don't have any cowbell behind that belief. It's worse than Christians who've been Christian their whole life and haven't read.
Bro, you're a control freak. Why do you keep muting me like that?
Oh, because I love it.
So you didn't hear anything he just said. You were just in chat worrying about getting muted instead of listening. That's your cue. When you're muted, it's like you need to be quiet for a second and listen to the words that are being spoken to you.
They're not capable. I determined or two ago, either this guy thinks that I'm so smug that he's turned his brain off. That's one possibility. Or two, he's one of these trolls that come in here and does this routine. I think that because of I don't know. He seems super authentic. He has, maybe it's because he sounds black. I don't know what to tell y'all. I'm super leaning towards he seems super genuine. Because why? All of my friends do this shit too, and I don't get it. Like they just get retarded for some reason.
Eli, do you remember Bong Sao?
Yeah. Oh, is he all right?
Yeah. So this guy's from the same area. He's from Samoa.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he's not black. Well, hey, there was some still. He's a little brown. Got a little brown toast in there.
Got some color.
Yeah, so do I, though.
No, but see, you also my brother, Sonny. Come on now.
I'm only joking, man. I'm like a Weddy. I'm like blue-eyed, blonde hair.
Oh, he's purebred.
Yeah. I don't get people. Like, we're trying to point out shit that's it's like talking to 5-year-olds. They're like, hey, no, focus on this, and they're like, your shoes are untied. Like,
well, hey, to be honest, Elijah, he does sound genuine, and the thing that comes to mind is when we were speaking with him earlier. We would give him what we normally do with people who seem genuine, and we would give him the open book test. So we would tell him certain things. He would say something about space, and we would talk about gas pressure and what happens to gas in a vacuum. And then 5 seconds later or 10 seconds later, he would forget everything we just told him and go back to the original premise he was making in the first place, which was ridiculous, goes against natural law. But he just kept doing it. So I don't know, like you're sort of right. Like yeah, your shoes are untied. It's like going back to that same flip side. Can't get out of that paradigm. Like no matter what information they get, they'll even agree with us like he did. And then like literally a minute or two later, he'll forget everything we just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when we say, well, look, the pressure gradient with altitude, it doesn't fit with your understanding of gas pressure. And then you forget it all and just say, but gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, but Sonny, if we
Every
could
day.
only just go in a rocket ship and go up high, we could see. Just if only. Imagine if you could get in a rocket ship.
Yeah, and by the way, gas pressure gradient is a subset of gas pressure, not the other way around.
It's a subset of gas pressure. What does that mean?
A subset of gas pressure is gradient. You can't have a gradient of gas pressure without the gas pressure initially.
Yeah. But what does gas do when it's exposed to a volume?
Gas pressure doesn't exist without a volume. It has to have constant volume to have constant pressure.
Yeah, we have some gas and it's in a volume. What does the gas do?
Yeah, that means it's contained.
Yeah, what does it do?
Yeah, it's contained because there's a constant volume. That means constant pressure. So that means it can't be an open system.
Right. Constant pressure, you said. But we don't have constant pressure. How strange.
We don't.
It's almost like there's something else going on.
How is it? How is it? We have gas pressure 14.7 at sea level. That's pretty constant.
Yeah. What about when you go up?
Yeah. What about when you go up?
What happens to the gas pressure?
Yeah, you have
stay
less
the same?
pressure.
Less pressure, so the gas isn't filling the volume of the container.
Oh, it's
Very
a gas pressure gradient, like we already discussed.
Yeah, but you say gas pressure
gradient.
fills its container. It's not filling the container. Why?
Gas less.
I'm gonna
gas.
Who's that? Who's that?
Mez.
It's Mez, dude. Fuck.
There you go. There you go. You notice how he just switched that on you, Sonny? So he went from it's not constant to so it gets lower as you increase in.
Right.
Those are two different questions.
Exactly. And
Switched
he went
it. I haven't
right
switched
back
anything.
to
We're talking about gas pressure.
Yeah, and it's a subset of gas pressure, the gradient.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that means you can't have gradient without pressure in the first place.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and for all the gas not to fuck off into space, your vacuum that you believe in, it would all fuck off, like if there was no container.
But it's not fucking off. The gas near the surface
because
isn't
it's
fucking off
contained.
up high.
That's
Why?
why we have gas pressure.
Why?
Because of the
Why do we need the container? Why do we need the container, Sonny?
Mez, how do you measure gas pressure?
With a barometer.
How is it measured? Like, in what kind of increments is it measured?
You mean increments? You mean like PSI,
increments.
bar,
Okay.
whatever?
PSI means what?
Pounds per square inch.
Yeah, why did they have that square inch part?
Well, that's just it could be pounds per anything. You'd have kilograms per kilometer.
Sure, but that's a
It's
square
arbitrary.
footage. It's a square footage measurement, or square inches, square footage, doesn't matter. It's
Brilliant.
still
Okay.
square footage measurement of surface area.
Yes. Fantastic. We all
Yeah.
agree.
So you have to have constant volume.
So why do we need the container?
So because it's not an open system.
Okay, so we need a container because it's not an open system. Why do we need
Listen,
the container?
We have gas pressure.
Brilliant. We've got gas pressure. Why do we need
Yeah.
the container?
Can you demonstrate an open container with gas
No,
pressure?
I asked you a question. Why do we need the container?
I didn't say we needed the container. You did.
Okay, we don't need a container. Great. Container argument gone. Wonderful.
Yeah, as
Space
long as you
exists.
don't need gas pressure, you don't need a container.
Okay,
If
well,
you
we've
have,
got
if
gas
you have
pressure. Why
gas,
do we need
if
the
you need
container?
gas pressure, if you need gas pressure, you have to have a container.
Why?
This is demonstrable.
Why? Why do we need the container?
asking me- you're
Answer the
asking me
question, Sonny.
questions
Answer
that
the question,
God-
Sonny. Why do we need the
God can only
container?
answer. So thank you for like raising us up to the level of knowledge of God, but we don't know why they are the way they are. They just are.
Okay, you don't know. You don't know anything. So you don't know
Yeah,
why
you
we
don't
need the
know anything
container.
about
So you
your
have no
globe
just.
either. You don't know anything about your globe.
The answer is what you said. A container is needed for air pressure. So why do we need a container? To contain the fucking air you breathe in. Fucking morons.
Yep.
So why? Why do we need the container for the pressure?
I'm sorry.
What happens if we don't have the container,
Is this
Sonny?
what y'all? I don't know what y'all do on the. I don't be in here.
Okay, Sonny's
Is
not
this what y'all
responding.
do? Because
Big
I
Daddy's
kind of like
left.
muting them up
Elijah,
and
why
getting
do we
them
need
out
the
way
container?
from, like somebody who's here to have a serious conversation. And if that's nobody, I'd rather this because it's like they come in waves. It's probably going to be another one because I'm muting those two. Got to be a third one that's about to come out the woodwork, right?
No, it's just me.
Because it never fell.
Why do we need the container?
No doubt.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Can
hear
anyone
you.
please
What
justify
was
the
that?
existence of the container? Elijah, come on. You can do this.
Don't say my name, nigga. I ain't your bitch.
Yeah, just
you are.
demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and we'll be done with it.
Okay, Elijah's running away. Sonny, we've got gas pressure. How do we get to a container? Why do we need one?
Can you just fuck off?
Can you answer a simple question?
Can you just fuck off?
You guys deny space.
Kindly?
You say, we need a
I'm asking
container, we need a
kindly just
container.
to fuck
What?
off.
Yeah, just fuck off like the gases would fuck off without your
Just
container.
fuck off
That's what
in
you
your
need
fantasy
to-
as well.
Fuck off like gases would with no container. Thank you. Boy, they're so mad. Why you mad, bro?
Imagine these guys getting no from a girl or something. Like, fuck me, man. Poor girl.
Yeah, you almost had me break out and state a correlation between rapists and Glovers. Oh, I won't do it. Oh, I guess I just did.
That's like, you know, it's crazy. Over the years, so many different things have happened. So over the years, 2020, Black Swan, 2021 was Elevation Angles, 2022. Or am I getting the timeline messed up? No, yeah. 2022, like, it was so many, like, every year, something else came out. What the fuck has come out on that side?
From their side, yeah, they're going
What's come
back to 24-hour sun, which is like really a 2016 argument, isn't it? I mean,
well, it's not an argument. They haven't made the argument yet.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like, is it even an affirmative? Because the way they like to do it is like they like to present the first half, and they're like, "That's the syllogism." I don't. Hey, are you there? Where you at? I thought I just seen him.
Indio.
Well, Indio's here. What up, Indio?
Yep. What's up, Indio?
I got a question.
Stop.
Syllogism. Why? And maybe I'm wrong, because I thought, like, with the syllogism, you have if A, then B, not B, therefore not A, or whatever variation. Now, what they'll propose is if A, then B. And then they'll be like, see, that's the logical syllogism. What the fuck is that? So it is even if they don't say if A, then B, B, what is it?
Well, what they say is if A, then B, B, therefore A, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is affirming the consequence.
But they don't. What did he say? Yeah, he said it was a syllogism. He just put the first half and then left it at that. And I'm like, is that a syllogism? Like, how is that what is a syllogism if it isn't?
You're supposed to have two or more true premises to reach a conclusion.
Right, two or more premises, but they just have two statements that aren't true or haven't been validated. So what is that?
Yeah, what they try to do is they try to make one of the premises, and then they'll load it with things which aren't true or are assumptions, right?
Mm-hmm.
They just load it, they'll load up the premise, right? Some of the statements of the premise will be true, but some will be assumptions. They just try to load it up like that. It's a little trick. I mean, I don't even know if it's a trick because they probably just don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, it seems like that. I mean, because when you Google, you know, sometimes you can Google, like, have just little dumb shit from websites. They're like, look, see this? And I'm like, how do you not understand that
But they have to be two true premises. That's the key thing. They have to be two true premises because you can say two false premises and it will be a logically true statement. So I could say all men are immortal, not mortal. All men are immortal. Aristotle's a man, therefore Aristotle's immortal. Obviously, men are not immortal, right? So that's not a true. That premise is not true. But the statement logically is logically sound, right?
Yeah.
Because if the premises were true, the conclusion would be true no matter what. It's a relationship between the premises, right? That's all it is.
Right. So I just did a little looking up on that information, and it says there are three distinct terms in the premises and the conclusion. The major term, the minor term, and the middle term. The major term is the predicate term of the conclusion. The minor term is the subject term, and the middle term appears twice in the premises. So it appears to me that at least one of the terms has to be correct, or what it says here is assumed.
Well, if you want to prove something, I'm talking about proving things. If you know both premises are true, your conclusion will be proof of the conclusion. As long as they're actually related, right? As long as it logically follows.
Right.
See, but what they'll do is put something that we don't know is true, that they assume is true.
Yeah.
Like that their brain doesn't work because it's like they can't tell the difference between me saying a tree is a tree and me saying, I don't know, black hole is a black. You feel me? They're like, the tree is a tree is begging the question because a black hole is a black hole is begging the question. I'm like, no, but a tree is a tree.
Yeah. So what they're doing is kind of like this. They're saying a tree is a plant, a dandelion is a plant, so therefore it's also a tree.
Yeah, that's actually a logical fallacy, although I don't remember what it is, the exact name of it off the top of my head. It's something like the whole is not the.
Yeah.
What's true of the whole is not true of the parts. So, tulips and trees are both plants, but that doesn't mean trees and tulips are each other. You know what I mean?
Is that a fallacy of composition?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I can't remember the name of it.
No, I think
it
that's
could be
what
that.
We was talking about it like weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a fallacy of composition.
Yep, so there it is. The composition fallacy occurs when someone mistakenly assumes that a characteristic of some or all of the individuals in a group is also a characteristic of the group itself.
Yeah, but there's a reverse of that.
Yeah, the reverse is the division fallacy.
So I actually, the final proposition, it isn't limited to a logical proposition. It just makes it quicker to say, hey, give me the logical proposition or the logical syllogism. But what I actually said was a logically sound statement, meaning it can't be loaded with logical fallacies and assumptions, right? So it has to be logically sound and prove either a globe or disprove a flat Earth. So one or the other. Has to be affirmative or in the negative.
Yeah, that
Either way. It just has to be logically sound as the whole. I'm not even really that concerned with whether it's the proper form. If they try to put it in a logical syllogism form, then I'm going to be asked about that, right? I'm going to require that it be correct. But if they try to just use layman's terms, I'll settle for that.
Yep. So I think you're right. I know what you mean about which one or the other, but about the tree and the dandelion, that actually may be a fallacy of division. Merely because a group as a whole has characteristic, often doesn't follow that individuals in the group have that characteristic. So that would follow.
Yeah, it doesn't follow that they all have the same characteristics, right? But they're basically equal.
Yeah.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Indio. Merry Christmas to everybody else as well.
Merry Christmas, everyone around the globe.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you, Jedi. as well.
So basically, you're saying not Merry Christmas because there's nobody around the globe, dude.
It's okay if you're Jewish, man. I'm not going to judge you.
I love Jews.
Merry Christmas,
You like
friends.
Jews?
Well, Jews don't celebrate Christmas, so I figured that was your problem.
Wait, do you mean that Jews are flat earthers?
That would be the least bad thing about them.
That was a fallacy.
Benjamin Netanyahu wished everybody Merry Christmas, just so you know.
Feliz Navidad.
I can imagine him doing that.
He did, dude. He did.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Fucking disgusting human being.
I find that ironic.
It actually makes sense when you think about it, because, he is obviously the head of, a Jewish nation state, but his benefactors are evangelical Christians, and he has to sort of please both sides. A lot of evangelical Christians support Israel because they think, that it will bring about the end times when Jews control all of it. So you know how it is.
Yeah, which is utter horseshit.
All religions horseshit, but yeah.
Jews control all of it. What does that mean?
So right now, you know how there's a bunch of Palestinians and Arabs and stuff in Israel?
Yeah.
Evangelical Christians would prefer that not be the case. They rather just be Jews, and then when that happens, the second coming is supposed to happen. I think that's one of the conditions for the second coming. I forget.
Well, that's the funny thing is, Netanyahu's not a Jew. He don't go to synagogue.
Yeah.
So he's not a Jew. Ethnically Jewish, I guess, whatever that is. I have no idea what that even fucking means.
Culturally Jewish,
I mean, one of your parents used to practice a religion? I mean, that's fucking stupid. What kind of category is that?
No, ethnically Jew means you're born from one of the culturally and ethnically Jewish areas, such as being an Ashkenazi Jew.
So the Palestinians? The Ashkenazis are from frickin' the Black Sea area.
Yeah.
What the
Right,
fuck,
but they're
dude?
considered ethnically Jewish.
No, They changed sides during the war. They decided that if they declared themselves Jewish, then they'd be okay.
Well, it doesn't matter if they change sides; they're still considered ethnically Jewish.
No, they're not ethnically Jewish.
It's an arbitrary category. It doesn't mean anything. It was literally invented by the Zionists because they wanted a national identity.
Well, I'm just telling you what it means, what the definition is.
It's invented. It didn't exist. Judaism, within Judaism, means practices of the religion. It has nothing to do with where you're from. Has nothing to do with anything.
It's an ethnicity, just like, you know.
It's not an ethnicity, dude. It's not an ethnicity.
I want to go.
No, it's not an ethnicity. And the Israelites of today have literally nothing to do with the ancient Hebrews.
How do you spell Ashkenazi Jew?
They're not even related at all.
Ashkenazi is ASHKEN.
Nazi. It's ASHKE Nazi.
All right, let's go to the Google.
Have you ever noticed that? Hold on. Have you ever noticed that? It's ASHE Nazi.
No, it's ASHKEK.
Yes.
Guys, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page.
KE Nazi.
Right.
Okay, sorry, Alice. Sorry, it's KE Nazi.
Yeah, it's got the word Nazi in there. So
the Nazis killed the Ashkenazis? Sounds like an internal beef to me.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of words that have little tiny words inside of it. It doesn't mean they're the same thing. So let's read the
Wikipedia. Can't even agree on like where Yiddish comes from. Like, if you actually like look into the Ashkenaz and like where they came from, that's like a fucking rabbit hole you can't get out of. Because they've done genetic studies. Jewish people have done these genetic studies. And it seems like they come from southern Turkey, Iran, Kurdistan type border. But then when they look up their language, there's a split. Some say Yiddish comes from German. Others say it's a conglomerate between frickin' Greek and what is it? Fuck.
Okay, so let's look at
Slavic languages. So it's like a combination of other terms, of other words. But Slavic didn't have a written word until some like Greek saint came there to bring the Orthodox Church, and then he turned Slavic languages into.
Got it. Okay, so I want to read this. Okay, so this is the Wikipedia article. Ashkenazi Jews constitute a Jewish.
Don't use Wikipedia. I don't take Wikipedia seriously.
That's fine. I mean, look, man, it's a source. I mean,
on this topic,
can I finish the sentence at least? Constitute a Jewish diaspora populated that emerged in the Holy Roman Empire. They adapted their traditions to Europe. This is interesting. As a proportion of the world Jewish population, they were estimated to be only 3% in the 11th century, rising to 92% by 1930. But they were large portions of them were killed during the Holocaust. There's other ethnic Jews like Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, Samaritans, some Middle Eastern Jews. There's a bunch of different Jewish ethnicities.
Yeah, cool. Okay,
so, it's interesting. Sometimes you just want to.
But it's actually not. It's actually not an ethnicity, though. It's really not.
I don't know. I feel like it is. I feel like they're like.
I feel like it is. Okay, so who determines what a Jewish person is?
Oh, you mean like culturally, religiously? Like, what do you mean?
At all? Like we're all going to decide who's a Jew. Who decides?
God.
God. Yeah, exact best answer. Thank you.
God. Really?
Yeah.
No, I'm going with the girl's answer. Christ. Yeah, she's right.
Jesus Christ, man. We're fucking doomed, dude. We're fucking doomed as humanity, dude, if this is the level of fucking inquiry we're doing.
We had a fun time while
Jews determine who Jews are, and to be Jewish, it follows the matriarchal bloodline. So if your father was Jewish, you're not Jewish. Your mother has to be Jewish. This is according to the Jewish religion. Now, how can somebody who doesn't practice the Jewish religion be Jewish? It doesn't even make sense.
Right.
Apparently, none of them are from the Middle East.
I feel
again, God.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, people,
Nobody knows. Like, so when the Romans destroyed the freaking the second destruction of the temple, the bloodlines, which maybe allegedly or maybe they didn't have, all got destroyed. Nobody knows who the original Hebrews are. Nobody knows who the original Israelites are. Nobody knows. There's no record. Nobody can say, "Hey, we traced our lineage back." Nobody. The people with the most amount of Semite blood in them of any population in the world are not the Ashkenazi. They're not the Israelis. They are the people that live in southern Lebanon right now, right? So if you want so when they take ancient DNA, right, from ancient bones, and they test people that are alive today, the people with the most similar DNA, who the fuck is doing that, and why are you doing that? Who the fuck's doing that?
They need to know. Probably like Ancestry.com and 23andMe.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you making, fucking origami hours?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, dude. Do it quieter. What the fuck are you using? Rice paper?
No, I'm wrapping Christmas presents. It's Christmas.
Oh, okay.
It's Christmas Eve. You're wrapping them way too late.
Okay.
What's with you
So
so
when they compare ancient DNA to populations today, the people that are most like the populations from the bones that they dig up that are 2,000 years old, and they get the ancient DNA from, are the people of southern Lebanon. So that would be basically Hamas or Hezbollah. Yeah, dude, think about that for a second. The people most like the people that lived in Israel, when we know they were the Israelites and Hebrews, are Hezbollah. They got the most genetic similarities to the people of that past. In the Israelis, they only have something like 20% or something. And the only reason that is because those people are from. There was a time when the Israelites went to Babylon or Iraq area, right? Babylon, but then they got kicked out of there, and they migrated to basically they actually have names, and they're actually named Asha. Their names of their cities named Asha, and the genetic lineages actually go back to this location, which is basically northwestern Iran, southeastern Turkey, Kurdistan area, that area. That's where all the Ashkenaz originate from. Now, the Sephardics, they were in Spain. Their diaspora from, we can actually trace where the hell they came from. So they went from Jerusalem to like Egypt to northern Africa, across the Mediterranean, went into Spain.
Yeah, like the Moorish influences. Yeah,
exactly. They basically kept getting pushed, right? So as the Islamists moved, they kept kind of like running away ahead of them, and like the Islamists were following them around, and eventually they got into Spain. But when when the Muslims got into Spain, I can't remember. They were writing in Arabic. The Jews were writing their texts in Arabic. So there's a famous guy, Maimonides or something. He's a famous Jewish scholar who wrote all his texts in Arabic.
Right.
There's a lot of, like, it isn't as straight, the way they paint it now, right? There's like, these are the freaking original Jews and they're living in Israel. No, dude, nothing like that. There's some people that hated Jews. And when I say that, the people that became the Zionists at the end of the 19th century hated Jews. They wanted Jews to be more European. But they said when they came up with Zionism, they're like, we need a national identity, because nationalism was the thing of the day, right? The Nazis and all that. So creating a national identity, that was like a new fad in as far as like social organization. So they wanted to jump on the bandwagon, and they're like, we're going to create our own national identity because the Jews are dirty, they're oppressed. They didn't like Jews themselves. The people that wrote the worst about the Jewish people were the Zionists at the end of the fucking 19th century. You should read what they wrote.
Yeah.
You would there was a guy, he went to Israel and he started reading like Theodore Herzl, he started reading what he wrote to like the Israeli people that like walking by, and he was like, "Who wrote this?" And they'd be like, "Adolf Hitler, Adolf Eichmann," and they were like naming up all these Nazis, and they're like, "No, this is the guy that started Zionism, dude." And they were like, "What the fuck?" Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Zionism. It's not great. It's not great.
Well, I mean, it's the last vestige of nationalism, right? So nationalism was a political movement that started at the end of the 19th century and culminated in Nazism. That was just not because there was Nazism in America. It was all over the world, right? So this creating a state based upon a national identity. This was like a new fad because before it was monarchs, right? The only national identity you had was allegiance to the sovereign, right? That was the unifying thing between everybody. We all have to obey this guy. We all have the same master. But they wanted to create a national identity based upon some common thing, like we're the French, right? Whatever that means, right? What does it mean to be we're the French? You share a common language. You pick out particular flattering traits that you want other people to believe, and you freaking, message that out to the rest of the world. So This is what they were trying to do. They were trying to emulate it. Funny thing is, nationalism is gone in every other respect. And the last vestige, the worst vestige of nationalism was the Nazis. And the last vestige created them. The Nazis created the last vestige of nationalism.
Exactly.
And now they act like Nazis, which is crazy. But is there any looking, now that I just told you all this, now that you know the roots of where Zionism comes from, that it comes from the same ideology that spawned the Nazis, is it any wonder they're acting the way they act? No, it's like an inevitable consequence. They can't act any other way and adhere to the ideology. They have to end up this way.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't know this, especially Americans don't know this history, that Semitic comes from Shem, the descendants of Shem, Shemites. That's where the base word comes from. And then if you look further into this history about that, there's something to be said about the Rothschild star. Well, those people, put the Nazis in power. They're the ones that were pushing for the Israeli state.
People also forget, there was Israel and Judah. There were two separate states that the Hebrews were a part of, right? You could have been in Judah or you could have been in Israel. Those are two separate states. The ones that got shipped to Babylon and worshipped the Ptolemy, they're the Judeans, right? They're the Jews. They're the ones that have up. Who the Israelites are, nobody fucking knows whatever happened to them.
Just real quick, can someone tell me why this NASA Lies guy was banned? He keeps joining all our channels, asking why he was banned from here. Can someone tell me why, so we can leave us alone?
I don't NASA Wise guy?
Obviously, he's very bothersome and unhinged, and it's for his best interest that, you just remove him so that he can go rocking back and forth in a padded room somewhere.
Did he beat you flat earthers in a debate?
No.
That must be it, bro.
I honestly think it is.
We just keep making new channels, and he keeps following us around. He just keeps saying that he was banned from this.
Maybe he likes you. Have you considered that? Maybe he's like of a love interest.
He's just mad that he was banned from this room, and he just keeps doing.
Why was he banned? Let me guess. I can guess why he was banned. Because he didn't do nothing, right?
That's what he
didn't do nothing.
What he says.
Yeah, he didn't do nothing, so he did everything.
What's his name? NASA Shill?
NASA Lies. But
yeah,
thank you.
That's his number one defender.
You guys have a good day.
Who wants to debate me right now?
Bro. You too, dude.
All right.
Yeah,
sound tough, only for you to sound like a dumbass talking about, oh, he did nothing.
Armando.
Idiot.
Armando.
Wait, too much soy, man. Relax, Armando.
Hey, dude, get out of the eggnog.
Wait a minute, NASA Lies, is that Matthew?
What?
Which one of you flat earth shards wants to debate me right now, you fucking brain dead retard?
Wow.
You're off to a good start. Like you're going to last long.
He's definitely a flat earther.
Wait a minute.
You know
What was that? What was the last statement, and who made it?
I don't know.
Z.
I don't know.
Is Russia Defender back here? What's going on?
Never.
Are you anti-globe earther?
Anti-globalists. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So why do you guys? How do you know the Earth's a globe?
All right, so hear me out, bro. So I was listening.
Okay, make sure you listen to the question I asked and you actually answer it, and don't answer a question I didn't ask.
Yo, India, tell me what knowledge is, you fucking brain dead schizo. Right now, tell me what it is.
Bro, holy shit. Bro, why are you so, like, toxic?
Okay, so
Like,
there's things that believe, like a second ago, I believe you were going to get banned. Now I know it.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, nah, bro. It's honestly not that serious, bro.
Every time he says fucking idiot or retard, I think he's about to say a slur, and I'm always surprised that he's only saying idiot.
Nah, bro, it's all good. It's nothing crazy. But anyway.
Okay, so how do we know the Earth's a globe again?
Hold on. It's okay. So I was with the mock, right? And you guys may know.
It's just way too much foreplay, man.
Yeah, just get to the meat of the subject. Can you get to the main part?
Get to the point, man.
I made a diagram that's supposed to be the globe of Earth, right? It's a half sphere, right? And then he told me to draw a giant
We said proof, not a hand-drawn drawing.
No, I actually said no. Okay, so a diagram.
They're never going to let you finish your sentence, dude.
No, I'm going to listen. I'm asking a clarifying question.
Shut up, kid.
You drew a diagram.
Right, if you want somebody to debate
you drew a diagram, right? You drew a diagram, right?
Just shut the
You drew a
fuck up.
diagram. Are you going to answer the question? You drew a diagram, correct?
Yes, I drew a diagram.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that diagram from your memory?
No. I've never seen a half sphere before.
Then it's not knowledge. It's just some fucking cartoon. I said, how do you know?
Talking about have you never? Okay, fine. You memorize math, right? You memorize the formula. You memorize everything, right? Now somebody asks you, "Oh, can you do this for me?"
That's
Like,
not what he asked. He asked, "How do you know?" He asked you, "How do you know it's a globe?" Get to the point.
No,
Just admit it. You don't know.
I'm not a fucking globe earther, bro. Are you fucking retarded?
So
okay, anyway,
like you.
so I drew a half sphere, and I drew like a square on it, and then Democ was like, "You see those little corners at the bottom? They hang off the curvature of the half sphere, so therefore, the Earth cannot be a globe." I want to ask you guys: does this diagram actually apply to like the metaphysics of like flat Earth? Like does it actually prove the Earth is flat? I'm not trying to disprove the Earth, the flat Earth. I'm just asking because I don't think it really makes sense.
Is that your diagram with the cartoon? Is this a globe and it's got a little blue square box? Is that your diagram?
Yeah, it's got like a square.
You're not talking anymore. Your trolling's over. Can't take that shit seriously, man.
Yeah, what the hell was that? What the hell is that diagram?
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's just a troll, dude.
That's the most ridiculous thing. I mean,
where's the
diagram for all the stupid things ever, but I guess not.
Wait, where's the diagram? I'm looking at the side chat.
Look in the side chat. Scroll up to the freaking anime cartoon. It's always got to be anime.
I fucking love
it. I don't know. Is that Deadpool in the center of that shit?
Yeah, into the break, posted it at 20 minutes after the hour.
Maybe he's a blocked user. I can't find it. I don't know.
Into the break posted it at 11:20 p.m.
11:20
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard.
Indio, do you not like anime?
Niggers.
That's not very nice.
Where?
Got him.
We know that was
Where?
you, Nano.
Where are they?
I got him already. Fuck you, loser.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
So, do you not like anime?
Oh, no, I like some anime.
Is that the
I just
point?
don't like these incel anime profiles that come in and troll. I don't like those guys. Where like anime is like Dude, they're just cringe about the anime, dude. Sorry, just fucking. I don't know what it is.
All right, I'm gonna take your word for it. That you
I like real anime, dude. Like real anime, ultra violent anime.
What
Like
is-
Crying
what is-
Freeman.
I'm just chilling,
bruv. Like, what the hell, bruv? I'm just chilling.
You ever seen Crying Freeman?
No.
Okay, go watch that.
What's that?
Yeah,
It's anime.
Bruv, I'm black.
Well,
bruv.
I
would
know
never say
that.
bruv.
Who's this?
Hold on.
No, I'm black, bruv.
Ooh, spectating
I mean, I agree. There's like a correlation between like people with anime avatars and also like retards, racists. You know, the like. I don't know why that is, but it is. But it is.
I might be
Yeah.
retarded, but I'm not racist.
Yeah, the same, right?
Yeah, I could say a statement about racists and Glovers.
You also don't have an anime profile picture.
I guess I just
No.
did.
I don't. I have like an AI generated one.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh my god, I respect you less now.
Oh, okay. Oh well.
Yeah, how you gonna live with that?
I don't know. Probably just wake up tomorrow and that's it. Hopefully.
Well, you know that presidency's rapping right now. You're not getting it.
Yeah, that's right. You're not getting it. I don't even think these shoes will fit you. But I mean, maybe they will. I have no idea.
I know. Can he walk in heels? You think he can walk in heels?
These are men's shoes.
I mean,
They're big.
what are you trying to say, man? Heels are men's shoes nowadays.
They were always men's shoes.
Oh God, I'm not touching that. I'll get banned out of this.
What do you mean you're not touching it? Traditionally, men's shoes were heels because they needed heels in order to mount their horses.
That makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, I know, but they were boots. I want to call them
On average, on average,
They were
I'm talking
still
about
heels.
like stilettos.
they had heels. And they were like high heels because back then people were shorter. Like George Washington was like 5 something.
Yeah, it has nothing to do. But this has nothing to do with being short. Literally, they used high heels. Number one, so they could mount their horses more easily. Number two, so that they could trek through grime and not get their shoes dirty. So they needed heels so that their shoes, their boots wouldn't get dirty.
Well, boots are different than like the high heels, right? 'Cause when you say high heels, I think of like fancy dress shoes, right? Like that's what I would think.
Dude, I remember when women used to wear clogs. I know Sonny remembers that shit.
Oh, yeah.
What? Why did somebody just ping me on this random channel?
As you're female.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. She's
The
got
final
she's got man
experiment.
feet.
The final experiment is a thing that debunked flat Earth recently, and these guys won't handle it. They can't handle it.
It says.
Oh, dude,
I
it's
was
the best thing
pinged-
that ever happened to Flat Earth, dude. You're on drugs, man. It's the best thing that ever
I don't
happened.
know. Somebody was pinged. Their name is Crit's Worst Nightmare, and it says the final experiment welcomes you to the globe.
What you mean, the failed
Wait,
experiment?
can you send that to me? I want to join their Discord.
No. I mean, it's in the Ban Appeals channel.
Oh,
In the
is it
guest
really?
room.
Post a screenshot of it.
I'll just post a link to it. Hold on.
Yeah, come on, Alish, entertain
So
us.
teach kids to be trans. That means
Okay.
you can do the final proposition, right?
What's the final proposition?
You have to put the final
Fair.
experiment observation into some sort of logical statement, logically sound statement on how it either proves the globe or disproves the flat Earth.
Sure, give me a second.
Oh yeah, this should be fun. All right.
For trans kids? Trans
Yeah,
people?
for trans kids in particular, yes.
I posted the link at 32 past the hour
Yeah,
of
see
the
it.
weird thing that I was pinged in.
Yeah, dude's talking about how like people with anime profiles are degenerates. I look in his profile and I see anime pictures.
For me?
Yeah, you.
Double check. Let me double check.
And your name is Teach the Kids to Be Trans. Dude,
Yeah.
what the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Oh, what's wrong with gaslighting children to becoming transgender?
Oh God!
Did you say gaslighting them?
Look,
yeah, whatever word you want to use.
Look, you shouldn't be talking to children about sexuality unless they're their parents.
I agree. We should be talking about sexuality.
So you're being sarcastic with that title?
No, I don't think being trans is a sexual thing.
Being trans is transsexual is not a sexuality.
Yeah, it's not a sexuality. Also, we do teach kids about sexuality in fifth grade.
It is because it deals with the sex organs.
No, it doesn't.
So it has.
No.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
No.
Yeah,
being trans doesn't deal with the sex organs.
Correct.
So when I have gender affirming care, it doesn't touch my sex organs.
It doesn't have to. No.
Of course, it doesn't have to. But isn't that the idea?
No.
Wearing makeup is gender affirming.
Y'all are listen,
right? Like
denialism is not going to help you.
So here you go.
Wearing
you can play your game like that's just not really where it's at. That is where it's at, and you know where that's where it's at.
Yeah,
and you can't gaslight us into thinking you're not trying to go full Wacka Johnson and like, yeah, oh no, we're just trying to put lipstick on a pig. No, you're trying to neuter the pig. Okay, we all know it.
Yeah,
the lipstick on the pig.
You're going to sit here and play pretend. We're not going that far. Yeah, you are.
India.
Stop lying.
India. What it is who they think they are when they're having sex. So it is sexual.
Yeah, it is.
It's not sexual, though.
Yeah, it totally is.
I mean, I can't make you believe anything, so just do
ask them what they believe. That's not me. It's what
you I believe right now, my friend.
Okay, so hold on. When I took biology in high school, they gave us a little loop, right? A little magnifying glass loop, and they had us sex the plants, right, to tell which ones were male from female.
Okay.
So that had nothing to do with sexuality.
No, that was sexuality, but that wasn't gender.
And what is gender again?
How you express yourself.
Yeah, sexually.
No.
Oh, no. It has nothing to do with
No.
So male and female aren't gametes that are sexual traits.
Well, those definitely are, but that's not gender.
But the expression is into one of those sexual gametes, right?
That's the expression. It could be non-binary.
So if you want to be
but you can be non-binary, but listen, you're gonna express yourself as one of the sexual traits. There is no trans non-binary character. Are you gonna just like become a Ken doll?
What's an example of expressing yourself as like a sexual trait? Wearing like high heels like men used to and now women do feels like kind of socially arbitrary, you know?
No, presenting yourself to the world as one gender that has a particular set of sexual gametes, right? So that everybody thinks you're this particular sexual properties to the human body, so that everybody thinks that, right? That's what you want. You want everybody to think something. You want everybody to think, hey, this is a person that's male with a penis and balls, right? And this is a female with a vagina and a uterus and all those things. You're trying to present yourself to the world. Hold on. Trying to present yourself to the world as that and make everybody believe that. Because how else could you misgender somebody if that wasn't the truth?
Well, if the way you don't misgender someone is just to say when you meet them, hi, my pronouns are, etc., etc.
No. Okay, but they're trying to identify to the world as a particular sexual category. Yes or no?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
They're trying to identify to the world as a particular sexual category.
No.
What is male or female? She or her? That designates male. She and her are for females, and him and he and him are for males, right? So male and female are reproductive gametes, and if you want people to think you're one of those, it is sexual because it's based upon the sex gametes, dude.
Not if you're trans or non-binary, then it's like not.
No, you can keep telling yourself that, but you're just playing games.
All right, just let me ask you one question.
You're trying to present yourself.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think there's a difference between sex and gender?
I listen. There can
Please,
be a difference.
please, yes or no. Please, yes or no.
Look, there can
You can't
be a
answer. I don't
difference.
know where to go from here, man.
Yeah, so there can't. What do you think? Cutting me off is going to help your case?
I just want a yes or no.
it
When
isn't.
you give me yes or no's, I answer them. Is there difference between sex and gender?
No.
Okay, then that's your first mistake.
No, it's not a mistake.
I know.
Can you tell me what the difference is?
Yeah, one is like a biological thing, and one is like an identity expression thing.
Okay, but what are you trying to express yourself as?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, but what is that?
So we call that just
Whatever you want,
fashion.
but what is that?
So, some people will like wear a dress.
I don't need examples. I don't need examples.
Yes, you are. You asked for an
I
example.
don't. No,
You
I
did.
don't
You
need
did.
examples. I want you to define it. What are they trying to express themselves as?
Define gender identity.
Specifically. Yeah, you know you're trapped, dude. They're trying to express themselves as a sexuality. Dude. No. No, that is the expression. That would be a tautology. You can't be like, oh, what's your gender? Expressing myself as a gender. That's a tautology. That's circular. They're trying to express themselves of a particular sexual
Here we go. Define gender
and you
identity.
know it. And you know it. You're trying to run away from your own claim because you know it's disgusting.
Registered for them at birth. There. Define gender identity. Got it.
Okay. No.
You're talking while I said it. You're probably talking while I said it. Yeah.
No, it's not. Listen, no. The identity is based upon the sexual gametes that
No,
express
it's
themselves
correlated.
in a way.
There's nothing about wearing a dress that makes you more or less likely to have a vagina.
I didn't say anything about a dress. I didn't say anything about a dress. And I already I already shot that down, and you just NPC loop right back to around the beginning with your old fucking scripted argument.
Do you agree that, like, wearing a dress?
No, don't ask me what I agree about.
All right, so you don't want to agree with anything? You don't even know what dress
No, don't ask me what I agree about.
What I heal?
Explain to me. No, I want you to actually. No, I want you to address my question instead of running away from it.
Read the question.
Stop running away from the question.
All right, give me the question. Come on.
Gender expression, they're trying to express it so that the world thinks they are a particular sexuality.
No.
There is no way around it. Then what's he, him mean?
What's a him be?
What he, him? What's that mean?
That's a
when I
good
say,
point.
hey, call me he, him, what do I want that person to do?
Associate them as like a man.
As a man. And what's a man?
Someone who identifies as one.
No, that's circular, dude.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Fucking backward. It sounded
A man is a male with male sexual gametes. That's what a man
Not
is.
necessarily.
No, that is what a man is. Adult human male.
Nope.
Oh, no, it's not a reputation,
You
dude.
could have a penis and be a woman. Your brain's
Okay.
saying what's going on.
The penis is not the gametes. Okay. If you ever took biology, the sperm are in the balls. They're not in the penis.
Like a
Okay. So if you produce male gametes, male sperm, you're a male. If you produce female gametes, a female ovum, you're a female.
Well, you'd be
There's no way around it.
like a trans man, or let's say trans woman.
No,
Like a trans woman.
no. Try to
Let me explain myself now.
focus.
Okay, I'm gonna
Focus.
focus. I'm gonna focus. All right. If you're a trans woman, you would be like a biological
that?
man. Like, can I finish again?
I don't know what that is. When you say trans woman, what is a trans woman? I don't know what that is. You have to
I know. I
explain it.
gotta finish the sentence. I gotta finish the sentence. Okay.
No, you can't use the word I don't understand.
You'll know by the end of the sentence. Are you ready?
No, I won't. You just
No,
define it for me. What's a trans woman?
You know what I'm going to say before I finish it? That's crazy.
No, I don't know what the word means. You have to define it.
When you finish the sentence, how can you possibly know?
I don't know what the word means. I don't need to hear a whole sentence surrounding a word to not know what a word means. There's dictionaries, right? You don't need to read it if I don't know what the definition.
Let me finish.
No, you're trying to
come. I want to come.
No, I want you to finish. I want you to tell me what the first word in the sentence you used means.
The first word is answered by the last word. So you gotta let me finish this.
So you're going to give me the definition of a trans woman right now? Give me the definition.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, definition.
Here we go. So like a trans woman is like someone who's like biologically male, but their gender identity is like a woman. So we call them a woman.
So they're a biological male, that wants to present themselves to the world as if they were a human being with female gametes.
No.
Yes.
No, you were close until the end. You almost had it until the end, but you're getting close.
Oh, so a biological woman is not how they're trying to present themselves as?
They're trying to present themselves as a woman. That's their gender identity, but not like
Yeah,
a bio-
but
I don't know how you would express yourself as a biological woman. That makes no sense. You guys like watch football or something?
Sports.
I'm gonna go somewhere else. It was nice talking to you. I'm gonna go train some kids. I volunteer at the YMCA.
More like the XY MCA. You get it? Because those are the male. You get it? Okay.
God, you're kidding me. Like nothing works anymore. Damn it.
Bro, are you having like a bad time over there?
Sounds like somebody's hot mic.
Yeah, I'm assembling a bicycle. And the air pump is a piece of junk.
Check how many gears it has. See if they make sure they didn't swindle you out of some gears.
I want to find out I get shorted on a gear.
Hope we don't identify as a tricycle.
Well, they'll sell you a 21-speed bicycle, and you only got 16 gears.
Well, do you realize that the Earth's pronouns are she, her, because it's Mother Earth?
I don't know, you might be misgendering it.
That's literally what it says, Mother Earth.
Well, it might be biologically male and just want you to think it's a Mother Earth.
Do the crystals
literally
tell you
has
like
to
a
do
Mother
that.
Earth, and you're gonna simp for Mother Earth?
Do I simp for Mother Earth?
Yeah, will you? I didn't say do you, I will you.
Will I simp for Mother? I mean, if I guess.
Yeah, man. Do you believe in global warming?
What?
Do you believe in global warming?
It's called climate change, not global warming. Silly goose.
Oh shit, you're right. It's winter. It's only global warming in the summer. I forget. Sorry.
No, it's
Wait till summer
it
comes
depends.
and
It
check.
depends on what hemisphere you're in, because in the summer, in the northern hemisphere, it's warm. In the summer, in the southern hemisphere, our summer is their winter. So it depends on what you're talking about.
You need a sphere for a hemisphere.
Okay.
Anyway, that's not
There's
the point. When they publish articles in the papers, right? In the summer, they call it global warming. In the winter, they'll call it climate change.
Okay, well, then they should just be better at doing articles, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think that human beings cause climate change?
It's not, I mean, it can, but a lot of it is also produced naturally.
Do you think climate change is real? It's a real phenomenon?
Yes, the climate is always changing.
No, it's
Climate
not.
change.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
it is.
Climate
Yes, it
is not the weather, man. Climate's not the weather. See, this is a funny thing.
say
Man.
it
People
was
call
the weather.
climate the weather. When I was growing up, right, climate was a description of the long-term patterns of wherever you lived, right? So you lived in an arid climate, right? So it was a place that got certain amount of less than a threshold rainfall. Or you lived in a wetland, or you lived in a swamp, or you lived in a desert, or you lived that was a climate. So if climate changed, right, a desert will become something else, or a wetlands will become something else, right? Then the climate would change. But they've redefined it. Like climate is now the weather.
Well, that's not what it's supposed to be.
Well, that's how people think of it practically.
Okay, well then they're just wrong.
Yeah,
There
well,
are many
is there anywhere you know that where the climate changed, like some area, like an arid climate that suddenly became a wetlands?
Yes, that happens all the time.
Where?
Most of the South, for example. More of the we used to have palm trees as far north as like I would say like the Carolinas. There used to be I want to say Virginia, there used to be a native parrot in the North Carolina, almost up into Virginia. And due to climate change, the shifting of temperature. And there are natural causes to climate change as well. For example, back in the 1920s, maybe a little earlier, there was a major, actually it was more in the 1800s, there was a major catastrophic volcanic eruption, and the eruption caused soot to go up into the upper atmosphere and actually decrease the overall temperature of the Earth, the climate of the Earth, causing like a mini ice age.
Can't forget the cow farts.
Well, yeah, that's also methane is another reason. There's also a lot of methane released from
Want to know what the number one greenhouse gas is?
It's probably from volcanoes.
Water vapor.
Alex, the fact that you took my comments seriously, like, come on, man.
But that is serious. But that's true.
Come on, man.
Dude, look, climate change isn't real.
That's true.
The whole climate change shtick is based upon forecasted models. It isn't happening now. It's supposed to happen in the future. Haven't you guys figured this out yet? It's not happening now.
Do you not think that's true, though? That
What they
methane?
said is if the trend continues, there will be climate change in the future. Right? That's
The
what
climate
they're
is
saying.
always changing. The climate goes through natural changes, natural cooling, natural heating of.
But I'm talking about anthropomorphic climate change, the shit that's caused by humans, the ones they're giving us a carbon tax for. That climate change. Anthropomorphic climate change. Not the
That's just
frickin-
overpopulation.
Overpopulation?
Yeah.
You know that Japan lost like 1 million people last year?
Okay.
Were we talking?
She's like, okay. Are you like in the death cult? Are you like in the fucking death cult?
You guys don't understand the gravity of the situation. See what I did there?
Yeah. Just someone.
Okay, I'm not allowed to discuss this anymore because Heretic said he was going to ban me. So.
Okay. What'd you do now, Alish? Oh, I kind of instigated that Heretic, to be fair.
Something about being off topic, so.
Yeah, I just have the impression now that that's her MO, because every time I hear her, it's way off in left field.
Well, she did say hemisphere in northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. She was almost on topic.
That was a good start. Fool me once.
What am I being pinged here? Like, what is this image I'm getting shown? I don't know what this is. At 52 past the hour. What?
Oh, sorry. I guess the GIF isn't working. It was just the from I think 1990 to 2016 of the Dubai coastline.
Oh, okay.
And just with your reference to there being no change, and then to support Indio as their. This is what you're talking about is something that's going to happen. Has not happened yet.
Okay, well, if we want to get back on topic, yes, I did mention hemispheres.
I'll get it back on topic. Now, this is gonna be the last question of Christmas Eve. In the ring into Christmas holiday, I'm gonna merge the holiday together with a globe proof. NORAD tracking Santa proves the globe. True or false?
NORA, isn't that the weather?
NORAD, the North American something or other. NORAD,
Radar.
it's like they track fucking everything in space or something. The North American Aerospace Defense Command. So they track Santa's sleigh as it circles the globe with their satellites. So is that proof of satellites? It has to be, because if they weren't tracking Santa, no kids would get presents, and tomorrow morning a bunch of kids are going to wake up with presents. So there must be a Santa, and there must be Santa being tracked by satellites, because why would they lie, right?
No, but you believe in satellites regardless of whether or not the Earth is round or flat.
I believe in Santa.
You believe in satellites.
I don't believe in satellites. I mean,
yes, you do.
If you broaden the term, what the term satellite means.
I know that you believe in satellites because you've told me about satellites that exist on balloons.
Yeah, I believe in shit in the air. Yeah, and
right. That's a satellite.
Technically that is a satellite. That's what, before they had rockets, that's what they used to call satellites.
Yeah, don't you remember? Wasn't it like Samsung's? Samsung had a satellite that was on a balloon.
Well, the one the government ran was called the Corona Project.
Hold on a sec, sorry.
So what they did was they put gondolas on high altitude balloons, and with a camera, and then when it would float at like 180,000 feet, and then they'd fly up with a plane. They'd punch in a code. The balloon would pop, it would fall out of the air, and they would catch it, and they would catch the payload, and then they land and develop the film and all that shit. But they called those, at the time, satellites. And then when they made rockets, they kept the name of the program, it was still called the Corona program. They just started saying, now the cameras are in space, and we're catching those instead of balloons. All they did was change the story. That's literally all they did. This isn't like my opinion. This comes from the testimonial of so they had something called the what was it called? The Living Witness program for the National Reconnaissance Office. And they went and they interviewed people that worked in a bunch of NRO programs, and they testified as to what they did while they were in the National Reconnaissance Office. And this was one of the testimonies about how he caught balloons out of the air and how he caught the first satellite, Explorer 1. So he flew an airplane with a big hook on it. He'd catch it out of the air.
Well, I mean, if we're being technical anyway, satellites aren't in space. They're in the upper atmosphere to begin with. They're in the thermosphere, which is not space. If we're being technical. So,
I mean, technically, you're in space right now.
yes, I am in time and space.
No, you're in space because space is defined at the altitude at which your aerodynamic control surfaces stop working.
Yeah, I am in a
So
space.
for you right now, your aerodynamic control surfaces won't help you fly. Like, flap your arms right now and see if you can fly. Can't? Okay, you're in space.
Yeah, I can't fly. But Sorry.
That's how they
Did you
define
even try?
space. But yeah, you didn't even try, man. Use
Did I
the
try?
resin
No.
paper as wings, man. Maybe what?
She sounded disappointed that she couldn't fly.
I know, like she just found
Yes,
out.
I am disappointed that I can't fly. I've always been disappointed about that. That's something I've always wanted in my life. Anyway,
Yeah, you're not Tinkerbell. Sorry.
I never wanted to be Tinkerbell.
Yeah, you did. I could hear the disappointment in your voice.
Getting a hot air balloon.
Indio's just trying to be nice. It's because you weigh too much.
Oh,
God
I mean,
damn it,
you guys are
Shadi.
Discord
Why'd you have to
mods.
say that?
You guys are Discord mods. Discord mods, on average, way more than anybody on Earth. So,
That's pretty funny.
sorry. That's
How would you even know that?
how would I know that? That's just like how it is.
Do you get a lot of
that was
DMs
the
or something?
biggest L, dude.
Do I what?
Do you get a lot of DMs? Is that how you know, like, the weight of Discord mods? They like DMing you, like,
It's like literally like
Flubber
science
dicks.
at this point.
science.
Yeah, it's like Discord science.
I'm inclined to agree.
But
I'm inclined to disagree.
So it's only literal on the books. It's not in real life. It's just written.
Because I know what
literally.
looks like.
It's written somewhere and you read it and therefore it's true because it's
No.
literally written somewhere.
No, it's what butthurt freaking little people on the internet say about mods because they have no power, so they got left as an insult.
Yeah, she read it on the internet.
Someone sounds a little
Literally.
No, it's about it's
I
like common
know
sense.
what
guys.
Mean One Vet looks like. I know what Jose looks like. I know what I look like. I don't know what CJ looks like, but I know us three aren't fat. So
what do you look
You've
like?
seen me, Indio, you've seen me before. You know I'm not fat.
oh, you're fucking
My
skinny
favorite
as a
movie,
fucking rail,
my,
man.
my favorite movie is The Whale, and the whole point of it is that people can't help but care.
People can't what?
I'm 6'170".
Care.
If you want to.
You're 6'1"?
No, I'm 6 foot and weigh 170 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I said. You're 6 foot.
I thought you said 6'1".
Oh,
I'm
well,
5'11". Let me weigh myself. I gotta wait right here. Wait.
Dude, I bet you weigh like $155.
Who, me? Let me check.
Yeah, you or less.
I weigh like 280. I'm just kidding. I don't weigh 280. I can actually stand up without making a noise.
Is that like an achievement? Like, what the
Is this correct?
Yeah. That is an achievement. Like, if you can stand up without being like, it means like,
Oh, well, that also goes with age and injury.
but anyway, yeah,
I'm 181.
the satellites
You're
are in the
how the fuck are
thermosphere.
you heavier than me?
Well, I guess this weight might be wrong. I'm gonna have
That's
to.
got to be wrong, dude. You look way skinnier than me.
Yeah, it might be wrong. Let me check.
I like, but last time I saw you, you were in the hospital, so that could have been. Your
I
weight can
was in the
fluctuate.
hospital. Yeah, and I was like 160 something in the hospital.
Yeah, that's about ballpark. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been eating way too much, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got
It's the
better from when
holidays,
you were in
man.
the hospital, though.
Dude, I guarantee you weigh yourself tomorrow, not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow, you're going to weigh 5 pounds more.
I think so, yeah. Today I had a bunch of food, so tomorrow, maybe more. Because in Spanish, the Hispanics, we call it Noche Buena. And it's the night before Christmas, and everybody's like making food and doing stuff. It's like Christmas, but the night before. And then tomorrow is another Christmas.
Yeah, doesn't Noche Buenas just mean good night? Or is that Buenas?
Noche Buena, yeah. Good night, yeah. It's Christmas Eve celebration.
Yeah, Feliz Navidad.
In the Caribbean, instead of being inside the homes, it will be everybody outside, like festivals and that kind of stuff, because of the weather. Here in Massachusetts, inside the homes, mostly, because it's freezing.
Massachusetts. Nice.
Can anybody defend the globe? Aren't you in? Hold on. It's not you that was in Massachusetts. It was some other girl.
No, I'm not in Massachusetts.
Thank fucking God.
Why, are you there?
Foolishness. Stop. It's Christmas. Stop gathering information.
You're gonna try to dox me? Good luck.
Take a break.
No.
Foolishness. Like, it's Christmas.
I don't need to dox people.
No, you're not doxing. You're just gathering the information.
She's got a voodoo doll. She doesn't need to dox people. She'll just fucking stab you with a needle.
I don't need to do that either.
You don't.
Well, the
dox,
CIA
you gather.
says that you can. The CIA says that you can just astral project and go to Mars. So
Yeah,
maybe
you can
that's
do
what they're
that.
talking about. Yeah, maybe that's what they're all talking about.
You can just follow the 200-page directions on how to astral project.
Works every time.
Well, there you go. Seeing is believing.
It's an actual story. Are there any globe defenders in here, man? Anybody? Come on, you gotta
Do you
defend
want me to
St.
defend the
Peter's
thermosphere?
Oh, you can't do that.
Why?
It's not possible. You can't defend fantasy, man. I mean, you could try.
Yeah, how does the thermosphere work?
Good question. Well, see, this is how it used to be. We used to go, hey, Grover, how can a spaceship be in a thermosphere? It's 4,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Aluminum melts at a temperature much lower than that. And they'll say something like, well, the particles, they're spread apart. Then I ask, well, then how'd you measure the temperature in the first place? Crickets.
A thermometer? Duh.
Yeah, but if they're spread too far apart, then the thermometer measures the temperature, and the method is called flux through the surface. So the thermometer has a surface area, and it measures the temperature outside the thermometer by the surface area.
Yeah.
Now, if there's too few particles, then you're not going to have enough particles over a large enough surface area to measure a temperature. So, how do you measure temperature
But doesn't
in
a
the first place?
spaceship have enough particles? That would get hot, right? There's a lot of particles in a spaceship.
Well, I'm sure they'd say something like, well, it's not actually the temperature. It's just the kinetic energy of the frickin' atoms and molecules zipping around, which is equivalent to a temperature. So we just say it's that temperature.
How do you capture kinetic energy without measuring the temperature of it? Without being able to measure its temperature?
They would
the outs more than the in.
What do you mean the outs more
They
than
would
the
probably make they'd make a Helmholtz coil.
Yeah.
They make a
The what?
Helmholtz coil, capture and see how much the electron deflects, right? So they have a screen, they'd have a coil. When the electron comes in through the opening, the coil deflects the electron, and they can tell by whatever kinetic energy it has where it would hit on the screen, right? They can reverse engineer the angle.
Right,
What does
because
the
the other
angle
way
have
they
to
would need
do
a
with the
container.
temperature?
No, well, you
Because
would need a
it's getting
container.
deflected.
Right.
Because it's getting, listen, it's getting deflected. So you have a particle, say it gets deflected 3 inches from the middle of the screen, and that's equivalent to a velocity of, 3 kilometers per second. That equates to a temperature.
No,
So, okay.
that's not how it
Yeah,
works.
you can equate that to the kinetic theory of gases, man. So you can reverse the kinetic energy into a temperature. What do you think temperature is? The gas has a kinetic energy. The individual gas molecules are going a certain speed per second.
Yeah, they're vibrating, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the random walk theory or whatever, but that's not the important part. The important part is, like hydrogen, say at 100 degrees C, has each gas molecule is modeled as having a certain velocity per second, a speed per second, right? And you can take that velocity and say, hey, if I got this electron and it was going 3 kilometers per second, if it's hydrogen, it's this temperature. If it's oxygen, it's this temperature. If it's like, you know what I mean? You can extrapolate the temperature from it.
Is that like in a vacuum or not?
It wouldn't matter where it is. It would have to kind of work in a vacuum because if there's other shit, the electron would hit. If there was like, if you're doing that in air, the electron would probably hit like an air molecule, and you wouldn't get that true temperature. You'd end up measuring the temperature of the air and not the particle outside.
Did you
Right, but the same way a container needs. Well, the same way the container.
I'm just telling you, like, look, I'm just telling you.
Oh, dude, get him.
Can I help her?
No, hold on. I'm just telling you that if you were going to measure the temperature without a thermometer and say, hey, we measured the temperature of the thermosphere, it's this, that would be the method that they would have to use. They would have to make a kinetic energy equivalent because they can't do any other way. I'm not saying they did that. I have no knowledge they did that. No Globers ever told me they did that. I guess they could do it. Another way would be the temperature of the thermosphere.
Oh, nice.
Alleged temperature of the thermosphere.
Why do you doubt it?
This will see 4,300 degrees Fahrenheit.
4,500.
4,300.
Anyway.
Yeah, high enough to melt a spaceship.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's why I don't believe
Yeah.
it.
So most of our
Gotta have
satellites and the
containment. Hold on,
We're
the
able
same
to
way-
transfer
hold
that
on.
energy to a
To
spaceship.
get this, hold on, you guys. Listen, the reason you're not getting the right thing is because on Earth you have the air pressure and the resistance, right, of the medium around you. The way that's reacting, that's where you're getting the reaction from. Now, out in the idea of space, and it's supposed to be an escape or an expanse, right? Like something like working against itself. So the rate of buildup is not supposed. This is what they say. The rate of so you're trying to fill something up, but it's not filling up as fast as you want it, right? So in space, you'll never be able to fill up that tire of space, right? So the idea of measuring it, you're going to be measuring the offset amount of something releasing versus something like building up. Do you understand? There's a differential there. Hot versus cold, the escape of heat versus the heat buildup, right? And that heat buildup is going to be your speed, your whatever, your amount of whatever, your pressure. That's why the reading's off. That's why you have to do the thing he was talking about with the electrons, because without a container in space to work off of, you can't get those readings. You have to have that containment of the other thing, the medium.
Yeah, you have to measure some relative pressure, relative temperature. It has to be relative to something like that. You can't do it absolutely.
Well, the temperature of the thermosphere is not measured with like thermometers, right?
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about. I'm like,
oh, okay. Sorry, I just
yeah,
joined,
so
so I
tell,
don't know
so
what the
tell us how
conversation
they measure it, because I just came up with a whole. Well, I didn't come up with it.
I'm not an expert on the thermosphere, but my understanding is that they measure it by observing the Doppler broadening of emission lines, which is a pretty good proxy for temperature in any environment.
Elaborate.
That didn't make any sense.
Yeah, elaborate. Like that's
So
too
you
general.
have emission lines of like atomic spectra, right? We cool on what those are?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Talking about
you'll see like
Okay,
the
what
1,
is
2
glowing
oxygen
in the? What is the light source in the thermosphere?
I mean, anything that
The
has a
sun?
temperature emits light.
Yeah, but we want to know the temperature of the thermosphere.
Right. So what you do is you
Is
take.
it a thing?
Sorry.
Is the thermosphere a thing? Is it like an object? Like,
Well, the thermosphere is just a region.
okay, so what's emitting light?
Anything with the temperature emits light. So just the molecules of gas.
Okay, so a free electron emits light.
Should do.
Don't exist.
How would it do that?
Well, we're not talking about free electrons in the thermosphere. Talking about high temperature rarefied gas. So the
but it's a
temperature
very-
measurement
it's a very-
here is the width of the emission lines.
Okay, do you know this for a fact? Or are you guessing that this might be it? Because I took a completely different guess how they would
It's
do
somewhere in the middle. Like I've learned about this, but like I said, I'm not an expert on the thermosphere or anything like that.
it. My conjecture was to basically measure the kinetic energy using a Helmholtz coil and deflection of.
Well, it is a measure of the kinetic energy.
Measure its velocity, right? So you measure the velocity of the particles in the thermosphere and extrapolate a temperature from it.
Yeah, not with a Helmholtz coil, but yeah, exactly. You measure the Doppler broadening is a measure of particle velocity. So you're correct.
Well, what you would have is a tube with a Helmholtz coil in the center, and as the particles come down the tube, because
I understand what you're saying,
Helmholtz
but-
coil is it's an even electric field. You can calculate how much deflection there will be based upon, if it deflects 1 inch from the
I know what
center,
it
2
is.
inches. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
What I'm saying is I'm pretty sure that the sort of method that's used to derive the temperature is not that, although that may be viable, but it's looking at the emission line, so it's looking at the Doppler broadening. But that's just another way to get at the particle velocity. It's measuring the same thing a different way.
It's not a measurement.
Maybe.
That way it's not a measurement.
Yeah, it's technically not a measurement. An inferential, indirect measurement, I guess.
So, how do they know what broadness of the Doppler corresponds to what temperature if they don't have a control?
You could do this in a lab.
Okay, so you're going to simulate the pressure that they think it is.
I don't think that the emission line should be affected by pressure, at least not significantly.
So if there's a lot of gas, that's not that.
I know they can be affected by high pressures, but I don't know of any effect that changes the width of emission lines at low pressures.
Hear me out. How do you know if there's a lot of gas that's not active, not excited, versus less gas that's more excited? How do you know how each one will look on the spectrum?
I mean, our understanding of spectra is informed by lab calibrations. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're saying that the quantum of gas doesn't matter. So if I had, basically saying if I have one molecule that's really excited, it's going to be the same as 10 molecules that are really excited. I don't buy that.
You would have to observe it for a very long time in order to get a spectra, but it should be very similar, yeah.
So you're saying that the quantum of the thing doesn't matter. So if we were to have the same excitability of gases on in the lower atmosphere versus in the thermosphere, we'd have the same broad width of the emission spectra or the absorption.
I mean, when you're looking at the width of the emission spectra, you're looking at a statistical ensemble, right? You're looking at millions and millions of electronic transitions. This is not single molecules of gas or anything like that.
No, but you have to keep in mind the thermosphere is supposed to be very, very, very
rarefied is the word. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, it's very low pressure. It's hardly any density at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you even have enough to even get an emission spectra to begin with?
You have to have very, very sensitive spectroscopy.
I don't believe they did that either.
Okay, well.
Like you have to basically like, just take.
I mean, there are a couple ways around it, right? Again, I'm not an expert, and I have not made these measurements. I don't study the thermosphere, right? But if you do look at emission in environments that are very low density, you look for very specific emission lines, like hydroxyl or O3. I think is a really prominent emission line. So you can get a much higher signal to noise with much fewer transitions if it's very, very prominent, especially if it is not extincted by things in the path. And that's more related to something I know. So I don't know what they look at specifically. And then you use something that's very specific, like a Fabry-Pro interferometer.
I would have just like assumed. I haven't looked into this, but I would have just assumed that.
And I'm definitely not an expert on either. So
the way that they got the temperature would have just been like, from some sort of reflective kind of like shielding or something like that they used to like just measure the solar radiation. Because I would assume that that's the main source of heat in that area because it's so
that's definitely true. Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I would have thought that maybe just like they had a thermometer set up, to receive the reflected sunlight.
It's entirely possible. Again, and this is just a guess, right? It's entirely possible that the sunlight is so much higher in terms of like a source of energy compared to the thermospheric particles that if you are measuring the sort of temperature right on some sort of instrument up there, then the particle energy of the thermosphere particles is so much lower that you're really not measuring it compared to solar irradiance. I guess at night you might get something. I don't know.
I appreciate your input, but I still don't buy it.
All right. I'm sure there's papers on this.
Yeah,
I could probably go
papers
find
on
one.
it too. I like the video of them being in the thermosphere.
Okay. I mean, is your contention here that it hasn't been measured or that it's not possible to go there because it's so hot? Which one? Both somehow? I don't really understand.
Well, the contention would be the first one. The speculation would be the second.
Well, if you don't believe their measurement, then there's no problem with going there because of the temperature, right? You can't have it both ways.
No, I could speculate that it's too hot to go, but I could still also believe that they haven't went and they haven't measured it.
Well, if you don't believe that anyone's measured it, why do you have any reason to even think that it's hot in the first place?
As I said, it's speculation, so I don't actually believe that, but it's like you can speculate, you can be skeptical of the claim that, that they went in the first place. So anyways, that's like appealing to my, it's like speculating on my speculations doesn't really doesn't help the conversation at all.
Yeah, what are the spectral lines? That's representing the thermosphere? And so we're having this Doppler effect, this widening, this tuning of the spectral lines. Like, what is that actually?
So it's a red shift and a blue shift from the particle velocity. So the emission happens at essentially a fixed wavelength, but then if the particle's moving towards you, away from you, it red shifts the apparent emission wavelength. And then if it's moving very fast, you can have a wider...
How am I using this to measure the temperature of the thermosphere?
It's the wavelengths of light that's absorbed, and they say because the light, the emitted, it's absorbed by the spectrum or whatever it is, spectral, whatever they call it. But yeah, in any case, they're basically saying that if it's warmer or hotter, then this gas or this light is going to be like the gas that emits the light is going to be
broadening. What's the broadening spectral? What's the broadening in the spectral lines? What is that?
That's what I'm telling you. Hold up. So they're saying that the gas is emitting light, and you're measuring the light that's absorbed onto this like spectral, I don't know what they call it. This long thing, and they're saying that if the gas is more excited, it's going to be like as it's absorbed, it's going to wiggle back and forth more. It's going to have a higher wavelength, and so it's going to have a wider kind of like a mark.
Does he have anything to add?
I mean, if you're asking me or him, I could tell you my explanation, or you can be happy with his. I was looking at something else since he was explaining it. I didn't think I'd need to.
No, yeah, you go ahead. No, I'm happy with both yours.
Well, what is your understanding? Where do you want me to start?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is it actually that you're measuring? You're seeing that it's sunny during the day when it's midday, and then not when it's the end of the day. Like, what is like related to the real world? Like, I'm standing there, I'm seeing this broadening of the spectral lines. What am I doing?
You have a camera, right, with a spectrometer. So there's a slit or some sort of blazed grating or something, and you are essentially measuring the brightness of certain wavelengths.
Certain wavelengths being?
Well, as many as you can get. You mean you're targeting some sort of spectral line? My guess was 03, but I'm not, I'm not married to that. It's just a common one.
You're looking at 03. So I'm
you're not measuring the brightness.
You're measuring the brightness of like you seeing a spaceship. Is this what we're talking about?
No, this is
the brightness of the spaceship. Okay, well, just tell me about the measuring the temperature of the thermosphere. That's what the topic is. So I'm looking at what to determine this. Like, where do I start to measure the broadening of the spectral lines?
So you're looking at a specific spectral line, right? A spectral line being emission of light from electronic transitions within an atom. Yeah? You with me so far?
I don't think we lost him, but
oh no, yeah, where just as much detail as you want to put in it.
Well, I don't want to ramble on for hours and hours, but succinctly.
No, you're not. You're answering a specific question, and as much detail as you can put in it, you should put into your explanation.
Well, I mean, are these emission or absorption spectra?
This is an emission spectra.
So you know what spectral lines are into the break, right? Basically a rainbow.
Yeah, so I'm asking where this broadening is. Like, so yeah, it goes from green to yellow, whichever direction, right? Like, so we're looking at rainbows. What is going on?
Better than what it normally would be. It's spread out, smeared out.
This image that you linked in the side chat.
I'm going from that to measuring the temperature of a thermosphere.
Yeah, so this image that you yourself linked in the side chat is a really good image. I like it. And what it's showing here, sorry?
Cool pictures. I like them too. Cartoons. Let's go.
I mean, this is just, you can make this in a lab, right? Like this is the ones on the right. Anyway,
I actually did this in 5th grade.
The spectra, yeah. I do not Doppler broadening, but spectral lines as like a first year freshman demo. Anyway,
so what's it from, brother?
Yo, how is this emission spectra and not absorption spectra?
Absorption spectra is when the whole spectra is bright with dark lines, and then the emission spectra is when you have a dark with bright lines.
So not the rate of like induction or like put out or put in, just big line, thick line, little line.
Yeah, the brightness of the line here would be less.
So basically, like a rainbow. Okay, so like you're close to a rainbow, or the rainbow's on the horizon, and you got a real thick, wide, big rainbow, or a little thin one. Is that the difference?
No, it's nothing like that.
So let me ask clarify. So the width is correlated to the temperature. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Is there?
That's the assumption.
What is it? Well, yeah, I did say correlated. So I didn't say cost. So just remember that. So what is the correlation? So like a formula for it? Like if it's twice as hot, it's twice as wide, something like that. I'm not saying it's here. I'm just asking you.
It's slightly more complicated than that, but yeah, I mean it's a Gaussian. It broadens the Gaussian line profile, which every there's a lot of intrinsic broadening. Well, actually, I'll say there's a little bit of intrinsic broadening that happens, like quantum processes. But fundamentally, the idea is that these emission lines happen at specific wavelengths, right? To a little twiddle, like maybe 1 1 part in 10 to the negative 9, you can say, okay, O3 happens at, I don't know the wavelength, like 600 nanometers or something, right? And then if you measure the O3 line, you say, okay, well, this one spans, instead of 600, it's 590 to 610 nanometers. So the line is broadened, and you'll see this fall off, the Gaussian fall off in the wings. It'll be less bright. And you say, okay, well, the idea, we understand with the idea that this is a atom. There's an electron transitioning from one energy level to another that contains a certain amount of energy. It emits light. If the electron is moving, then, and if you're measuring many, many electrons, as we are in this case, or many, many atoms, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get a spectra, then statistically, some of them will be moving away from you, and some of them will be moving towards you. And the ones that are moving towards you will have a blue shifted emission line, and the ones that are moving away from you have a red shifted emission line. And if it's moving very, very fast, then this blue shift and red shift can become noticeable in the spectra, and it broadens the lines because most of them are happening at the 600 nanometers. But this is a Maxwell-Boltzmann velocity distribution, right? And so as the temperature increases, the sort of average broadening of the velocity distribution also increases, and this causes the emission lines to look broadened as well, although they are actually emitting at the atom at the same rest wavelength.
I'm confused how this is emission spectrum and not absorption spectrum. When there's like so little molecules or what have you, how are you measuring the electromagnetic radiation that's emitted by this lack of substance?
Well, obviously it's not being emitted by the lack of substance, it's being emitted by what little substance there is. And again, you're looking for specific emission lines, which are much more common. So even in a rarefied environment, if every atom is excited, right? If there's mostly oxygen and it's all being photoionized, you do expect to see a lot of like the O3 forbidden line. It's like 630 nanometers actually. And so, it's much more likely than sort of the sort of average, 1 to 2 transition. And then you also try to integrate for as long as you can, use very sensitive detectors. Like it may not be easy to measure, but of course that doesn't mean it can't be measured, right? There's a lot of things that are hard to measure, can certainly be measured.
Well, how are you excluding the possibility that it's just different wavelengths of light?
That it's just different wavelengths of light. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, just different wavelengths of light. Maybe you could even argue, though it's still a correlation, like it's still an assumption, that this different wavelengths of light are just from like very similar wavelengths of light from very similar gases, but neither are very hot, Well,
a lot of these transition lines require the gas to be extremely hot in the first place. So it takes a lot of energy to move the electron from 1 to 10, for example.
Sorry, what?
So the electron wants to be at a certain energy level, right? To bump the electron.
So look at into the breaks, the spectral lines.
When he says 1 to 10, he means the orbital position.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So the electron has orbital, I don't even know what you would call them, orbital levels, right? Electron levels.
Yeah, that's a fine.
10 is more energetic than 1. 1 would be the lowest. 10 makes it would take,
I just picked 10, obviously, it'd be a higher one.
Yeah,
right?
obviously.
Yeah.
Is there a 10?
Exactly
I didn't think it went up to 10. Does it?
No, a lot of them can, but yeah, I don't know exactly what the O3 forbidden line is off the top of my head, but yeah, a much more energetic energy level. And so if you're measuring that, you know that it has to be something that's very hot in the first place. It doesn't happen in polar particles at all.
So let me explain it to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you get an atom. The atom gets hit by some electromagnetic radiation. If it's the correct wavelength to excite an electron, the electron will go into a more energetic orbital. But if that state is unstable, and it'll relax and go back down into the stable state. And when it does, it re-emits that wavelength or some other wavelength.
Why would the wavelength change? Because I thought wavelengths were attributed to like the gases themselves. So if it's the same gas and it's just excited, why would the wavelength change?
You're doing a great job, India. Keep going.
I don't know the answer why they would change. I forget.
Okay, so the wavelength of the light that's emitted is equal to there's an energy equivalence, right? But it's equal to the energy of the electronic transition. So if you have a very energetic, like the electron is bumped from 1 to 10, for example. When it falls from 10 to 1, it's releasing a lot of energy. So it's a much more high energy photon, which is blue. There's a direct relationship between photon energy and wavelength. In fact, that essentially is what wavelength means. And so if you have a gas that's very, very hot, you're going to see a lot of these much higher energy transitions, because the high energy of the gas makes it possible to bump the electrons up to these really high orbitals. Whereas
there's
if you
also
have
parametric down conversion, right? So you can absorb, say, a 740, and then it'll emit 2 photons of half of that.
Yeah, that's much less likely. But listen, spectroscopy is complicated. There's a lot of things that can happen with atomic energy transistors like this, right? But generally speaking, if we're talking about hot gas, with high energy photons, that's the basics.
It sounds like you're just simply talking about like redshift and blue shift, like according to us as observers.
That's the broadening, yeah.
If it starts exciting, like it gets excited and starts moving more, then it's gonna, the wavelength.
Think about it like this. You had a stationary. Let's think about it like this. Okay, say I had a stationary oxygen molecule and it emits at 500 nanometer. Well, if that thing's moving away, it'll be shifted red shifted, meaning it'll be shifted down from say 100 to 90.
Other way around, but yeah, exactly.
The other way around, right? So, but if it's moving towards you, it'll be shifted the other direction. So what you're happening is you're getting a bunch of random molecules moving in a bunch of random directions. So you're getting all of these wavelengths, right? All of these, 100, 90, 70, 60, 50. But how that is a, like he just said, a Gaussian. So the probability of you getting the probability of you getting the ones that are farther away from the center line are less. So it'll be faded out. It'll just be broadened. It'll be smeared.
Yep, and we know that the velocity of particles in a gas goes as the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. The hotter it is, you get more chance of more energetic particles. So you can measure the Doppler broadening. It's a pretty good proxy for temperature.
Okay, but my question, it's like, more about the spectroscope aspect, because you have a spectroscope that's, measuring these emission spectra,
spectrometer,
right? So, yeah.
It's just basically a prism. That's all it is.
But the point is, how can something be moving away from the spectroscope which is measuring it? Like, how are you measuring the redshift of it moving away from you?
So these atoms that you're measuring the emission from are all jiggling around, right? Some are jiggling towards you, and some are jiggling away from you.
They're not measuring. Technically, they're not measuring the redshift, right? Hold on, they're not measuring the redshift. They're inferring it because of. They're saying, "Hey, if I see Doppler broadening, it must be moving away."
You're inferring the velocity from not the redshift, but the sort of the red and blue shift causing the broadening of the line. Yeah.
It's not a direct measurement of the atom moving away or towards you.
That's true.
It's inferred, right? So it's just inferred from the observation.
But you can replicate this in a lab, so it's pretty good.
You only have stuff moving towards the spectroscope at different speeds, right? And you're saying that the ones that move more are blue shifted, and the ones that move less, like the ones that are really slow ones, are red shifted. Is that what you're saying?
No.
But they're all going in one direction towards the spectroscope.
No, they're jiggling around in a random direction. All of them. It's a statistical ensemble. This is thermodynamics 101.
Like a tool. How are they going around in every direction when you have a local tool?
He's saying they're going around in every direction, right? And when they do the emission of, I hate this word, photon, when they do the emission of the photon, they might be moving toward you when they emit or away from you when they emit. And depending on which state that they're in, which direction they're going, you'll measure the photon as a particular wavelength.
And this is not unique to the thermosphere.
But since there's a whole bunch of them, right? So you're measuring, say, a trillion atoms are emitting a trillion photons, and you're measuring all, and you're seeing all of them. But you're seeing that all of them together at the same time, and it'll look like, yeah, I see a 90 nanometer, 100 nanometer, 110 nanometer. Like, you're going to see all of them, but you're not going to see them all of them in the same ratios. You're going to see them smeared out.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, maybe I just don't understand how the spectrometer or the spectroscope is taking this.
Spectrometer is just seeing the light. That's all it's doing. It's just looking at the light.
Yeah, the light has to hit it basically, right? It's not like taking a video of all the light that's ahead of it in the distance and measuring the speed of of them.
A spectrometer is basically a prism, but instead of using glass, they use a grating, right? And the grating spacing is like the same as the wavelengths of light. So only certain wavelengths will make it through certain grating sizes.
Sure, but
So
how do you have light entering a prism?
Well, let's say you have 550 nanometer light. It's only going to make it through 550 nanometer spacing. It isn't going to make it through 350 nanometer spacing. It's too big for that.
I hear you, but my question is basically, how do you measure light to be moving away from the prism while entering the prism?
They're not. They're not.
So all the light that's being measured is entering the prism, right?
The light's entering the prism. The movement itself is not being. Okay, say you have an atom in their thermosphere 1,000 miles up, or wherever it is up, 1,000 miles up. It's jiggling around. It emits light. That light comes towards you on the surface of the Earth. It goes into your spectroscope. You see this smeared color. You're not actually measuring the temperature. You're not actually even measuring the motion. You're just inferring it because you're saying light behaves this way. If I know light behaves this way and I see this, then I know this other thing is happening. It is a leap of logic. It is a leap of logic. I have no doubt. It is an inference, but whatever.
Yeah. Okay. That one molecule or what have you that's jiggling around, it's emitting light of one wavelength at a time, right?
Yeah.
So if that wavelength is entering the thing and we're taking a snapshot measurement, then how can we say that it's, unless they're time lapsing this thing?
So you are essentially time lapsing it by taking observations of many, many, many emissions, because even in a rarefied atmosphere, there's a fair amount of particles that are emitting. And so when you're looking at this,
still stands. How do you differentiate? Sorry to interrupt you, but how do you differentiate between having one molecule that's jiggling around in a bunch of in back and forth versus a few molecules that are just chilling there, all releasing different wavelengths?
Atoms cannot emit like a continuum of wavelengths. This is how spectra works. There are only discrete wavelengths that are allowed to be emitted.
What he's saying is, if there's an ensemble of different gases,
even then, they're sufficiently discrete that you can tell them apart.
I don't know. That sounds just a claim you made.
Well,
yeah, but if there's overlap, right? There has to be some sort of overlap, right? So one's going to emit at one wavelength, another's going to emit at another wavelength. But that's in motion. It could look like the wavelength of another element.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely imagine a system that is, many different gases that are all very hot. So there's a lot of broadening happening, and then the spectra could look like a mess. But in this case, that's not what you see, right? You see very distinct lines. Like, they're broadened, but they're not broadened across the whole spectrum or anything, right? We're talking the difference from like 1 nanometer to 3 or something. So if your emission lines are only happening at like 410 nanometers, 670 nanometers, and like 850 nanometers, then when you look at the 410 nanometer one and instead it spans from 408 to 414, you see that it's been broadened.
Well, how far would something have to be shifted? I got a question. Say I have this green spectrum right in the center. How fast would it have to be moving to get shifted all the way into the blue? And then it wouldn't look green anymore. It would just look blue.
Like very, very, like much, much faster than the thermosphere. I mean, so even in a very, very high temperature environment like the thermosphere, you're seeing relatively small shifts. It's like a couple nanometers.
I mean, that's what you think. What I'm saying, is,
can produce in a lab.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is there is a situation where you could have your relative velocities to each other could be so fast that you could get a significant shift, either toward or away from you. That would make it look like another wavelength completely, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
But it wouldn't be an emission line anymore.
You wouldn't have so you don't have a priori knowledge of the source, right? You don't have foreknowledge of what the source is, and then you see a particular wavelength, and you're going, well, I see this wavelength. The source has to be this because this is the only thing that emits that wavelength. But it could have been a moving object, right? That just happened to be moving relative to you. That the wavelength that it emitted at was shifted so far that it looks like the wavelength of another element, right?
In principle, yes, right, but not in practice. We're talking, sub nanometer shifts here. And so what you're proposing is that there is some substance that is being Doppler broadened, because the Doppler broadening is not about position of the line, right? It's about the broadness of the line.
Yeah, I understand now. I'm actually not talking about that. I'm just talking about if I see green, right? So whatever green is, what is green? 650 nanometer or something?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. So 650 nanometer, how much energy or how much relative difference of velocity does it take to shift it all the way to, like, say, 550 nanometer?
Like hundreds of thousands of kilometers a second.
Okay.
It doesn't move it that much. It can move it in principle as far as you want, but it takes ridiculous speeds to move it around a lot. Like that's why the Doppler broadening is so small, right? We're talking like less than a nanometer for the line to be broadened. So to move the line in principle is essentially the same thing. Our thermosphere is whatever 3,000-4,000 degrees. You have to have like many orders of magnitude higher than that.
Now, can you shift out of visible light? Has that ever been observed?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Like, what's the largest shift you're aware of in the modern cosmology? Either direction. It can be away or towards you.
Well, it would be red, right? And it would be, I don't know, Z of like 10. So that's, I'm not sure off the top of my head. I would say, if I had to guess, based on what I know, like
expansion of the universe velocity, is that?
Yeah. That would be like on order like couple 100,000 kilometers a second. Yeah.
Shouldn't you see like ridiculous shifting at black holes though?
Maybe for small. So the problem with that is like, yeah, I'm sure that for some specific atoms, right, they do crazy shit to them. But to observe anything, right, there has to be a lot of it because it's very far away, in our cosmology, obviously. And so there needs to be it needs to be a very large system doing a very consistent thing to actually observe it. If it's like I'm sure that in our cosmology around black holes, there's stuff doing crazy stuff, but it's going to be a couple atoms, and so you're not going to see it.
Dude, I heard some fucking guy say, who the fuck was it? It's one of the more. I'm trying to remember which one it is. One of these freaking famous physicist guys that runs around. He's the other dude that did the Cosmos show on PBS. Not Neil deGrasse Tyson, but the guy after him. I can't remember.
I haven't watched it. Sorry.
I'm not saying you have. What he said right? Like if you looked at a black hole, this is so funny. He said the light from your face would go around the black hole and loop an infinite amount of times, and you would see an infinite amount of reflections from your face. I was like, dude, get off the crack, bro. Just like put down the crack pipe. I mean, that's cool, but that shows you how far you can stretch a mental concept, right? Like,
yeah, I don't know much about general relativity stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, good for you. You don't want to know.
Yeah, general relativity is not my field. I'm interested in things a little closer to home.
Like Doppler shift of space and thermal stuff you can't touch. That's closer to home.
Right up your alley.
Well, just to be clear, you can do Doppler broadening of gases and spectra in a lab, on Earth.
In your lab. Yeah, in your lab for stars that are where you can't touch.
I'm not talking about stars, man. What
about UFOs?
We were talking about
what's a UFO made of?
How are you getting a temperature of the thermosphere?
They don't even know the temperature of
all
UFO.
That you forgot what you were arguing for.
I actually used ChatGPT and asked like how it measures the temperature of the thermosphere.
What did it say? I'm curious.
Well, the first one agreed with me. I hate to tell you, measurement of the particle kinetic energy. Well, I mean,
that's what we're all talking about.
To me, man. Super simple, right? It's freaking like $20 of fucking electrical equipment. Like, why do something complicated? Just fucking make a fucking coil and a screen and a
Well,
fucking,
it's hard to go there, right?
and a
It's hard to go
fucking
there.
Wheatstone bridge. Well, I'm just saying, like, as far as like making the device, it's like a freaking $20 device. It's like, why go through crazy shit?
Yeah, sure. If you can send that device to 500 kilometers, that'd be a very easy
Yeah.
way to do it.
I'm
Do
just
they do that
saying,
with a
but
spectrometer? They send it 500,000 whatever.
We're not talking about a spectrometer. We're talking about Helmholtz coil.
it says emission
I know, but for
spectroscopy.
the
The
emission
thermosphere contains ions and free electrons that emit light when they collide or recombine. Instruments like ultraviolet spectrometers or infrared sensors analyze these emissions to estimate temperature.
Does it say what line they measure? I'm curious if it is actually oxygen.
No, I mean, I could ask.
It doesn't matter. It's not really
should
that
I
important.
ask ChatGPT and trust it? I mean,
No, definitely not.
It's suspect sometimes.
Yeah,
Especially
I
for
don't
citations.
use it because I don't pretty much trust anything it says, to be honest.
It's no good for Don't ever trust its citations, dude.
Oh God, I know, dude. One of my friends got in trouble for that.
Yeah, it gives you papers that don't exist.
Straight up hallucinating papers, yeah. The fucking ChatGPT, he's like, go check out this paper. He's like, oh, nice. It just fucking straight up does not exist, you know? Oh, man.
Did you hear about that guy? He like used GPT to cite court cases that didn't exist.
Yeah, he got disbarred, right? He's a full-on lawyer, and he got fucking disbarred for it, which is
He
fucking
should,
hilarious.
man.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. Imagine paying for a fucking lawyer, right? And you rock up in court, and he's got a fucking ChatGPT argument. You're like, oh man, I'm going to jail.
Imagine being on the other side though, where the judge accepts all of it, right? Never looks it up. It's like
that might be worse.
And
Yeah.
then you lose because ChatGPT. gave
Yeah, the
judge
fucking
great
other guy's
citation.
lawyer, ChatGPT, and all his arguments, he's just chilling. That would piss me off.
Yeah, so
Also,
regarding
just the
emission
degree of
the
how much
spectrometer
ChatGPT and
the thermosphere?
AI did they use? I mean, because there's going to be some artificial intelligence somewhere in there.
Okay,
At every
back
single
to-
one of these arguments.
I want to hear what Percent said because he's on topic. ChatGPT is kind of sidebar.
Yeah, so my question was, because you're talking about how it's like really hard to put the Helmholtz coil or whatever it is in the thermosphere. What about the spectrometer? Did they put that in the thermosphere? No.
It's essentially a telescope.
I mean, when would you
So
do
how
an
do you-
observation
the light-
at night?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, you can
Because
probably
all this, you're getting the light that's going through all of this atmosphere and stuff like that. How
Right,
is that?
But if you change the zenith angle, you can control for the altitude that you're observing pretty effectively, actually.
What?
Yeah, they measure backwards in astronomy.
Rotten layer after rotten layer.
They measure backwards in astronomy. They measure from zenith. They don't measure up from the horizon. They measure down from zenith. You guys
True.
all ass backwards.
It's true. Yep. wait till you fucking learn about magnitudes, bro. It's a fucking nightmare.
Dude, magnitudes is the stupidest fucking thing ever.
So
Who
fucking
came up
stupid,
with
bro.
that shit? That's
I don't
really
know,
like
man.
That's,
I don't
that's
fucking
really
know.
doctor talk, right? You go to the doctor and they're like, "Oh, I hurt my collarbone." And they're like, "You mean your clavicle?" And it's like, "Fuck you, dude."
Good. Yeah, I'm not a very big fan of magnitudes.
So they've never actually put a spectrometer in the thermosphere to measure it directly as a.
That's not how
control?
spectrometers work anyway. It's not how that works.
Why wouldn't it?
You don't. Okay.
It's not really a measurement. Really,
It's
They're
a
just
camera.
looking at it. They're just
It's a
looking
camera.
at it.
Yeah. You don't need to put it in the thermosphere to measure it.
Yeah, but then you don't have other atmosphere interfering with it. You get a direct reading of the atmosphere or like the light that's there.
This is very indirect. It's 2 layers of indirect.
Yeah. That's true.
So there's no control.
I assume that there have been instruments on spacecraft in the space station that have measured this, but obviously that would be a whole different discussion, right? So we don't need to get into that. And I don't know if that's true or not. I just assume that it is. Or I should say, I wouldn't be surprised because it seems like something that would be worth doing.
A lot of claims, not enough evidence, man.
All right, man.
No offense. I'm not getting at you like you're giving the globe kind of like answer. I'm just saying I don't like it.
Well, I mean, isn't it fair that if you're going to come up with some theory or hypothesis in science, right, the first thing you should do is recognize what your assumptions are?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. So there are some assumptions. Number one.
Yes.
The thermosphere is just like the lab. There's number one assumption. I mean, seriously, right? I mean, that's it.
Yeah,
The funny thing is,
I don't have any problem with saying that. Yeah, I agree.
yeah. So the funny thing is, man, I know you said you don't deal with general relativity, but as soon as you do, there is no lab, right? Nothing is like the lab. You're like, the lab don't exist. Like, fucking, it gets stupid, dude. There is no lab frame. The lab frame is just, they just throw that out. So it's like really funny, I think, that like my judgment's kind of as science as a whole. I think it's internally not consistent. I think one particular field will take one particular logical foundation, which won't be valid in another one. But the other one will use a particular logical foundation and say, hey, this is what justifies our logic, this foundation. But then you go to another field and they'll just have disregarded that shit, you know, and they won't use the same foundation. I just think it's inconsistent across it. And I'm talking about just physics itself. It's just, I don't know. I think chemistry is probably one of the more rigorous fucking fields. But I suck at chemistry, so I don't really know that much about that.
Well, the philosophy of science is interesting, but not my field.
Yeah, but in everything you do, shouldn't it be like have a logical foundation to it? I mean, how are you doing anything if you don't have a logical foundation? You have to assume some forms of logic, right? Like the law of non-contradiction. That'd be nice if you incorporated that into what you're doing.
Well, I'm not listening to crystals. You know, could always be worse.
I mean, but even if you did listen to crystals, you'd have to incorporate the law of non-contradiction. Because if the crystals told you, you know, get married, don't get married at the same time, that wouldn't work.
These fucking crystals,
what if you listen to people that do listen to crystals? What if you listen to people that do listen to crystals?
Is she hot?
Yeah, exactly. Every time she comes over, my house smells like patchouli for a week.
Yeah,
like,
the
damn.
Mother Gaia, the crystal whisperer.
Yo, let's play a game by brainstorming all the assumptions that this thermosphere measuring crap make.
I'll go first. Thermosphere is as identical as the lab frame. Whatever happens in the lab is a universal phenomenon that happens everywhere else. So there's two assumptions.
Okay. Is that one and the same? It's like one assumption, but
yeah, it's pretty much the same. I mean, yeah, it's the same. It's pretty much saying, hey, what I observe in the lab, that's a universal phenomenon, and like no matter whatever I observed in the lab and make a conclusion about, if I observe it outside of the lab in an unknown environment that's not controlled, I can draw the same conclusions that I drew in the lab about it.
Okay. Assumption number 2: the light of the thermosphere can be isolated by this zenith. What was it called? Zenith angle calculation. Crap.
Is that
what was it called?
It's zenith angle, yeah, zenith angle. But I didn't really hear what he said about that. I just heard him say zenith angle, which triggered me.
You don't like measuring from zenith?
Yeah, dude, I hate it. Like,
it actually makes sense for what we do. Like, there is a reason we measure from zenith.
Yeah, I understand, but like right ascension and what's the other one? Declination.
Yep,
right?
Yep.
That is like the equivalent of latitude and longitude.
Yeah. But fucked up.
It's an elevation angle, right? So, like, if you're in a particular field, you're all doing the same thing. You're looking at the stars, but we all got to have our own names for it, and like as if somehow that like differentiates anything.
I mean, no one's claiming that it's different or anything, right? It's just it's the name we use. It is what it
I've
is.
had people argue with me about it.
Okay, well, some people may claim that. Then I'm not claiming that.
Well, because the coordinate, right, and you'll say like the right ascension, right? Well, what's the right ascension of Polaris, right? 89.5 degrees, right? And I'll say, hey, the Polaris is at zenith. You're at 89.9 degrees latitude. Or no, would it be? Yeah. So that would be your latitude, right? So it's the same thing. And they're like, no, it's different. Like, no, it's the same
Isn't that
thing.
like
dude.
literally the definition of latitude?
Yes, man. It's like they argue with me, dude, about it. Like globals will argue with me, like latitude has no existence without the coordinate system in the sky. It doesn't even mean anything.
It's straight up like how it's defined. Nice, that's good stuff.
Yeah, like well, I have to use this as an example. Hey, if you can't see the stars, sky, sun, moon, planets, how do you find your latitude and longitude? Like you can't find it. It doesn't have any meaning, right? You'll just wander around a cloudy sky, under a cloudy sky forever and ever and ever. Sometimes a wise guy will say, "Oh, use Foucault's pendulum to figure out where I am." Like, yeah, okay, good luck with that. You won't know the side of the globe.
Knock on someone's door. Hey, man, do you happen to remember what latitude you live at?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. No, what they typically say is, "Oh, use GPS." Fucking dumbass. Yeah, well, where did GPS get it from? You know what I mean? Like the coordinate system's in the sky. There's no doubt about it. But like, you know, like Glovers, a lot of Glovers want to be obtuse for some reason. Percent, you can't play that anymore. You can't play any more percent.
Oh, yeah. So what were we? The thermosphere is like the lab. Everything that you measure in the lab is basically like universal. Second one was measuring from the zenith angle gives an accurate picture basically of.
Yeah, can you explain the zenith angle to us again, thing? Because I didn't really understand it.
Yeah, for sure. So you say you want to observe air glow in the thermosphere, right? Like that's your intention. You have this device, it's probably a Fabry interferometer, but whatever, some spectra thing. And you say, okay, I want to observe this thing. And then it's a reasonable question to say, okay, well, if I am observing, the O3 emission line or whatever it is, how do I know that this emission transition is happening for molecules that are in the thermosphere and not somewhere else, right? Which is a completely fair question. And so something you might do, I mean, you have reason to believe that that's where this should be happening, right? But you still want to make sure that's what you're looking at. So if you look directly up at the zenith, then you're looking through the least amount of atmosphere between you and this, whatever is happening at this altitude, right? If you take progressive observations away from the zenith, you can understand the contribution of more and more layers of atmosphere, right? You can actually break the degeneracy between what level of atmosphere this effect that you're observing is happening at if you take many observations through different I guess you'd say azimuths, because there's going to be a varying amount of atmosphere, right? And so if it's happening at a lower atmosphere, then it will be diminished differently as you add more atmosphere to look through it at. Does that make sense? To Indio, at least?
I'm sure it makes sense to him, too. How do you know you're not looking, there's a star behind it or something?
Well, I mean, obviously, this is something you can observe without looking at any particular place in the sky. So,
I mean, isn't there like any place you look in the sky, eventually you're going to see a star? Like if you freaking zoom in far enough? I mean, is there a patch of the sky without stars?
I guess it depends on how technically you want to get.
I mean, or a galaxy, without.
There is certainly patches of the sky that do not have stars that this kind of instrument would detect, right? You need a much larger telescope to detect them. And so okay, like a realistic answer to your question, right? If you really wanted to background subtract this, is you would take a very sensitive telescope like Gemini or something, and you'd look at this part of the sky that you wanted to do your observations at. You'd find something that this telescope, which can see these really, really faint stars, can tell you, okay, there's very, very, very little stars here. You measure the brightness of these stars, and you say, okay, in this patch of sky that I'm going to observe with my spectrometer to look at air glow, is the brightness of these stars going to be detectable by my other instrument? And you can find a patch of sky that says, no, there's not enough brightness in this background that my instrument would detect it, but it is sensitive to the air glow detection. And you've measured it with an instrument that is not looking for air glow. It's much, much more sensitive, like an 8-meter telescope or something.
Yeah.
You get the background, and you say, okay, there's not enough brightness here to interfere with my instrument. Yeah.
Yeah, you're just comparing one observation to the other in
I mean, you understand the sensitivity of your instruments, right? This is something people spend a huge amount of time working on.
Yeah, there's still an assumption there when you're measuring from the zenith angle, like downwards. You're still assuming that
he's measuring a spherically symmetric atmosphere, for one.
No, this is actually, I mean, the equations will be different, but the principle would work on a plane parallel atmosphere as well, actually.
Well, yeah.
This is actually completely agnostic.
You're still assuming that your observation reaches the layer that you're talking about. It's possible that, you can only observe as far as like, the atmosphere, or, like 100,000 kilometers up or something like that, not reaching the thermosphere. And yet you're assuming that just because you're subtracting from what is more concentrated towards the horizon, that what remains at the zenith is like the thermosphere, when it's possible you're not even observing that far.
So there's two reasons that's not true. Number one, even disregarding satellites and things like that, it's quite possible to bring instruments very high. And so, below, I don't know, maybe 80 to 100 kilometers, what happens in the atmosphere, what kind of emission and absorption you can expect is very well understood. Again, without satellites, just balloons and stuff, right? But also, if you're talking about this technique of observing at the zenith and then progressively going lower, it does completely break the degeneracy between like height and I guess it would be like absorption. And so you will know where, if you can observe this effect consistently at many different zenith angles, you can tell someone exactly what height it's at. Now, that height would differ if you assumed a spherically symmetric atmosphere versus plane parallel, but honestly, off the top of my head, I really don't think it would be that different. Maybe a kilometer or less, probably. So if you're saying this is at like 500 kilometers and you've used different zenith angles, different angles to measure this, I really don't think it matters much.
I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying exactly. It seems like you kind of did.
Feel the same way.
I'm saying, imagine like our observable, our tools, or whatever you're using to observe, has a limited range, right? And imagine that what we can observe is just like there's certain gases, or what, a certain media,
I understand, right? What you're saying. You're saying what if there is some sort of fundamental limit in the distance we can see?
I already said that, but that's not what I'm getting at. My point is, maybe there's certain media that are present at more present towards like towards the horizon as you progressively go down, but the like latent like default amount of like gases or media that are up there are still within the range of what's observed and not in the supposed other layer. How have you kind of like how have you isolated or basically made sure that those gases that you're observing up there, or the media that you're observing up there, isn't part of what's observable down here?
So when you take altitude-dependent measurements, so you get some sort of curve of the attenuation of the emission that I'm looking at as a function of altitude angle, it will tell you what height that is happening at. This is a geometric effect.
So what are you doing? Like, how are you getting these altitude measurements sorry?
So altitude in this sense is confusing you. I understand. I mean altitude is an altitude azimuth.
Are you using like high altitude?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not using altitude in the I'm not using altitude in the sense of height from the ground.
You're talking about the zenith angle.
Yes. So alt-az is degrees. Altitude in this sense is degrees above the horizon, not height above the ground.
Gotcha.
We could use right ascension if Indio prefers.
What's up, ITR?
Hey man, how's it going?
Still, how are you ruling out that?
Dude, I was just thinking about you, man. Fucking something
bro. Yeah, it's good to
are
see
you ruling out these gases are present already in our atmosphere? I don't understand how you've.
Sorry, percentage. I was gonna ask him because it sounded like he was gonna start working at a observatory. Did you get your paper, or at least the time that you wanted to work there, over there in Hawaii?
Who, me?
No, ITR.
So, thank you for asking.
I want to go to Hawaii.
What I was telling you is that I didn't apply to work at an observatory. I'm still in a PhD program. What I applied for was time on a telescope, like observation time, and I did get it. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, because I think you were wanting to get there and you applied for it, but you didn't know if you were going to get it at the time. But
I did. Yeah, I think last time we talked, I was working on my proposal for this telescope time, and yes, it was indeed approved.
So, were you able to see pretty neat things through it, or was it
I was actually, yeah.
Tell me just real quick, man. One really cool thing that you've seen.
All right, you know what? I can show you. Let me pull up my. You want to see my data?
Oh,
I'll show
shit.
you my data.
Yeah, sorry, a percentage. I just because he said he was going to do this thing, so it's kind of like a long time.
Yeah. Here, let me just. I'll share my screen here.
All right.
This will have my name in it. Whatever. Who cares?
Uh-oh.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, the doctor shit, man.
It's okay. We'll do. Nah, that one's not pretty enough. Where's my prettiest picture? I want to make it good for you.
Oh man.
All right. This is a science image, so they're never pretty. But since you're asking, I will show you. Let me just share my screen here. Here we go.
Let's have a look.
So this is a comet that I observed. Right there in the center, if you see it there.
What's its name?
This is C2021X1. It doesn't have a very pretty name, unfortunately. But I think it's pretty. You know, I'm kind of attached to it. I think it's looking good.
Did you find it?
No, I'm just studying it. This was found like a couple years ago by an automated telescope called Atlas, I think. So this is, you can like zoom out here. This is the whole frame, and then I'm only interested in this comet in the center here. So yeah, this
What are you studying from it? Just curious. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't want to go into like super details, but
Okay.
generally speaking, I'm trying to understand like how, for this one in particular, I'd like to know how big it is, which sounds silly because like you're looking at it, but it turns out it's quite hard to derive. Actually, it's kind of an interesting problem. Anyway, there you go.
Okay.
So yes, I did get the telescope time, and there's one of the pictures I took.
All right, so
Yeah.
back to what
Go ahead.
I think you're like putting the cart before the horse with this measuring from zenith angle thing.
Maybe, man. I've never made these measurements, right? Like, this is not something I do.
No, I'm just like the idea of it, because at some point, you know, they have an idea of what gases are at these different levels of whatever, right? But they're assuming that these are all observable. It's possible that only the lowest level is observable, right? So how have you confirmed that the gases present at zenith are indeed in the higher levels of atmosphere, in the thermosphere, or whatever it is? You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so getting the altitude-dependent extinction is like essentially a geometric measurement of height. It just tells you what height the effector you're looking at is happening at. There will be a correction for a spherical atmosphere. It's plane parallel, but it's not significant, really.
So how?
Okay, so if you're looking at something at zenith and you look progressively lower, okay, you get a curve of extinction, and you derive from this directly what altitude this is happening at. Because the atmosphere preferentially extincts, right? Denser atmosphere will scatter more light and in different wavelengths.
Of course, but I'm saying when you're at zenith, how do you know what altitude that is? How do you know the limit
From
of
a
your
single
observation?
observation at zenith, you cannot know. Or at least not
You have
immediately.
multiple observations. How do you know?
Many observations.
How?
At different altitude angles. You will look through
That
different
doesn't
amounts
tell
of
you
atmosphere, and it. Okay.
I don't think you're understanding, man.
Well,
if I
I get
measured
the same
every single
feeling.
altitude angle from the zenith to the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
It still won't tell me what my maximum actual height of the observation, like what the range is at zenith.
It does actually, yes.
How? Explain.
So when you're looking at zenith, you're looking at the minimum amount of extinction, right? But you don't know directly, if you're looking at zenith, you don't know directly what height you're looking at. You just see some effect, right? But then as you lower the altitude angle and you get closer and closer to the horizon, you are looking, if you're looking at the same emission, right, O3, you're looking through more and more atmosphere, right? And you know just from geometry how much more atmosphere you're looking at. And if you take enough measurements, there's only a single altitude that makes it work. This is very close to like a direct geometric measurement of height.
Okay, so I was with you up until the very last part. You're saying that if you take enough measurements, somehow you'll know the actual range at zenith. How?
Yes. I'm not sure how to break this down any simpler. I can send you a paper if you like.
Because air has opacity, right? The air is opaque.
Yes,
You're saying that
that's the
you
point.
know the what range the opacity of air at zenith corresponds with, and I'm saying you don't have
that's
control.
not what
How?
I'm saying.
Can you please break it down? Come on, man.
Okay. If I look straight up and I measure some emission that's very distinctive, O3, right? I'm looking at some amount of light less than what was originally emitted because some of it was scattered through the atmosphere as it came to my telescope, right? One observation. With me so far? And we don't know what that height is, right? We're looking straight up. We look at O3. I measure some amount of it, which is called brightness here, right? I measure some brightness. But I don't know how that brightness relates to the original brightness, right? Because it's passed through some amount of atmosphere, and I don't know how much, because we don't know the height yet, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so now I take the same observation of that O3 emission line, or whatever it may be, and I measure how bright it is, 10 degrees from zenith, and 20 degrees from zenith, and 30 degrees from zenith. And if that emission is all happening at the same height, then it will change as you increase the amount of atmosphere you're looking for, right, in a very distinctive way. And it will be unique to some specific height, more or less, plus or minus a couple kilometers.
Yeah, but you're assuming the concentration is, like symmetrical, basically.
Symmetrical in what sense?
Like you're assuming that the concentration of this gas is going to be symmetrical. It's like a directly linear relationship with the distance as you're going progressively lower towards the horizon.
Well, it won't be linear, but we are assuming that it's happening everywhere, and you can observe this, right? You can see this air glow emission from anywhere on the Earth. You point your telescope anywhere, you see it. So it's a reasonable assumption that it's roughly uniformly distributed. But you can add that to your list.
All right. It seems like you guys reached the end of that point. I don't know if there's any more you need to flesh out from there.
That sounds about right. I'll probably hop off for tonight.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Tier.
Yeah, no worries. Nice to talk to you guys. It's been a minute.
Yeah, have a good
Happy holidays,
cool.
boys.
Yeah, man. You too. Were you free tonight, Indio? Or
Yeah.
you got a holiday stuff doing stuff?
I mean, I got to wrap a couple presents that don't take that long.
And then you got to unwrap this flat smacking.
Oh, man, that's already out of the box. That's out the box, man. I took that out last Christmas.
No shit. Hell yeah, bro.
Why, you want to do something tonight?
I don't know, man. I mean, if you're up to it, I don't know.
Take us some clickbait. You sound like you just woke up.
Yeah, I was kind of like taking a nap, and then I woke up. I was like, shit. Because, they're doing stuff over here at my house, and I was like, yeah, I'll just hop on for a little bit. Maybe. It depends how good the conversation is, and might extend it. I don't know.
I mean, I don't have anything against her. I'm just, it's Christmas Eve, man. It's like freaking, you don't know what you're going to get, man. That's like gambling. Like, what we going to get? Some trash people that have been hitting the eggnog? Is that what we're going to get? Or like,
we had D'Angelo in here earlier. I don't know what the hell he wandered in here for. I don't know if you remember him. He's I think he's an educator, man, of some kind. I don't know if he's a surveyor. He does something. Allegedly. I don't know if he actually does. Anti-flat earther, yeah. He's like one of those chimpanzee types.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we debated him. Oh, shit. Must have been like a year or so ago. He came in. He's the one that said that.
I don't remember. We got it. Clip cord, Scott. Or no.
Yeah.
PWQ's got a clip of him up.
Heretic was asking him, fucking, what did he ask him?
Is
Does
he the
a
plumb lines
horizontal
curve guy?
Yeah, the plumb lines curve. Fuck you! Like it was just, he was pissed off at him, dude. He did not want to answer a plumb lines curve because he knows what he had to say. You know, like he can't get away from it.
Dude, that's a great recording, man.
He's one of the best.
Yeah. I've been trying to think of something to upload to the podcast for a while, man. I haven't uploaded anything in a while. Now I know what I'm uploading.
Yeah, he's like, may the fleas of 1,000 camels infest your navel. Like some boomer freaking like derogatory like put down or whatever. Anyway, yeah, he was in here earlier, like fucking lying through his teeth, and then Rap Scuttle was in here. I don't know, something about those guys, man. They fucking run me hot, dude. Like when they're coming in here saying shit, like, because Rap Scuttle, he didn't want, like him and D'Angelo, they don't say the thing that, like, if they're being truthful in a conversation and they're speaking from a point of knowledge, they're not telling the audience like the whole story. Like if they're saying, you know, like Rap Scuttle was talking about, they had some evidence that surveying is a way that they know that the Earth is a globe. And there's like, there's a paper that they did like a long time ago. I don't know if it was one that PDH, you know, what the fuck is it called, man? The Transcontinental Arc of the Parallel.
Yeah, something
So
they
he
never read.
Yeah, he was leaning on that, man, and he was saying that that's the evidence of the Earth as a globe, and we're too afraid to read it. And I told him, I was like, how was the raw data collected? Because they didn't account for the Earth's curvature in that. There's models that they, like, I was trying to tell him, he's like, well, they measured it, so, you know, and what type of surveying was done? Was it planar surveying? No, it was just surveying. And he's being a weasel, dude. Like, he didn't want to answer the question because he knows the implications.
Of course. Yeah, I just asked him now, like, did they use curved or straight lines of sight? I don't even like fuck around with that. Because, like, typically you'll be talking to somebody that doesn't really even, they're just parroting one of the other anti-flat earthers. And you can't even go into it in detail without them. It just ends up, you know how it ends up. So, like, so I just start trolling them. I'm like, so did they survey with curved lines of sight and measure angles greater than 180 degrees? And they're like, what? Because they don't know what they're talking about, right? So it's like, they don't even know what you're getting at. Like, the only way you're measuring greater than 180 degree triangles with a theodolite is if your line of sight is curved. That's the only way it can happen.
Yep. And then they would have to account for it.
Three straight lines is a 180 degree triangle no matter what way you cut it. If it's three straight lines, it's a 180 degree triangle, period.
Yeah, it's annoying. And then when you're asking for specifics, like what's the distance between the points that you're saying that these guys were using from what point to what point? He's like, it doesn't matter. They all say that. Scott Mackey said it. Rap Scuttle said it. Like, they're all saying the distance between 2 points does not matter. And I'm like, isn't that the whole point? You're trying to figure out how much curve there is between 2 points. And if you're saying that you're doing a measurement, wouldn't that measurement show that there's deviation? There's a elevation change from a measurement that needs to be taken, that has curvature taken into account. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's disingenuous, man.
It's dishonest as hell. Because if we said, hey, they did plane surveying and they measured a triangle and it was less than 180 degrees, what would they say? What would they say?
They'd be all over that
shit, triangle, right?
Yep.
That was the first thing they asked. How far away were the points? Oh, your triangle wasn't big enough. That's what they'd say. But it doesn't matter on their side? Come on.
I kept pushing Rap Scuttle and everybody that keeps bringing these points up that they're doing like surveying, and they got, he said 7 different points. I think he said there's 7 points that they measured from, you know, tops of mountains and stuff. I'm like, yeah, what's the distance between the mountains? I think me and somebody else were asking him. He just did not want to answer, dude. He was just like, no, yeah, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. We don't have to like account for that or talk about it. And like, dude, it's really hard to get him to answer the question because they want to refer to that the PDF, but they're not being forthcoming with any of the data that they've seen in there. They're only using like talking points from it. But if you want to see it, the PDF is there. Like that shit it's so annoying, dude. It's like you want to prove something is true and you don't want to like tell people how it is.
Yeah, it's an elephant hurling fallacy. They know it's like 300 pages. So, like, obviously, you're not going to be able to read it on the fly. Right? So they think they can just, like, throw a 300-page document. It's on there somewhere. You find it. You wouldn't. It proves the globe, I swear to God.
There was a guy in the chat.
What page?
Yeah.
Did you ask him what page?
Yeah, and I was telling him there was a guy in the chat who was kind of like still thinking that the Earth is a globe, but he's like, you shouldn't be saying that the Earth isn't flat. You should just prove that the Earth is a globe. He was telling Rab Scuttle that like earlier this morning, and Rab Scuttle was like, yeah, but they're not gonna believe anything I say, and he kind of talks like Zanuck, to be honest, man, the way he speaks. But the guy was kind of like, telling him, you don't have to. You shouldn't do that. Like, say that the Earth isn't flat. Just prove how it's a globe. Like, he was telling the Rab Scuttle that, and I don't know, Rab was just, being a dickhead. He didn't want to like provide the information like from like what we're saying, citation and showing the data and all that, or even being forthcoming with like actually the way surveying is done on Earth. Like, there isn't any surveyor that's worth their salt that says that they take the curvature into account during the collection of the field data. Nobody fucking does that, dude. It's not the way it works. So, but I think nobody's gonna say that that's like, I guess, the point to hold them to, and they're always like fucking getting away from that shit. I just want them to be honest. Look, I don't give a shit if they're saying geodetic information is done after the fact that shows that all the points collected equal that the Earth is like a globe after the fact with a calculation. I don't give a shit. Like, how is it taken from the Earth? You can never say it's taken with the curvature into account, because that means that would be the premise. And that breaks, like you saying that you're using triangulation, it breaks everything.
Yeah, dude. You can't look. They can't possibly ever measure it because they're using straight lines of sight, right? While simultaneously claiming refraction's moving shit around. So now they have curved lines of sight. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Are they straight? Are they curved? But then if you look how they actually map it out in surveying, they may have a bunch of little triangles, right? So it's basically like a geodesic dome, right? So they have a whole bunch of little triangles that they project onto a reference ellipsoid. Yeah, you can make that work fine, man. It's just a bunch of little triangles. So what? All those triangles are planar triangles. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And the other thing too is that when you start to have the curvature, because if you're saying that you're transferring the line, at some point transferring those lines, there's going to be a small deviation in between those transfers. If you're going to say that's the case, and I want to know how that's taken into account. I want to see that shit. Like, if you're going to try to provide evidence of this, then it better be somewhere in the field data as well. Because you say, I went from this place to that place to the other. As we keep transferring the line, then we're seeing a small break in a deviation in that like transfer. That never occurs, dude. Like, fucking hell, dude. APOC has been in here trying to tell people that's how they know from point A to like the last point, whatever point it is, what they're doing when they're transferring lines all the way to the end. That's how they can get like within a certain margin of error, like very minuscule, to know that that's what horizontal baseline would be. Anyway, I don't know if you've dove into that topic. It's quite interesting, man.
I mean,
Have you seen these memes? Have you seen these memes where they're saying there are these? Well, they're saying like, "Hey, the shadows are going in different direction." And have you seen the response to it? It's that like, oh yeah, because perspective. So they're admitting to divergent sun rays and throwing Eratosthenes under the bus. That is my favorite part of this. It's a 5D chess while they're just spurging out and they still have no logical argument.
Oh, I've given up on getting a logical argument out of these guys. I just gave up on that. They don't care about any of that.
Well, you get how they're throwing Eratosthenes under the bus? Like, it's like, oh, because some of these people, the esoteric earthers, they have this idea where they fake the whole thing and we're seeing the divergent shadow. And so then the response to that is
talking about the
you
Antarctic-
don't understand how the shadows work.
Are you
And
talking
so
about the
it is-
Antarctic trip?
Yeah. Well, yes, and pretty much any picture like with the sun, and how we have the divergent shadows. We have the no parallel.
Have you seen the image that he's talking about, Indio? That one where it shows that I think I don't know, Jaren or somebody was standing outside of I don't know if it was a tent or something, and then they got like different things that are in the sunlight with everything that was in the sunlight, like having an angle of shadow that was different than. It's weird.
I talked to Amish about it. A lot of the lighting down there was very freaking weird, dude.
It's weird, right? Yeah, it's weird.
Look, listen, I don't think they faked it. I think they went to where they said they went, or where they think they went. I don't think they were like, yeah, we're faking it. They got on a plane. They said, we're bringing you here. They think they went there. I don't know what the fucking pilot did. I have no knowledge of any of that shit. All I know is, if you watch some of these videos, the length of the shadows, the directions of the shadows, the light, the height of the sun, the movement of the sun, there's a lot of weird shit going on. I don't care what anybody says. There's a lot of weird shit that is not. It's not typical. Things don't look like they would typically look. It's like I hate to compare it to this, but you ever seen the video from the ISS? That video from the ISS is like they're supposed to be taking that with like regular cameras, right? It don't look like the whole movie I ever made. You know what I mean? I take a camera around my house. It don't look like that shit. And like this shit is also well lit, right? It's all like perfectly lit. Everything's proportional, right? Everything's freaking perfect. Like I watched plenty of home movies, man. People just with their regular camcorder. It don't look like that. So like, I don't know. Maybe it's because of low sun. Maybe it's a trick from the ice and the sun combined. But there's just like a lot of weird crap, man, in the videos.
Yeah, so there's this whole side to where it's being already called as fake. So there's those people who are.
I don't think it's fake, dude. I don't think it's fake, dude. I really don't. I mean,
these guys are they're staunch in their position, and they're within like the group. So the people that are saying, "No, fuck that, man," they're not. They didn't do what they say they did. You guys are being lied to again. These guys are clowns and yada yada. So there's this whole uproar.
Well, here's one of the interesting things. The cloud line to the horizon from the directionality of the camera pointing in that directionality. So we have the clear, distinct cloud lines, crepuscular and rays that come from that. So we have cloud lines that aren't converging, and we have a sun going in directions that aren't comporting. So would be some sort of miraculous phenomenon.
So let me give you a list of some of the anomalies that have been pointed out to me. There's a part of the 25-hour sun video where the sun distorts. Sun actually gets distorted where it doesn't even look round anymore. I don't know if it's squished vertically or it looked like there was like a hole, someone punched the side of it. Right? So it was like pushed in or something. So there's that. There's one where the shadow length just changes. Like you walk 6 feet and his shadow like doubles in size. Like, I don't know how that happens. There's the glitch on dude's jacket. They said, he had green screen thing on OBS or something. Yeah, well, I find whatever. I mean, there's just all these like little. There's the one where the sun's elevation angle doesn't match. Doesn't match what was predicted to be. It's something like 5 degrees off, which is a lot. It's not a little bit. That's a lot. That's 10 suns, dude. It's off by 10 suns. The elevation angle of the sun in their little video. That's measured by a glober. Assuming where's Wally? Where's Wally had one where they put up a sundial or a compass, and they aligned them, and then like as the sun circles, the shadow like overlaps, but then it doesn't overlap exactly, and like it looks like it's converged.
It doesn't do what they predicted it would do as far as
like the shadow looks converged, like the two lines where they should be in a straight row, but they actually look like they're off from each other a little bit. And there's no reason that should actually be happening because, like, if you have two sticks, right, and the sun circling around you, there's going to be a point in time where they align perfectly, right, where the shadows of one intersect the shadows of the other, and it'll align perfectly. It ain't perfect. And if I can see it with just like, you just have a regular camera, it would have been super obvious with the naked eye. There's just a lot of these little teeny things, man, that just like, they're a little different. And then I always try to compare it to like what I know is real, right? So if I go, hey, there's video from the Arctic, right, of the midnight sun, and people doing things in the Arctic, in Greenland, in Finland, in Norway, and freaking Upper Alaska. We have video of all that shit, right? So let's just think about the way that looks and compare it to this. What's the difference? They're just supposed to be on the opposite side of the globe, on a sheet of ice, right? The sun's out, like everything's supposed to be the same. Why does it look so different? Why is it so like it's so different? Like
doesn't the Analema kind of give away some of the differences already? Like you have a smaller, tighter loop in the north that you do have a larger, more wide open loop in the south. So there's like where the position of the sun is in the sky in regards to like in contrast to the Arctic. So you have the sun doing something very differently as far as it going around in 24 hours, just spiraling around. And then, in the south, it's a very different angle in the sky than it was in the north. I don't know if people even looked into this or not, even have gotten this far. But I'm more of like, okay, so what? Because the Analema was always like an indication something is the same, the opposite way, just a little bit different in the size of the loop. So I don't know. I'm thinking like we would have seen something differently and they were saying that that's true. The position of the sun in the sky while I was doing a 24-hour, rotation. So I don't know if you thought about that, but that definitely does show up in the Analemas. Yeah, because it's a tighter loop in the north, but it's a longer, wider loop in the south.
The Analema is asymmetric. It's way asymmetric. There's something like on the short loop there's 4 months, and like on the long loop there's 8 months. So
yeah. So and then they were saying the sun was traveling. How fast was it traveling though in the south? Did they do that too? I'm pretty sure they were, right? What was the speed?
I don't know about that. So here's one thing somebody asked, which I don't know the answer to. Did they do any long distance Amish asked this. Did they do any long distance observations? Because they were supposed to bring like a infrared P900. And within like a mile, I looked at the map. Within a mile where they were, there was like an elevated, like, you could climb up something. You know what I mean? You don't have to climb to the top of a fucking rock face, but they could have got up a couple 100 feet in elevation and tried to see how far they can see. Now, it would have been like nearly impossible to guess the distance, how far away. But you could have got something crazy because it's been reported that like you can see forever down there, right? That you can see mountains 300 miles away.
To compare the sun size in Antarctica at that elevation to like a helicopter at a different elevation or a plane, like looking out the window at the sun, like at a certain distance away versus, because like,
it's only at 200 meters, Democ. That's only that glacier is supposed to only be 200 meters above sea level.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, like to get an actual reference What does the sun look like? From the ISS perspective, Felix Baumgartner's height at these different heights, comparing it, what does it look like and act like? Because when we see it from the beach, it looks like small, whatever, a certain size, it appears. And then when it hits the horizon, the air makes it widen, and then it'll do its thing and disappear. So, it has all those different attributes. Even though it's going away from you, it still gets magnified by the atmosphere, even though we have the shrinking thing. So it's some crazy shit going on. Perspective, and then what else, is happening.
There's a lot of interesting questions.
No, go ahead.
There's a lot of interesting questions that didn't get asked when they went there. Some of the more top priority ones where gets argued here almost daily. And there was a guy that came in here yesterday. It was pretty salty about asking. He was sitting on the fence, and everybody was like, "You're too harsh." But he was asking the question that usually gets asked here a lot, and that's the ice wall. There was no investigation into that when they were standing on the damn thing. Why is one of the arguments that could have died over there, right? While they went over there was like, hey, let's check out the ice wall. So why was there no looking into that? At least approaching it, or
guns, man. They're looking for the guns. That's what they're looking for. The guns.
The actual South Pole.
Yeah, do you get what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
Isn't that one of the top arguments?
Dude, listen, they weren't going down there for that.
It's a top argument, bro.
Look, that's kind of why I'm disappointed, man.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm disappointed because it seems to me is that they just went down and did globe confirmations instead of doing any flat Earth shit. Why'd they do that? Where's the flat Earth shit?
Dude, if they were gonna be like, okay, so you could cover a number of arguments while you were down there, and I say down there, I keep saying it's only south. So when you think about it, ice wall was one of them. It was one of the major ones. You could easily say, okay, we don't see an ice wall. Okay, good. I don't think that was even mentioned. Was it mentioned anytime? Did anybody say, hey, let's check out the ice wall?
I also saw one of them. Where's Wally? Seems to be the one that's all stuck. I don't know if he went there or if he was just a cheerleader for it. But I don't know if it was on X or on a YouTube. He said, I think he went there. He didn't see Witsit do any experiments or do anything. So I don't know if that's true. But Witsit said he was bringing a whole bunch of shit with him to do all sorts of tests. Supposed to have a solar filter and a camera and all this stuff. I mean, and whether he did any of that or not, I don't know. But
yeah, are we waiting for that to unveil?
Why didn't they do any? Why didn't they do any of their own tests? Why? I would.
No, that's the same thing. That's the same thing I want to know now. If anything was done, I don't know because Nathan was here talking about it. He's like, we got to wait for their to come back and unpack all their stuff. Whether it's the information or whatever, and then we can go over it. Kind of analysis and such. He's like, can't wait for the group, my team, just to look over things. And I'm waiting for that too. What did they do?
What are they gonna? I don't even know what they would analyze. I don't know what they would start. They said they thought they were gonna have so much equipment there and all this stuff was gonna be going on that they were gonna have to be a part of, but they found out they weren't because you got to bring your own shit and do your own.
What? Which just said they were allowing even more shit than he thought he could take.
So that's the thing. What was even done? I think that's the next thing, right? Because now that everybody's back, everybody's settling back in, and they're gonna go back to streaming and putting up their information. I think now would be the better time to actually start looking into what was done overall between the Globers and Flat Earth.
Yeah, look, listen, check it out. They'll probably try to monetize it, so they'll make a documentary or some bullshit. And I'm talking about everybody, not just Witsit, Jaron, fucking McToon, all of them. They're going to try and turn this into money, dude. You know how it is. And I'm not saying it shouldn't. I mean, dude, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's what they're going to, but if I did this, right, and I know all these eyes are on it, and you know I needed dough, I mean, I would try to turn it into money, at least a little bit. I mean, probably not me, but I understand other people will. I'm just not. I just wouldn't do it because I just think it's sleazy. Just from my personal point, my personal conscience. I don't think if someone else does it, it's sleazy. Just myself, I couldn't do that. I couldn't sit on the information to turn it into money. I'd be like, fuck, dude, here it is. Like, I'd give that shit away for free.
Well, the way it's been argued in this, like, in this arena for how long it's been argued, I mean, you don't think that people will come up and be like, okay, here it is, man. All the information, it's free to humanity. And I think more if they were thinking about monetizing anything, it should be like selling rights to whatever film company wants to like take them on and like document what happened, or like that would probably
I heard Duffy wants to turn it into a Netflix shit. That's what I heard.
Man, good. He should. It's gonna bring more eyeballs.
I double dare him, dude. I double dare. Please turn that into Netflix, please.
Yep.
God, please, because as soon as he does, dude, I'm putting that video out even more. Please says it's okay to lie, bro. Please put that shit up there. You know it yourself.
But you know, I mean, and now more than ever, I think we're going to be able to like talk to them because they're actually putting some pen to paper now. They're actually doing something, and so if they did something, we can hold them to that task. What did they do? Right? Let's go over it. Like they wanted to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, and not only the 24-hour sun, but they got all kinds of gizmos and gadgets and things they wanted to do down there. Okay, all right, we'll bite. Let's see what they did. All right, let's take it from step one. What did you do when you step foot on the ice? Did you, roll out with all your different little measurements? You got a pendulum over there. Like, what did you do? So, and all of that needs to be like, I guess, codified or put into a little nice package for everybody to see and kind of run through. But I don't know, man. Honestly, it looked like just a fun trip, and they were having chats about what ifs and stuff. But I don't know, man. I'm very skeptical on like if they ever did anything like other than just look at the sun.
Well, this is the reason I said that. Like they're sitting on it, right? Which it's been around. Which it's been over on Earth Awakenings, like talking in Discord. But he hasn't done a stream. He hasn't done like his normal shows that he does, which I find. I thought he'd come back and freaking do streams right away. But it makes me think like he's taken all his stuff, all his footage, everything, and he's going to turn it into something, right? A 30-minute movie, a documentary, a dedicated stream to the subject, right? Just do it. But, you know, for the purpose of making money off of it. I mean,
yeah.
That's just what I think. I think Jaronism's doing the same thing. Even though Jaron did a stream today, I think all of these guys, McToon hasn't made a stream, Fight the Flat Earth hasn't made a stream, or whoever went there. I haven't seen streams from any of these guys, right?
I saw a stream, I think it was yesterday, that McToon did. That he just
was it about this?
Yeah, well, he just got home, according to him. It was yesterday or late last night? Yesterday or the day before that, sorry.
But didn't you send the information, or was it basically just a teaser stream? Where you just
teaser. It was just teaser.
Yeah.
I knew
it. I'm calling it, man.
Dude.
You heard me, dude. I'm calling it.
Buy the hype, sell the news kind of bullshit, huh?
That's right,
Everybody's
man.
gonna. It's the old 23 skidoo, man. So everybody's gonna be on board. It's gonna be like the Mike Tyson fucking what's it called fight. Just happened.
Jake Paul.
They're gonna wring every nickel out of this, dude. Every fucking
They're
nickel.
gonna fucking yep. And then once everybody's paid every cent that they could, and then they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this microwave bullshit? Fight bullshit." Like we're just gonna be like, it's gonna be left wanting, dude. I don't know, man. It's too hype right now for it to be like nothing. It's got to be at least something, right? Something's got to come out of this. I don't know what, but something.
But that golden ticket girl, the girl that won the girl that went, the so-called flat earther girl that went, that no one ever heard of. Nobody knows who the fuck
304.
Elizabeth. 304?
Yeah, some 304.
How do you know? Anyway.
Hey, man. I just know
I've been there.
Did you give her the numbers?
Well, there's no reason to demean her in that way. She seemed respectable.
Oh, here we go with the blue pill simp in here. Come on, man, relax.
They're all 304s nowadays.
Oh,
The only one that's not a 304 is your mom. Everyone else is a 304.
You need
Anyway.
to respect women.
Yeah, you know it is. Misogyny.
Anyway,
Hey, look,
Exactly.
I'm not going down there, man. I'm not going down that road.
you're a
so-
different breed, though, bro. But
So
anyway.
the Elizabeth chick, right? CB, fuck you, man. You got me all fucked up.
He got you, man.
Hey, man.
You broke me up.
I'm gonna
Anyway,
go full misogyny. Sorry, I mean just reel it in.
yeah. So the Elizabeth girl, isn't her background in like marketing or something? I heard like she has some sort of marketing, film production, some shit like that. Someone posted like her I think it was her LinkedIn or something. It was like a photo from her LinkedIn, and she has like some PR communications background, something like that. And she was supposedly a flat earther that won their quote unquote free ticket, but then the free ticket ended up being a scam that someone emailed and said, "Hey, I'll pay for a ticket," but that person was actually trolling them and scammed. So then when they gave the free ticket away and found out that they were scammed, supposedly, right? They went and they raised money for her to go.
The fuck?
Right? So they raised money for her to go. So Duffy or whoever didn't pay for her, apparently.
Simps.
So this was the last information I have. But I think I don't know her, but just my vibe is she's a plant, dude.
Yeah,
she's a legit plant. So all you have is Jaren, Witsit, fucking plant golden ticket winner girl communications fucking
304.
PR person.
Yep.
304.
But he
Well, listen, if she's in communications, she's a 304. That goes without saying.
Yeah, but no, listen, man, because Duffy even announced her that way. He was like, she's basically just like nobody special. Like he was just announcing it like as that. Like we just picked some random. This is how he said it, man.
No.
Some random flat earther, and it's like, dude, why you gotta like what the fuck, dude? Like
no, they had to submit for it, right? So initially, even though they walked away from this, is that you had to give them $10 to be entered into the raffle. That it was a raffle. But when the person pulled out and said, "I'm not paying for it," or basically, it was a scam. It was basically like a Nigerian prince scam. "Oh, I'll pay for it, blah, blah, blah." And then he was like, "Sorry, I just got back to you, but like the gold that was supposed to sell didn't go through." Like he just told some complete bullshit
like a
story.
rug pull. It's called a rug pull.
Because McCune showed the emails, dude. I'm like, you two are fucking stupid as fuck. You fell for that. Anyone could tell that's like an Indian freaking prince scam. Anyway, the point is, it's like once they did that, they said, "Oh, it wasn't a raffle. We got scammed." Because if it was a raffle and they paid money to be entered, they'd have to pay for it themselves. They couldn't have raised money for it, right? Because it's a raffle. Once you fucking do that, right, it's a game of chance and you're fucked. But they said, "Oh, it wasn't that." Anyway, and backpedal from that whole thing. Point is, the whole thing stinks to high hell. I mean, what part do you want me to pick? That seems on the up and up. I can't find one. Think about the most honest part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It started bad right from
cold weather.
Well, it started bad right from the beginning. This is how it started, the first video. I heard somebody's running this thing that's going to end the debate. Did you get an email from this person? Well, he was the person. He was the person trying to act like there's some other random person.
So, Indio, how
McToon? Who's this McToon guy? Turns out he was at his church.
Yeah, Indio, how unknown are we talking about from this chick? Like, how unknown was this person?
Elizabeth?
Yeah, well, like, are you talking about like zero connectivity to like any flat Earth? I know.
I have no idea who she is. I don't know anybody that knows who she is. Like, where is she from? I don't know if she's like a Facebook flat earther, or she's on YouTube, or
sus, bro. That's on OnlyFans.
Or OnlyFans flat earther.
It's sus as fuck, dude. It's sus.
Super sus.
I mean, there's no way out of it, dude. It's
no,
fucking
hold
sus.
on. For legal purposes, It paid for to go on the trip. The trip was the payment. So
She got
for
two
legal
titties,
purposes.
right? She got the northern hemisphere on one titty and the southern hemisphere tattooed on the other titty.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, dude. I mean, you got to take it for what it is.
Anyway,
Because it's like, even if they took the people that they did over there and they were doing all the things that they did, it's like just put down everything that you did. Let's have it. Let's have the data collected. Let's see what you did. But I don't know, man. It's almost like bits and pieces. You think somebody would be bursting right now, dude? I got all this fucking data. I'm gonna drop it on you boys and check this out, man. We got some like really big knowledge bombs coming at you, like from the angle that the sun is in the sky to like how fucking pendulum swing and shit, like all kinds of shit should have been flying out the woodwork, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as they say, it's born in iniquity. It was born with a lie. It was literally born with a lie and a deception. Dude, there's no doubt about it. The final experiment started with lies and deception. Do you know how I know? Because Duffy admitted it. He made a video admitting that he lied. But then in the video admitting that he lied about what the lie actually was. Right? So to cover up his lie, he said, yes, I lied. But I didn't mean to, and blah, blah, blah. He just lied. He lied. He had to apologize because he got caught. He got caught right at the beginning, but it started off with a lie. And anybody that doesn't believe me, you can go on the Final Experiment YouTube channel, look for like one of the first 2 or 3 videos where he admits he lied. That's how it started. So he went on a flat earther who also I've never heard him stream. Went on his stream, asked him, hey, did you get this freaking email? Blah, 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 blah. And faked like he didn't know anything about it. He said this McToon guy or something pretended he didn't know McToon when McToon had been to his church and gave a presentation on his church. Not the next video, but the video after. He made a video that apologized for him going on the stream and basically deceiving everybody. But he kept on plowing ahead, dude. And
you know what's going on, right?
And so the funny thing is the atheist fucking Glovers who hate Christians, somehow now they're his buddy. Like, how does that work?
Only just far enough to where they have like that 10-foot pole at a distance away from him. They're like, we like you, but just for now. Because after this shit, we're gonna fucking toss you to the dogs. Like,
because they know he's not a Christian. They know that. They're like, man, we know you're a fucking grifting atheist, posing as a pastor, trying to be the next trying to be the next Joe Osteen or whatever the fuck they're gonna be.
Yeah, he's the Temu. Duffy is the Temu version of Joel Osteen.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
He's Alibaba fucking.
He is.
Did you hear that one sermon he had, bro? He said that lying is not immoral.
That's crazy.
I got the clip, bro. I couldn't believe
lying and deception.
How the hell can somebody say that over a pulpit? Is way beyond me, dude. It's like you don't want to be standing next to this guy because he's gonna get struck by light. Like it's everything. I'm serious, dude. Like this guy is gonna get lit up by the creator. He's gonna light him up, dude. Like you can't say that, dude, over a pulpit. What is wrong with you, dude? Like don't mind. Like this is the epitome of what people can do for money. This is it right here, man. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to like get people to give you whatever they want, you go over a pulpit and you say some of the shit that he said, and then you get people to like just fucking hurl bags of money at you because you can say it's
dude,
now.
Think about that for a second. Think how wretched of an act that is, dude. He's a pastor. He's supposed to be the moral guide for his congregation, and he's telling them lying and deception are not immoral.
That's wild.
Fucking A, bro. That's wild, to say the least.
That is like completely opposite of everything you read, dude. Like,
dude, even the atheists in the crowd were cringing. They were like, whoa.
The atheists were like, nah, bro. I mean, we're bad, but dude, this is bad, dude. Like,
It's crazy. I mean, it's all over the Bible, dude. Like God hates the lying tongue. It was like God detests lying lips. Like, what you mean? Like, it's not immoral. If he hates it,
But the way he said it, though, I searched the scriptures, and I found it nowhere. I'm like,
yeah.
What scriptures are you reading, dude? Like, I'm sure you're not reading the ones everybody, like billions of people have read.
Yeah, which scripture is this? Satan 101?
Well, it was actually from his mentor. He taught him the sort of reinterpretation, sola scriptura sort of interpretations, and he leads a flock.
I think he was
And
reading the
this is what's
Babylonian
the scary,
Talmud.
dangerous part of it.
I'm gonna say one thing.
He's reading the Talmud, dude. That's who he's reading.
That is not sola scriptura. Period. Scripture alone? That is not scripture alone. Absolutely not.
Well, that's what infected his mentor.
Look, have you ever heard anybody, even an atheist, like academic scholar, that said the Bible should be interpreted as saying lying is not immoral?
Hell no.
Nope.
It's like so absurd. It like I don't even know where to start with that shit. Like
How do you guys say it in Boston? Like in Boston, you guys be like, the balls on this guy. Like that's what you probably be saying, right?
Fucking
the fucking cojones on this mug or whatever, however you do
I don't know if he's looking for.
Yeah, Duffy's mentor thinks
Bible,
that
man, because they definitely missed the one in Revelations. It says even the liars. That says that detestable murderers, sexual immoral, sorcerers, idolaters, and liars will have a portion of the lake of burning fire. I think he missed that verse.
Yeah, this guy right here, man. This is the guy that you do not want to be standing next to at judgment, man. Like it's man, how are you gonna face the creator like that, bro? How are you gonna say that, man? Over his congregation, over his
no. I actually disagree. You do want to stand next to him because whatever you did is going to look good compared to what he did.
Like, okay, this guy is
like
the worst.
It's like the guy that falls when the bear's there. He's getting eaten, and you can just keep walking.
Dude, just vibes alone, bro. Like his face and his vibes alone, just something's off.
Did he get his driver's license yet?
Yeah, hold on. Like, I'm agreeing with CB because when he was, when he did that, when he first arrived and he saw the midnight sun, that one, it's 58 minutes. That one video that he did where he was introducing like all the people that came to Antarctica. Dude, he had this like shit-eating grin on him that was like fucking like, you know how like when somebody's smug and you're like, dude, this guy just has that. I don't want to see anything of violence here, but like it's got that face, that's like, damn, dude. And he was just like smirking and like, oh, I'd like to thank my family for believing in me, and I hope my kids like are doing. I'm like, dude, you are disgusting, dude.
Sadistic.
It's just vile, dude.
He's and one rotten bastard.
And he was introducing the panel, and then you of course got the flat earthers coming on there, and of course they were like, yeah, well, we saw
Jesus. He thanked everybody but Jesus, huh?
Well, yeah, I didn't hear him say that, but like, yeah, that's interesting. But
why wouldn't they just be like, the heavens still are what's up here? Like, why didn't anyone just come up to the camera like, here's the pastor, and then he's like, come on up, and they come up and then they're like, yeah, the heavens are up.
No. But like he's he was introducing those guys, man. They came up here and they were like, we were wrong about the sun. That's all they were saying. We're wrong about the sun being, up for 24 hours and whatnot. And then
don't worship the sun.
After every one that would come up, then he would come in there with his grin, like a fucking evil troll, dude, just like grinning, dude. It's like, and then he would like he would in between each one, he would come up and like, and and here comes this person. We just like, and you know what it is? Like he's like, and we just like to thank some of these guys that came in here because they put in a lot of work. I'm like, bitch, you were fucking talking shit, dude, when they were out here like talking about flat Earth. You were railing against these guys, and now it's all about like kumbaya bullshit. Fuck off, dude. Like,
Did
fuck
you
off
see
with your
my-
kumbaya shit, dude.
Did you see my question proofs meme that I sent to you? Is this
Yeah,
the
it was-
globe? And then it's the flat Earth.
Like, I don't know, man. I hate the fact that some people, they're just like, oh, we were like mortal enemies, and now all of a sudden we're just like, dude, I couldn't think of anybody else I'd wish to be on this trip but Jaren and Wits. And I'm like, dude, not the other fucking month. You were saying that these are the scum of the earth and fucking like flat earthers are degenerate. Like, you were railing against these individuals, and all of a sudden it's like fucking Thanksgiving dinner, bro. You're breaking bread and fucking, this all about peacemaking and let's join hands and like, fuck off, man. This is some
Why wouldn't
dirty
they
ass
do that
bullshit,
with
dude.
Nathan Oakley? Why didn't he actually go to Nathan Oakley and invite him?
Because they
and
did the
do it
opposite.
on live. He's like, every opportunity we have live, come here, Nathan Oakley. Hey, you're welcome. This will prove something.
Not because that
They
goes to
never
show
did.
you.
They never seem to do that.
I'm trying to tell you that goes to show you.
But they did say that he was invited, yet he was never invited.
No.
I was
Listen,
waiting
dude.
for it. Like, go to a show, invite
Hold
him,
on, dude.
do it.
Yeah.
do it,
So what
do
this
it.
is,
They never did it.
ITB,
relax.
Yeah, just chill. What I'm saying, what this proves though, is that the people that really are in opposition to those folks, they don't capitulate. They don't like, okay, well, let's just for the sake of shaking hands and no, because Nathan's like, no, I'm gonna stand where I stand. You stand where you stand, and you think you're correct, and I know you're not. So it's always been that way. But these other guys are more like, guys, check it out, man. At some time, we gotta meet across the table. Hands need to be shook. You know what I mean? Like we gotta break that bread. And it's like, and that's the kind of like placating and I'm sorry, man, but I'm just saying certain individuals will do so they can bring this out to a larger audience. We gotta do something, man. We can't keep it being at odds with each other. It's not like a war or anything, man. Like, this is just people disagreeing with certain topics.
100.
And this is not that, dude. I mean, I'm sorry to say, man, but this is a war for your mind. This is like a battlefield. It's like, and then you got people that are just trying to shake hands with it. I'm sorry to say it like this, but it's true. Shake hands with the enemy and sit down and be like, yeah, let's just be peaceful. Why don't we do that? Let's try peace. Do we try that? It's like, dude, there can be no peace if somebody's saying that reality is something that it's not. What are we going to do about that? Are we just going to stand by and be like, oh, well, yeah, but let's just sit down and be peaceful. Like this isn't that. You're in the wrong arena, my friend. So I dub one of my episodes on X, the old war. That's what this is. It's like a spiritual war, dude. It's something within mankind, within side of everybody else. We're always trying to figure out the truth, right? And we're not going to get there by fucking like agreeing that lies are true. And they're distorting reality in real time. They're doing it with their lying tongues. These are the people that we're going to be like.
Anybody who disagrees with you?
Yeah, but when I'm not talking about that, like what I'm saying is the information that they're saying, reality is what it is as a globe and spinning in the vacuum of space. All of that shit is distorting our perception of what reality is. And, people start believing these ideas and they carry them as truths, and they're not true, obviously, because we show them like, where is this true, bro? Like every single day people come in here. What?
That's what debate is for. Open debate.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate.
How do you come to new information if people can't disagree with the set narrative?
So here's the thing, right? When people have established truths, right? Established truths that are just undeniably
There's no such thing.
Yes, there is, dude. Self-evident truths. You bet your ass there is. Yes, there is. What are you talking about?
Hold on. That's literally what we're fighting. That shit.
Self-evident
That shit.
truth, bro.
There's no such thing as truth. That shit is what we're fighting.
No, there's no such thing as we objectively knowing 100% what the truth is
Have you
that
eaten
can
today?
never be challenged.
Have you eaten today?
Yeah, I'm eating right now.
How do you know that?
What?
It's that.
How do you know that, man?
Do you know 100% that you did that?
Is that objectively true that you're eating?
An example of this is people.
He's dodging. He's not answering the question.
You're dodging, dude. You said
Okay,
no
I know it.
objective
I know it
truth.
through my perceptions, but I could be wrong. That's the point.
Oh,
of
there it is. Right there.
Like a
Here we go.
schizophrenic.
What are you trying to convince us of then?
He's done.
And you have no argument. We're not going to listen to you that we should accept other people's opinions because that might not be
I didn't
objectively
say
true.
accept them. I said we should allow other people to have opinions.
Allow.
And voice
Now let me ask you: would it be
People that-
okay?
people that
Drew,
should be
Drew,
harmed
Drew.
and
Why
that
are
we're
you
in a
trying to
battlefield
push-
and they should be harmed if they have a different opinion.
Drew, would my opinion matter whether you ate or not?
What does that matter? You're being retarded.
No, well, I mean, because we asked you right earlier, a few seconds ago, did you eat today? Did you?
Yeah.
All right.
100%.
Will my opinion matter if you ate or not? If I say no, you didn't eat.
It could.
Okay. If I tell you didn't eat, but you did eat, would my opinion matter?
Yeah, like it could.
Wow.
Potentially.
That's bullshit.
Like, what if
dude.
other
That's bullshit.
What if other people started like picking
nuh-uh.
on me for being anorexic or something? Because
No, this is
no,
shit.
you didn't eat.
This is-
How can you tell us what we should do and that we should listen to other people's
didn't.
opinions? You did. You said we should be listening to other people's. We should debate, listen to other people's opinions, blah blah blah. Right? You said we should do that, right?
Well, as a matter of principle, that's what I believe.
What principle? Not no objective truth.
Because otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, but the statement that
no way to prove
that would have to be objectively true.
There's no way to prove it 100%. Reality.
I'm not talking.
There is a reality. There's
we
just
know-
no way to prove it.
Yeah, but proof is independent of whether something's true or not. Something can be true and you can't
Right.
prove it. That has
So
been proven.
therefore, because when we say something, that doesn't change what reality is. Therefore, people should be able to challenge what
but
we
you're
say.
throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Just because you can't prove everything doesn't mean we can't prove anything.
What could you possibly prove
that you've eaten
to
before?
a
That you've ever,
guaranteed
like in your life? Yeah. Would you ask? What can you prove? He said that you've ever eaten anything in your life, at any point in time. You had to have
what if
eaten.
we were living in a simulated universe?
Drew,
and no
Drew.
one's actually
Here we go.
eating?
Here we go.
All you had to realize is that at some point from your birth till now, you've eaten something. Now, if you say that's not true, then you'd be wrong because you wouldn't be alive,
True,
dude.
but there's always
No.
a chance
Probably is not. It's not statistical. It's not on a range from 1 to 100. It's 100. You had to have eaten something to be alive right now, speaking to us.
Why? Because you say so?
Bruh. Because your fucking body wouldn't survive not eating,
Why?
dumbass.
Because you say so?
Bro. I just told you, you would be
Who is
dead.
the arbiter of truth? What if the
What
person,
are you talking about?
What if the authority
Let me ask you a question. Hold on.
What if,
You
what
need
if
a
the
reality
authority
check.
says that
No,
people
you need a
don't
reality
eat?
check. Hold on, Drew. You need a reality check.
No, what
If somebody,
why do I
you
not
do.
get a chance?
You do need a reality check. You do.
Okay,
You need one.
I'm gonna just turn him down because he doesn't.
No, I'm gonna mute you if you turn me down, which I just did.
Drew, you're getting 2 days off if you mute a mod.
Yeah, don't mute anybody.
guys. Just kick him out. He's
He did the deafening protest.
Deaf and protest. Yeah, fuck him off. Fuck that guy.
See ya. Wait, this is just classic
I
spiral.
don't know why
Maybe
he's
we're in a
himself
simulation.
Yeah, I mean, how does he know he's
Send him to
deafened
the
himself?
void.
Dude, this is some fucking bullshit, dude. They come in here. Well, we gotta debate this. Debate fucking what? Obvious reality? What are we gonna debate? That you've ever eaten something? Oh, let's take it from a scale from 1 to 100. Do you think you've eaten something? Let's debate about it. The fuck is going on,
It
man?
matters whether you ate or not. So if you ate, but I say you haven't ate, then you really haven't ate.
And, dude.
You win the argument. He didn't eat.
Yeah, like at some point, I won the argument. You didn't eat. Okay, I guess I haven't eaten anything since I was born. I mean, how stupid is that, dude? Seriously. This is what we're up against. We're up against fucking reality deniers. The very thing that they said at the beginning, we were. Dude, I can't even stress what I'm trying to say to you guys right now. The other day, the guy said we are math deniers. Were you guys in the chat when the guy told me that? Flat
No, I just
earthers.
missed it.
Flat earthers are math deniers. I'm like, no shit. And I told him, do me a favor. Can you prove to me that the earth is a globe using math? Do you know what his fucking answer was, dude? I don't need to do that. I don't need to prove to you that the earth is a globe using math. I'm like, dude, then you're fucking denying math. The very thing you said we were doing. You fucking idiot. You were saying we were the math deniers. You're denying math because you can't even have a construct of math to prove that the earth is a globe. And he, of course, he could have appealed to like looking it up, but you know how dumb these guys are. He just said that there wasn't. So it's like, and now it's obvious that everybody heard him say he's denying math because he could have had said at least that there is math to the globe, but it's weird, right? It's the projection. It's fucking real, dude.
Well, it's funny, man. Like like right on cue when you're basically saying there is no on the fence. There is no get along to just get along because there's people telling us that reality is just basically some hallucination. And then right on cue, a guy comes in and argues that we shouldn't do that, and then does the thing that we said that they're doing. Like it's fucking crazy, man.
Which is the reason why I'm always talking about like some of these kumbaya fucking flat earthers. They just want to like, hey man, at some point we just gotta laugh about it. I'm like, fuck, what the fuck? Have we lost sight? Have we fucking lost sight of what's at stake here? We're dealing with the cognitive dissonance syndrome. People come in here believing that their fucking brains in jars and shit. This is not a debate. This is waking people the fuck up from their dumbassery. Like they're coming in here they're all over the fucking place. They're confused. They don't know what's up or down because literally, how can you get fucking up and down on a sphere? So they're all crazy about shit, right? So we're trying to fucking untangle the messy bullshit that life has thrown at them. And then the other people that come in are like, well, I mean, you guys sometimes you're just way too harsh, brother. You gotta make it sound a little more like you're trying to have a conversation. I'm like, bro, there's a level at which you have this conversation, and then it goes far past that, where the person's just being fucking obtuse and they want to make their point. How can you know anything? And it's like, then you fucking lay the smack down. You bring the hammer down, and you're like, fuck, all right. So how are you gonna tell me reality is? You know what I'm saying? Like,
has Jaren ever been in 24/7?
I don't know. I know he knows some people
Just
from
a
here, but
real
I don't know if he's been in here.
Because Witsit came from 24/7.
Yes. Okay.
That's where his job.
Jaron was in 24/7.
Jaron
server. Hold on. You want to answer, man? You want to answer? Yes. He's been in 24/7. The old server. In the beginning, like within the first year, he was only there a couple times. He don't like to debate. And plus, when he comes in, right, all the Globers take pot shots at him, send him nasty DMs and shit. Because he has the most, he's a big, like, I don't want to call him a big name, but he's more recognizable. So he's like Nathan too, right? So Nathan
he should be offered like something like what Nathan has on this channel. Like, hey, here, get like a Monday, Thursday, whatever's cool with
Nathan's
him.
got balls, dude. Fucking Jaren don't got none.
Yep. That's just the whole of it right there.
The Trump clip's funny.
Yeah, he's more like I'm gonna talk and y'all listen show.
Yeah, we're not trying to hear all that.
I've never seen Jaren debate anybody.
He debated Aaron Rod and got fucking cooked by Aaron Rod, dude. And
Fucking cooked by Aaron Rod, bro.
Fucking sad.
God damn it, dude. Aaron Rod is a fucking dirtbag.
Dude,
Aaron Rod is a fucking dirtbag, dude.
He's a dirtbag, and his arguments were pathetic. He had two arguments. I looked at the moons of Jupiter through a telescope. The same shit fucking Alex Jones said, which is crazy to me. And then he made claims about shit, and he was like, "No, it ain't that." And Aaron Ross said, "Well, how can you know what it isn't, but you don't know what it is, but you know what it isn't?" As if that was some sort of argument, which it's not, because you can definitely not know what something is, but know what it isn't. That's not even fucking debatable. And he spent the whole time, basically insulting him and playing the same bullshit. But he got cooked, dude. He got totally cooked because he doesn't. A, he don't know how to debate because he's unpracticed. B, he don't have the personality type to actually grind against somebody, right? He's used to, as Evo was saying, he's a monologuer.
Yeah.
So like,
You know what it is too, Indio, because we're in here fucking in the trenches, constantly refining, constantly fucking doing these mind battles with these guys. So he's so out of the loop and just like way out and just trying to create content. This is not even on his radar. Debating is not on his radar. He's already like, he's got his little piece of the internet and he's fine where he is. He doesn't need to come in here and like do anything because he's satisfied.
Good. I don't want him to debate anymore. Please don't debate anymore.
It's called complacency, dude. He's complacent. He's happy where he's at, and fuck, he doesn't need to come in here. According to him, like it's good enough. So and his excuse will be, "Why do I need to go in there, man? Did you gonna talk shit to me?" So, you know what I mean? Like there's no doesn't need to.
He's too kumbaya. He don't have the personality type. I don't know.
It's not gonna work.
That's what I would call legacy media.
Pretty much.
Yeah, controlled. Yeah, of course, man. But like, you have to let the fruits bear itself. Like, so you understand what?
Can we engage in a mind battle?
Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you have to offer? Do you think that the Earth is
a better wit for the unarmed person?
Do you? That's funny, dude. Do you think that the Earth is a globe? 26.
Yeah.
All right. Do you have any evidence that it's a globe?
Here we go. Nah, it's just suggested. I don't have any solid.
Well, battle's over, man. Easy dubs.
How sure are you?
Cigars all around, like this shit was over before.
Mate, man, checking 4 moves.
This.
I didn't think it would be over that fast. I thought we'd actually.
I know it's microwave, but I mean, we're all sitting back with stogies. We're sitting back with stogies, listening to you fucking like wonder how this all happened so quickly. You know what I mean?
Well, to be honest, let me ask you a question. How can anybody defend reality as being something when that thing has no observable qualities to it, when it's a complete mental construct? It's impossible to defend.
Fucking love the way you said that shit, man. Yeah. Props.
You can't go out into the world and see a globe.
The globe way.
Well, I mean, can you go out of your house and find a globe?
Can you do it for your argument, or is it just for
Oh, yeah, dude. I can just walk down the street and go to the ocean, right? So it'll look flat, and that's, right? There's a quality there, right? So there's hold on, before you get to your concepts, right? It has a sensory quality to it, right?
Yeah.
I can actually perceive it out there. Hey, that looks flat.
I understand.
Yeah. So there's a starting point, right? Better than nothing. Which is what the globe has. The globe really has nothing.
I mean, the moon.
I would say which is what he has, Indio.
The moon.
26 has nothing.
What part of the Earth is the moon?
It just seems suggestive, the fact that the moon and the sun are like round and they go.
Yeah, we're not talking. Listen, 26. We're not talking about suggestive things, dude. These things that you think you can make a correlation to by assuming. We're not doing that. We're actually directly looking at the thing that should be known as an oblate spheroid, which is the thing you're standing on. How do you know that thing is an oblate spheroid? Don't look at the moon or the sun or the stars.
Yeah, so the point is, you missed the point. I said qualities of the Earth, not qualities of the shit in the sky, right? So if you go outside, there's no qualities you can observe of the Earth that indicate it's a ball. That's the point. It's a horizon.
He said that with a question mark. There was a question mark at the end of that shit.
Horizon? No horizon on a flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
It probably would still be a horizon on a flat Earth. You're right.
Yeah, so it's not mutually exclusive. It's not really evidence of either one.
I still think the sun and the moon are a pretty good suggestion.
Yeah,
but that doesn't give the Earth a quality, right?
Where on Earth have you seen the moon? On Earth.
I see it in the sky, right? From
Oh
Earth.
yeah, no, I asked you on Earth. Where so you can compare the two. What on Earth looks like the moon, or where have you seen the moon on Earth that looks like the moon in the sky? So you can do a comparison and suggest that they're the same because it's a suggestion quote to you.
Crickets.
Is there a question? Sorry.
Yeah, you're not listening to what he's telling you, man. Of course it's.
Where
Listen
on
to you.
Earth do you see the moon or anything that looks like the moon that you can say, that's why the moon and the Earth are the same?
I think they're probably the same shape because
Fucking hella suggestive, man. I think probably. Fucking hell.
Answer the question, though.
Can you guys think probably, or you just know, like for fact?
Yeah, it's not about suggestive, man. Is there any method that you can establish, like Radwin was saying?
You're making a leap of logic, bro.
Yeah. I'd like to think all of us.
He's like, yeah.
Let me start by saying, it's hard to defend something that is completely a mental construct. You've thought in your head. You said you looked at the moon and you thought in your head, what if where I am is the same as that thing? It is a mental construct. You thought of it, that it could possibly be the same. But there's no indications when you look around that they are the same.
I think it is an indication.
Oh my god,
dude, that's the problem. You think. The problem is you think. But you thinking, you can think lots of things.
Thinking is good.
But you could look up and see a cloud and go, I think the Earth is shaped like a cloud.
That would be pretty stupid, though, wouldn't it?
It's just as stupid as the moon.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons.
No, there isn't.
Give us some.
Radwin was asking you for a reason, and you didn't give him one.
I can't be bothered, bro. But
I know, because you're not ready. Dude, this is what you asked for. You wanted a battle of minds, and you can't handle it, bro. Now the smoke came to you. You got smoke, bro.
You're throwing at me. Why doesn't it work on you? Like, why can't you throw it at yourself?
Because don't ask why doesn't it work on us. We're asking the question: if the globe was a reality, then you would be able to reason how it's true. You can't do that, obviously, because we're seeing you struggle in this conversation. So what does that mean, dude? That means that because you're
hold on. Also, it doesn't work on us because we're not brainwashed.
Oh, come on, bro.
Oh, there you go.
Please.
Yeah, you bit off more than you can chew. It sounds like your mouth wrote a check that your ass ain't cash, bro. That's what it sounds like. Now you look at you. You just want to run away right now. You want to find somewhere to go.
Hold on,
bro.
Let me ask you: where did you ever get the idea that when you look up in the sky, you're seeing things that are just like where you are? Where did you ever get that idea?
Intuition, I guess.
Intuition.
Not the cat.
I'm pretty sure cavemen did the same thing.
Caveman, what the fuck?
They did. They actually thought that the celestial and terrestrial realms were governed by completely different laws. They thought they were completely separate. They were nothing alike.
That was probably
bro's divining the thoughts of cavemen. What's going on here?
Yeah, and he's not even smart enough to discern that, dude. Fucking cavemen are freaking way above your level, bro. Look, listen. You're making an illogical argument. Okay, it doesn't logically follow that I look up in the sky and I see something, and where I am is like that something. It's like saying
lower stupid being, right? And now can you educate me? Or?
No, the problem is you don't have to castrate yourself, dude. All you have to do is be real. That's it. You don't have to castrate yourself as like you're fucking nothing and all this shit.
I'm just walking you through a logic. The logic. What is the logic for moon round, therefore Earth round?
He's kind of berating me now. Like it's been established. Now can we move on?
So no, I don't want to move on. I want to know the logic. How you get from I see the moon is round.
It's a complete leap of logic. I don't have any models like you said. It can't be defended, right? And now that that's been established, can we try building a model that makes sense?
A model. A model that makes sense.
Give me the knowledge.
What does that mean?
Teach me.
A model of what?
Teach me the flat thing.
No, we want to
What
know the
is-
model of your thing.
I don't have a model. I'm a stupid
I don't-
caveman. I just
look,
see
you-
round.
look,
I
you-
think round. Yeah.
You don't see round.
You don't see round. What the
You've
fuck?
never seen a round Earth.
What have you seen that?
I imagined round.
Why? Why do you imagine it?
Because I saw it in the sky.
Huh?
I saw it in the sky, and then I imagined.
How the fuck did you? What I want to know what D-Mark is asking. What does that mean? What didn't you see the Earth's curvature in the sky? What does it look like a globe in this? What?
I see the moon and the sun. They go around us, and then I assume, well, we're probably.
Is that the Earth for the like? What is this? The fifth time? Is that the Earth up there?
You have never seen the moon or the sun go around anything ever.
Oh well, I thought I did.
Okay, so
You've seen 'em
say
above.
you wake up one morning, you go to the beach, right? And you watch the sunrise. And then it sets, rises in the east, sets in the west. Does it go around you?
Nope.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
It goes in a circle around you.
That's what I thought. Yeah. I thought I was on a big globe and it went around me.
Yeah,
No,
but
it goes
like,
from east to west. That's a direction, right?
so you got to realize something, man. That when you don't have anything to base your reality upon, and you're saying I am. It's not established, dude, at all. Period. It's not established at all. Period.
And well repeated.
Well understood and well repeated is not helping you.
Echo it in your head.
26. It's not helping you saying those words. It's like you're
feel good.
Yeah, it's no. I'm feeling good because you're getting shellacked. But the problem is you're saying things like, it's you can look at something and just have this assumption about it. You don't realize that it's not about looking at something and saying, well, that thing up there looks like what I'm standing on. You have to first understand that the thing you're standing on, there has to be an established way that it's known to be the thing that they're telling you it is. And what way is that? What established way have they shown that the thing you're standing on is an oblate spheroid?
There's none. It's been established that there's none. I've accepted.
Then why are you believing that it's something that it's not been established to be?
For me, it just seems legit. That's just
legit. Well, where does it? Why do you come up? It just seems legit. Why?
He said he had it modeled.
Any other idea?
You just said you have. You just said you guys could.
You just want to pick on globe models, and
you said you. Yeah, you keep saying model. Yeah, and I asked for the model, and you said you don't have one. You know what that means?
Yeah, I'm not
Then
much
you
of a
just said
scientist.
globe
I'd rather
model.
understand where you're coming from.
And moon models. You said you can model
Okay.
it out. What are you modeling the moon
wanna
orbit with?
You should
I
have you not
understand
been?
you guys are really, really aggressive and want to fight me, but
We're not. Listen, you're not listening. We're aggressive because you're not actually listening. You're waiting to talk. Okay, so
my
how,
mistake.
you just said I know you're not listening because what you just said. You said you want to understand where we're coming from. Well, did you listen to the first shit I said?
I've already forgotten, but I did listen.
Okay, so in reality, the thing we've been talking about is we experience reality a certain way. We experience the earth as flat and motionless. But people, not you, people you happen to believe and trust and all that jazz, why are you interrupting me? Have told you that experience is not real, right? They said it looks flat, but it's just a giant ball. You can't. You feel like you're not. You feel like you're standing still, but you're actually spinning so slow that you can't feel it. Is this not what they say? Is this not what they say?
Oh yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, in science,
Okay,
spinning.
so you have your experience, and then you have someone saying your experience is not real. Okay, right? That's our dichotomy that we have. But
I'm
that's
sure you
the
know that
dichotomy.
Cope explanation. I don't need to tell
That's
you.
the
Right?
dichotomy that we have. We have a
You know
dichotomy.
why that is the way, right? You know that. Right?
It doesn't matter.
You know why they
It doesn't matter because the dichotomy, one is perceptual based upon how we experience the world, and the other one is a mental construct in the fucking mind. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Now that we have this dichotomy, if you're going to say, hey, we have this mental construct, this is the actual reality, is our mental construct that has no qualities to it that you can receive in the world, they need fucking evidence for that shit.
Yeah.
Do you not agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. So I'm assuming, and I assume that scientists have the evidence. I myself don't.
Oh boy! And why would you assume that?
Because, like I said before, it just seems legit.
Name one scientist. We'll wait.
I'm not that much into it.
It just seems
Yeah,
legit.
this is
It's
called
not a-
phantom expert syndrome. That's what that is.
Phantom expert.
Yeah. There's probably
You can't just say it seems.
Anybody know this doesn't. This is like.
Hey, Miggy,
So
can you take
long
him
have you
through
guys
the 3 proofs of
on
his
this
having a
before you start
faith-based belief?
educating people?
No, hold on.
Is this
Let
gonna
him.
be like a
We'll
half an
ask
hour
you.
of, like,
How
at
do
home
you
shit, or are we
know?
gonna-
How do
are we
you
gonna
know
get
that
somewhere?
the Earth is spinning?
Like,
You just
I don't
think
have
somebody will do it? So you have a lot of built-up
I'm armed,
beliefs.
right? I'm asking you for information. You really want to fight me? I don't know why.
Yeah, well, no. The information is that you're already
I've laid
given the
down my weapon.
information. The information
I'm
was
open.
downloaded the minute you came in here. It
Okay.
says 24/7 flat Earth.
Okay, into the break. Hold on a second. Hold on. Listen, you just said it again. You want information. I gave you all the information you need. The flat Earth isn't on in this Discord. It's outside your house. That's where the Earth is, right? Outside your house.
Oh, I see the light.
We understand the lexicon.
There's no
We
light to
understand
see.
the words.
The light you need to see is that you can trust your own eyes and stop believing that someone knows better than your experience of reality.
I see.
What's wrong with that?
Because it's really big, you know. Just
Yeah, but you have to imagine that it's a ball too big to see.
Yeah,
you have no evidence. You have no evidence of that.
Bigger than me, bro.
Yeah, that's cool. It could be just flat, though. It could just be what it is, what you see and perceive.
Yeah, it could be
you have
simulated.
an
Could be a
argument
lot
you're
of-
trying to make. It looks flat, but I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to, it could be flat because it looks flat. I'm not going to accept that. I'm going to imagine that it's a ball too big to see, so it looks flat.
Could even be a string of ones and zeros for all I know.
Yeah, more cope, dude. This is just cope.
You broke down.
This is just cope because of the situation you're in. You're starting to realize the situation you're in. You're in a mentally constructed reality. With no qualities in the real world.
We all are. I think you.
No, we're not. You are.
Yes, we are.
I explained to you, 26, I explained to you that we're no longer brainwashed to whatever you guys like to think.
Yeah, you're above me. You're in the know. You're like a cult of sacred knowledge.
I know for a fact it's flat. It's been measured.
We don't listen. You know
that way. It's been measured, so we know it's flat. Yeah, we're in the know.
Yeah, but hold on, dude. You know what we know. You just reject what you know and choose to believe
the flat Earth.
You've never been outside.
I've been outside.
And it looks flat, right? Yeah, it looks flat, right? So you know what we know. We choose not to reject that experience. What did you? How do you interpret flat? You interpreted flat as curved.
We're going in circles now.
So let me tell you, you interpreted flat as curved.
Someone else talk to me, like someone a little bit.
Yeah, so you interpreted flat as curved.
Please.
Yeah, are you going to answer me? Did you interpret flat as curved?
Beta.
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's all that needs to be said. You're disconnected from reality, dude.
Yeah. So is anyone willing to try and teach me?
This fucking
teach you. Yeah, dude, I already told you.
I told you.
What do I have to teach you? I'm trying to tell you this isn't a complicated problem. Someone made something very sophisticated. It's so sophisticated that you refuse to learn about it. That's why you're not a scientist and you don't know the globe. You don't know anything about it. We can ask you what the radius is, you won't know. We can ask you what the circumference is, you don't know. We can ask how it was measured, how gas pressure exists. We can ask you all these questions. You don't know, right? You don't know any of that stuff. right? Well, we do know all that stuff, but you don't know it. Why? Because it's
Not really much of a
sophisticated.
scientist guy.
Well, but like that's the point, right? You have this belief. You don't really know the details of it. Fine, that's cool. But why is that belief more appealing than one that is just unsophisticated? Hey, it looks flat because it is flat. Instead, you rather have a sophisticated belief, but you don't even understand the details of the sophistication.
You want to know my problems with the flat one?
Hey, I'll be back in 15.
Yeah, what are your problems with it looks flat, therefore it is
The
flat?
edge, like the edge. I don't know what goes past the edge. It's too much.
What edge? Where did you get the idea of an edge?
It's flat, right?
Yeah, so what?
Does it go forever, or is there an edge?
That's a false dichotomy.
Is there neither?
That's a false dichotomy. Are you deaf?
What does that mean?
There's nothing. Forever is a concept. Infinite is a concept. Infinite is the act of counting something from which another number will always be countable, right? That does not exist. That's an idea in people's heads. When you say goes on forever, that means I can walk and I will always be able to take another step in a direction. That is a fantasy. That it's not
So there is an
possible.
edge.
No.
There's no edge. Does it wrap around
I
on
know
itself?
listen, the way you think about the world, from the way you've been taught, is that everything is an object with a boundary, right?
Is there an edge?
I'm addressing what you said. What is a boundary? Is a boundary an edge?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So why don't you listen carefully? No, there's no edge. There's no
edge.
concept of an edge. Well, is there an edge to the universe?
The Earth. So if I keep walking in one direction, do I come back on the other side, or do I just keep going in that direction?
And you can't walk in a straight line. It's not possible.
Like there's an ice wall or something allegedly, right?
No, I mean, there's
Here we
glaciers.
freaking go, bro.
So like, can I go past the ice wall and keep going?
I don't know.
Okay,
How would
so
I know
that
that?
is for you. For you,
I
it's
know,
question mark.
I
as
know
well.
there's a place we call Antarctica. You can go south and you'll hit ice. And then once you get on top of the ice, there's land. And then people have gone far inland, but whether they can quote unquote go past it, I don't know.
Oh, okay, cool. So there is a limit, and we don't know what's past the ice. That's
Yeah,
fine.
there's a limit to everything.
All right.
But that's just a human limit. That's not really says about the limits of the physical world, right? So, let me ask you this question: where's the edge of the universe?
Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Wouldn't even
Does it
bother
have
thinking
an
about it,
edge?
really.
Well, does it have an edge?
Probably not.
So it's just infinite, the infinite universe.
Yeah, I'd assume infinity, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, infinity can't exist, dude.
I know it's a logical contradiction, but there's a lot of those.
Yeah. So this. So you knew that this was an infinite regression fallacy before you brought it up.
I don't even know what that is. I believe in infinity.
Okay. No, an infinite regression fallacy. So, 2,000 years ago, Zeno paradox proved that the question of a boundary, no boundary, is not solvable logically, right? Because not all things can be proven with logic. So you can't prove whether there's an edge. Hold on. You can't prove whether there's an edge or a boundary to the universe, reality, whatever you want to call it, using math, logic, geometry. It's not possible.
Do you know why? You want to know why?
It's called Zeno's paradox.
By nature, it's immeasurable. Of
Right,
course
but
it's
do you
not
know
proven.
why, though? A real
'cause
good
it's
explanation. Because everything's connected with everything. The physical attribute of everything is within everything. There's only one reality.
Why are you talking over Demok, dude? Like, why? You've been doing a lot of over talking, dude. So,
I mean, I'd say you're over talking me, but yeah.
yeah, okay, but you'd be wrong. So, the point is that your question, where's the edge? It's meaningless. Doesn't mean anything. Earth is all of reality. Earth isn't in outer space. There is no outer space. Okay? So you think of Earth when you think, if I say, hey, picture the Earth, how do you picture the Earth? You don't picture from the Earth of how you experience it. You picture the Earth as if you're in outer space looking back at the Earth from a third person point of view. A view that you've actually never had, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so you don't actually picture the Earth in your mind as the Earth really is.
So when I go, hey, the Earth is flat, you try to picture the Earth, the flat Earth is that. Oh, I'm looking at the flat Earth from a third person point of view, looking at it. And you go, Derp, where's the edge? Well, dude, that's not how you experience life. It's not how you experience the world. Experience the world from a first person point of view. There is no edge. The Earth isn't an object embedded in something. Okay? That is faulty reasoning because you've taken a flat Earth and you've stuck it in your or the cosmology that you believe in, where the Earth is an object contained in a giant near infinite vacuum. We don't believe that shit.
Okay. No edge, got it.
Yeah, so we don't think the Earth is a space disk. There's no outside the Earth. There's no outside. You get that part? There ain't no out there. This is it.
Okay, and there's no way out.
No, there is a way out.
Without dying.
Yeah, that's the only way out.
Gotcha.
So there is a one-way ticket out of here, but there ain't no, as far as I know, there ain't no return. Fatality.
What do you think is below us?
Can you go ahead and repeat?
Here we go. You just like reverted right back to the beginning, right? Now Earth is the object and there has to be something below us. There's no below, there's no over, there's no outside. Dude, you're thinking of Earth as if it's like you drew it on a fucking piece of paper, right? And that there's paper and like you can go, the Earth is inside this little box. And then you can go between the box and the edge of the paper. Like, dude,
Like,
no, there's no.
Imagine if we keep digging.
Oh, we're imagining? Oh, classic.
Oh, if we keep digging. I don't have to imagine. We know how far we've dug.
You're not a fan of imagination?
26.
No,
Go ahead and
we're
repeat
not.
back what Indio said so we all understand that you actually understand what he said, because I have a feeling you're going to forget again.
I think he said that there is no getting out of here. There's no outside of here. There's only what we see, etc. Is that what he's trying to say?
What about, is space real or is space fake?
I don't like using the word real. Space is part of the experience. Yep.
No, we're not talking about just like the space in that sense. Outer space. Outer space vacuum.
Seems legit.
Not really.
Seems legit. Based upon what evidence? Oh, I saw Star Wars.
Yeah, pretty much. Just movies and shit like that.
God damn, man.
What do you imagine?
You know what said that? You said you think about reality based upon a TV show, movies. Like, oh, this is probably real.
Yeah, I'm so silly. What do you think is below us, though? I'm just wondering.
What do you mean below?
What if it wasn't? What if it wasn't the movie? It was the radio too.
What do you mean by below? When you
Like,
say
if we keep
below,
digging, what do you? If we're playing Minecraft and we keep going down, what do
Dude,
you
grab a
reckon's down
shovel if you want to know so bad.
yeah, dude. Like,
He's an FM guy.
The deepest hole ever dug. We're not talking about radio. So the deepest hole ever dug is 7 miles. So past that, nobody knows.
So again, but there's no imagining. We don't want to imagine.
No.
Oh, okay.
We deal with what we can prove, not what we can fucking imagine. We can imagine all sorts of shit. Go to the library and go through the fiction section. There's a bunch of imagination in there. This isn't 24/7 flat Earth fiction.
Is it important to like imagine things?
For why?
To like formulate new theories and things, and maybe we don't have the full picture, and to learn.
Imagination is learning now.
It's a tool used.
It's really the opposite of learning.
It's the first psychic ability, right? Like confusion and imagination.
You can use it for engineering and mechanical purposes, and like after you have the attribute of things to imagine how they work, right? You can do that, but it has to like comply with reality. It has to comport with the physical nature of reality or the attributes of or actions therein. If it doesn't, then your imagination is fucking squat. Like Superman's vision.
Looks like he left.
Damn, he didn't want none.
Oh, he's still here.
Oh, he's still here.
You talking to me?
Oh, sorry.
No,
That was you.
Hold on. No, we had a server mod spamming here. I kept deleting his messages, and he finally left. He was crying about it because he said, "You can't boot me," so I just deleted his messages. So he's gone. Goodbye.
Where are you when I need you? I mean, there's so many of this filth. They come in, they make a joke, it doesn't posture, and it's like, hey, no, it's like go back to the drawing board, come back again. It's like don't be mad.
Okay, back to 26.
EPT has suggested something.
Why do you want us to imagine shit though? What's the impulse for this?
Well, like if you're gonna learn anything, right, you need to imagine you might be wrong. Like it's just otherwise you're not gonna learn.
What are you talking about? Like what?
Imagination is psychic? No. First psychic ability is confusion. That's what I said. If you want to quote me.
Yeah. So is this like the Goldilocks technique?
It's like Pokemon Sacred Knowledge.
Yeah. Do you know what the Goldilocks technique is? It's an interrogation technique.
Oh.
Wow. I'm not sure if you're doing it, but
if I'm doing it, I'm doing it naturally.
The feds?
I know.
What's going on?
Actually, sorry, it's the Alice in Wonderland technique, not Goldilocks.
Okay. So what is that?
Oh, it's when you like have two people interrogate someone, and both the interrogation officers just basically babble fucking nonsense that don't make sense until the person cracks.
Oh, okay. It's like gaslighting.
Alice in Wonderland, right? So basically, they talk Jabberwocky. So nothing they talk to each other and it don't make sense. They talk to you and it don't make sense. Like nothing they say would make sense. And it eventually the person will freaking lose their gourd and lose their shit.
Damn, isn't like that feels like it's torture.
Yeah, it is. It's almost like a form of torture, but you combine it with other things like sleep deprivation and some sodium pentothal and things like that. Yeah, I love music. You like it's a combined technique. It's not just that; it's other things.
That's some big type evil shit.
I think imagination is the antithesis of learning, because learning should be about things that have happened, not things which could have happened or would have happened.
What about theory?
Theory?
Yeah, theory. Like you theorize, like for physics example, right? You make a theory, you predict what might happen, and you do an experiment.
Would that be the hypothesis, not the theory?
I mean, hypothesis theories are like hypothesis, right?
Nah, not really.
No.
Yeah. Well, they're like developed hypotheses, right?
A theory is so you have a hypothesis, which is basically the prediction of your experiment. X will cause Y. Okay, variation of X will cause Y. You do variation of X. Then from that results of that experiment, now you come up with a theory.
Yeah, and the theory is basically a wider. Yeah, a theory is basically a wider range hypothesis. Like I theorize that this rule is the thing that caused this thing to happen is this rule. So the theory of thermodynamics is technically still a theory, right? And the theory is like this is the rule that this happens. And if you can prove that theory right or wrong, like we can prove a hypothesis right or wrong.
Thermodynamics is a physical law. It's not a theory.
You know what I meant, right? It used to be, you know what I meant?
No, I'm not trying to be pedantic either, but like in science, you have to rigorously define terms. And
yeah, okay. So what's a current theory? String theory.
That's a good fucking question.
Yeah,
germ theory. So germ theory is a current theory.
No way, germ theory is a current theory. That's like what?
Yeah, but it's a theory.
I saw germs in fucking middle school, bro. That shit's not a theory no more.
What?
Cooties. You had cooties in middle school.
No, it's germ theory in this. Not the germ theory isn't like the theory that germs exist.
Germ theory. I think it's a germ theory.
We're talking about the geometry.
Germ. Germ theory. It's not the theory that germs exist. It's the theory that germs cause infectious diseases.
What the fuck? Still,
It's
okay, yeah.
That's a different thing because germs can exist and not cause disease, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, understood.
So germ theory is a theory that infectious diseases are caused by germs, viruses, bacteria, that shit.
I feel like it's a really bad example for what I'm trying to get at, but I'm gonna go to string theory instead. It's technically like a wider range hypothesis, just like a claim that this rule exists, and we can prove it right.
String theory, is that what you said?
Yeah, just for example.
Okay, string theory is not a theory.
What do you mean it's not a theory?
It's not a proper scientific theory.
Oh, okay, so you think it's wrong?
Okay, because the first step of the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon. What natural phenomenon did they observe to get string theory?
I mean, what's it called? It's basically a trying to explain the quantum world with the gravitational world or whatever. You know?
Yeah, I understand what it is, but they didn't make an observation.
I mean, that was observation.
They imagined or postulated that idea.
What do you mean?
Didn't they observe space time?
Yeah, you can. You observe that shit,
dude.
And then, we observed that shit, and then now we have a scientific theory to explain it.
I just smoked you, dude, and you agreed with me.
I made some space time in a bunt cake. Made it last week.
I mean, it's still a theory, it's a hypothesis.
It's not a theory. It's a bunch of trash.
Well, doesn't just because you disagree with it, or you agree with the hypothesis?
No, this is an agree or disagree thing. It doesn't follow the scientific method.
Bullshit. You know more than I call shit up.
Okay, what was the natural phenomenon from which
it's bro? Okay. First of all, they observe
the first step in the scientific method is observe a natural phenomenon, dude.
They observe space time. They observe the fundamental particles, and they explain it. And they explain it through strings. So, what do you think? What do you think they need to see for it to be a theory?
What do I think? They need to observe a natural phenomenon and then do the requisite experiment to come up with their theory. It's not my problem to tell them what they need to find out. What experiment has been tested that string theory has? What prediction that string theory has made that's been tested? They admit that they can't actually even falsify string theory because it's a multi-dimensional theory.
What the fuck? What has to do with anything with falsification? What? Just because it's multi-dimensional?
How could you falsify it?
Bro, I'm not a string theorist, first of all. And second of all, to God.
Give me one experiment that can falsify it.
Because string theory predicts particles, right? It predicts some fundamental phenomenon that comes about because of string theory. If they never find them or they can't prove that they exist, right, in reality, then string theory will be proven wrong. And they do that a bunch of times in particle accelerators. How they fucking built this shit to test if the fundamental particles they predict actually do exist.
What are you talking about? String theory has not predicted the existence of any particle. They were known already.
It predicts. It hasn't been successful, but that's what it does.
What is a scientific prediction, Nay?
Suck my dick. Well, no way you're asking me that.
Whoa, bro.
A scientific prediction is when you have a theory, right, or hypothesis based off an educated guess, basically, based off other things like, hey, this might happen because of this, and then you test it. That's what they do in the particle accelerator type of shit. They test it.
You sound like a person who can imagine.
What the fuck do you think a hypothesis is?
He's imagining big time.
What do you think a hypothesis is? It's not imagining?
When you get out of college, you can go work at Disney as an Imagineer.
Like, what do you do? How do you come up with a hypothesis without imagining?
Okay, because you observed a natural phenomenon.
Okay, no, a hypothesis.
So you make a logical inference. You make a logical inference from your observation. You make a logical inference. Who's babbling?
It's an educated guess.
Babbling in the background.
It's an educated guess. You're guessing what we think might happen, right?
We don't guess here. We only know that it's flat.
Just because you're wrong doesn't mean a hypothesis isn't a hypothesis.
I'm not one of them. I'm just pretending.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sit down, be cool, man.
Yeah.
You be cool. I love you.
No, we're not talking to you. Dude, are you drunk?
Fuck.
Am I drunk?
Are you?
Yeah, you are.
Who knows, man?
Oh, he is.
Well,
I'm not
hypothesis.
drunk. I don't drink.
Anyway, okay. A hypothesis is a scientific prediction on what the results of an experiment will be. It's not a guess.
Look it up, dog.
Yeah, I want me to post citations.
Do you want? I just show you a picture of the fucking of the bullshit. What is a hypothesis?
I said scientific hypothesis.
Is a scientific hypothesis.
Are you asking me?
I can't even spell hypothesis. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you're Googling what a scientific hypothesis is?
That's AI bullshit. Come here. Boom. Took a picture. It says a scientific hypothesis is a testable, clear statement about what you think will happen in a scientific experience based on your observation and prior knowledge.
Yeah.
You know what's another word for that? An educated guess.
Educated by what, dude? You don't know anything. That's why you're doing the experiment.
What do you mean you don't? What do you mean you don't know anything? You know things. Is this one of those arguments again? You know things. For example,
you have a problem with English comprehension.
Let me lay out.
You don't know anything about what you're doing. Okay, what you're doing, you don't know anything. That's why you're doing the experiment.
Actually, no. Wait. Let me lay out a experiment for you. Right.
Okay.
Imagine you're trying to figure out how hot a microwave will get. Right. You know what you do know, right, is that microwaves can turn on and they become hot once you turn on the power button. What you do know is that they need electricity to turn on the power button. And what you do know is that there's numbers that show up on the power button next to the words power level. They go from 1 to 10. An educated guess or hypothesis in that situation would be like, okay, I think on 10 it's going to be really hot, and at 1 it's not going to be as hot. That's a hypothesis. And you put it in your food, and you put on 10.
Yeah, I'm a slow learner, dude.
Who caused
you
it?
put on 10, it's really hot. You put on 1, it's really hot. That's proving and testing a hypothesis.
What's the cause?
So you do know things.
What's the cause of it getting hot?
To make a guess.
What's the cause of it getting hot?
That's not. But you see, I didn't mention the cause of it getting higher. I mentioned
pressing the button.
That's not a side of the experiment I just mentioned, right?
Okay.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Okay, you have to fucking mute your ass because you can't stop fucking drunken babbling. We don't know the scientific hypothesis determine the cause of a phenomenon. They don't determine how hot food might get. If I hit the buttons on some man-made object, we know the cause. You're the cause. Okay?
Did you know me? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so basically,
are you still talking?
I'm
you should be embarrassed if you were just talking that long.
I was just chilling, dog. What I was saying, what I would say to that,
look in the chat, bro. Look in the chat.
What I say to that is that the experiment I just laid out didn't ask about how the microwave got hot. The only question it asks is whether what if the power level, how does the power level of a microwave affects how hot it gets? That was a question of experiments. Experiments ask one question at a time because there only can be one variable at a time.
Okay, you didn't do an experiment. You have no natural observed phenomenon. You fucking played with a microwave.
You literally just disregarded. You didn't engage in my example at all, brother.
Yeah, I did. You didn't do an experiment, dude.
If I built that at work, it would not be an experiment. I wouldn't be experimenting. It's engineering. And if I built that at work,
how do you think engineering comes about?
I would assign different IOs to power levels and assign it to that. That's how that actually works.
Okay, but the hypothetical scientist doesn't actually know that. This is just an example. This is a thought experiment. This hypothetical scientist is trying to figure out what the power levels do, So they take their prior knowledge about electricity and the numbers and the words that's next to the numbers and make a guess.
Yeah. What if someone programmed it different?
You see, right? That's not. You're not engaging with the situation I set up.
I am, and I'm giving you the reason I'm bringing this up for a reason. What if someone programmed 10 to be the lowest and 1 to be the highest? See,
okay. Then do you know?
All you'll be able to say.
Do you know what's going to happen? Do you know what's going to happen?
Does. Why are you over talking me? All you'll ever be able to say is what that microwave does. You will not be able to make any universal claims from that quote unquote experiment. Well, that's why we don't use man-made objects for scientific experiments. We only use natural phenomenon because they're universal.
Hey, okay, so a few things, right? When I'm using that, you're focusing on the example too much instead of thinking of the ideas I'm trying to bring up, right? The man-made object, right, is just a stand-in for a phenomenon that we don't understand, that we totally understand. And the power levels are just standing in for a phenomenon you don't totally understand, right? If the microwave, I'm going to engage what you said earlier, though. If the microwave was programmed differently, right, and the experimenter would just get the wrong idea of how the power levels work. They'll get the wrong idea, and they'll publish their findings, and other people would try the same experiment and see their microwaves, which are programmed correctly, don't match. So that's the point of peer reviewing, to check our findings. So they're going to peer review.
Peer review does not replicate experiments.
It definitely, 100%, truly a percent.
Okay, listen. If you say something that's stupid, you're really just dumb. You think peer review replicates experiments?
You don't think scientists replicate each other's experiments to make sure the results are the same?
Yes, they do replicate each other's experience, but not in the peer review process.
Dude, okay. Well, if you're gonna be semantic like that, eat shit. What? You know what I mean, man? There's no point in doing that.
Another lab might replicate someone's experiment all on their own. They might report their findings. They might not report their findings. They might be able to replicate it. They might not be able to replicate it. Chances are they won't be able to replicate it because that's the way shit's been going lately. Something like 85% of all frickin' published papers can't be replicated. What they say happened. 85%. Did you hear me? 85%.
Yeah, that's fucking science, bro. Shit's hard, bro. On some real shit. It's hard. It's hard knowing how our world works, man. It's not easy.
That's what it is. It's definitely not fraud. It's just hard.
I mean, okay, hold on. You have a point right there. There is a good bit of fraud in the scientific community. That is true. That doesn't
it's academia. I wouldn't call it the scientific community. I would say in academia as a whole. And because academia is publish or perish, and these guys straddle academia and so-called being a scientist, because being a scientist nowadays is working at a university, getting a bunch of fucking grants, doing a bunch of useless fucking shit, and getting published so you don't get fucking fired. That's what a scientist is nowadays. Just somebody trying to fucking churn out a goddamn paper so they don't get shit canned.
You know, I don't really think it's the idea of academia that's a problem. It's like the profit incentive that's in science. It's not really about learning anymore or observing. It's about making fucking money. So, of course, you're going to get bad results. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get results that people just want to hear. And that affects science really negatively. There's like really good people, YouTube videos and scientists. People.
Well, look, think about this. You apply for grant money. You do a whole bunch of shit. You do your experiment, and then nothing comes out of it. Nothing publishable comes out as a result of your experiment.
That's tough shit. That's really tough shit.
Yeah, and then this happens. You have a lucky, you have an unlucky string, and you're super ambitious, right? And your wife's nagging you. Why don't you make some money? I'm gonna go fuck the neighbor. Yada yada yada. And you're in a rut. You got a fucking mortgage. You got a fucking another kid on the way. And your choice is, I can just lose this spreadsheet and all these outliers that squash the statistical significance. We'll just pretend those don't exist. Right? So they're just human beings. They're not moral characters. And they know that the results of whatever they do isn't going to hurt anybody because they're working on fucking fruit flies or something. They do some experiment with fruit flies and they fudge the data. So what? No one's going to die because the fruit fly data was bullshit. but they'll get a promotion and they'll get a raise and they'll get a little extra money. And then some retard will come in here and say, peer review proved it. This proof I fucking study, when it's some mushed up fucking bullshit that him and his
On some real shit, though?
student fucking scrubbed.
On some real shit though, that doesn't really like that definitely that definitely has happened. That situation where people like, I feel like there's an example of that. The proof one? Okay. But I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember where it came from.
I remember dude doing it with cancer. I remember dude doing it with brain shit. I remember dude doing it with other neurologists doing that shit.
But hold on. That does not disprove science or scientific community.
Disprove science.
It does. It doesn't disprove.
Look.
Right? What it does, right?
Is that you're
what
generalizing?
It gives us false positives, right? That we need to do extra work to sift through. You know what I'm saying? It's because of capitalism, man. It's because of capitalism. Capitalism makes science worse.
Yeah, okay. I have a better idea. Don't generalize. Take everything on a case-by-case basis. If a paper makes a claim, you look at the paper, you analyze it, you look at the assumptions, you look at the sources over there, you look at the experiment. You don't make blanket statements that, a scientist this or a science that.
You know what the really big problem too? You know what's the actual big problem? Is the science, popular science. You know what I'm saying? This thing called the science that gets published in newspapers. Like if somebody says something, right, like a super exciting thing that's not true, before it even gets touched by the other scientists to check if it's true or anything, it's gonna get published on the news, and everybody's gonna be told it, and they're gonna be fed lies and products that make people money. Right? So the science about is mostly fucking lies. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. So before we can actually check shit, we just put it out there to make money. That's bullshit,
really?
Man.
Are you just figuring this out?
I know. I've been on this, man.
Okay, so you know about the peer review process that started in the 60s? You want to know who started that or who consolidated it and made it a thing?
What's up?
You know who did it?
What's up, man?
You know that frickin' Epstein guy?
Epstein?
Yeah, so not Epstein. You know his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell?
Who? What did he do? What did she do?
Her dad.
Uh-huh.
Her dad consolidated all the journals and peer-reviewed journals and became a multi-billionaire doing this. He was also and he also ended up dead.
Good.
So he ended up doing having a accident in his.
Was it a suicide?
Yeah, something like that. But there was it was alleged that he was straddling the Mossad agent billionaire sexual blackmail type thing involving him and his daughter in Epstein.
Damn.
And John Kerry's involved in all that shit too. The point is that the peer review process is new. It's a modern invention. There was no peer review really prior to 1970. Einstein wasn't
believe that, bro. Really? Because I feel like Einstein's story and shit is basically maybe not how we think. Maybe not.
Einstein's first paper had 0 citations in it.
I mean, yeah, but
zero citations.
Once Einstein put out his paperwork, right, the scientific community bounced off each other. Know how many conferences Einstein went to? That's the type of peer reviews that existed before. The corporatized peer review, the peer review we see now, we think of today, maybe it probably didn't exist back then, but scientists definitely bounced off ideas and tested the experiments between each other. That's 100%.
Yeah, they read each other's shit, but it wasn't a requirement to get published. Wasn't peer review. The reason Einstein got published is because he was buddies with the publisher of Annals in Physics.
Yeah, it's fucking capitalism, man. Nothing. You're gonna see nothing that the people who have money don't want you to see, bro. On some real shit.
So he got published, and the actual dynamics of moving bodies, but he had 0 citations. So he plagiarized 25 people.
That's fucking hilarious, dumbass. Dumbass Einstein.
He got away with it too, man.
Yeah.
That's why, all the Einsteins at the turn of the century, they freaking hated him because they know that he was a plagiarist. But the media was giving him all this attention, right? But all the scientists are like, this motherfucker plagiarized all the scientists that came before him. He didn't come up with E equals MC squared. He didn't come up with the Lorentz transformation. He didn't come up with any of the crap.
I don't believe that. No way.
Oh, E equals MC squared was come about. I think it was Poincaré, the first person to come up with an equation.
No, don't do this. I love Einstein. Don't do this, man. Don't do this. Don't do this to me, man. Please.
Oh,
don't discredit my boy.
Don't discredit St. Einstein.
Please.
Well, I mean, what? Listen, dude. Why don't you go on the U.S. Patent Office and check out his patent?
What? The motherfucker patented? He did not patent E equals. What did he patent?
He patented a blouse.
A blouse.
A woman's blouse. Yeah, they go wear it, dude. Go fucking have one fucking made, dude.
No way he patented a blouse. I'll buy that shit on God.
Pictures of him in women's shoes. Yeah, that's
he wore them in shoes too. Yeah, he's a little weird. He married his cousin.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of cool. Also, he was a fucking genius, and I think he believed the Earth is round. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool of him, right?
You're coping so hard right now.
That was pretty cool of him, right?
We're all laughing because you're coping terribly bad.
Bro, dude, you think the Earth is flat, and you also think space is a thing.
No, the Earth is flat, and no, space is fake.
Wait, I also need to know what that means, by the way. Go ahead.
Wait, what did you say? India?
Yeah, we know the Earth is flat, and we know space is fake.
No. Okay, you know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, no. K,
but you can't do math.
W.
Oh, wait, you're dumb. Oh, wait, you're dumb.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a reputation.
Wait, you're dumb. Okay, see you later.
Yeah, that's a reputation. No, actually, you're delusional.
Bye. I actually have to go. Good night.
Yeah, just
run.
You're gay.
Wow.
Classic.
It's been a great Christmas already.
It has been, dude. Holy.
Any other Globus to unwrap?
Yeah, facts. So who's next?
Yeah, he poorly worded his response to me, but like I accepted his answer, and he also told me to shut up. And it wasn't my conversation; it was his and yours, Indio. So I did shut up.
I wanted you to attack him, but fuck, dude, you're too nice.
Because it wasn't my conversation. So you were A, he was B, and I can see my way out. You know.
Oh, he was triggered by you.
That was a good one.
He kind of answered it correctly. It was very poorly worded at first because he said like a theory, but then he started kind of saying a hypothesis. So when he said that, I was like, okay.
Oh, Indio, you got a new guy. Kel Trainer wants to talk to you.
Yeah, okay. Who the hell is that? Kel Trainer.
Yeah, whatever.
Spaceman. It says Spaceman. Cool. What's up, Spaceman?
He's shy, pretending his mic doesn't work. You guys aren't going to be able to use that excuse for long. I mean, it's been 20 years since we've had microphones and shit, so.
Or for Final Boss. You know what the final boss is? Going outside. That's the final boss. I know it's scary out there, and you know you need to be on your mom's tether, but you know you can do it.
I feel like you're projecting super hard, kiddo.
Oh, dude, I'm not projecting. Have you ever been outside?
He said kiddo.
No, what is outside?
Right?
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, so it looks flat out there. Have you seen it lately?
Have you been out there?
Yeah.
You've observed outside, is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I've observed outside.
Can you
prove
outside that you've observed outside?
Here we go.
Yeah,
you can. Okay.
He's
so you think you can, but you don't actually know if you can or not.
Guys, he's a 99%er. You can tell.
Hey, I'm talking to this other guy. Can you talk less, kid?
But you've
Jesus
given up
Christ.
already, Cal. You've given up before you even started.
You like I'm talking to Indio. You guys have like to chill out and let Indio talk. Jesus
Can you
Christ.
prove that I can't prove that I've been outside?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
Got him.
So you can't repeat the question you just asked one more time?
Yes, I did. I'll repeat it one more time for the soul boy. Can you prove that I cannot prove that I have been outside?
Yes, because you haven't been outside.
That's no, that's just an Ipsy.
Oh no, I watched no. Hold on.
No,
I
that's
watched a
Ipsy
YouTube.
Dixie fallacy.
Hey,
I
hold
have to
on. I watched a YouTube video that said you'd never been outside. So
yeah, shut up. Send to that.
Clown.
Flat Earth thing based upon a YouTube video. It's outside, dude. Fucking low tier.
Dude, bro gave up before he even started. That's insane. Just bad faith off its face. All right, who's next?
I mean, if anybody else wants to talk to him, go ahead. I'm going to take a break for a couple
Hell
minutes.
no, we're good.
What's the call?
Yeah, no.
Platsy. Any takers? Anybody? D-Dub? Edwin?
Yeah, I don't mind talking to people, but I'm not trying to just argue. If he's just here to argue, I like having conversations that are edifying.
No, he's here to argue.
But can you prove I'm here to argue? Like, shut up, dude. What are you doing?
Can you prove that I can't prove that I'm here?
Yeah, he's a 99%. Just like I said, he wants to. Nothing is real. You can't prove anything. He didn't like that. That's why he's. I'm not talking to you. I only want to talk to Indio.
Well, the funny thing is, like, you can't prove anything. Well, can you prove that? Yes, I can. Like, okay, you just contradicted yourself.
This is all they got. So who's next? They literally have nothing for us at this point. This is incredible.
You would have thought this place would have been flooded with Globers on this 24/7 sun or 24-hour sun. I guess we shot that down too fast. We should have given them some time to pull it all together.
I know, man. We should have fucking delayed that shit. We should have waited till they made all their promo videos that are going to come out, and then we should have pounced.
And pouncing. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't even have mattered. Maybe. I mean, didn't Nathan ask that? Why aren't you guys on here gloating about the 24-hour sun?
I'm just sitting here. I'm sitting pretty, just knowing the Earth is flat, and that I don't know. They keep following this illogical proposition that whatever the sky is doing determines what the ground is. So I don't really need to do that with them. We're over here sitting pretty.
Big facts.
Sitting pretty knowing they hate the actual God's reality, and they're freaking like, I want it to be Spaceballs.
Well, just like that guy said, well, yeah, dressing like a woman, that's pretty cool. Because, yeah, that's over with.
The Earth might be flat, but I'd identify as a glober.
It'd be nice if there was some people that were a little bit better faith, There are some new people to this topic that could learn from a nice discussion, but we end up dealing with guys like this, So we'll just move on. Who's next?
I expect the Samoan to be coming back in soon.
Oh, not again. I literally woke up to that. Dude was singing and bench pressing and all kinds of shit, bro. What the fuck was that? That was crazy, man.
So he left, or he came in, then he left, and he came back way later. Not talking about when he got disconnected. So I expect him to come back again. Because he's going to not be able to sleep if that one.
Bro started singing. I was like, what are you doing, man? You all right?
He gave up. He gave up. Starts singing. That's his nervous sing.
Wait, Flatsy. That I'm pretty sure was the same guy from the singing competition. I'm like 90% sure it's the same dude. Flatsy,
Castle
remember
King?
that guy? Yep.
Yeah, Castle. I think it's Castle King something, or maybe it's just Castle
that's
King.
it.
But,
You had it. That's yep.
He was the one that was singing at the competition with me. He won, and I came in second place. He was really precious though. Like he was giving people advice and encouraging them to get out there and sing and be brave. It was great. I thought he was awesome in the singing
So
competition.
so you weren't here this morning earlier today. Well, not morning. It was maybe 3:00 Eastern time. You weren't here for that. Bro was here.
No.
Trying to debate flat Earth. And it was
Dang!
bad.
I need to go back and listen to that.
Yeah, you do need to go listen to it. It was
Yeah,
rough.
you need to listen to the part where Creation Bear calls him the Castle Queen.
Dude, he straight got so mad. He's like, but I bench press 600 pounds. And then he started singing and stuff. Oh my!
And he is 600 pounds.
I forget what he was even trying to argue. Can you take a space shuttle? Yeah, that's what he kept saying. Space shuttle. But if you get in a space shuttle and go around, come on, man, just get in a space shuttle, dude. Shuttle. More like shut up.
I did. I freaked out on him. Told him to shut the fuck up about the shuttle already.
We tried to get him to sing Californication. He's like, but I don't know that one. Man, what? Oh, man. It was just a comedy all around. Straight comedy day. It's been great, dude. This panel's been crazy popping all day today. W's in the chat, guys.
It's getting better and better the longer they don't put anything out from their trip.
Wait, they haven't put anything out?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I haven't seen shit either, but I'm not really following it or anything.
I'm not looking for it. It's going to show up somewhere. I don't look for anything. I wait for you guys to say, ooh, look what's going on. And then maybe I'll look at it.
I do that too, so hopefully we're not just all doing that.
Well, there are people who are on it, it seems like.
Well, I'm in
get some
Facebook
DMs.
now because I was made to be put on Facebook so that, I don't know, I can stay in touch with people I don't want to stay in touch with. But anyway, so I made sure
That makes
I'm
a lot of sense.
I made sure I'm in the space groups and all that shit. It's going to show up somewhere. Yeah, I don't like social media. I was told you need to be back on social media because people are trying to contact you and they keep asking me, so I went back on.
Yeah. Well, good
I
luck
just
with
love
that.
how you said you were made to get it. I'm like, dang, you were made to get it, and then
basically.
just to keep in touch with people you don't want to keep in touch with. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, Radwin.
It does.
I got you. Yeah. Just torture yourself.
I do.
Yeah, I got some DMs. I got some DMs about something about a chroma key happening with the whole.
Well, yeah, they had
You seen
green
that,
screen.
or-
On the badge he was lighting up was showing the background from the final experiment that he was, where it's got the little Earths in the background. I think that was Duffy's badge. I can't remember exactly, but I saw that part. So,
well, not even
probably
just that.
Probably broadcasting in OBS, and that badge matched whatever.
Yeah, well, not even just that. It was some other stuff, but I see we got some people joining the panel, so let's check in with the panel here. We are live.
Are we live?
Oh shit! Wait, are we live?
Been live.
Okay, and there you have it, folks. We are live.
Why do you sound so far away from your mic, Creation Bear?
Oh, hold on.
Are we trying to riz the room?
Is this better or?
Oh yeah, I'm just kidding.
All right. The riz the room. Sorry, I just can't help it. My bad. Hopefully this is better. I can also switch to a different mic as well if I need to. All right.
What are you doing in Cali, boy? What are you doing in Cali, CB?
Listen, man, I'm dreaming Californication. I don't know, dude. Like, what are you not doing out here?
Hey, that's not
Come
even
on,
funny,
man.
bro. I'm in California. I'm gonna pull up and beat your ass.
All right, please, please, please. I've been waiting.
I'm in SoCal.
Please.
Pull up, bro. I'm
Perfect.
on the Christmas Eve.
Yes, yes, this will be great. Then we can.
Oh, yeah, you want to get fucking get railed?
Birth.
Live stream it.
Okay.
Guy wants to do things now.
Please.
Okay, this is weird now. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, hey, because you don't know who
You
you're
made it
talking
gay,
to.
man.
No, you did. You said you wanted to get railed.
Like, bro, what?
No,
Like,
I was saying I
chill,
wanted to
dude.
rail you.
Yo,
Dude.
That's not gay, bro.
Yeah, that's super gay, bro.
So you're not in Northern California?
In man-to-man fisticuffs, that's not gay.
Yeah, so you fight and then you want to rail them? Yeah, that's pretty gay.
Rail them to the ground, maybe. Yeah. That was a game, man. That's UFC in a nutshell, bro. Come on,
bro.
I put 30 seconds. That's how long you last.
Ooh, okay,
Oh,
okay.
dude,
30
yeah,
seconds.
you make some money. You're live on
30
YouTube.
seconds.
You underestimate my power.
Yeah, it's a power.
Wow.
But I'm assessing your skill.
Bro, I was trained by Kung Fu Panda. You'll never beat me.
No, in all seriousness, no, this will be fun.
Okay,
I
I'm
think
lowering it to
an
10
event-
seconds.
10 seconds? Oh, man. We should do
I
this.
think
though.
CB
That'd be
would
fun.
definitely always hit up a spar.
Yeah, what if I was like fucking roided out on like fucking bath salts?
Oh my god, dude! I can tell you don't know how to fight. See,
Well, I
when,
was
look,
fucking
it's
just,
easy
like,
to tell when
ripping
people
down
don't know how to
fences and
fight
shit.
because they think being strong or muscular is the deciding factor.
Hey, I got big titties. Don't worry.
It sounds like it.
I'll drown you out with my tits, bro.
fighting is a skill, right?
Hey, have you ever heard of Tai Iubasa? He's fat as
look
fuck,
at
bro.
boxer Tony Tubbs.
Yeah, but
Have you ever heard of Butterbean, bro?
Looking.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Butterbean? Yeah, classic.
Yeah, but
Butterbean is from my hometown.
Fucking go.
he fought in scrub
I love
matches. I'm
Butterbean.
talking about a professional
He is
world champion heavyweight.
What do you mean?
No, an actual good fighter, dude.
He was also
Butterbean's a good fighter.
he was also a fraud of a policeman too, doing the
Butterbean couldn't beat the bottom 100 of professional boxing.
Dude, he's a strong fighter. He has a good record.
Not in professional boxing, he don't.
Yeah, fighting trash cans. What up, Miggy? Please save us.
What up, bro? What y'all doing, man?
talking about
Trash cans,
Butterbean.
dude.
I know Butterbean.
Dude, you all
I
put
don't
this
know if
respect
you know him, but he was
Put
on
some
that.
respect on his name. Come on.
Who the
Well,
fuck is that guy?
who the fuck?
Who the fuck?
No, but he had this cop show where he would bust
Yeah.
people, and they were really corrupt cops.
Oh, we want to talk to a Glober, man.
It would be a cocktail or
Tens up.
Right,
Tens up.
right
Tens up.
fucking now.
What do you want from me?
Are
you a Glober,
Bottom of the
Tenza?
panel, Miggy.
Glover, you're up.
Tenza, you a Glober? Hello. Fucking hell.
Don't act all shy now.
Get all afraid now.
Fucking.
Hey, come on, dude. Batter up, dude. Get your pantyhose on, bro. Let's go.
Grizzly's like, that's my kind of party. Fuck it. Ain't gonna happen, Grizzly.
Roll your pantyhose, roll up your sleeves, and get in the batter's box.
I have this dude alpha muted from before. I don't know why.
Fucking hell, dude.
You did something. What'd you do, bro?
Oh, you must not have been able to answer a question, and then you
No.
spiraled to people.
He's been a bad boy, I think. When he was in
Usually,
my channel, he was a bad boy.
usually snowflakes do that.
He's
Snowflakes
being
usually
very
do that.
naughty.
You got everybody muted?
You want to get punished, Alpha? Is that what you want to do? You want to get whipped?
Look at this guy, man. Yo, you
Yeah,
degenerates are
fucking
all the same, man.
Sodomized,
All
bro?
the same.
Is that what you want?
Hey, that's all Globers want.
Yeah. They're fucking, you know.
I'm not a Glober, though. That's the funny part.
Yeah, you are. You can tell.
I believe in the
just
flat Earth,
how
dude.
You can tell.
What do you mean? I believe in the flat Earth, you fucking retard.
Oh,
Yeah, all you guys.
Statement. You can tell you're a Glober.
Just boy. No, shut the fuck up. I believe in the
Yeah,
flat Earth.
he's
you fucking
upset,
retard.
dude. He's upset, Bradwin. That's all right. Fucking cornball, fucking globe earther. That's what he does.
I'm not a globe earther, dude. You're fucking retard.
That's cap, bro. That's cap.
Have I come in here and say I believe the Earth was a globe? When have I come in
You
here?
didn't
and
have to say it. I mean, we're not waiting for people to say it. Just it is.
Is he like agnostic? Are you agnostic on the position? You
I
don't
haven't
know
said
either
one
way.
thing about the globe or the fucking Earth.
Well, answer, goddammit. Do you think it's a globe or not?
I said no.
All right then. Fuck. There it settles that, right? The fuck. Anyway, since he's unwilling to participate, we can look for somebody else.
Nigga, I said it was a flat Earth. I said it wasn't a globe.
That's cool. All right, now we heard you
You don't
one
want to
time.
believe me. You don't have to believe me.
Fucking Cap. Captain Cap.
How's it cap, dude?
Why the fuck you
How can
lying?
you prove that I don't believe in flat Earth?
It's not a belief. It's not a fucking belief, dude. What the fuck? He's all like, oh shit. Yeah, it's not. You done fucked up. That's what happened. Okay, I thought this was gonna be a late night party and shit, man. We got no Globers in here. Platypus, man.
I
He's
said I believe in the flat Earth, bro. I don't believe in the globe Earth concept.
yeah.
What's there to believe in with flat Earth? It's like a category error. You don't understand that.
Hey,
It's not a belief. It's a loss of a belief.
I don't believe in the concept of a flat Earth.
Hey, Eggshells, are you there?
Oh, here we go.
Mr.
I
Bollywood
believe
star?
in the concept of the Earth is more
What?
not exactly flat, or it's not exactly round.
This motherfucker. All right, so Eggshells, are you there?
He's walking on eggshells right now.
He's probably reading a script from another Bollywood movie he's going to be doing.
in the future.
The Earth is actually concave.
Called the Revenge of the Clowns.
No, bro, he scattered a bunch of eggshells all over his apartment, and he's just trying to walk on those eggshells without cracking them.
Grizzly.
Hurting his feet. He's doing that now.
Grizzly.
Dude, man, we want to talk to a Glober. We're trying to churn up some
The
content.
Earth is concave. I'm not a globe. I'm concave.
Don't do that, bro. Don't do
that. Nah, you're just, that's a troll. You're not a concaver.
How am I not a concave Earth there, bro?
How's your concave, dude? How is it concave?
Because there's shit in the center of it.
The fuck, dude? You're like you're the worst concave arguer that I've ever heard. It's just shit in the middle. The fuck?
You're shit in the middle, dog. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Tell
I'm
me
not
that you
trying
don't
to argue with you, bro. I don't know why you're like.
No, we
trying
got
to get this into an argument sort of stage.
You could not step. You could not step on
I
stage,
believe
dude.
in the flat Earth, but now you're trying to like shill me into like, oh, you don't believe in the flat Earth.
Hey,
Bro,
Alpha's got an agenda.
I believed in a flat Earth for years, bro. Like, why are you trying to like disavow my claims or make it so that like
bro thinks he's a main character.
He doesn't actually believe in
You know
that,
what I'm saying,
bro.
CB?
You don't know that.
He thinks he's a main character,
listen,
bro.
Yeah, Tenza, if you're gonna act, at least take some acting lessons
Yeah, I am
first.
I am L. I'm Kiro.
Bro, we've had you in our sights this whole time, dude.
It never turns out that people can come in here. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude.
Just relax, dude.
Alright, he really is like.
Oh, you gonna mute me? You fucking fuck.
Yes.
Such a sore ass, bro. Especially on Christmas Eve, bro.
Dude, you're a lame
Stop
ass,
fucking
dude. Like,
bitching every 5 seconds about everything, bro.
on Christmas.
Oh my gosh. It's the butthurt one trying to
Can you mute? Can you mute the street yo-yo, please, man?
Yeah, street yo-yo. Yeah, I like that.
You can't deal with me, so you gotta mute me. Do it.
Deal with you.
Oh
We got
my
truth
God.
here as well. We're just
Just
gonna move on.
singing. Shut up, dude.
We don't deal with dumbasses, dude. We don't deal with them. We mute them.
What's up, buddy?
Truth is here. Welcome, Truth. Bottom of the panel. Congratulations on the bottom slot, Truth. Welcome.
You kicked this dumbass? That's cool. I like it.
So, Truth, is this your first time or you've been here before? Welcome.
I've never been here before.
Bullshit, dude. This guy's a fucking troll of trolls right here. He's truth, like in truth, except for, you saying it like a slang. Proof. It's truth,
Oh, you
man.
got it? Yeah.
Yeah, I know that's what it means. Anyway, you think the Earth is a globe, eh?
Yeah, it seems to be a globe to me.
The fuck?
Looks like a
Seems
globe
to be.
is a globe.
It seems to be. What else can I say? Seems to be a globe. Yeah, dude. Where in reality have we discovered the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Where? Take us somewhere.
Take us on a magic ride.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Should I get tucked in bed first? Is it story time?
You notice how the answer is always everywhere, but then we ask them to be specific and it's nowhere.
Every time.
You ain't got the answer, Sway.
Bro, it looks flat.
That's a good one.
But this guy, dude, where's the caliber of Glober that comes in here is like all fucking riled up and fucking 10 toes down and shit? We got these half-baked fucking don't even know agnostic earthers and shit.
Yeah, bro, this guy sounds the same as Booger. You know that guy Booger? This must be his friend or something, or they're from the same town, because they sound almost
Damn,
alike.
Flatsy, you gonna take that?
Hey, I don't think he's talking about my son.
No, not
Talk
Booger.
about a 6
No, Booger's another. I've seen Booger, man. Booger's another guy that comes in here, man. He's like this guy a little bit. Pretty much weak sauce. It's all right. It's okay to be weak sauce, man. No harm in that.
Weak sauce.
Yeah, facts. We're looking for that, that Glober who just can't deny that he's wrong.
Gives a shit.
Nah, because they don't. None of them do. There's not one Glober that gives a shit. Name one.
Most of them.
Who?
Most of them.
Yeah, like who? Crickets. Because ain't one, dude.
Carl.
Fucking, who the fuck is Carl?
Carl.
Just said a random name, bro.
Yeah, that was the point. But
Yeah. You don't think I fucking see right through your shit, dude? I see bullshit fucking a mile away.
that was the joke.
I know, but it's not funny. You need to work on that, bro. We need to fucking maybe go to another chat and be like, hey, man, they're talking shit about you in the other room. CB said that you guys all think that we're ants on a beach ball. What the fuck?
Oh, man.
We'll have like an army of them come in here. Fucking dude, look, man. Look. It's like this. It's like we're all ants on a beach ball, dude.
Oh my god!
So, Alpha, I'm correct when I say you are in here bloodthirsty for some Globers.
Oh, yeah.
Always, man. Always.
Half baked. You don't want the half baked. You don't want the lukewarm. You want the ones dug in.
Full on. That's my kind of party, dude. I look for that shit. I hear all this piddle paddling these agnostic earthers are doing. It's like, man, whatever, man. I don't even want to get in there with that. I like Rab Scuttle, like that guy. Yeah, I like that guy. D'Angelo, who came in earlier. Because they think they're the most confident, fucking superior intellects, and they come in here and they fucking think they know what's going on. And when you call them out on their bullshit, it's epic.
Well, that Nay guy that was in here earlier was such a confident idiot.
I think that is what you're doing here.
Did I miss someone?
No.
India was talking to him. And he was just so confident in everything that he said, and everything that he said was idiotic.
I don't doubt that.
Hello, guys.
And we got Shaw Nathan, Short Bus Shoddy in the chat. Welcome.
He posted a picture. He posted a picture SpaceX took of the Earth.
Yeah. You guys like that?
Yeah, they forgot the stars. I told you that. They forgot to add the stars to it.
Stars aren't real, dude. You're trolling me.
That's dude.
You guys never seen stars before?
No, they're like satellites from the government.
Satellites from the guy. You guys are like Tweedledee and Tweedledum, man. You start making up arguments nobody's ever talked about. You're talking amongst yourselves about some people that's not even in this chat.
Earth is a globe, and that's the truth, all right?
Yeah, how?
Is it the
fucking how, dude?
Stars.
Go ahead and tell me how you provide evidence for something that isn't real. How do you do that, Sean?
Rockets into space.
Yeah, have you done it?
And they can walk great distances.
That's great. Have you done the first thing that you said? Send rockets to space.
I haven't, because I don't have the money. I'm kind of broke.
So a story has been told to you about something that people are doing, and you see it on TV, and you're just like, yeah, we're doing that thing.
Doesn't that apply the same to the flat Earth?
No.
No.
Nope.
Is it not a story too?
No, dude. The Earth is self-evident, obviously flat.
Oh, but did you? It'll be a shit. I cannot really ask you for evidence because I know you won't provide any evidence. There's no
evidence is all around you, dude. When you go outside, if you open up your eyes and you actually pay attention instead of staring at your phone, you'd notice the Earth is not a globe. Yeah, that's the evidence. Right fucking in your eyes, in your face.
Yeah. I mean, a ball. Imagine if you're reduced to an atom and you were in a ball.
Is it like? Is it like? Hey! No! Say it like
Ants
this,
on a
man.
beach ball.
If you don't mind, can you just say like if we're ants on the beach ball, please, and then just tell it to me that I'll listen. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I'm kind of stupid.
No. Just say it like we're ants on a beach ball, kind of like that analogy. Use it.
Ants on a beach ball. Is that good?
You what?
Perfect.
Oh, okay. Should I say it again?
Yeah, but like how does it relate to reality? If we're ants on a beach ball, how does that work?
Ants are tiny and they cannot perceive roundness. They cannot see the ball curve, right? They only see a flat surface. So they think the beach ball is flat, right?
Fucking, you're divining the thoughts of insects, bro. This is amazing content right now. The man is literally divining the thoughts of insects.
Insects don't even have thoughts. And
like fucking Dr. Doolittle of insects.
Bro, let me ask you a question. Wait, let me ask you a question, bro. How big does the beach ball have to be for the ants to notice that they're on a curved object? So, how small does it have to be?
How big does a beach ball have to be? I'd say, I really don't. I don't have the evidence to make a claim right now.
I like the way he just like pondered about it, like it was actually something he was thinking about. See, if I carry the one, I could say he's thinking about math, bro.
Wait a minute. Wait. So you don't know how small. Hold on. You don't know how small the beach ball has to be for the ants to notice, but you do know how big the Earth has to be for us not to notice.
Yeah, it got to be really big, right?
Damn, that's fast.
Yeah, it got to be really big.
I think the prosecution rests on this one.
I think the fucking jury's out to lunch, bro.
I think I'm cooking you guys so well, but I'm not gonna jerk off myself, of course. But I have to say, I'm pretty smart.
Bro, I'm like, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty smart, and I can tell you guys that the Earth is round.
All right, man. I mean, if you say so.
I mean, can you really prove me wrong? I mean, go ahead.
Yes.
I can.
We do it every day. We do it 24/7, 365, even on Christmas.
Oh yeah. Before anything, Merry Christmas.
Wait, bro, before we prove you wrong, you have to prove yourself right first. So prove yourself right, and then we'll prove you wrong.
First, how about I prove myself wrong first, and then you guys can prove me right?
Damn.
Well, you're doing just that. You're proving yourself wrong right now as we speak.
No, it's called reverse psychology. I don't know if you ever heard about it. If I prove myself wrong, you guys are gonna prove me right. That's how it usually works.
Prove yourself wrong, and let's see if that happens. Prove yourself wrong. Go ahead.
I'm going to use the argument that guy did. So
what guy?
Everything I look at is flat, right? Everything, like when I'm looking at the horizon, everything is flat. Even when I'm like near the sea, where I can clearly see that everything is flat. So now you guys have to prove me right that I'm right. And
what?
The fuck?
Yeah. So you're very discombobulated at the moment. So you're giving mixed.
No. Now you guys have to prove me that the Earth is a ball, because I proved that the Earth is flat. Now you guys got to prove me.
Why are we gonna do that? We're just gonna shake your hand and tell you welcome to Flat Earth, man. The snacks are in the back. Fucking DJ's having a request. What the fuck? We have to prove my globe now. Fuck the fuck we do.
Yeah, this man's glitching out, bro. You're supposed to prove the globe, sir.
He's all the way out, man. This guy is. He's not even registering right now.
Glitched. Come on, reset that software, man. Come on.
There's a mod needed in PR. They're going crazy over there. There's like 5 people in there going crazy.
Yeah, you should DM mod mail about that. No. Am I wrong? Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
We are in a heated discussion right now.
I don't think this is even close. This shit is so cold, bro. It's fucking ice cold.
Okay, I get it. It's December. It's a little bit cold. All right, but not that cold.
I meant like
here is like passionate about what we are saying. We are very serious. Yeah, I think you're just being tone deaf. You know?
Okay. This guy really doesn't even know what day of the week it is, huh?
It's not Friday.
I don't think he knows what globe proof is.
He wants us to prove him wrong, and he can't prove himself right.
Exactly. And he's agreeing. He's like, okay, let me do reverse psychology. So now I say the Earth is flat. Now I want you to prove me that the Earth is a globe. We're not going to do that. We're not going to fall for that.
And I'll bet if we tried to do that, he would copy and paste that and come back tomorrow and give the same answer.
Yeah.
Have you never watched a moon landing, dude? Come on. You can see from the moon that the Earth is like.
You know what? It's so easy these days to shellac these guys that they're doing it for us. Like fucking the hard work's getting done all by itself.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
He's like, I'm going to prove myself wrong for you guys. Good. That saves us the trouble. I mean, what, 30 minutes of conversation? Cut right to it, man.
It's okay, sir. The world needs its retards as well, so there's a place for you.
Don't worry, man. There's always a spot here for you.
Well, thank you.
Sir, the world needs people like bench warmers and toilet cleaners and irrational, stupid people like you.
I'm sorry, Grizzly. Sorry. But I have a friend that says 98% of the people in the world are kind of stupid, are really stupid.
Yeah, how did he get that number? How did he get that number?
I think he made calculations. I think he's a famous
all the Globers, 99 point.
He made calculations. Dude, this is like so ambiguous. It's like
I don't know what ambiguous means. Can you explain what ambiguous means?
Oh God.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna break everything down to you, man, this shit's gonna take forever.
You know what I mean? We need to give them an English class first. And then
all the insane people I ever talked to, like all of them, all say Earth's the ball.
I'm sorry.
No, you didn't hear anything he said though.
Yeah. Can you repeat that?
I said all the people I talked to that are psychopaths or insane or in jail or for like really messed up, they all believe they're on a ball. Isn't that weird?
So every
listen, go to jail and say how many people in here are flat earthers, and if only one person in the jail raises their hand out of every jail you go to, what would that mean? That 99.9% of all humans that are globers are serial killers, psychos, insane, goofy, irrational, not right. That's the globers.
Stupid.
No, it's not me. It's just pure statistics and truth, brother.
Exactly.
Go to any room of people and say,
"What calculation that you didn't have that you say your friend had?"
Maybe all you can't argue with statistics, guys. You can't argue with statistics. There's a 99% chance you're going to be a serial killer if you're a glober.
Yeah.
You can't argue with
or something wrong with you, or you won't agree with reality at all. None.
Simple,
you always think reality's not real, and then something you imagine is realer than reality. Like you imagine balls hold water when they spin and move around and shit, but in reality they don't.
Why can't we try it? Well, we can try it now.
Try what?
Oh my God, dude, we ain't gonna do none of that.
That didn't.
What are you gonna try?
None of that.
Let's spin a ball. Let's put water on the ball.
No, we're not gonna spin a fucking ball, dude.
We're gonna spin a ball. We can. We have.
That isn't even the same thing that you're talking about with the Earth as a globe. They're vastly different.
Water in it. We can create our own little mini galaxy and shit.
Right. Because that's what. Yeah, this is how. I mean, dude, this is feeble.
I don't know what
trying to.
Just creating mini galaxies somewhere.
Yeah, let's.
I want a nightlight.
Can you hang it around like cats and act like a little dangly thing?
These guys, bro. These fucking guys.
We'll call my cat Orion, and we'll call it collar of the belt, and we'll say that's Orion's belt.
That's the reason. No, Sean, bro, check this out, man. That's the reason why you guys are in the mess that you are with believing the shit that you believe, because this is the way you think. Don't you think this is the problem? How you think? That's the issue, bro.
I think you're right. I think I'm wrong.
It's the issue.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never been so enlightened in a voice chat before. I think you guys are like the top 1% of intelligent people, or 2%.
All I'm saying is that when you stop to actually critically think about the world around you, it's nothing like you've thought about with your imaginations, bro. All these imaginations that you have, the Earth, when you go out and visually, kind of survey the land, you're gonna notice that it's not what you envisioned with all these ideas that you have.
I think you're right. I think I'm in the wrong here. I think I should convert to the flat Earth theory.
No, you don't. It's not about conversion, bro. It's like
theory, dummy.
Not here to do that, man. You're here to just show you that if you think
Don't
about
be a
things.
plastic bag in the wind, dude.
Yeah, he's not gonna understand. What does that mean, Sean?
I have no idea.
Told you, he's not gonna get
Plastic bag in the wind, where you can be just blown every which way with every doctrine that comes your way.
I mean, I watch CNN a lot.
No, really? Okay.
Talking about the news.
Yeah, I kind of follow their leads. Like I didn't like Trump. I don't like Trump either. I think Kamala
You're showing us that you're a plastic bag in the wind, even more so by saying what you're saying.
Trying control isn't even working. He's not even good at it.
He's like, dude, and it's blown up proportion. Sorry, I'm kind of.
Dude.
At a moment, I'm sorry.
That's okay, man. You just
another lonely drunk on Christmas.
Another lonely drunk. He just stumbled into this chat trying to have a convo to keep the company.
Yeah, I'm
all these Globers, bro.
Oh, guys. Oh, God. You guys are hella fun.
We need somebody high IQ. This is so bad.
Yeah, I know, man.
The last 3 Globe are so low IQ.
You guys have a great Christmas.
You spiraled.
Yeah, the door is that way,
Honestly,
sir.
I can't imagine being an actual genuine Globe Earther at this point, looking around at your peers. This is who your peers are, dude. Like, you got to be slightly embarrassed by this. And then no one's like speaking up like, hey guys, calm down. These are the facts. You're letting these guys cook. All right, we have Time Dash here as well. Time Dash, second bottom slot. Congratulations. Have you guys spoke to Time Dash before?
Yeah, he's a Glober.
All right, well, you're up.
He hardly speaks though. He doesn't usually.
Oh,
these are like
I knew the truth.
These are like two toes down Globers right here, man. You're speaking to.
So CV was like, Glover should be embarrassed. Here's what's even more embarrassing. Itar, that astrophysicist dude that was just in here a little while ago. Those are the people that they think have all the answers, and he don't got no answers.
He don't have.
He's just like, I don't know. I'm looking through my telescope. That's all I know. He's like a horse with blinders on, right? He's just like staring up into the sky, daydreaming, and like that's who they go come to, the daydreamers.
Bro, the man said he got geometry from looking at fucking shit in the sky. Did you hear what he was saying? I did want to engage with him because he's all right, man. The guy's all right. From like not being combative and a fucking total tool. He's just like doing what he does and thinks
he knows. Look. Yeah. Like the people that are actually educated and they're like educated and they actually paid attention or competent in their field, they actually know we have good points. It's the freaking zealots that are just like wannabe Dunning-Kruger freaking pretender clowns. It's those people that get offended.
Dude, he fucking argued with us, Indio, when it came to like the 6 and 9, the moon, the face of the moon, like how somebody in the south sees it differently in the same latitude. And he was like, yeah, it would still make sense if the earth was flat. Like he was fucking Globers were just like
bouncing off the walls, like fucking shaking their cages. Like, you know, when you see the monkeys at the zoo, like real angry. That's all they were, dude. Like, yeah, they're like, no, fuck this guy. He's a shill. He's fucking, you know, he's all up your guys' asses, and like they were just fucking talking shit to him. He's like, I'm just saying exactly what I think would be said if you know, like being honest. And the other ones, just like the zealots, well, they fucking couldn't handle that shit.
You know, we need to change that graphic, man. So we got to put the 6 and the 9 on the roof, and then they'll get it. You know, let's paint it on the ceiling, then they'd get it. Well, because it's on the floor, they have no spatial awareness, so they can't it don't compute to them. You're hot, Mike Grizzly.
What language is that, Grizzly? Where are you at, bro? Bro talks.
He's been faking this accent the whole time, sir.
Bro talks like 10 different languages and whatnot. Grizzly, you're like a fucking, what's that program that helps you learn different languages?
CIA.
Do
CIA. Like the CIA. Nah, like it's called like Babylon.
Stone.
Yeah, man, I want to bring this up. So, space audits, you know, the Etherites, you know, they're not all bad. They got some good shit sometimes. So he did a presentation. He went through a bunch of different. He went through like geodesy and geodetic surveying and a bunch of stuff. But at the end, apparently, Taboo Conspiracy and some other guy, Shadow something or other, made an animation, and it shows like if you had a light source and you're on a curved surface, and the light source is going away, how the shadows would look, right? If the sun was like setting over a curve, right? Yeah. So if you had say you had a pole, and there it would cast a shadow, and then if that pole was like in front of a house that had a window, through that window the light would project. But if the sun was setting, right, as the sun set, the light, the shadow of the pole, could never appear higher than the window, unless the Earth was curved, right? Then it would, like, as the sun set, the shadow would go up the side of the house, right? Because the sun's going down, it's getting lower than the pole, and then the shadow of the pole would be cast on the side of the house. But the window, right, the light that shines through the window, you'd see that light climb up the wall, right? And eventually, when the horizon came up, you'd see the horizon cut off half the window, right? Half the window would be in shadow, but the top part of that, the window was open. The opening of the window would be projected on the wall way up higher than everything else. So, and then they showed it on a flat Earth, right? It would never, none of that would happen, right? The sun would go away, and it would just fade out, and the shadow, the light through the window, and the shadow would all be the same. It wouldn't like go higher or lower. So they actually did that like in a demonstration, right? So he had a south-facing window through his door had a glass, like, you know, some doors got like glass on top. So he did that, right? Shadow, the light that's projected onto his wall through the window, never moves, right? It just eventually just gets you know, dimmer and dimmer, right, and fades out, right? So like it never climb the wall like it would have to do on the globe if the sun was going down. Yeah. So it was a pretty badass animation. I should actually clip it.
Because I remember you said Etherites. Didn't Witsit have a name for like their group? They were called something.
Space audits.
No. Yeah, I know he's doing that, but I'm saying like a type of like I don't know. The group, the people that think the ether is real. There was a word that was used that was tossed around.
Well, I mean, they're in the Ether Cosmology Discord. That's the name of their Discord.
Yeah, they referred to, I don't know, I'll think of it later. But they referred to themselves as a particular name. It wasn't Etherites. It was something else.
Well, I think that's what I heard somebody else call it, so I was just using that name. They don't call themselves that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like they put a spin on Ether or something that made it sound like. But is he now leading the charge? Like, is he? Because a lot of people look up to him. Because of course, people come in there and they're like,
"What's it?"
Yeah, they look up to him.
I guess. I don't know.
They think he's the cat's meow, the bee's knees.
Yeah. I see that. Fucking people just like name dropping. Witsit said. Fucking. Who cares what Witsit said? I mean, I like Witsit. That's not the point. Like, but like, if someone said to me, Alpha said, like, fucking, who gives a fuck what Alpha said? No offense, right? But like, you're like, I don't feel like I don't go by what other people say. It's just not like. Even if I say something, Indio said, so it must be true. Like, no, that's not how it works, right? You got to check the information yourself. It should be like you said, then that's why it's true, because I said it, because I checked it.
It's the veracity of the claim.
Yeah, exactly. Shouldn't be like, there should be no names attached to it, dude. Like, who cares?
Right. Which a lot of people still haven't broken away from that old system, bro. The old system, that's the way it used to, you appeal to authoritative, characters. So, I mean, most of it happens that way anyway, but such and such founded this specific system of,
Dude, it's lazy to me. That's how I look at it. It's just lazy thinking. It's like, it's easier to just go, oh, that person said something. I can rely on, I trust them, so I'll just parrot what they say. Yeah, dude, go for it. You're going to get burnt doing that eventually.
Yeah. CB, you ain't making any more of that music?
No, bro. Nah.
Kind of cooled off a little bit. Are you, still training? Were you still training?
Listen, man. For like fighting and stuff?
Yeah.
It's been a while, bro. Like, I've had a big move. I'm working a lot right now. So, no excuses, but you know what? We'll get back after it. We'll get back to it after it. The music, all that good stuff. We got the soundboard getting fired back up, man. It is 2025 rolling right around the corner. We're about to cook. So be prepared.
I actually haven't worked out in a month.
Damn, you let go? Indio?
I didn't work out in 4 years.
I got hurt, so I fucked up my, like, what do they call it? Your ulnar nerve. It's like a nerve in your elbow.
Ooh.
So but it makes it so that your wrist and like your back arm are fucking like it feels like turning my wrist a certain way, like shoots of pain up my arm, and I'm just waiting for it to heal.
Like your hand, like on the outside.
Yeah. So like it's almost healed. I'm almost there. I'll be good by the 1st of January.
There we go. W mindset, W positivity.
Well, the thing is, I just didn't I did work out twice right after I did it. So what happened was I had a super powerful fucking drill, dude, and I had a paddle on it for mixing paint, and the freaking chuck wouldn't come undone. So I held it between my feet. So I don't know if you know, it's a rod that you put in the freaking drill bit. But it's long. It's like 2 feet long, and it's got like a paddle at the end. It's like for mixing paint. I stuck that shit between my feet, so I held it between my feet so it couldn't spin. And I accidentally fucking hit the trigger, and it fucking twisted my fucking arm, dude. I almost dislocated my fucking shoulder, dude. Like at the time, it wasn't strong as fuck, dude. It probably would have dislocated my shoulder because it was like a Makita drill with like a freaking 24 volt fucking battery. Right, so it's like mega 100 amps, bro. Like seriously, you could like mix it, dude. It's like a seriously powerful drill. Like
I shouldn't be laughing right now. I should not be laughing right now.
You can mix concrete. You can mix concrete with that bad boy.
Exactly. I use it to mix concrete. I use it to mix fucking mortar for brick. I use it to mix paint, so I've used it for lots of shit. And I'm talking like lime water. So that's sand, clay, lime, right? So like legit,
like a sludge.
Yeah, exactly. It's especially when you got like straight sand like that. The shit has mad fucking power. And
Yeah,
I don't know how I did that shit. I accidentally hit it, dude, and I was like,
Yeah, you can't be so Indio. You can't be wearing fucking chanclas and fucking just fucking not paying attention and shit. That shit'll fuck you up.
Chanclas,
bro.
Yeah.
You fucking chanclas, dude. That ain't gonna work, bro.
yeah, you ain't kidding.
Oh,
but I tried to work out twice after with it, but like I could barely curl. Normally I can curl like 40-pound dumbbells. Oh, fuck it, I couldn't even curl like a 20-pound dumbbell, dude. Like,
damn.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing like 40-pound curls with my right arm and like 20 pounds. I'm like, dude, I look like fucking Popeye, dude. I'm not doing that shit. Like, with fucking that Family Guy with Quagmire's got that one giant arm, dude. I'm looking like that.
There was a movie a long time ago. It's like maybe 2017 or 2018. It's called something about water, the shape of water. I don't know, some shit. And it had like this fantasy like guy that his wife died or some shit. He was like in some kind of weird story or some shit. And there was one character in there. His one fucking giant arm looked like Rambo, and the other arm just like a regular arm.
Hey,
So I was thinking,
I think I got a screenshot of Indio. Sorry.
What? Nah, bro.
Is that you? Is that you, Indio?
Palme.
Oh man,
fucking Palme, man. If you found a fucking yeah. But he was that way for a different reason, dude. He was that way for another
I don't know if
reason.
you would think that, dude. When I got one job done, dude, and fucking one of those skinny fucking toothpicks.
So we know what you've been doing, buddy.
Yo, chill.
It's been a long time with you.
You're like, man, what can I say? It was COVID. What the fuck?
COVID.
Dude, really.
Blame it on COVID.
Bro's got to get through somehow, man. What the fuck?
Are we this bored? Like, truth. Come on, man. You're up, dude.
I don't give a shit what you guys.
Dude, there's somebody.
Yeah, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
Yep. Come on, man.
The funny thing is, I've actually had the exact same problem. The ulnar nerve.
Yeah, how'd you fuck it up? Did you just fall or something?
Do you ever see the guy, the agent from The Matrix? That's what this guy just pulled right now. He's dodging and fucking bullets. Like,
I was just born with weak arms.
That's cool, man. I don't give a fuck.
But my condition. All right, truth. He's asking about seasons. Kind of an L question. You have any better questions?
Do you have any good answer?
Yes.
Let's talk about
all
seasons
of them.
if you want.
Fucking seasons? Are you serious?
Yeah, I got a season.
If you want to play this game.
Season 9, motherfucker. Season 9.
You really think that seasons are not possible on a flat Earth? You really think that?
Yeah. Explain it for me.
Explain it to me.
No. Answer my question. You think seasons are not possible? Why would they not be possible?
Explain it for me.
Yeah, but why would they not be possible? Like that's what I don't get. And we could come up with any ad hoc hypothesis on what causes seasons.
It's weird whenever like a Glober says that, Indio. To me, it sounds like, all right, check this out. I'm gonna get my snacks. I'm gonna get my sandwich. I'm gonna get my drink. I'm gonna sit back. Go ahead and explain it to me.
Explain it for me. Yeah.
That's what I fucking hear every time they say that. They're like you're like, all right, okay, let's take it from square one, And then at the end of all the spiel, then you ask them, like, did you hear what I said? What did you say? Like, that's what you're gonna get.
Exactly.
And I fucking hate it, dude.
Every
hate
time,
that
bro.
shit.
Every time.
Okay,
You
I'm gonna give you my freaking 2 minutes season spiel. It ain't even gonna be 2 minutes. Now, you think seasons are caused because we have a tilting Earth? There's no evidence for that, right? So there's two types of seasons. There's meteorological seasons. That's the weather getting hotter and colder. That depends on not just the time of year, but it depends on the local climate, geography, shit like that. And the reason I say this is because if you lived in San Francisco, you would notice that in the summer, it's colder than the winter. Now, how would that be possible if seasons are simply because the tilt of the Earth, right? There's other factors other than that. There's glaciers at the fucking equator in the mountains. There's other things. There's also astronomical seasons, which are denoted by how long the day is. So, longest day in the so-called northern hemisphere, that's June 22nd. Shortest
How
day.
much sunlight you get? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, per day. Yeah, per day. But that's not what they say. They say the Earth's tilted, so because you have a tilted sphere, more photons cover less of a surface area in the winter than in the summer.
Well, no,
they don't even talk.
yeah,
They don't even
you
talk
get, you
about
get
the
less
daylight.
sunlight because it's tilted.
Yeah, that's the claim. That's the claim. But they don't attribute it to the length of day. They attribute it to the amount of surface area that the sun hits. Right. So if you're at if you say you're at the North Pole, right, in the globe, you have the sun is on the horizon, right? So the lit rays are parallel. So that means because it's coming in at a oblique angle, a square meter of sun, right, is going to spread out across more than a square meter of Earth's surface. But if you're at the equator, it's going to be 1-to-1. But if you're at the poles,
exactly.
it's not going to be 1-to-1.
If I go to Costa Rica, it's like pretty close to year-round, about the same amount of sunlight.
Yeah, about generally. But
A little
the
bit
point
less in the winter, but yeah.
The point is that meteorological seasons are not the same as the astronomical seasons, and you're probably thinking the meteorology. Why does it get hotter and colder? That's not true everywhere. It's only true in some places, and it depends on the climate. Now, it's probably generally true around the Earth, but that's because the days are longer in some places than other
Well,
places.
yeah, on the equator, you don't really have seasons. That fits the globe model.
And you have a uniform. Whether it fits the globe model or not is irrelevant. The point is like, how are they evidence against the flat Earth? They're not.
Well, it's just a model that works. It's not really about if your model's correct or whatever.
Well, I mean, it works. So what? Lots of things work. I never understand. I mean, I do understand it because it's stricken soul boy argument. It's this works, therefore it's true. That argument.
I'm saying it's indicative of something, right?
Yeah, but what if you have another model that makes the exact same predictions? What if you have two?
That's what I've been asking for every time I come in this chat.
A model of what?
Like how this would work. How is Ecuador?
How is Ecuador what?
On the equator, like how does this work? How does Ecuador? How does Costa Rica?
Because their day lengths are pretty much uniform. So we're correlating it to day length, while it's the globe correlates it to angle. No one has the causal mechanism because no one can do that experiment. All you can do is correlate it.
Also, it's actually always my question: is how do you fly around the flat Earth?
How do you walk around your house?
Can you circumnavigate your house? If you walk out the front door, can you circumnavigate your house and go back in your front door?
Can I walk in a circle around my house? Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what circumnavigation is, going in a circle. So you think you're going in a circle by flipping upside down?
How do you travel in a straight line and get back?
You can't travel in a straight line. You cannot travel in a straight line. Where did you ever get that fucking idea? If you take a human being and stick them in the desert and you say, walk straight, they walk in a circle.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, it's a well-known thing. You stick anybody anywhere, right? They don't have some external reference.
Yeah, this is
they would just walk in. They would just walk in a circle. Now, if you're gonna quote unquote circumnavigate the
Totally
earth,
off the boat.
eventually you're gonna lose your reference. Whatever spatial reference you had, said, "Hey, I want to go straight." Eventually, you're gonna lose sight
If you
of it.
tell someone to walk straight, they walk in a circle. What do you?
Yes.
retarded?
Yes, they do. I'm not retarded. You are, because you don't know this. I feel bad for you if you ever get lost in the fucking woods. Because you're going to think you're walking straight and you're going to end up back in the same place wondering why you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, you're going to walk in circles, dude, if you're lost.
People walk in like 2.5 kilometer circles thinking they've been going straight the whole time.
If it's actually like this is actually perfect.
You can Google it, dude. You don't have to
if you
trust
put
it.
me in the middle of the woods, I'm gonna walk one direction. Quite frankly,
No, you're going to think you're walking in one direction and you're going to walk in a circle.
I bet you're gonna walk in a circle. I bet you.
I've walked through the woods many
This isn't the Blair Witch Project.
And you don't walk straight.
Why don't you just go on Google? And you'll find plenty of articles from scientific sites that tell you human beings walk in circles when they think they're going straight. That's why when they find people that have been lost in the woods, like in a plane crash, they go, they only made it a frickin' mile from their site, and they've been walking for 3 days. Because they think they're walking straight, but they're walking in a circle. You can't tell.
Wait, show me that.
Holy
Someone
shit.
get him the link.
No,
Someone get him the link. Go ahead,
You need
Chris.
to this is like Boy Scout level of knowledge.
I know, dude.
When you go
He
to the
doesn't
Boy
know how to use Google either. That's
When you-
weird thing.
when you go like land nav course, like Boy Scouts or 4-H or whatever, you walk a straight line and you see how far you drift and you remember your pace count for your drift. And you'll take 100 steps forward and then shift over to the right or the left a little bit, depending on everyone's body's different. People drift one way or the other. You should know this. This is like basic survival skill. And if you need to be
Chris, that's some
demonstrated-
old school shit.
It's
right there.
100% not a circle, by the way. The thing
What? No, you're losing the point here. Did you hear what he just told you? Hello? I guess not.
This is not a circle.
He's not listening though, Crit.
What's not a circle?
It's weird because you went into an explanation and he just dodged completely
He
what
might
you
be
just told him.
down. This guy got triggered by me a few times.
Truth, do you have Crit Spiracy turned down because he's been talking to you?
I think he said something about how you would walk in circles because it's better or something.
So, listen.
You were listening. You were
I
listening.
posted a link to the journal, the scientific journal Science, dude, is in the first link, and the second link is livescience.com. I can post more. It's well known, dude. It's been known for centuries, man. Like, what the fuck, man? Why are we even arguing this?
Don't make me go Dr. Seuss on you as well, Truth. Because you can't go straight via plane, a train, walking, biking, driving, triking. It can't be done, dude.
Or even using a cane.
Listen better.
I'm just kidding.
Caning, exactly.
He might be one of those guys that what he
I'm telling
says
you, even
is
this picture.
fact, and you're not gonna be able to tell him any different because he thinks you walk in a straight line.
Oh, now we care.
And so that's how that works.
I never said everybody just walks in a straight line.
Yeah, that's what you think, bro.
Look, you're not understanding. Without some sort of spatial reference throughout your entire journey, you'll go in a circle. You need to be able to reference something external to you to know if you're going straight or not.
Like a mountain 200 miles away, you'll be able to go semi-straight then if you can follow the line of sight of a mountain.
But the issue is there's things in the way. You know, even if you're walking, you have to have a point A and a point B, and there's going to be a lot of things in between those 2 points. So, yeah, man, you got to think more realistically about this going straight thing.
Well, CB, all you got to do is walk south, dude. That's it. Just walk south.
So imagine this, Truth. I have a compass. Okay, I want to circumnavigate. My compass is pointing north. I rotate myself, and now I'm pointing east. And I'm going to keep on that bearing. East, 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 east. Am I going to go in a circle?
Yeah, at some point. Yeah.
Yes. You think the circle flips you upside down, dude. But we don't think that. Yeah, you think the circle, you're taking a circle. Either way, you like, from your point of view, it seems like a straight line, but there ain't no straight lines on a ball. So your circumnavigation is flipping upside down. Right? You'd go straight, you'd go to Australia, you'd be upside down, and then you'd keep walking, and then you'd be right side up again when you got back to your starting point.
You'd be hard pressed to walk to Australia, but sure.
Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying, though. You know what the point, right? Fly, boat, bicycle, fucking raft. I don't care. Hovercraft. Doesn't matter. Fucking, you're going in a circle too. That's because you think that spatial reference is on the top of a ball like a bar magnet. Now, in our conception, maybe the evidence suggests that compasses point north to a central location, and when you follow your compass east, you're just going to walk around it at some distance from it, making a circle. But instead of being an upside down underneath circle, it's going to be a left-right circle. But that circle's going to be so large, you're not going to be able to perceive it because the turn of that arc, man, is like you turn 1 degree per 69 miles, right? So, well, that would depend on how far away you are from the fucking
I still don't get it.
pole, right?
It's not about a pole. Like, let's say there's like east pole, west pole.
Dude,
like, it doesn't make. Yeah, please. Like you guys are more. You guys are smarter, I guess. But.
Yeah.
No, like you no, it's just yeah. I mean, yes and no. Okay.
Yeah, we had someone earlier that was hooked on this whole going straight thing.
It's because you think. Well, I just want to tell them, like, the reason that, like, you think we're smarter or something, it's hard for you to conceptualize this because you see Earth as like an object. And to go around it, right, to end up back in the same place, you have to walk all the way around it and walk back up the other side. Yeah, we're not a freaking space disc, bro. You're not walking underneath the disc and walking back up the other side of the disc. So if you look in the chat, there's an animated GIF. That's with a compass with a bar magnet in the center. So you go all the way. But what?
That's exactly my problem. It's like, yeah, I agree. You cannot walk back up. But.
Yeah. So do you see the GIF in the chat with a magnetic compass pointing to the magnet in the center? From the viewpoint of the compass, you're walking east, right? You think you're walking in a straight line because your compass says east and you're following that east. Or you're just walking in a circle.
But these are like such goofy sizes of like these places.
Goofy sizes. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Talking about on the map, dude, that's a squashed globe.
Exactly.
What does that have to do with his example of a magnet going around the North Pole? Or, I mean, a compass going around the North Pole. What does that have to do with that?
Yeah, that could be a blank sheet of paper. It don't even matter.
I mean, this could be in your own room as well.
I don't get how this doesn't how you cannot flip over. Like I don't get how it works otherwise.
What?
Yeah, accept the truth of the matter. Like, what are you actually measuring?
Whoa.
No, let's address this
That
flip
was
over
random.
thing first. Let's address the flip over thing first.
It'd be random
Flip
talk.
over what? So he's definitely thinking about the disc thing. Truth, India already told you it's not a space pancake where you can go on the bottom side of it, dude. If that's what you're thinking, you got the wrong idea.
You think flipping tables over?
No,
That's
I
funny.
agree.
Dude,
All right.
circumnavigation
That's like-
means navigating in a circle. That's all it means. If you walk in
pretty
a
simple.
circle, will you end up at the same spot? Yes or no? Real simple. If you walk in a circle, will you end up at the same spot? The answer is yes. Can that circle be so large
Yes,
from
of
your
course, that's
perspective?
possible.
And can this circle be so large from your perspective it seems straight?
Also, no.
No?
Wait, how?
So let's say the circumference of that circle is
No, you'd have
freaking
to
10 million miles. Would that seem straight?
No, you'd have to turn.
Yeah, but I said from your perspective, would it seem like you're walking straight?
No. I shouldn't.
Oh boy.
Dude, he
Like
doesn't
you
think
literally
this-
have to be like for this thing we're doing right here. You'd have to be walking right.
Yeah, but you'd have to turn right something like 0.00001 degree per fucking mile or something. It'd be imperceptible.
It's like Crit talked about with the drifting thing almost, you know. Hey Crit, man, they're not teaching that to us young bucks these days,
No, there's
bro.
a lot of
That's some old school shit right there.
Dude, like a professional dancer where you know exactly where your feet are going to go within fucking 1/100th of an inch or something. Dude, you're not that coordinated where you can tell that this would be a fucking circle, bro. I'm going to carefully place every step to detect this circle. This circle of 25,000 miles, I am going to detect whether I'm turning or not.
Well, it doesn't matter though. I feel like if you were trying to walk straight for 1,000,000 steps, it would kind of even out.
Okay.
Dude,
No,
you'll walk in a
you'd walk a
circle.
little bit left, a little bit right.
Okay. Let's say we had two circles. One circle has a radius of 10 feet. One circle has a radius of 100 feet. Which one you going to seem like you're turning more? Is that a hard question? Yeah, okay. You'd be
Which
turning
one do
more
you
on
think
this.
you're turning more?
Yeah, that you would seem like, oh, I'm turning. I'm not walking straight. I'm turning. It'd be the smaller circle, right?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So let's grow the circle till it's 25,000 miles in circumference. You think you're going to be able to detect that you're turning and not walking straight? Okay, after it would take you, what is it, fucking 25 divided 8,000 miles before you turn 90 degrees.
So you think it's like pulling you in?
Okay, no, it would take you would have to
Like from this, like
you would
it's
turn
pulling you
90
into like the
degrees.
the
You
North
would turn 90 degrees every 8,000 miles.
I'm just saying, like, why do they always turn it right?
Oh God! You can walk the other way and turn left. But you're not going to be able to tell you're turning left.
So it's always pointing you into the North Pole, like based on this.
No, I'm saying if you're navigating. No, this is an example of navigating by a compass. You whip the compass out and it's always pointing north. You're going to fucking go in a circle. Period. How is this complicated? Did you never play sports? Have you been outside
How is this
before?
not complicated? Like,
okay, let me use another analogy. I have a pole. I tie a string to the pole, and I pull the frickin' string tight, and then I walk. I ain't gonna walk around that pole in a fucking circle. As long as I don't let go of the string. Now, if that circle and that string are long enough, it's gonna seem to me like I'm going straight from my perspective. The only way I'll be able to detect I'm turning is if I have a spatial reference. Which go, hey man, I'm actually turning. I'm not going straight. You won't be able to tell from with like your first person point of view. Or just your feeling. I think I walked straight. I didn't think I walked straight. Like, oh, let me ask you this. You know those chalk lines they draw on like football fields?
Yeah.
The spray paint? How long do you think you could draw a straight line with one of those?
Not very long. I don't see why that matters.
Yeah, see what I'm saying, dude? It's not. You're conjecturing something that's not possible. That shit would look fucked up too. It would be a bunch of wavy lines, curves, fucking. You know how they actually do that? Because they frickin' machine the line marker so that it can only go straight. The frickin' wheels are locked together, so they have to spin in unison. It really takes effort to turn it.
That's too advanced for him. Basic kind of engineering concepts that you just clearly stumped him at that point. He's like, wheels turn together, huh?
Yeah, don't bring up posi traction around here.
This is why it's important. Sometimes.
Why is someone telling Jeranism to eat a dick, dude? Is that the actual Jeranism? No, I don't think so. Why do we have a fake Jeranism in the chat?
Oh, classic, bro. I didn't even.
People have nothing better to do.
Showed a fake.
So bored.
No, it's work.
They like went all out and changed their name and shit.
This is not very convincing. But
wow. The Earth is flat. I have the evidence.
It's
Here
we started with the North Pole.
The North Pole is a NASA conspiracy.
No, the North Pole is where your mom works.
Oh shit! Damn.
Oh, that's a good one.
Damn.
That'd be a great name for a club in Ohio.
I know, right?
Jeranism 1 has joined the panel. Hey, Capinism, would you like to chime in?
You're in the globe or you're up.
Dave Weiss channel is great.
That's not even.
Everyone
It's
here
not-
just is an absolute fan of Globe Busters. You guys do a great job destroying the globe daily basis. Daily, like every day. The globalists put the pins up and you guys just knock them down.
Bowl strikes. We're bowling a 300 right now. We can't get any better.
Oh. You're not though. It's
The perspective sun from
at best you're like spare over spared. So you scored like 140.
Well, there was diverging sun rays.
We haven't done anything, okay? Because all we're doing is like you're bringing shit up that you think debunks flat Earth, and like you're just feeling miserably. We haven't scored any points. We haven't done anything. But neither of you.
Yeah, that's actually true. I haven't made no points.
Oh, gutter balls.
I mean, your points don't mean what you think they mean, dude. That's all.
I'm agreeing. I've literally not even tried to make a point.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just asking you what you guys believe.
Are you like reading down the 7 ways to debunk flat Earth or prove the Earth is round or something? So what you brought up so far? Seasons, circumnavigation. What's the next one? Is the next one eclipses? Read us the next one. See, we've been doing this so long. We know when why the fuck? That's the second time tonight Siri just came on the eavesdrop on me for no reason. It's kind of weird.
Hey Siri.
Hey Siri.
Gotcha.
Well, Siri AI has to take actual algorithms from human participants in this study. So.
Hey Siri, what was the last thing I searched for?
Hey Siri, cancel that. All right, let's refocus, guys. Let's refocus. I think Truth might have some better questions. Perhaps we can get to those better questions than like, how do you flip on the other side of the flat Earth? I mean, maybe you should learn how to do a flip on
Well, let's figure out why Truth believes what he believes. How about that? Well, will you admit you don't know the Earth's a globe? You just think that? You just believe that? You think you know, or do you think you believe it? It's not a trick question, then. Don't be ashamed of your beliefs, man. Own that shit.
Did they do an Eratosthenes experiment?
Oh boy.
So, ITV, bro.
Don't give him freaking ideas.
No, I think it's funny whenever they're like, "It's not real." There's divergent sun rays, and then the globetards are like, "You don't understand perspective. It's divergent sun rays," and they completely throw Eratosthenes under the bus.
How about this, Truth?
It's a nice 5D chess move.
Why don't you tell us, give us the list of people that have to know the Earth's a globe? How about that? You don't know. Someone has to know, and who is that? Who do we go to? Who do we say, hey, man, how do you identify the guys that know?
Well, not Elon Musk, and not even the 400 participants in his company that don't have the top secret clearance. So we know who not.
Yeah, we ask the real questions and it all falls apart, man.
It's coming together.
So we got gutter balls. Gutter balls. What else do you got? Proof. I nicknamed you gutter balls.
Gutter balls. Have a good one, everyone. Stay good. What the hell?
He's a mansculator.
Heretic, why you hat tipping fake Jeranism?
I don't know, man. He did a pretty good job in all his rhetoric. I was testing him.
I'm gonna have to ask you guys to be more like the Gohan fanboy, like a little more entertaining. This is kind of getting boring.
That didn't make any sense.
Reality's hitting you now.
Yeah, it's interesting too how they misquoted him again. They go like, sometimes in life you're wrong, bang, cut the quote. The whole thing is like, yeah, I was wrong about the 24-hour sun, doesn't change shit. Earth's still flat, stationary. I just don't have an explanation for why that is.
Well, if you can't explain everything instantly right now, then it's not true.
Well, it's a question proof. Like, how would you describe a south celestial elevation angle of the sun perpetually, never dipping?
Wait, what do you mean? What's the issue here?
Didn't you hear the question earlier?
No, I did not. I heard it sounds celestial sun.
No, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Do you know it or believe it?
I believe it.
Okay. Who do you think would know if we went out to the world to find the people that know 100%? 100% no. Not believe, not like you, not like everybody else. But they're the special people, the people that actually know. Who are they? Who do you think those people would be? Would it be Donald Trump? Would it be Joe Biden? Would it be Vladimir Putin? Would it be Xi Jinping?
It would be Donald Trump.
Okay, so they don't know anything. Let's go further down the ladder. How about the secretary or the secretary or the Joint Chiefs of Staff? That guy, like the head of that shit. Think he'd know?
Oh,
yeah, you don't.
Head of the cabinet.
How about astronauts? How about astronauts that have been on the that claim they've been on the International Space Station? Would they know?
Yeah, Neil Armstrong. You think that guy knows?
Huh. You know, so I stay quiet for frickin' 70 years.
Elon Musk. That guy knows.
How would he know? He's never been to space.
He's not even allowed. His security clearance is so low. He's not allowed to walk around there. I don't think.
Walk around space.
Yeah, he's definitely not allowed in it.
Yeah, you guys look that up. His security clearance was revoked, and they gave him a new one that is basically just on paper. It says you have a security clearance. You're authorized nothing.
And there goes your hero.
Not my hero.
Whoa, he's never been to space, so he don't qualify. He wouldn't know anything. So he would ultimately he'd have to get his information from other people. So he'd have no primary knowledge. You want the people with the primary knowledge. Not that big of a conspiracy, is it? Can't even figure out who's fucking lying. So now that it's been like, you know, kind of shown to you that, you know, you don't know the Earth's a globe. Most people in the world don't know the Earth's a globe. Why do you believe it? Like, why do you believe in that shit? Why do you hate yourself, man? Why do you go outside and go, oh, it looks flat, but I hate myself, so I gotta fucking listen to this guy and not trust my own eyes?
I think they see within themselves something that is very untrue, not real.
I'm of the opinion they choose to be that way because it's easier. Ignorance is bliss. It's folly to be wise, right?
Yeah, it's a reality they're presented with. Who are they to ask questions?
It's also safe, right? It's like that's so safe to be like, oh, we're super high tech science nerd human beings. We figured everything out. I have nothing to worry about because we're so advanced. We're going to go to space and we're going to terraform Mars. And the next stop is Alpha Centauri. We got it all figured out. I have nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it's like, don't be mad at technology, right? There's
Don't have
somebody in the
anything to
chat
worry
that's being mad at technology. It's like, no, technology allowed you to recognize what you hate in yourself. So why are you so mad?
Indio, you don't have anything to worry about. There's already people being paid to worry for you.
Is that like a government grant? Can I get a grant to worry about myself? You know, it's awesome because, you know, when you have such faith in humanity,
Similar.
then like, you know what can happen? Like if there ever is like a serious problem with the world, you can rest assured that there's a group of men that will fix it. Especially if like there's some weird disease that sweeps through the population. You can trust the people, the scientists. They're going to fix it and they're going to make everything better. They're going to tell you exactly what to do and they're going to save everybody's lives. Right? Right? Right?
Well, in that sort of scenario, it would be the ones that were telling you how to be the fittest by definition.
Well, I bring it up because second thing wouldn't be possible without the first thing. Right? So people got lured into this trap.
Well, that's what I love about this is like because through that I knew what science was. So when somebody said science, I'm like, okay, what's your independent variable? All right, first question. Oh, you claim to have science. Well, give me the independent. So I knew very articulately what was and was not science during this whole time when people were very confused about, you know, chain link fences and keeping mosquitoes out, right? We don't have to say what it was.
Anybody with half a brain, right? So when the first videos coming out of people instantly dropping dead, they should have known that was a bunch of bullshit. That's not how diseases work. Diseases aren't nerve gas. Okay? You don't fucking instantly drop dead. And when that was like the evidence that there was some crazy disease going around killing people, they should have been like, whoa. That's not how shit works.
Well, it was proof that the earth was flat. It was proof that people are easily manipulated and they will accept the reality with which they're presented with.
Yeah,
and it was,
exactly.
and that was pushed on a large scale.
Yeah, but
very large
part of
scale.
that comes with the trust. So there has to be a level of trust. That's the whole thing. Is like when you have to have the mindset that life is too complicated. I can't figure it all out. I have to outsource my knowledge and my intellect to third parties, and I have to trust them and that they have the best interest, my best interests. So when they come along, yeah, who better to trust?
And the guys who flew to the moon, because that's the smartest country that they got.
That's right, man. They went to the moon, dude. They said we're going to the moon, and they did it. Darn it!
Who
That's
better to trust than the
that's where I
people that
actually agree. I
do
don't
the
think we
first
float.
things first?
Yeah, trust Hollywood because they derive our economic like sort of ups and ebbs and flows. Trust the news. Northeast, west, and south.
How do you send a signal back from the moon? That's the problem here.
Back from where?
Whoa.
From the moon or from Mars.
What?
You don't send.
I'll send you a message right now.
Lights, dude. You don't get signals from those lights. They're not sending you videos.
Like even simple questions are starting.
Like it's totally fake. We're not. We have no signals from Mars. It's impossible.
Dude, you're not getting a fucking television.
Do you think there's a face on the Mars?
I think there's a face on Mars. Fucking, I don't know, dude. I doubt it.
It's a crystalline city. Of course. Why would they lie?
All I know is Mars has a rodent problem. That's all I know.
They have a litter problem too.
Because people want there to be a face on Mars or whatever.
And space has an infestation of
Well,
flies.
no, it describes how
Because
you
you're
had
paid.
a beginning.
You're paid.
Because Prometheus is a much easier. Panspermia is a much easier pill to swallow than what Scientology.
Joe, you beat me to it.
Too much water in space. People are drowning up there.
Dude, they found seaweed up there too on the ISS. As they said, they found seaweed. I don't know how they got up there.
I just seen a video yesterday that said that
Hey, I believe
when
in
they look out the
satellites.
window, they see water.
Definitely have satellites.
Was that the guy that drowned?
Closer, way more.
Nah. This is the other lady with the weird hair, the one that's stuck up there.
Dude, why do you believe their stories, man? Like what story could they tell you that you wouldn't believe? Where do you draw the line?
Why does she have to dress like the bride?
I literally told you where I draw the
Where
line. I
do you
told
draw
you
the
I
line?
don't believe we're on Mars.
Oh, okay, cool. But the moon's okay, but Mars, that's just a planet too far.
Why would there be signals coming from it then? You had a meltdown about no signals from Mars, but now you said we're not there.
Don't think we're on Mars. That's what I'm saying. I also believe in satellites, because
Well, how about this?
kind of has to be
So the two people stranded up on the
because
ISS.
they work. But
Toof, listen. The two people stranded on the ISS. They were supposed to be there for 8 days or some shit back in April. Why did they pack Christmas hats?
Right? I posted the video when she says when she look outside there's water.
But it's like robots.
And I sent it to you directly to India.
Hair always looks the same, sticking straight back, up, back. Like you took her in the Bride of Frankenstein picture, you would get the same image.
Yeah, but what she says is just freaking amazing. Says when we look out the window, we sometimes see water or something like that.
See, I grew up in the 80s. I can tell that big hair is fake. Okay? I remember chicks teasing their hair and freaking laying their hair down and hitting with the Aquanet shit.
Yep.
Shit's totally fake, bro.
Because of, hairspray was killing the ozone layer, your Aquanet went away.
Dude, you could hang up posters with that.
That was the best stuff.
I remember when huffing it was an issue. People were shoplifting it to huff it. Like, who the fucking huffs? Who huffs spray paint or hairspray? Like, why would you do that?
Like huffing flowers.
Some of these globalists, I feel like they jumped right before they jumped into the call. They huffed some paint.
A big gulp, and then jumped in.
No, I know you feel that way, Crit, but these people are actually sober and they're not on drugs, and they don't like. That's the scary part. Like, if they were all fucked up people, right? Bunch of drug addicts, people with brain damage and shit, I'd be like, yeah, this is normal. This is how fucking people with brain damage or on drugs act. But these guys are stone cold sober, acting like this.
That's very scary.
I know it is, dude. Like, you're normal right now? Like, what the hell?
Yeah,
This is you at normal? I hate to see when you're messed up.
Used to call it like a low or a high caloric, low nutrient diet. Like they're spazzing out. You know,
Vegans. Duke, do you think you're going to space someday?
Oh, hell no. I already told you that.
Do you think you'll ever know anybody that's gone to space?
Hell no.
No. I can guarantee you're not gonna. Neither will I, or anybody else in this chat, or anybody else in the world. Good. I can never get over that frickin'.
I still don't get what that has to do with fake shapes, but yeah.
So Trip to the Moon, right? You ever seen it? Trip to the Moon?
I've seen a moon.
No, Trip to the Moon. Trip to the Moon. It's a movie. It's a black and white silent movie. It was the first film ever made.
Have you seen what's it called? What's the Kubrick movie? Okay. I get it.
Apollo mission.
Hey, Apollo 11, Apollo 12, Apollo 13, Apollo 14, Apollo 15.
That one too. But
2001.
What's it called? Like the famous one.
Clockwork Orange.
That one too, but everybody knows.
The famous one. He made a bunch of famous movies. 2001: A Space Odyssey, frickin' Doctor Strange.
that one. 2001. That thing put me to sleep.
Eyes Wide Shut. The Shining.
He made all the Freemason movies, the cult movies.
2001: A Space Odyssey is the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Well, the movie I'm thinking of, right? It's about a trip to the moon, right? So it starts off where there are a bunch of wizards in a frickin' wizard's thing with, like, crystal balls and potions and all that shit. And they're looking at the moon and they're all like, it's a silent movie, so they're just pretend talking. And it has a little card underneath. It says, we want to go to the moon or something like that. And then they go out the door and they go in another door. And when they go in the next door, in that room, there's a rocket ship, and now they're not in wizards' coats and hats. They're in lab coats. So the wizards became scientists. Right? So this is how it actually is. And the proof of it is Johannes Kepler, who came up with Kepler's laws of planetary motion. Before he did, he wrote like science fiction about a witch that rode a broom and flew to the moon. So this idea of going to the moon and all this crap, it's ancient occult bullshit.
See,
people think it's somehow.
This is where I'm on your ship here, but I agree with you on that one.
Well, it is what it is, man. These ideas are a cult.
I think it's literally impossible to land on the moon or anywhere. Like it makes no fucking sense to me.
The Santa hat, Crit.
Okay, I thought so.
But I also don't think
It's
that means
subtle,
the Earth
right?
is flat. Like it's a little, bit of both, a bit of column A, a bit of column B. Like I see no way. How could you ever like it's just so unfeasible.
What was that last part? What do you mean,
I
no
think
way?
it's so unfeasible to land on any other thing.
Oh, yeah, that's much horseshit. Definitely. Dude, like Middle Earth or Narnia is more plausible than that crap.
That's why Carl Sagan said ironic. It was the most ironic token of all of human history was the space program. The definition of irony. No one gave a shit. It was completely fake. It's like, might as well, a giant leap forward. And what happened? What happens when we take a giant leap forward? Nothing?
And why is it that people do not connect the dots? Because if you understand that things aren't the way that they seem, sure, okay. So go back to fundamentals and put things through the test with the narrative. If these things don't add up to anything but other than belief, then you got a problem.
Are we still live?
I guess we are still live. My main point is that we need to if you're going to take it back to fundamentals, that means what are the main claims that would be fundamental to the narrative of the globe? Well, when was the globe ever measured to be a globe? When did that ever happen in history?
Never. But the point is here is like, actually,
no, that's the point. I just gave you the point.
No, what you need is like you need some kind of other thing. But
no, that's the point.
You could say like, it's like total bullshit. Everything's total bullshit, right?
No,
because these people said
no. I'm not
dumb
doing
shit.
that. I didn't say that. I'm not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I am trying to go back to the fundamentals of the claims. So you've got the claim of a globe Earth. Where did they figure that out? How did they figure it out? Figure that out.
Bars. Yo, throw the baby out with the bathwater is a crazy phrase. I wonder how that came up.
Because people do that all or nothing fallacy. So you have to combat it somehow. And that is a very good way to combat that.
Dang, so we're still cooking truth? No one else? All right.
TV, man, because I'll tell you where it comes from. People didn't always have plumbing, and they would wash their baby in like these good old tin baths, like these small tin washing, basically where they would wash their dishes. They'd wash the baby in. And when they would just chuck the water out the window because they didn't have running water. So that's where the phrase comes from, throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay, so they were saying don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Gotcha.
Yes.
That's the point. You want to keep the baby.
I mean, unless your name is let me not go there.
I don't know. Sometimes you want to throw them out with the bathwater.
I don't know. I literally, I just think it's a great rebuttal to an all or nothing fallacy. So I think it sticks, and it's a bit provocative. And yeah, people are going to remember it.
All right. Dude, I could listen to Crit talk about like the Boy Scout stuff like all night. That was really cool. I was saying earlier they don't teach that anymore. Stuff like that cuz Crow 777 would tell stories like this too when he was young. They would like go sailing and do weird like cool adventurous stuff. When I was in Boy Scouts, bro, we just made like stupid bottle rockets and like shot them at the sky, painted wood, like some lame shit. We didn't really do anything.
Well,
cool.
you know what that's a result of? It's a result of who is running your Boy Scouts and how much passion do they have. So this person that you're talking about, Crow 777, he would have been blessed with a very passionate person who wanted to teach all these boys those things.
True. Go ahead.
On your Scoutmaster.
This is back in the days of yore where they thought, hey, America could be invaded. You better train your young men some survival skills and how to fight back and use the best weapon you got, like partisan resistance.
Yeah, now they're just like training you to play apps on your iPad and stuff. It's crazy, dude. Like we've so feminized our society. It's scary. Hey, well, whatever. We'll just get back to flat Earth. Yeah.
That's a bigger problem than the flat or globe Earth, but yeah.
You got some of these globalists, they would just roll over. If they tried to join partisan movements, they would get everyone killed by just being stupid.
Well, innovation comes from those who want to stand out, and if they have something that they can prove, they're going to go if there's something that they want to prove, they're going to go a long way about proving it. That's why it's not something you can suppress. But you can dumb everyone down, and nobody knows anything because everything could be an illusion. It's just the way that people think these days are just, it's nuts. Like, how can you get on Discord and argue with a bunch of flat earthers about what reality is? And that's all we're saying it is reality is the way it is. It's not in your imagination. You come in here and argue about your imagination and other people's imaginations. Weird.
Someone imagined the Earth as a globe, and I like it. So I'm going to argue on their behalf for reasons.
Yeah, but to the extent of arguing against reality, like they go so far to do that when we're not saying anything out of the norm or out of what you can.
I think
observe
it was like
on your own.
Planet Mars, flat Earth, globe Earth. I think you guys are too fat.
You realize anyone that defends the globe is usually defending. Well, they're always defending somebody else's idea, right? They're not defending their own idea. They're defending somebody else's idea for some reason. And they get. You should ask yourself why they get.
Girls are like, they're. Why is everyone so fucking fat? What's happening?
It's not your idea, so why would anybody come on Discord and fight with a bunch of flat earthers over reality and even deny
and get mad and get all pissed off and freaking troll and freaking do all the antics they do, right? They come in, spiral on arrival
totally
for somebody else's idea.
Receptive. They're not receptive at all. They're unaware of their surroundings. They're all of these weird things.
Yeah, Flatsy, it's called getting gassed up. this is what's happened on a major scale. The media has gassed up all these people to think that flat earthers are dumb and an easy target, so that they don't have to.
Social media is a big
And
part.
they'll be all, why are you guys so fat? That's the real problem.
We're not, dude. I'm not.
Yeah, if you want to look at the fat issue, that goes back to Richard Nixon. He was the shot caller during the Apollo program. He added the high fructose corn syrup, added to everything. That was him. That was Nixon. Nixon did that. He said basically keep them fat and happy. High caloric, low nutrient diet. They won't resist. They'll just, whatever you want. Like tell them the Earth is a globe. They're like, yeah, whatever.
Bread and circus. Bread and circus. Exactly.
They did this through with Pop Rich and Paperclip. They said, hey, with farm animals, feed them lots and lots of calories. They get fat, they get lethargic, and they don't even care anymore. It's exactly the same thing they did with people. Ramp them up on sugar, and their brain stops working.
Nixon did it? Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he took us off the gold standard, all kinds of stuff. You think the Apollo program was bad? Look at some of the other shit he did.
Well, aspirations and innovation will come from people that will strive to break out of that, because that's what society is set up on. We're set up on bread and circus. They give us a bunch of things to sit here and critique from our own couches.
Cows won't even run away, man. They might get lost, but they won't run away.
They'll tell you how those people on Naked and Afraid should have acted, but they would never go out there and do that.
Right.
I'm watching Naked and Afraid.
Of course.
Yeah, but it is funny though.
Is that before or after you watch the Kardashians?
Different strokes for different folks. It's all the same.
Terrible timing on that one, Flats.
Oh, so fat. Everybody's so fucking fat, and I hate it.
Yeah. We can get into that another time, but yeah, you're right though. They come in here defending something they don't understand, but it's just like they've been told that it's easy and that we're dumb and all this stuff. So they're trying to dunk on flat earthers, but they literally can't. So.
Well, you know what's going on now? Now we got UFO invasions happening everywhere. So there's a new distraction for everybody to keep them looking in the sky.
Oh yeah, the UFO invasion. What are you talking?
Imagine trying to dunk on flat earthers and getting stuffed by the rim.
You bonk your head. Yeah, like, dude, like it's really bad.
You ever seen somebody do that, try to dunk, dude, they get stuffed by the rim and freaking almost split their skull open?
Yeah, you got to be able to jump pretty high for that, I think, though, but hey, you got to be really clumsy for that too. But yeah, man, it's like they end up getting themselves in a trap. That's why Peter and all these guys now, they just have to do what they're doing. You guys have seen what they do when they come here.
You mean they do?
Basically, yeah. But they just come here and, they don't have anything for the globe. They're just I don't even know why they're here. They have nothing for us. Like, they should just go off and do something else. But
isn't it weird how they think their imagination is like just trumps all, and they're like, what do you mean you don't believe me? Well, you must be dumb because you don't believe something we can't demonstrate somehow. Like, I think it's weird that they look at something like, so we showed them an arcade game, right? And showed them a ball bouncing left or right on it. They'd say, that's orbiting. I know it. And they start writing some shit down for orbit. And no, that's the game of Pong. It appears to be orbiting, but it's not. It's just bouncing back and forth. Come on, man. I can make a straw in a thing of water. When you move the water, so like you move the wind, it'll make the straw look like something's like rotating or orbiting around it. It's just, yeah. You have to be sure. Some type of side view after you have a front view, maybe a back view and a front view. Then the object's going all the way around it, or like look at the object. close enough that you see it's actually going around it. How about the idea they can't make anything do that? They can make a train go along a horizontal path, but they don't make it go around a ball.
It's the same thing with celestial navigation. They can use a flat plane to navigate, but actually it's a ball from it, you're actually doing it from the center, from a point of a ball. You know, like, so you're not even doing it from your location, it's from a point.
Are we still live?
We live.
Live.
Okay, we are live. Yeah. You know, I think all the smart people already became flat earthers, so that's why we're dealing with bottom of the barrel, tards at this point. They come in, they're just goofy, they don't know how to stand on any business.
I would like to say this. I get more frustrated with flat earthers than I do with globe earthers.
It's like expectations. Where's your where do you expect more, and then the person lets you down.
Right, like I expect more from flat earthers than I do globe earthers. It's just maybe it's unfair. It's an unfair standard, or it's some sort of a cognitive bias I might have that I need to look into. But I get more disappointed and frustrated with flat earthers.
Yeah, totally. I hear you. Like with a globalist, I'm like, do you know the difference between an adjective and a noun? I'm not even mad if you don't. I'm not even amazed. Like, okay, yeah, you think flat is a noun. Perfect, okay? I'm not even surprised. But you hear like a flat earther fuck it up, and you're like how?
Exactly. And you're speaking my love language right now, because grammar and all that, like, I can do that in my sleep. So I used to do well on research papers and things like that. So literature was always like some sort of affinity that I had. So I used to help other people do it, but not a lot. Like, I could have maybe made a business out of doing people's research papers for their finals, but I didn't. I did help my roommate one time do her research paper for her final. She didn't ask for my help until the night before it was due, and she fell asleep on me, and like I had to like kind of do it in a way that it wouldn't be questioned if she had written it or not. Like, I have to be able to make it pass for the teacher to accept it. Do you know what I'm saying? I did that for her. She fell asleep while I kept working on her paper. Man, anyways, she had no idea what she was doing. Like, I wonder how people function if they don't even know how to do research.
Perfect example. On Jenna's server, old boy joins. First comment: this is an echo chamber. Like, complete and utter cognitive dissonance.
Like, okay, that's why you're here, buddy.
Yeah, so you're here. Yeah, you're here discussing how the Earth, this channel, is an echo chamber. Inside the echo chamber, he's like, yeah. I'm not even amazed. I'm just like, huh.
Yeah, we've got like full invitation for anyone to come. Like, we've gone out of our way to make ourselves so accessible to people to come and see us, to visit us. It's just so crazy that they could say such a thing. So we've went out of our way to be accessible to you to come and talk to us. So if you want our actual position, if it's something that you, because people don't know how to research, actually the best thing that you could do is go. Some people think about this. Even your run of the day, like average Joes will think, hey, if I want to know what flat earthers think, let me go ask some flat earthers. So maybe they get smart and they think, oh, where are they at? And they go and find us, and here we are. That's the type of people that you want to talk to. It's great for content. The people that have, like, hey, I want to go talk to flat earthers. But then they come in here and they don't actually talk to us or listen to us. They're more interested in getting us back on the globe, which is so crazy.
Without presenting it. You're like, hey, I want you to accept this model. Do you accept it? No. Okay. Why would I accept something that you don't accept? Where's that at? Show me this thing that you think is so important to be. You haven't done it yet. Let's see, can you mic up and just tell me about it? You can't do that either. Can you tell me what I can use it for? Nothing. Use it. You don't accept it. You won't show it. But I'm supposed to just, what? Trust you, bro? Just trust you, bro? Really?
Look, it's so easy for flat earthers. All you have to do is come in and describe reality. All you have to do is describe reality, and somebody will come out of the woodwork to tell you what they imagine about reality. And all you have to do is describe reality, and it defeats everything that they say. You don't have to make an explanation for anything. And because usually you're trying to make an explanation for something that you can just describe in reality. Whatever it is, describe it. You don't have to have any assumptions behind it or anything like that. That's how flat earthers are able to excel in this conversation, because we don't go out of the realm of what we can just describe in reality.
And I'm only an empiricist to the people who demand they have the proof of stuff. If we're just conversating about stuff, I can care less of what you prove or your ideas. That's just how life works. But if you're like, I'm fucking telling you this is real, then no, you're gonna have to do something to prove that. I'm not just gonna believe it right away. No.
Some people are plastic bags in the wind, and some people are paper bags in the wind. Some people are still subject to the flow of whatever doctrine comes their way. But the point is that we've gotten back to the fundamentals of everything, that what would require information to be propagated. So this is the perfect time in our known lives to start taking it back to that and start teaching the youngins about that, because that's been lost. They don't know anything. They're being brought up on iPads and iPhones and stuff. So, and Cocomelon. So these people need help. They need help going back to fundamentals and learning those. They're not hard. They're easy.
I think it's supposed to help fix.
It's like calisthenics with working out. You can start at any level. Just if you can take it back to fundamentals, you could go far. All you have to do is keep applying yourself.
I think something has to happen. I think the science thing is breaking. And the idea of what the physics and all that, I think it's breaking. I think it has to be reset. Literally. Something ain't right with it. Either how people are perceiving it or what it is altogether, or how you go about doing it, or like what people take as science.
That's a trigger word.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
word though, Demon.
Yeah, it needs fixed.
Right? You used the trigger. You said reset, right?
Basically, yeah, a total reset of what we thought and just re-go over the information, just like a whole peer review of all of it.
Interesting.
It literally needs to be done.
It's just interesting that you use that word.
Like a renaissance of science, if you will. Like a reset of it, like a redo, like just a reevaluation of all of it. Yeah, 100%. All of it. But why not? What better time?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not necessarily
No, I'm
thinking
just saying, yeah,
in those
not really to
terms.
you, just
Yeah, but I'm not really thinking in those terms, I guess. I just think that it's good for people. It's not like it's lost on them to go back to fundamentals. So it's not something that's just lost on you. Just go and apply yourself to fundamental things. That's it. That's all you have to do. It's so simple. It's not some sort of crazy mass reset in my eyes. It's something very simple and basic.
Yeah, but Vlatty, the sad truth is that you cannot help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. That's never going to change. So even I agree with what you're saying, but if someone doesn't want to help themselves, you can't help them. It's impossible.
Yeah, but in every situation, if you wanted to actually learn how to do something, you would start from the base, right? So, like, you would want to at least learn from some sort of axiom. That's all. Like, literally, it's not hard to do. It's all around you. The axioms are all around you. You can do this in a day, an hour, a minute. Like,
Vlatty, I completely agree with you, Robert. Think about it. Let's take a simple example. Imagine you have someone who's, let's say, overweight. And then you tell them, and you look, dude, it's very simple to lose weight. Just, eat better food. Don't eat so much fat, whatever. Very simple. It's not a secret what it is to be healthy, right? But the thing is, if they don't want to help themselves, it doesn't matter even if you provide them all the info. And we're just talking about body weight. It's not even a secret. It's not even a contention. And even then, they still don't want to help themselves. So no one can help them, you see. But if they do want to help themselves, they'll pick up the information, find the bullet points, lose weight, no problem. Right? Same with the flat earth. If they do want to help themselves, they'll find out, they'll look at the evidence, they'll go through the details, and they'll realize there's a problem, there's no coach, etc. Right? But if they don't want to help themselves, you could literally show them whatever, anything, and they'll still deny it because they don't want to help themselves.
100%, absolutely. That's where I usually exit the conversation, because if somebody's not receptive to any kind of information, like new information, then there's no point in talking.
In other words, it's in their hands. Whether they will be helped or not is in their hands.
It really does need to be a show called the peer review, or the re-review, or some kind of shit that's like, the understandings of the underworkings. It's been underworked. Like string theory, black holes, all this other shit, speeds of light, like all of it. I think it needs to be simpler. I think they need to stop being afraid of magnetism and what that is. Stop being afraid of the word electricity. Stop saying it's not energy. Stop saying energy isn't magnetism. Temperature is magnetism. It's all got a magnetic effect. So it's all magnetic. How or why, who cares? It's just what it is. You can study the attribute and effects, and you can try to mimic it, and that's all you can do. And
Wait,
I don't think
what's all magnetic? Wait, what? Sorry, I had to.
Everything has a magnetic property. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No matter what it is, it's just like the idea of something.
Evidence of that?
Huh?
Yeah. What's the evidence?
Evidence is physics, basically. High to low, hot to cold, positive to negative. That's the physics layout of physics in general. That's the attribute of action and happening. For things to react, or for anything to happen, you have to have a push or a pull.
Right, but magnetism is something specific, so you can't, you can't do. It's like a fallacy of division, or maybe it's composition. It's a fallacy.
No, it's not. No, that's the rule, though. That's what it says.
No. You got to make sure that you don't conflate one part of.
No, I'm not.
As the whole.
No, that's what you're. No, stop doing that. What you're doing now? Fuck all that. I'm conflating what I feel like. You don't conflate what you don't feel like. I conflate magnetism with everything. You don't do that if
That's
you
a
don't feel like
problem
that's
though,
right.
because
No,
it's
that's
one
not a problem
specific
for
thing.
me. Not
No,
for me
it's
though.
just
For you. You
okay. Well,
see?
but you're saying something that you
No, but
can't
you're saying
actually
something different to
validate.
me, and I don't agree, and you don't agree with me, right?
But
So
I
where do
gave
we
you the
agree
reason
to
why.
disagree?
I just gave you the reason why.
You gave me the reason why. Yeah, but how do you tell me
I just
that's
want
not
Pierre
magnetic? How do you prove your point?
Because of the
Forget your reason.
fallacy of division or composition.
I don't care. Talking ain't fucking helping you. You got to do
I'm not
physical
just
stuff to
talking.
actually
I'm
prove
giving
or
you the
disprove something,
reason.
right? Do you
I'm not.
understand? Me and you
Yes,
talking
I
to each
do
other
understand.
ain't helping shit. We're never
What?
gonna get to nothing by talking and saying you're right or I'm right by talking.
I'm not
Because at
trying to
the end of the
say
day, one
anybody's
of us is
right
right or wrong by physical
or
action of
wrong.
attribute. The fuck? Come on, man. I thought that's what we were doing. What, are you guys afraid to really do that or what?
What are
The
you
fuck you talking
talking
about?
about, D-Mob?
I'm saying it's magnetic. No fucking tell me it's not. I don't care what you don't comprehend about it. That's not my
Okay,
problem.
you believe whatever you want to believe. Okay, fine.
There we go. Thank you. It's not a belief. If it's set in a fucking thing that shit goes to ground, that's magnetic. If high goes to low, hot goes to cold, positive to negative, those are all magnetic fucking effects. You're not going to tell me they're any different. Sorry. Just saying, that's me. I ain't changing for shit. If that's the rule and that's how shit goes to ground, that's magnetic to ground then. If things react a certain way, I'll say it's magnetic that way to have to put itself into that format or do that way to carry out that attribute.
Yeah, you can fit every idea to your beliefs. Absolutely.
Well, I can't take it out. I can't take it out. I can't take magnetism out. Wouldn't be possible. Electricity's magnetic. Any movement's magnetic. Kinetic is magnetic. It's all magnetic. It all does something with a reaction through the fucking medium you're in. I call that magnetic. Called resistance too, the yin and the yang. Same as positive and negative. It's magnetic. It can't not be, man. I don't know. I'm sorry. That's why I'm saying we need a reset, because people want to put too many categories. We got too many Bobs getting paid for one fucking job. How does shit work? This way. This demonstration right here. We need more of that and less of fucking people explaining what is and how it works. It's because we can explain till our balls are blue. Who gives a fuck? That's the problem right now. Too many explainers and not enough doers. That's the real problem.
I love this channel.
Well, things have to go from one thing to another thing. What's not a magnetic effect happening there? Something's causing that effect, right? Something's causing motion. Something's causing temperature. Something's causing these things, right? I think it's magnetism. I mean, I don't know. If there's electricity going through something, it's going to be magnetic. Electricity is energy. And if you can't kill or destroy or stop energy from happening, same way as electricity, it's all the same shit then. And if it follows a cycle, that's magnetic. That's why the fucking retard scientists can't figure nothing out, because they're afraid to say it's magnetic. They're trying to separate magnetism or energy from itself. Energy's energy, whether you call it electricity or what I call it. Energy's magnetism, no matter what I call it, because those are the attributes of it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: you're applying attributes to things that are something specific to all of the things that may share some attributes. So there are distinct differences between the attributes of something like magnetism or electricity and anything else that you want to add to the mix. So there's attributes that are different and distinct from each other. So you can't this is why there is a fallacy of composition and division, because people will like to conflate these things as the same thing instead of in their distinct forms, the law of identity.
No, what makes stuff hold together? What holds material as a material? What is that?
But I'm using my fundamentals here, so the law of identity.
Yeah, okay. What holds stuff together?
I didn't make a claim to what holds
Well,
things
I'm
together.
asking.
Why are you asking me something that I'm not
Because
going
I
to
want to
be able
know.
to
That's what we
answer?
need to know here. That's the idea of what's going on here. What's holding you and
You
I
want
together?
me to answer something that I couldn't know?
I will. Magnetism. Simple. See?
Why would you
Isn't that
make
cool?
such a claim that you can't
Why would you
validate?
not? I don't know.
Because you
Why
can't
does anybody?
validate it.
Why does anybody wake up and fart in the morning?
I wouldn't try
Because they
to
feel
make a
like it.
claim to something that I can't validate, though.
I just made it.
Yeah, but
I
you
just
can't
made the
validate
claim.
it. Yeah, but you're yeah
Yeah, it's
okay. Then it needs the
magnetism.
validation.
Nah. You can't prove it's not. I can't
Okay,
prove it.
so let me make a claim and tell you that to prove it wrong.
No, you tell me.
Anytime,
You tell me
and,
something that's
you
not
know that's
magnetism.
the way you want to do it. You don't
Yeah,
just
what's
make
not
claims and
magnetic
tell
and
me
work
to prove it
together
wrong.
as its own material? Yeah, tell me how lead's not magnetic to itself to be the lead. Tell me how a gas isn't magnetic to itself to be a gas.
What?
What's going on?
Why are you asking me for explanations for things?
Well, you seem to know how they all work. You divide them in
No, I'm
magic
not
fucking
seeming like.
clear
Do I
things.
really seem like that to
So how many
anybody?
things are going on with an apple?
I didn't make any claims, dude. Why are you
Well, we
asking me
need to
about
figure
claims
this
I didn't
out. Well,
make?
there's the problem. So you're either going to sit there and be like, I know nothing and that's it, and you don't know shit, or
You're
you're
the
going to
one
try to know
making the
something, right?
claim, but you're
Yeah,
the
I'm
one
trying to
making
figure out where you go with your non-claim making or where you go with it.
Hold on.
dude.
Where's the
What?
fucking line drawn? Funny guys.
What claim, Flatsy? What claim do you think DMOC's making?
That everything is magnetism.
Okay, and you want him to do what with it?
I was telling him my critique of what he was doing. He was conflating magnetism with everything instead of its distinct attributes. It's distinct and separate from the other things that he was adding along with it.
That might be a little too advanced for him.
Might be too advanced for you. I don't see the distinction you see. I'm sorry. I see magnetism in temperature, high to low,
You're
hot
seeing
to cold.
similarities.
No, I see magnetism. You see your fucking word similarities in what I just told you. That's your own problem. Get it right. Repeat my word. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not really trying
Well,
to
I'm not
argue. I
trying to do
was just
anything but
trying
say
to
my own
critique
words and have
a
them repeated
little
right.
bit.
I said I see magnetism. I don't know how the fuck you keep wording it different. I don't know what you tell me what you see.
You can't just see magnetism. So
Guaranteed
saying
I
that
do.
is okay.
Sound is compressed light, light is compressed sound. It's all magnetic, man. Electrical, energy, same words. Magnetic, same fucking word. Memory, same word. What about memory? What's that? Let's talk about memory. What is that? Got to be magnetic, right?
Information.
Yeah, how do you mess your computer up? How do you take the memory off?
Information isn't matter
You
or
rub a
energy.
magnet on there. Come on, people. Why you got to have magnets in your computer? What do you need magnet to hold information for? Come on, man. I'm stupid. I'm fucking dumb. That electricity that's magnetically pulled from one
No.
part to another, ground, high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative, you plug the motherfucker in, one thing has to flow from one part to another. There's something causing that flow. It's magnetism.
You're not dumb.
Something is causing movement. No, I ain't still shit. You are. You're falling short. Magnetism.
Okay. I was just
Magnetism.
trying
Don't
to
be
help
mad.
you.
Don't be mad at magnets.
If you don't want my help, that's fine. You can
I don't need your
still.
help. Magnets don't need your help.
Okay.
Magnets don't need nobody. They don't need gravity. They don't need string theory. They don't need none of that shit. None of it.
Well, we can
I said it.
demonstrate magnetics, how they work in a lab or whatever. We can, and even electromagnetic fields. I think, pretty sure we can prove that. So I think, but definitely magnetics. We can show how metals are magnetized, so other things repel because of magnetics and that. So it's it's something we can demonstrate. So I guess if you don't want to say everything or gravity effects, yeah, it's not like gravity. There's more evidence for magnetism than gravity.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about. Yeah, we throw that out the window. Throw gravity out the window. That's just another way of saying magnetic.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just another way of saying magnetism. So is string theory. So is all of it. It's all saying magnetism. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, just all I said that it is a thing. Magnetism is a thing. It's not like ether
The
or
source of
gravity or
everything to make, yeah, it's the
something.
reaction point of everything. Now, I mean, listen, that's just what I'm calling it because it works for all things, everything, every fucking thing, temperature and all of it. It's all magnetic. And if you don't think about it that way, you're crutching yourself. You really are. You're falling short for nature. Because nature don't it's gonna do its thing the same way it does, and it's gonna continue and if you don't pay attention to it right, that's why we have assholes not doing right shit. Not the right best free energy, not the right way of nature, because they want to divide everything from itself. You can't fucking divide nature from nature. You just can't do it. You can't.
What if all the magnets somehow didn't work at the same time? How would it affect everything? Because you see, there's magnets in computers, magnets here, magnets there.
Yeah. Well, we got Curie points for shit too, right? That supposedly stop the magnet from happening.
Oh yeah, that's right. Curie point. Yeah, that's really interesting. The magnet core and all that.
Right. But then the gentleman,
it loses magnetism after a certain temperature. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and then what do the Globers say? That hot stuff's a magnet now too. Kinetic energy magnet. You know, like when you get something static with a balloon, you get kinetic energy flowing, you build up a field, right? And then you pour water, and water doesn't touch the object. It pours off the top of it and away off that static current field you just made, the magnetism. So even if it's not magnetic, once you get it moving or do stuff with it, it's still gonna have magnet. It's still magnetic, man. Still magnolias. Plastic is magnetic. Aluminum. Everything. Gold is magnetic to mercury. It's all magnetic, man. I haven't seen anything that doesn't work that way with the attribute of something making it happen or acting along with it. It's magnetism, the push and pull of everything. And it causes the temperature too. And that's a bad motherfucker. Temperature is the main thing that makes shit happen too. Cold and hot, hot to cold. That's a magnetic effect. High to low. That's a magnetic effect. If all things follow these principles in physics, and you haven't found anything that doesn't or couldn't, what's going on? Then I'm wrong and stupid. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't correct for the attribute of science today. You're right. They will divide everything. They will say wood is not a tree. A tree is not a leaf. A leaf is not a root. But it's all the same tree. This tree is not the seed, but the seed is the tree. So where do we go with this isn't that and this isn't that? Where do we even go with that if the tree isn't itself anymore? Because of paper. You know, come on.
Because magnetism isn't everything.
Well, that's your opinion, and I'm glad you have it. And without having that, I wouldn't be able to have mine of saying, yeah, it is. What's memory? A lot of people tell me what causes and does all this other shit, and I never heard any of them mention the word. Hold on, I never heard any of them mention the word memory till I brought it in. I said, why are we all leaving out memory? And they said, why? What's the matter with that? Because without memory, no, fuck no. You don't have information without memory first. Sorry. That's where you got it wrong. Fuck information. Information can't do shit without memory because it wouldn't be information without the ability to pack
It's part of the
itself.
category. Information and
No.
memory
You got
would
it
be a part
wrong.
of the category of
No, it
information.
is first. It's the first thing.
Okay.
Everything builds off memory.
How?
How could you not? Okay, you got no memory. How
Information
you
has to
building?
be
No memory.
has
What
to
are you
already be
building?
there.
No memory. What are you building?
Information will already have to be
With
there.
what? No memory?
No, I'm saying that information
With
already
no
has to be
memory?
You
You wouldn't
having the
have
memory of it
information.
is a part of the
Holy fuck,
information.
are you serious? You really think you can have something without remembering it? Without it
I'm
being
saying
there,
the
without it being
information
able to
is the
stay.
constant. Memory of the information would be a derivative.
Memory is the thing you have to have for anything to be anything, for you to say the word derivative.
No, information would have to be that.
No.
Memory would be a derivative of the information.
Wrong.
Yes.
Oh,
What?
you're wrong.
Okay, you just need to. Okay, information is the common
It
denominator.
works on the fabric of memory. Memory
Okay,
is the
but you're
thing
gonna
that
have to.
information has to build up on.
No,
Without
no, no.
memory, information couldn't be itself.
Information is outside of us. That's how we have the laws of logic. This is
You
the
mean
law of
magnetism?
identity. No, not what. That's
Magnetism's outside of you, so you have logic. Logic for who?
Yeah, I
For
don't
you?
understand this.
dude. What are you
Logic for
talking
who? Who's
about?
logic? Let's get down to the nitty gritty.
I honestly,
Nitty
I
gritty
don't
is gonna
know.
be kind
Okay,
of.
I was just gonna go ahead and lay it out for you. So you
I say
got
I
the
cut
law.
your head
Yeah,
off.
tell me how information's first without memory or
Information
intelligence.
would be the constant, and memory of information is a derivative of the information.
How do you
With
get
you being a
intelligence?
sentient being, you already have to have the information to be constant
You gotta have
for you
memory.
to remember it.
You can't
Do you get
have
what I'm saying?
nothing.
It has to be there
You
as a
can't have the
constant for you
food
to
in the
remember
bag
it.
without the bag. It's the necessary antecedent for
No,
stuff.
you have to be able to
Memory.
remember the
Memory would be the
information,
container to
not the
hold the
information.
information. Yes.
Dude,
Now you getting it? Memory is the antecedent
you are missing
for
what I'm saying.
information. You can't have information pressure without a fucking memory container. Stop.
What?
Quit. You're wrong. I'm just saying you don't get
So
it.
people with
You can't
Alzheimer's.
have information without something to hold it. It's not fucking hard. Same
Yeah,
as
but
gas pressure.
you
Can't have gas pressure
example.
without an antecedent, right? Now, don't
No,
jump
no,
off
no.
the fucking bandwagon with this one. You can't have information or intelligence without the antecedent, which is memory, the container.
That's not the
You're not. Now
antecedent.
you don't like the method?
No, the
Okay.
antecedent
Let's
would be the
go.
informer.
Let's go.
Hold on a second, D-Monk. The antecedent would be the informer for the information.
Nope.
You need
Gotta have
someone
memory
to
for him
give you
too.
the information. Yes.
Nope, gotta have memory. Informer ain't shit
No,
without
no,
memory.
no.
He wouldn't be informing nothing
Memory
from
is
nothing
a
with
human.
nothing.
Okay, but
You'd
you're
have
talking
nothing
about.
to inform with no memory.
You're
Stop.
talking about. Okay, fine.
It's the
I can't. I'm not
necessary
going to argue.
antecedent.
If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
Well, if you don't want to talk about the thing being memory and magnetism at the same time,
You don't care about what I'm saying. I'm just letting you know that the information is the constant. It would be
no, it's
the
not.
constant.
Memory is.
Memory would be something that would need to. You and me, we're
What's the
the
cloud?
sentient beings. We're.
What are
I'm
you
not.
in?
That's
What do you
a law
exist
of
in?
identity.
You're trying to say
You're
that
talking
information
What are
about.
you
is this like
existing in?
thing
What are
that
you
we pull
breathing?
from?
You keep talking about the law
What
of
is
identity.
ground? Where's that going?
Good grief, dude. You don't
Wait,
care.
you're wrong.
Where's all that info going? What is that stuff
You're
called?
trying
What
to
is that
say
energy
that
called? Is it
we're
memory?
just pulling from this like external memory.
Memory.
Thing or what. But that's not how it works.
Yeah, it is.
Why do you think it
Not
works
how
that
you
way?
think it works. Why do you think it works some weird other way than having to have memory?
Oh, it's your own memory. It's like your internal memory. I think we
You don't
agree.
have anything without external memory to make internal memory. What are you talking about?
Oh, you think this? Okay.
Because you
Maybe
don't
you
come.
actually.
No. Come from little shit out of the other shit. Bigger shit to little shit to bigger shit.
Yeah, kind of.
Memory to information, to intelligence, to a format of information that you call logistics or logical format of statistics or analysis or putting shit in a certain order. Without the fucking order, you don't have anything. The order is set on memory. Stop. Quit fucking telling me you act like you know something. You don't. You have to have memory. That's why I brought it up. I always have. Everybody keeps acting like memory's not a thing. You gotta have it. What the fuck? Come on now. Without the book, you can't put the information in it. The book is the memory. Get fucking real, guys.
Actually,
I'm right.
yeah, sure.
Without the page, you can't put nothing on it.
It's
The
not the
page is reality of memory,
but
and we are on it.
there's like your ancestors' memory built into you, of course. But
How do you know that?
that's what you're saying.
From memory, information being stored? Huh. On memory? Huh. We need to peer review the peer reviews. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think I need peer review to know that my ancestors' memories are built into me.
Yeah, I know, because everybody else already figured something out. That's their stories are so good that we can't reproduce them or prove them, and they're just so awesome of explanations. Here we are today, explanation on explanation for explanation. Break everything apart and make it a fucking scatterbrain collage of science, so nobody fucking gets any further than anybody. It's weird. Anyway, the only thing that does shit really is doing it. Like if me and you get together and we do some shit and we see the attribute of that and do it. That's what, trial and error. That's the main thing, really. Fuck science. Fuck science altogether. Trial and error. Show and tell. Fuck the peer review of reading shit all day. Show me what you got. We'll work it. See what it does. We'll tell you whether it works or not. Fuck all that. Because what are you writing about what? What, you write a book and get it peer reviewed on words? No physical anything going down? Fuck that. That's what we really think's cool? What the fuck? That can't be right. Bob wrote some numbers. Yeah, let's fucking clap. I'm more interested in the guy who uses free energy and magnetic shit and can send you power anywhere you need for free. Those are the guys I want to talk to. The ones who put the shit together. And then you use it and it works.
Oh, guys who build shit. Yeah, I like them.
Fucking right. Guys that get shocked when they touch wires. Not the guys sit in a fucking chair and act like they know something. Hey, if I don't support my ideas, who will? You gotta die for your shit, don't you? I think I'd have to. Whoever. I mean, if you don't, what are you doing? Certain parts of life had to be serious and certain parts
I'll
are fun.
follow the guy who built shit. I don't know if you're that guy.
I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
But I kind of agree.
Now, if the guy sitting in a chair did that field for 87,000 years, and he tells the guy out in the field, hey, this is how to fix your problem, I've done that before, then sure. Okay. But if the guy's sitting in the chair telling you, well, I got these numbers on this paper, and that's going to explain life. Get the fuck out of here. You say, hey, man, I'm telling you all about these stars. They're going to tell you so much technology. Get the fuck out of here.
But it's hard to follow the guy who's like, oh, this guy's full of shit. Like, that's not really building shit, right?
That's my point. That's my whole point. All these dudes that got into science weren't doing shit. They weren't really doing the science they claimed. They weren't really doing any trial and error. They were doing numbers and thinking in their fucking head and on a chalkboard. And then they're the ones we get stuck under for hundreds of years. So what, you got to die So let me see. Live my whole life, do everything, build houses, castles, right? No, check this out. All that shit, right? Then write some fucking books on dumb shit. Die. Don't worry about any physical thing that I built, all the castles and cities and built empires I conquered. Fuck all that. Pay attention to something I wrote in something called a book about whether something goes up or down or an apple hit my head. Are you fucking serious? For real? That's
But do
our
you?
science. An
But do
apple
you?
fell on my head? For real.
But do
You
you
guys think that's
understand?
fucking... No, I don't understand an apple fell on my head writing
I'm
fucking
trying.
a book
No, I'm
and
not
getting
saying
stuck
that.
in 10,000 years of that shit.
Demok,
No.
Demok, let
Go
me
ahead.
finish my sentence before you answer it.
Go ahead.
I
Go
was
ahead.
saying, don't you understand that information would be something that would have to be constant for us to perceive and also not perceive sometimes? So memory it would be more subjective than the actual information being constant. This is a logical deduction that I'm giving you. So
No,
memory would be
memory's
something that you
constant.
perceive.
The information
No,
is
no,
what
no,
you
no,
don't
no.
keep or not on the
Because,
memory.
but individuals would have to take that memory. They would
That's
have
why there's
to
so many
be
of
the
us.
conduit of the. Yeah, but it's still them being the conduit of the information.
However they do it, though. That's why each individual
It's a
blade of grass is
derivative.
another study.
Yeah,
Each
but the
individual blade of
information
grass.
is the. Yeah, but information would be the constant, not
Whose
the memory.
information? Depends on how they
Don't
process it. You
don't
and
you
everybody,
get? That's
you're
it.
not.
That's what I'm saying
Wait,
right
you
there.
think
You just said it.
blade of
You just said
grass
it.
is
It's how
like
they
But you
process
can't
it.
process without memory.
You just said it. You just
I
said
know
it.
you have
They
to have memory.
process.
Memory's the constant.
you're a dime a dozen,
No,
buddy.
memory would be the subjective derivative.
I have to agree to disagree.
Okay, that's fine. I was just hoping that
I
I could get
understand
you to
what you're
see it.
saying, but I just think you got it mixed up a little bit, and you think I got it mixed up. So I mean, here we are.
Yeah, that's right. We're at an impasse.
But do you understand what I'm saying about science in general? How some guys can rule our whole lives with fucking everything by writing a book and sticking their tongue out at you, and that's it.
Yeah, but
Like did
you have to tell me what science you are referring to. Is it
Newton,
actual science or is
Einstein,
it pseudoscience?
the guy in the guy Galileo, Copernicus, all of them. Tell me who does science, and I'll
Well,
tell you
that's
that
not.
dude.
Yeah, but they're not actually doing science. They're doing
So what are
pseudoscience.
we doing here? So what are
Yeah,
we doing?
we're telling people that it's not science.
I know, but what are we doing though? How come they still have? How the fuck do you have principle for thousands of years over people when you're dead? How does your book still? I don't, man, hold on, man. Is my brain not working right here or not? I understand what you're saying. I understand we're trying to do stuff, but something ain't right here. Within 5 days of us proving some fucking dudes wrong right now out on the street, they're fucking proven wrong in front of the crowd and they're gone and they're done. How do these dudes get thousands of years of this shit? How do we fix it right now? I know we're talking, and we're talking to random goofballs. How do we talk to the fucking retards, the presidents, the Elon Musk, the other motherfuckers, and we say, hey, look, retards, fix the fucking shit. Because you know it ain't right. We know it ain't right. Shit don't make no sense.
Well,
Can
you
we
have
get
to
back?
assume that they're receptive to this information. They aren't receptive to it.
We have to make them receptive. Somebody's got to make them receptive. I mean, you ain't got to beat them up, but you got to
Just
make the
make
numbers.
them.
Huh?
It
You
Huh?
can't just make
It's never
them.
how it works, bro. Like,
How did somebody make them believe in Newton?
They believe it. That's on them. So you don't have
No.
to answer for someone else. You just answer for yourself.
So you're telling me if the government and the school books would have never showed anybody Newton, they all would have just jumped on Newton? I don't think so at all. I think nobody would have ever knew
You know
about the
what?
dude at all.
These things were propagated out to us on
Right.
purpose.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
So
So there's a
what do you
problem
think?
here.
You think that you're going to go and be like, "Hey, I'm going to change your mind right now. Be receptive to my information right now." That's not going to happen. It's just not reality.
No, that's what you tell them right there. Why the fuck are you denying reality? Let's get back to reality. Just whatever we can demonstrate, like whatever we can do. And for fucking imagination is great, math is great. I'm cool with it, but it's not the thing. It's not the end all be all thing. Actually, you and I fucking living for free, changing the power bills every year to a lower amount, changing the bill, changing. Like, how the fuck does shit get more and more and more? That's backwards, if you ask me. That's a fucking regression. That's not progression. Like, there's got to be some kind of format to where the attribute of fucking something else is given out than money and greed and the over the people, like the way it's going now. It has to be. I don't know, man.
Oh no, the money and the greed is what drives people to even like want to live.
To want to lie.
Well, that's sort of the reciprocal because we live in a society. We live in a society where people are believing the reality with which they're presented with. It's a very simple prognosis.
Right. And the TV can also say, hey, this is our best information today. We probably wrong as a motherfucker. If
And
anyone
that's
else
what
has,
is.
hold on into the break. If anyone else has any, we have a whole school system. Every school system, every kid, every year, we ask them all this question, all this information goes into a fucking thing. They actually take it into consideration. You and I can go fill out a thing. You know, like when you go to the store and it's a suggestion
Well,
box.
that is the hope is that
Right.
the X Files, the Twitter looks like what we perceive the internet to be in the 90s, pre Y2K. So now we're having this resurgence of cool styles from the 90s that were just terrible, terrible, terrible styles. But what we are achieving is us recognizing what the internet used to be and what it was looking like in 2016 and before that, obviously, right? But it reached a head in 2016. And so now we are working to tear down those walls so that we can just have opportunities to discuss ideas on the market of free the market of free ideas. That's where it is. It's just not as doomer or as bad or as bleak as you might think, right? It's very empowering. It's a very good thing. But that's why there's differences, different strokes for different folks, right? It's like somebody will say this, I will say it's wrong, and it's like I wouldn't do that. But, who am I to say that you shouldn't? Maybe that's best for you. I don't give a shit. Dude, we're all doing pretty good for ourselves. It's all okay. Everybody's just fine. I mean, imagine that was your position. Like, oh, hey, the flat earthers are saying that there's um some shenanigans going on with this. So we look to it and then we throw Eratosthenes under the bus. Like, what do you do then?
Well, the only reasonable thing to do is to concede that there is no actual evidence of anyone discovering the Earth as a globe.
That could have never happened. I mean, because this is how amazing. Here, let's spend $500,000 to go to Antarctica.
It's a robot.
And then we have divergent sun rays, and then to explain it, you just throw Eratosthenes right under the bus. What are you supposed to do after that? Or let's say we have something called a black swan observation. Little do they know that there's no such thing as a white swan observation, because they concede that it's just due to perspective and other sort of situations that happen in the air. And it isn't a geometric circumference. So when I say bottom up obstruction, I'm actually not saying anything at all. And have you seen the movie Interstellar or the Aliens Prometheus? Yeah, my problem I find is that the Globetards aren't nerdy enough to talk about like the funny things about how the from the movie The Thing, how nobody was actually infected and it was just completely a psychosis, a psychotic situation happened. And I would think that would play very well with this kind of scenario. But they don't want to talk about the whale and how people are meant to care for one another. They don't want to talk about that. And you know, the truth of a model may only come once in a lifetime. You better believe me, I wasn't gambling on it.
I got it. Memory requires the ability to process information. Therefore, information would be the antecedent. So it would be the constant. So information being the constant and memory being some sort of derivative of that. There you go.
You just proved there's a God.
That's right. Because the information requires an informer. And there are things in nature that happen regardless of our intervention. Without our intervention, these things happen all the time, like entropy. The laws of
How does the informer have information without a memory?
I'm trying to tell you that the memory.
Yeah, but you're not. No. Tell me now.
The main
the informer. This is my question.
Yeah,
how does the informer have information without a memory? That's my question. That's it.
Well, no. It would be the informed would supersede the informant, right? So that would be the knower of which path information. Like they know which train you're supposed to be on.
You need to be able to process
without memory.
To have
how are you processing it without a memory?
You
what are you
have
processing?
to have memory. you have
What
to
are you
have
processing it on?
you have to have the
What's the
ability.
It can
info
be
on?
from memory.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you. Oh my gosh, you have to have the ability to process information, to have memory. So you being an informant, like he's saying, you are given the ability to process the information. That means information is the constant, and you being the informant, having the memory of the information is a derivative of it.
Information is stuff happening. Memory is what it happens on and builds up on.
No. The stuff happening isn't necessarily the information. The information would be the ability to process it. You have, like, it is a, what you were saying, it's like a antecedent consequent relationship. You have an informer and you have the informant, the one that receives the information. Otherwise, things are happening for no reason. The reason why we are able to be sentient beings is because we understand the information, the underlying information in nature.
From memory.
But that wouldn't be the constant. That would be some
Yes,
derivative
it
of
would.
it being
No.
a sentient being.
It'd be memory. Memory,
And that would be
energy,
the
magnetism.
instantaneous transfer of information.
Now, guess what? Guess what's going to flip your mind out? Memory is basically the intelligence. Because without it, you can't have the other thing. They are the same, one and the same. So the ability to remember is the ability to be informed or to inform. So
No,
it's like,
but the
so it's
antecedent would be intelligence then. To be,
no.
yeah, memory would
Intelligence from what?
be.
How
You
do you
would
can
have to
have
be an
intel with no
intelligent
memory?
being.
How do
You
you
would
have a
have to be.
fucking computer intel with nothing to put it on? You're not making no sense to me.
I'm trying to tell you the information
Well, tell
is
me how I
outside
can
of
have a
all of that.
computer full of information with
Yeah,
nothing.
but you have information outside of that. So
So you're
you are
saying
inputting
intelligence because
information
nothing.
that is already existing into something else. We are the conduits of, like, what you would call intelligence. So we have the ability to process that information. The information is already there, though.
On what?
In nature.
What's the format? What's the paper, the blueprint printed on?
I am not God. I'm not going to be able to just give you all of these answers, dude. I'm just giving you
Then why are you trying?
I'm giving you the axioms
You're
that
giving
you
yourself
are.
a headache, it sounds like.
No, I'm not. I don't have a headache, but I would say that the axioms that you're
Well, you're
missing.
not changing my mind anytime.
I'm not
It's
trying
memory.
to. I'm trying to
I know.
refute what you're saying, the ideas that you're putting out.
Yeah, it's
So
memory.
memory is information.
Yes. It's memory first, right? And then shit happens with memory or energy or the reaction, like the background of everything. It's not no fucking ether goofy shit. It's the ability to retain, right? You can build up, you can react, you can happen, you can do shit. You can say it's God, you can say it's inner, whatever the fuck. But it has to have memory. Memory has to be that part of that thing. It can't just be intel. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying when people say this, oh, light explains everything. Some people say everything's light. I'm like, no, you gotta have memory for the light to be built up on, right? And then we get into the other format. And I'm not saying you're wrong with the format of intelligence ain't around or it ain't the thing. It ain't a thing. You're right there. I'm just saying memory has to be added with that. They have to be one and the same, like magnetism and energy or action and reaction and magnetism. Action, reaction, magnetism. That's the way I put it. Because without the idea of magnetism, like what it does and what it entails, all of it, everything to do with the word magnetism, diode, whatever.
Yeah, like they'll just be eating like cotton balls. And they're just doing a magic trick. They're not actually eating infinite number of cotton balls. It's just a magic trick.
It's just a transfer of the fucking memory or information. And it goes in and goes out. It goes in stuff and out stuff, just like light. Gets slowed down, gets speeded up, gets whatever the fuck, who knows. Sound is compressed light, light's compressed sound. You know, it's all the same shit. They try to tell you it's not. Oh, sound can't be light. Bull fucking shit. Light can't be sound. Bullshit. Colors can't be clear. Bullshit.
And so check this out. On the sound stage, we have this little dangling light, and it's like shining shadows all over the place. And so the best thing the Globetard can do is say, well, yeah, that's perspective of light. And then me, the intellectual flat earther, am like, well, you just threw Eratosthenes under the bus. It's like, how dare you? Like me, the sophisticated intellectual. You know what I mean?
I mean, they say a lot of weird shit, right?
They'll say a lot of weird shit, but usually it'll have nothing to do with the topic of how flat and stationary their world is actually measured. That's what I find is the peculiar fun part about this whole nostalgic trip is that, oh yeah, like the whole thing with flat earth, you were right. Like, it's like, oh, let me go look at what the CIA has to say about it. And they're just like, but joke was on you the whole time. You sucker. And the Globes don't want to take any responsibility for anything that in their lives, much less their entire foundation for their epistemology. I wish I could tell you it was more than this democ, but it really isn't. It really isn't at all.
There's what?
I wish it was more than this. But maybe, maybe you get what you need, not what you want.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's what happens in science and in the labs. They get what they need, not what they want, and that fucks them all up. They're like, son of a bitch. I want this to happen. You know, some people say, well, I'm doing okay. I'm saying, but are you all right? And they're like, huh? Well, I'm all right, but I'm not okay. But then I'm okay, and I'm not all right. You see?
Are you, maybe you're not, maybe you're sound but not valid, right? You want to go debate bro about it? How are you feeling? Is sound not valid?
Isn't that a weird term of sound, mind, and body?
I accept that you're a real person, but there's somebody who might like want to press me and be like, "Hey, I really am a real person." I might say that maybe you are just the prototype for the PBS logo. Sit down, chill out. I'll consider you later if I ever do. Yeah, well, that's been the real funny part for me on Instagram is these people that think with the 24-hour sun, they have some sort of argument, and they've yet to bring me the argument, but they're so quick to throw Eratosthenes under the bus because some stupid flat earther said that, hey, there's some diverging sunray rays going on in this picture. They're diverging, and there's diverging shadow ray rays. And so they will be the quickest to tell you how stupid you are. And how Eratosthenes was also a dum-dum. And that's just simply perspective. So one of the things I've been telling them is that actually this is a paradigm and a joke that has been set up by the 24/7 Discord. I just say 24/7 Discord, make it feel a little bit ominous for them. And we've been predicting what you globetards are about to do for 6 months now, and you did exactly as we predicted. While we, the flat earthers, actually did predict the 24/7 sun. We predicted it using flat Earth elevation angles. And so I'm just like looking for like, when did this whole like globetard thing come in and like do something of meaning? Did it happen? Didn't happen, right? Never happened. Like Brenda didn't come in and like want somebody to talk about like fashion over geometry. That didn't happen in the last like 8 hours, did it? No. That didn't happen, did it? Did someone come in and say like something about the community, like how that you're representing the community as a whole, and that you're like making the whole community look stupid? Did somebody say that to you recently? Because I've been hearing that a lot lately, and I love it. I love it so fucking much. The more that I hear it,
Yo,
the
who you talking
more
to
I
right now? Wait, what? Everyone else must be asleep.
Do we have any globies still awake?
Globies? What do you mean by that?
People who believe in the globe.
Oh yeah, yeah, I do. Yeah.
Any particular reason, or you're just following the consensus, I guess, or whatever?
No,
I guess maybe you're.
Nah, I've seen the Earth from space when I smoked the fat. I smoked the fat one.
Oh, okay. Cool. So only a belief then.
This is most like boring. Like, say something. Wait, you think so? Like, maybe. Tell him Zeus told you there. That's why. Like, do something. Aliens. Ancient alien.
What do you say about ancient aliens?
Yeah, tell me that the ancient aliens told you the Earth is flat. This-
Who you want to say that?
Or that it's a globe. One or the other. So
You want to hear that from them?
one of you guys, please.
I don't watch that crap. Do you?
Yeah, it's literally just clickbait garbage.
You never watched fucking Giorgio? Like,
I've seen Ancient Aliens, yes, man. For educational purposes only, to understand the
that was
mind
educational.
It's not educational, but it is in a sense if I'm going to learn about the doctrine that people today believe. So I'm learning it for your sake.
For my sake.
Yeah, because of how silly it is and based off of just beliefs.
Oh. What's going on, flat earthers? How y'all doing?
Still
Up
flat
ass.
earthers.
Yeah,
I'm good, thanks, man.
yeah.
How
What's
you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. What's the scientific evidence that the Earth is flat? Curious.
Is flat scientific?
Of course. Why else would you make the claim that the Earth is flat if you don't have any scientific evidence to back it up? That'd be kind of stupid. Right?
Because flat is not scientific. It's an attribute of a surface.
Okay, so do you believe that the Earth? You don't believe the Earth is round, like a sphere?
I don't have any beliefs
we all experience
in this topic.
we all experience a flat Earth, flat stationary Earth. It's not something you would have to believe in, right? So if you want to go
obviously on the ground, obviously, yeah, we'll say the Earth is flat, right, on the ground. But I'm saying outside of like Earth, looking at it from like a third person, would you say that it's flat?
Damn, he agrees locally.
Where
Flat.
reality exists,
Do you agree?
Is there something other than reality? That's what you just said.
What do you mean outside of reality? What are you talking about outside of reality?
So your curvature for the globe, because that would be some sort of attribute to the Earth being a globe, the surface being curved into a globe. That would be an attribute, but no, that's not somewhere where you can see it. It's just over somewhere where you can't see it. Just trust me, bro.
Okay, so if you're in space, how is the Earth going to look like?
That's jumping to a conclusion already without establishing that the premise is true. So can we stick to the premise that the Earth is a globe? Where was that discovered? Can we go ahead and deal with that first?
What do you mean? What was discovered when you go to space? When you go, people go to space.
Do you think that's so? You think that the Earth being a globe is something that only happened when they went to space?
Well, how else would they have figured it out?
You don't know that the Earth is a globe yet. So
yeah,
you need to go back
we've been in space.
Happened.
We've been in space.
No, you are. See, this is how you're so deceived.
Wait, you don't think we've been in space?
How can outer space exist?
Oh my God! What the fuck are you saying? Come on.
High pressure goes to low pressure. Are you gonna listen, or are you just gonna mock?
No, I'm not mocking. That just sounds like so like illogical and pathetic.
Yes, sir. So since it's so logical and not pathetic, justify your belief in outer space.
Justify my belief in outer space. Okay, it's because we have a sun, like, and we have a moon. So what do you think that is? It's not inside of Earth. It's not inside of Earth. It's not inside of Earth. It's outside of Earth. So it's in outer space. It's in outer space.
Now you're repeating. You're making your claim.
So are you making an argument that outer space doesn't exist? And
you're making your claim again. You're supposed to be making the argument here.
What do you mean the argument? What argument?
You just repeated. You just regurgitated your claim. You just said, where do those things exist? And then you asserted outer space.
Okay. According to you, when you look at the sun, you look at the moon. Where is the sun and where is the moon?
Now you're asking me a question. You're supposed to be demonstrating outer space, dude. Try again.
So you don't want to answer the question?
No, because you're supposed to be making an argument in favor of outer space. Now you're asking me questions.
Well, you hold a minority opinion, so.
Yeah, so that's an appeal to majority fallacy. Try again.
No, that's not an appeal to majority fallacy.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter that I'm in a minority opinion then?
It does, actually. Yeah, it still does.
So it's an appeal to majority fallacy.
Sure. I guess it's a little fallacious.
Yeah.
So
I'm not asking you to justify your belief in outer space, and I'm just getting bullshit so far. Just so you know, I got to brush my teeth.
Because we've been outer space. Yeah, we've been outer space. That's why we've been there.
Okay, show us that.
Yeah, just go look it up. Like, what? There's people in outer space right now.
You're gonna have to go back to the understandings of axioms. So how do you have gas pressure without a container? And how do you have gas pressure adjacent to a very low vacuum?
Isn't that gravity?
What's gravity? See, just prove the Earth is a globe first, because all of these things that you keep talking about require the Earth to be a globe. So
Well,
where's the evidence of that?
that evidence can be looked up with a quick Google search.
Yeah, okay, well, great. So why don't you do that work and tell us where someone discovered the Earth was a globe at some point in history, please? Eratosthenes, Galileo. I mean, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to do this dance again and again and again? Like, can we just please have the evidence that the Earth is a globe? Like, no questions asked. It is absolutely 100% measured to be a globe. Where is that?
Well, I mean, I don't need someone's help to open the refrigerator and see that the milk is spoiled. I can go in there and taste it myself.
Yeah, well, I can tell that the Earth doesn't at all measure as a globe, and it measures flat. So where is this globe that you speak of?
The Earth has been measured to be a globe,
Yeah, well, give me that. That's what I want. Where is it measured to be a globe?
and that brings us back to the spoiled milk acronym. So it's just going to
You
be
can check that yourself, though, bro. Right? If someone was telling you it was raining diamonds in their fridge, you can't check it for yourself. You just have to take their word for it. It's
No,
a
you
better
can check it for
analogy, right?
yourself.
Because
can check it
NASA's
out.
telling you it rains. Bro,
You can check
NASA's
it out
telling
for-
you it
you can
rains
check it for
diamonds on
yourself
Uranus.
based off of common
Literally.
sense.
It's not common sense. Your common senses, right, are that you don't ever see any curvature, right? You don't feel the Earth moving.
Have you ever been to a high place?
Yeah, bro. I've been on planes.
Have you
I
seen-
travel
so you've
all the
seen-
time. You don't see any curvature. Look, even if the Earth was a globe, even from 120,000 feet, any curvature. Even astrophysicists on the globe side agree that you cannot see any curve from that height.
Yeah, planetarium director Paul Larson. He
Okay,
says
here's another
he
one.
wouldn't even hold on. I'm not done. I'm citing what I'm about to claim. Paul Larson, planetarium director, claims that you can't even see the curvature from the ISS because it only sees 3% of the Earth from its altitude.
Now, are you able to comprehend how big the Earth is?
Do
It has
you
a
know the
radius of
dimensions of the Earth? Are you going to
1,955
go ahead
miles.
and give us some dimensions that you're trying to
Because
make us
if
think they're so gigantic?
huh?
Yeah, you're trying to like somehow make us think that it's gigantic, but do you even know the dimensions of it?
Off the top of my head, no.
See, we know them. We know them off the top of our heads.
Where are
I
they?
can tell you right now. The radius is 3,959 miles.
Based off of
The circumference
Oh,
of an
the Earth?
elevation angle to Polaris. So it's a circle of equal elevation to a ground position of a star. So that would be your equatorial plane, by the way. Your equatorial plane is what you would use for celestial navigation. So you're using a plane, the surface as a plane for navigation. All of these things, like, I'm going back to source information, so you have to forgive me. I know it seems like it was kind of a jump to one thing or the other, but this is the source of this information that I'm even giving you.
Yeah, so they tell us that the Earth is so big, right? Can't see any curvature, but then in the next sentence they'll tell us that at just 3 miles away you can see ships going over the horizon.
Oh, I wasn't that specific. So you can't just put words in my mouth.
Oh, I'm not putting words in your mouth, right? This is what I was taught in school, and if you do the math, right, you can work out, depending on your observer height, how far away the horizon has to be if the Earth's a globe, right? And then when we go out in reality and actually test it, We can see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see on a globe. Consistently. And then when you look into the globe side, right, who measured the Earth, right? Nobody's actually measured the Earth, right? If you look up, like, who first measured the Earth to be a globe, you'll come up with some Greek guy called Eratosthenes. And he didn't even measure Earth. He just assumed Earth was a globe already. And he did some calculations based on his assumptions.
Exactly.
So
This is why I want to go back to the source of this information. People need to be able to recall source information instead of surface regurgitation. This is what people are lacking today in society. They can't recall any source information whatsoever, just surface regurgitation. So you've got to be able to at least critically think about the claims that are given to you and the way that we're even trying to propose it to you. Maybe see it from our perspective, if that's possible. Sometimes it's not, and I get that. It's kind of a hard subject to have a conversation about, especially with both parties being unbiased. So you've got some sort of barrier there that needs to be kind of taken down so you can have this conversation with us.
This topic sounded ridiculous to all of us, right? I've heard about. Until you start looking into it, it starts to make sense, right? The more you look into it, the less sense the globe makes, right? Rather than having to appeal and have blind faith in NASA, who's been caught using green screens and hairspray and harnesses, being caught using special effects and augmented reality. Once you actually start looking into the empirical evidence, the long-distance observations, the laser tests, the Earth cannot be a globe. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. That isn't a shape.
It's just what we experience.
But hold on. I agree with you. I don't think space travel will happen. It doesn't. It's a different claim.
They tell us if the Earth's a globe, it has to curve at a certain rate, right? So if you have like a 10-mile lake, it has to drop 66 foot just over that 10 miles. Huge amount. Right? But what we can do is we can go set up a camera just above the surface of the water on that lake, zoom in right across and see the other side of the lake, right? The other shoreline. It should be hidden behind 66 foot of obstruction.
Yeah,
Point
and
A and point B.
And it's weird that that those claims and the dimensions and what would be the consequent of those dimensions that are hand waved and all the time with every observation, there is no prediction because the prediction should be at the rate of curvature that the Earth is if it's a globe. That should be the prediction.
Wait, I don't understand. What lake are you talking about? Like, show me.
It doesn't
across
matter.
Lake
It doesn't.
Michigan.
I'm just talking kind of in general terms.
Like,
So if
this
we're
is be
going to
very
present
easy to
you-
prove.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying if we're going to present you with some evidence that the dimensions of the Earth are not perceived as such, there is no observation that would validate the claim. That means that the claim is just a claim that's unfalsifiable. So you have all of these other things that are giving you your globe by assumption.
I'll tell you
that
right
the Earth
now.
is a globe.
Show me.
Can
me
I?
across
Let me
Lake
just
Michigan.
finish. I know it.
And
I'm
then-
going
then-
kind of
then
long in
you'll
the
prove
tooth.
Let her finish, and
Just
then
let
I'll
me just
show
finish.
an observation.
So, given any observation, if you can falsify the claim of the dimensions, those things are always dismissed because of other things. Like you don't, you always have to. The other things assume that the Earth is a globe. This is a problem. You need the actual evidence of the Earth being a globe first, and then all of those things that make it appear like it's not a globe to people, those need to be validated so that it doesn't assume the globe to begin with.
Does someone want to see observation? Distance observation? I can walk you through it. Just in the side chat.
No,
Right, you can
my
see the side chat.
specific. I want the specific thing I asked for.
What did you
Not
ask
just
for
your-
specifically?
Show me Lake Michigan. Show me some.
I'll just show you a long distance observation, right? I'll explain where it is, right? This is in Santa Barbara, California. This one's good, right? Because it's very clear. We have all the variables. We have a full HD video going through the entire observation. We've got confirmed all of the Google Map locations and everything. This is impossible on a globe, but it's a very good observation. I want to have a look at it in the side chat. So this is off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. Right, this is what you can see in the side chat.
Oil rig, right?
Yeah, you can see 2 oil platforms, right? But what we're talking about here is the horizon. Okay, so on a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon. It has to be at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. Right, so in this observation, guys, he's just up the beach a little bit. He's standing in like a little boat that's sitting on the beach.
China.
Oh, hold on. We'll go over that.
What?
Can't see forever. You can't see forever through the atmosphere, bro, because it's opaque over distance, right? You just go 200 meters deep into water, and it's pitch black, right? Because of the opacity of the water. And then, right, if you're looking through air, it's 200 miles. You can't see further than that.
This is a red herring.
Light can't push. Yeah, I just wanted to, just address
That's why I
this
say
little
Lake
question.
Michigan.
And we can get back to this observation, because this observation is impossible on can't see forever because of the atmosphere. The atmosphere, and because of the way that perspective works, you can't see forever.
Here's the problem. You're not focusing on the fact that this is impossible for a globe with the set dimensions that we're given. This is what needs to be addressed. But it never gets addressed. It gets hand wave dismissed and then assume the globe afterwards. So we've never had the Earth presented to us definitively as a globe. It's always been assumed, and you keep doing the same thing. Instead of just proving the globe, you just want to keep assuming it. Hand wave dismissing our rebuttal and then assume the globe anyways. So we're trying to get people to stop doing that.
Yeah, so I mean, I can present the evidence, but if you're not willing to take it in and go through it, then there's no point in me wasting my breath on that. Have more questions you want to ask? Go ahead. If you want to present some globe evidence, go ahead. Otherwise, I present the evidence in the chat.
It just seems like flat earthers are the only ones showing any kind of evidence with any kind of data, anything. You only have globers come in here and give you a picture of the globe. Like, oh, here's the globe. This is what you live on. Just asserting the claim again. Nobody's proving the claim, just asserting it. This is weird.
Nah,
That
with
is
the
true.
oil rig shit. Why can't this exist on a globe?
This observation?
It doesn't matter how it can exist on a globe.
Well,
if it is a
let me-
globe, it needs to be proven to be a globe.
Let me just explain, right? He asked about the
That's
evidence.
the
Why
point.
can't this exist on a globe? Okay, right. Because a globe, right? Tell us that the radius value is 3,959 miles. That means you have to have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles from an 8-foot observer height. Okay, because we have the oil platforms there, we're able to 100% validate that
You're
the
saying it'd be
horizon that we can
over.
see.
Yeah, it would be like over.
Yeah, it's like 10 times, the horizon's at least 10 times further than what it could possibly be on a globe. And there's no horizon at 3.46 miles because the horizon on a globe, it has to be like physical location, right?
And
Like,
you need to be thinking in margin error. Like, what the heck does that mean with margin error?
Hello.
Well, let's see what this guy understands of what DJ showed him. Do you like comprehend what you're looking at? What do you take from it? Mr. Truth, I'm asking you.
Take from what?
From what you're asking about, what you've been looking at. Those observations he showed you?
basically, if the Earth is the size they claim, which it has to be for all of their model to work, right? For the math, space travel, everything relies on this radius value being correct. So if the radius value is correct, then you have to have a geometric horizon at 3.46 miles. Foot observer height. It can't not be there if the Earth's a globe.
You
But it
get that,
isn't there.
Truth? Can you tell us what you've taken in from this conversation?
It's not hard to understand what he's saying. Like,
Okay.
because like he's saying that you couldn't see it, basically.
Yeah, because of the geometry of what they've claimed, right? It's an Earth with a globular existence or form, let's say.
Globular.
Yeah, of a certain radius value. And based on that, it has to be curving at a certain rate. And based on that, there has to be a certain distance over its surface you can actually see
Or you
before it
can't
just
see it.
curves at a site,
And you
right?
couldn't be able to see it.
Yeah. And we're dealing with those numbers, right? All right. Well, I'll leave you to it.
You know, I can't believe I have to put this into a sentence, but I'm going to do it. All right. So, default axioms trump any extraordinary claims made without extraordinary evidence. Right? That should be pretty simple for everyone to understand. Default axioms trump any extraordinary claims made without extraordinary evidence. Duh.
No, I just need like a little more.
What do you need that's more than that?
I
That's the perfect, like, in martial arts, how you have to really start with the basics to master the basics before you move on. It's the same thing in reality. You need to master the basics before you move on and think that you know something more than other people. Okay? We all experience the same reality. You don't have to act like you know something. Skipping a whole step of base default positions, axioms, basic understanding of things,
exactly.
and how
I
to
need an
process
axiom that makes
information.
some sense.
Okay, so how to process information, how to, like, these things are the how to's. Like, you need to master the basics before you move on. People like to get ahead of they instead of taking a step, they take a skip. And it's crazy to me because people will be so confident in being so wrong all the time. And this is the reason why, because they don't ever master any kind of basics. They skip. They have so much hubris that they don't care. They just skip on ahead and act like they know more than they do. These are the people that we call pretender clowns. Like, you're going to be called a pretender clown because you're exposing yourself when you come in here and you act like you know more than you do. It's crazy. It's just crazy to me.
But I'm confused. What do you guys know?
Well, truth, we would never expect you to just look at one observation and then be like, oh, well, now I think the Earth's flat, right? You'd be an idiot if you did that, right? You need to see 100 more observations, right? And then go maybe even try do them yourself. Look into the globe model a bit more, learn about your own globe model, and then look into the evidence for it and against it. And then you'd probably have 1,000 questions about gas pressure and horizons and gravity and this and that. So it would be a long process, right?
Exactly.
Like it was
And
for
these
all
are
of
the
us.
questions that we ask. We're asking these questions. We're the flat earthers, and you guys are the globe earthers, just assuming that all of these things are correct. But we're over here going to the source of the information, finding all of the discrepancies here and there, the assumptions, and then where it's all led to, where people started proposing gravity, started doing that just because they needed something to give them their paradigm of heliocentrism. It's not something that was discovered, it was invented. This is the problem. So we're needing you to go back to the source where they discovered, hey, the Earth is a globe. This is the definitive proof that it is. Nobody's ever done that in history. They just keep assuming it. It's only an assumption. So all of these discoveries and none of those are happening without the assumption of a globe first, right? So we need to get to that point where you prove that the Earth is a globe, and then all of these other things will follow afterwards.
I don't think it exists, personally. Like, I've never said there's some, like, solid proof that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, well, that's where we always have some sort of clash, because people are so assertive that it just is a globe, so they keep asserting that it is instead of proving it first. So, and there is no some sort of natural phenomena that would ever require the Earth to be a globe. So you don't have anything on your side. Literally nothing except belief. You don't have anything. So all phenomena.
Neither do you, honestly.
Go ahead.
Like, you're kind of in the same base there.
No, flat earthers don't assume anything. They take everything at face value for what it is. We're not assuming that the Earth is this or that or whatever. We're just pointing out to you that you say you have some sort of model of the Earth being a globe. You
Why would you
actually
call
don't.
yourself a flat
You
earther,
actually,
then?
you
Not a
actually
globe
don't.
skeptic.
Hold on, but you actually don't have a model of the Earth being a globe, because if it was modeled, all phenomena would require it to be a globe.
I'm still guessing it's a globe, but
All phenomena, natural phenomena, would require it to be a globe like you think it does. And it doesn't. Not one single instance of any phenomena that you can mention right now requires the Earth to be a globe.
oh, like air travel kind of.
And you need it to be required for all phenomena to require the Earth to be a globe. You need that. I don't.
literally don't care about the globe.
I
as well,
don't need it for
personally.
anything. I'm saying that the Earth is flat because it doesn't actually measure as a globe. There's no curvature. I'm not saying that all phenomena require the Earth to be flat, although it's pretty funny that everything seems to always require a horizontal and a perpendicular to the horizontal. It's pretty funny how that happens.
I think you require it, quite frankly.
I don't require it. Humanity in its progression has required it for building upon, for understanding any type of topography, for mapping, you and celestial navigation. You require the Earth to be flat more than I do. You just have apologetics for it, where you are like, oh, it may have this, but it's actually a globe. Just trust me, bro.
So, Truth, would you say that you know for a fact that the Earth is a globe? Or would you say you just believe it because you were taught it from a young age and you've never questioned it, really looked into it?
Well, I've actually thought about it. I believe it, quite frankly. Not because I
Yeah,
was
so
taught
it's
it.
just a belief, right? Which is an honest answer from you. If you said you know it, right, that would be different. It would be being dishonest. You also acknowledge that
I don't
I've never seen the curvature of the Earth.
Could work, but yeah.
No. That's just because you haven't looked into
I've never
it.
been up high enough to see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would make any sense.
But even like the Blue Origin or the Virgin Galactic flights, they went up to around 300,000 feet. Right, there was a trained astronaut on the Origin flight. Right, went up to 350,000 feet. And she said, "Oh, she was disappointed. Thought she was going to get to see the curvature of the Earth, but she didn't get to see it because apparently they didn't go high enough." But then Neil deGrasse Tyson came out and said he did the math, and yeah, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature from that high. Right, so even from crazy heights, right, a plane only flies at around 40,000 feet. This is 350,000 feet.
It's the fucking math.
Still flat.
God damn it.
Well, it's not even that, really. I mean, it's just that everyone experiences the Earth as a flat plane. Used as a flat plane, it measures as a flat plane.
Yeah, and here's
Pilots are even trained to treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane.
Even given some altitude measurement, you're using linear measurements. You're not using some sort of curved anything. So you're using linear measurements when you apply 5,280 feet to a mile. It's linear.
Can I jump in a sec?
Not curving.
I just want to
It's
address
not
something
curving.
he said. Because he said that he hasn't been up high enough to see if it's flat. That's the beauty of flat Earth. Right, okay. So you don't
Looks like it's
have to
flat,
go
but-
up high to see if it's flat. If it's flat down here, it's going to look flat. If it's flat and you go up, it's still going to look flat, right? You don't have to go up to see if it's flat or not. Your dilemma is you haven't been high enough to see if it's a globe.
Well, I don't see how you travel
Exactly.
around.
That's right. What T-Dub said is so correct. You need to have that mentality.
How do you circle the globe? How do you circle the Earth? I mean,
Circles are not some sort of globular thing. Circles are a two-dimensional thing. So circling doesn't require a globe or flat Earth.
but it makes way more sense in my understanding.
Doesn't matter what makes more sense. It matters what's reality.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, dude, it makes way more sense that water needs a container and it's flat on the surface. It makes
No, I'm
way more
saying
sense
if
than
I'm
water
gonna,
sticking to
like-
the. Hold on a second. It makes way more sense than water sticking to the outside of a freaking ball. Doesn't it? Water needing a container, right? Like, just picture this in your head, right? Picture a big lake, right? And just say you've got a big, powerful magnet lake, right? And you're in that lake on a boat and you've got a compass. You want to go east or west.
What's the difference?
You're going to go around in a circle and you're going to come back to the same spot again. That makes way more sense than going around a spinning space rock that has water attached to the outside of it.
I'm saying, like, how do I travel to Australia? And then China. And then to Afghanistan. And then to...
Yeah, all right, so just say you got a big lake. Dude, just say you got a big lake and then continents, right? Islands within the lake. And then you go from one to another. Yeah, you got a big lake, you got continents.
I'm saying which
islands
which
in the-
flat Earth model does this work on?
No, you don't have to have a model, right? We have the Earth.
We do that.
Yeah, so the globe has a model, right? Well, bits and pieces of a model, right? They tell us it's a globe, the radius of 3,959 miles. When we actually go out and test that, it doesn't like the observations we showed you. How do you
Doesn't
get from country to country? You just from country to country, right? Very simple. It makes much more sense on a flat Earth.
Well, it doesn't. Well, the globe Earth doesn't exist in their sense of being a model either, because it doesn't. Any phenomena doesn't require the Earth to be a globe either. So you don't have a model of the Earth with all phenomena being explained all at once. This is a problem with your idea that you have a model. You don't.
Where's, like, the center, I guess, of the flat Earth?
Doesn't matter. All phenomena is individually modeled. So you don't have anything that ties anything to any other thing other than a horizontal
does
plane
matter.
of reference. The horizontal plane of reference is literally the only thing that is ever referenced with any of these things.
Where's the center of the flat Earth?
Unknown.
Would
We don't
some-
know.
how would-
the
how would
circle,
someone-
you know.
We don't
How
know.
would- we don't know that. We don't know the shape of the Earth, dude. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. How would we know where the center of something we don't know what shape is?
We know the center of the grid system that we use to navigate, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the center of the Earth. Like, what would that even be?
Okay, what is the center of the grid system?
The ground position of Polaris. And
All the
honestly,
stars.
you know, when it comes to ground positions of celestial bodies, the zenith would move with you for a while before it would start becoming some sort of angle away from your zenith. So you have something at your zenith because they're in apparent positions. The celestial bodies are in apparent positions, and they move with the observer because the way that light works to the observer, when you see a sunset out on the beach and you want to move down the beach, the light of the sunset that's reflecting on the water to your feet moves with you. So it's subjective to you, the way that you see light.
Yes, I
And
get
this
that.
is something that you're seeing in the sky that's a crazy distance away from you that you can't fathom. Maybe it could be considered as all the same distance away or an infinite distance away, right? So you could do that mathematically both ways. You could say that they're all the same distance away from you, or that they're all an
I
infinite.
actually don't care how far away stars are.
Okay, that I'm saying that that's the way that you can look at them because of their distance away from you. However, it's an apparent
I think the
position.
sun brings me warmth.
Yeah, but I'm saying that those lights are in an apparent
based off
position to
that.
you, being the observer, which is the only way that we can navigate is an observer-dependent way of navigating. So it has to be something to the observer. So where your position is matters. So you have to be able to account for the fact that you're in a position that you're in, and the celestial bodies above you are positioned around your position in a certain fashion, but they'll change given you have some distance between where you are when you start and where you finish.
They're
So
all
for
apparently
Renee, it would be-
equidistant to the observer.
Yeah.
That seems unlikely.
They are. They're
I think
apparently equidistant to the observer.
Yeah, exactly. So they are, you can use them mathematically either way. That's why the celestial sphere is a thing, and also the cosmic rectangle is a thing. You can do the either or and navigate.
There ain't no way. You guys are trolling. You guys aren't real.
Which troll said that?
You guys are just messing with us.
No, we're not at all. You are though. Apparently.
No, there's no way you guys believe that.
Was that your
Believe what?
reply?
Okay,
What she
so
said?
so take anything that was just said and state some sort of point of contention with it.
I don't
Yeah,
need to.
rebuttal.
I'm not gonna.
An
I'm
actual
not gonna argue with that.
Yeah, so you're in bad faith here. You're trolling. There's no way you're serious because you can't actually point to one thing you have a serious contention with. So sit down.
I pointed you out. Pointed your wrongs out.
No, you
You
didn't.
didn't. I
You
asked you
just
to.
said that we were wrong.
I asked you to, and you did not do that. So
Well,
just
you
sit
guys
down,
are
Duck.
trolling.
Yeah, just sit it down, Duck.
There's
Put the
no
troll
way
away.
you guys believe that.
Well,
Believe
I don't
what?
think the sun is equidistant to the other stars.
Yeah,
No.
that's
I
like
said apparently.
that's like
Apparently.
the was it the Scientology? They believe the aliens.
Fuck, you need to shut up for a second. Truth was trying to speak. Truth?
They said they're apparently equidistant. Not that they are, they appear that way.
Exactly.
It appears to be the surface of what's called a celestial sphere. Everything in it appears as though it's the same distance away, or it's all infinitely distance, whatever you want to look at it as. But
The sun appears.
And the inverse would be the cosmic rectangle, where you're using two right angle triangle measurements with elevation angle measurements, because of the anomaly of the stars, how they always are in an apparent position given any altitude that you're at. So they're still in the same apparent position of to the observer, whatever angle away from you and your zenith that they are is the same, no matter what altitude you're at. So you can use either or. You can use the cosmic rectangle, or you can use the celestial sphere, and you'll still be able to navigate the Earth.
Yeah, I think we're back to my guy here, though. Like,
Okay,
you guys
I can talk now.
fuck around with that shit, but
Yeah, I don't mess with that. That's like
I just
That's the book.
that's so
the sun.
that's
what
like
matters.
my bad. Go ahead.
Those are valid arguments against the globe
There's no
proposition.
valid argument here. I just
Yes,
love the
those
sun.
are both.
I love it.
You need to be able to, like, put one away and definitively prove the other. Because right now you're accepting
I
this.
got proof 50. Yeah.
I just told you.
Try again.
It's like a dichotomy. You need to be able to invalidate one option or present a third.
I think I already told you how I feel. I feel like the sun brings me warmth, and I love that, and I really don't care otherwise.
Well, like
I don't care if it's flat or a globe.
Okay, then put your thumb in your mouth and go
That's right.
placate yourself to sleep at night. Then you don't have to be here then.
I would like to see your guys' point of view of cosmetology, just so I know what I'm dealing with.
I also think you.
Well, have you not listened, Duck?
No, I've been away for a bit. That's why I was muted.
Okay, well, just sit and listen then.
You guys going to continue? You guys going to?
I don't know. I mean, the conversation at the moment appears to be sort of wrapping up. I mean, Truth has basically said that he doesn't really care, and he's also been given a lot of information up to this point. So, I mean, if somebody wants to continue to spoon feed him stuff that he doesn't care about, I don't know. Then I guess you'll get what you're looking for.
So true.
Yeah, what's going on, boys?
Oh,
What do
we've
you guys
got
think?
lads.
Do you think you guys should lose weight or?
What the?
Yeah, you fat cunts, lose some weight.
Yo, let's behave. You're a guest here, okay?
Yeah, so we've got this complete moron. So, Duck, you see how, like, most of these people operate when they join this channel? Like, Lats, go ahead. Lay it on us. What do you got?
I just gotta say the Earth is like a square, bro. I think.
Stupid
No, it's a
It's like that, is it, bro?
Look
Yeah,
like
bro.
your brain
Great
is a
argument,
square.
mate.
A square is 2-dimensional, by the way.
Bloody square, eh?
Dude, what do you think would happen if this clown stopped trolling and LARPing and actually tried to prove one of his beliefs? You know,
I don't
like that
have
the Earth is a
beliefs, bro. I'm like a floating rubbish bag. I'm like a
no,
bag.
you are a garbage bag of ideas. Like one of them being the globe. So why don't you try to prove that?
I got no ideas, mate.
Plastic bag in the wind.
No doubt.
Yeah, a plastic bag in the wind.
You're obviously a glober, though. Only globers talk like this.
Why do you guys
Globbers.
weigh so much? That's the question.
Oh,
I just float it around, you know.
Why do you guys weigh as much
There's
as this?
Globber reality.
Earth itself.
Today. Yeah.
Nah, it's because I got the vaccine, dude. I'm like
Alright.
pretty gnarly. Yeah,
Yeah, just shut up. Shut up, Lats.
it's not very nice.
You
It's
served your
Christmas.
purpose already. It's boring now.
You're like a Grinch, bro. It's Christmas, dude.
Yeah, but I've been waiting for years for Christmas globe proof, and I just get idiots like you each time. So, just a bit fed up. Yeah, I've become a Grinch. It's your fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. My bad.
Yeah, you know. Cause,
I made you that
reaction,
fat.
solution.
You know, it's pretty gnarly. You get a snow globe and you like look at it, and makes you feel like God because it's like your God looking over like
control the little.
Oh my gosh, can you please?
Bureaucracy, brain rot talk, lads.
Poor guy.
pretty gnarly, man.
Well,
fucking.
I mean, I guess maybe you're kind of treating this as a troll because that's what you think we're here doing. Fair enough, since that's the propaganda you've been fed. But turns out, in fact, you know, hydrostatic principles do apply. Water actually does rest flat and level, like you've always observed it to do. That's a bit of a problem with the globe if most of it's covered in water, right?
Well, kind of
I've
troll,
seen
but I actually do think you guys are too fat.
Oh boy.
Bro, I've been out to the reef. I've seen the curvature.
Can you show me? Because I haven't seen it.
Well, come to Australia.
It's just there.
Australia, mate.
Well, shouldn't anybody
Australia,
want to
man.
show it?
So
we're right near the edge of the flat Earth, right?
Oh, this is Kaiser.
You just can't see it in America because you have like that much pollution in your air. You can't even see the.
Yeah.
Can
You tried, lads. Gave it your best shot. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution.
He's a gnarly.
Kaiser, what do you got for us as far as proving a globe goes? None of the others who are in here could do it.
I agree with the flat earthers on this one.
Can't you get a weather balloon, put a camera, send it up, and then see the curvature of the Earth?
Well, go ahead and do it.
No.
Do you guys believe in the?
That's all I got, man. That's all I got.
I mean, thanks for taking a shot. At least I appreciate it.
Kind of blank shot there, but
Bro, I've seen it myself, cunt. You just got to go to space, dude.
Yeah, you've been to
You didn't go to
space.
space, man. The weather balloon argument's silly as well because it only goes up to about 120,000 feet, and even your globey scientists say you can't even see the curve. If the Earth was a globe from
Globey scientist.
globey scientists.
Oh,
But I got a question though. This is in all serious now. I mean,
If somebody put a gun to your head and said, "Is the Earth round or flat?" What would you say?
it's flat, dude. No, but I got a serious question. So this is like some big conspiracy, right? That they're trying to keep from us. Are all the pilots in the world in on it too? Because I actually have a mate who's a pilot. So when he does his route around the world, is he keeping it like? Is
Okay,
he?
you
Is
asking
he?
a question or are you telling a story, bro?
I'm asking you. Is he in on it? Are all the pilots in on it?
Why would they?
Well, how the fuck? Explain.
Well, they treat the
Let's
Earth as a
report.
level horizontal plane when they're flying over it. So why
Yeah,
would
they already do that, so they don't need to lie about anything.
Yeah. They
No, but
practically regard it as flat.
You can go west and continue going west, and you can get back to the same fucking country. Explain that to me. If it's a flat Earth.
You're circumnavigating, yeah, from east to west or west to east around the circle.
West is a circle, right? And you go around the north and you come back the same spot again, right? That's what east and west are circles. Even if the Earth's a globe or flat.
As in round. Yeah.
All right, bro. Picture a lake, right? And you're in a lake. You got a compass, and you got a big magnet in the center of the lake. And you want to go east or west. You just got to go in a circle, and you back to the spot.
What?
What?
If you
Call
have
a
a lake,
circle.
and you have a big magnet in the center of the lake, and you have a compass, and you want to go east or west, you have to go in a circle. Come back to the same spot.
Yep.
But if the Earth is flat, where's the end of the map, bro?
Before you have to give me a second.
Take it slow, guys. CIRCLE.
No, I understand, but before you have to go in the circle, I kind of understood it, but I don't know. I kind of lost the plot.
Yeah, I did too.
It's pretty straightforward, fellas.
Say it one more time, please. I beg you.
It's not complicated.
There's a magnet in the middle of a lake, right? Then what?
I don't know. But if the Earth is flat, where's the end of the map, bro? Do you just like fall off eventually? I'm confused.
That's my question.
What makes you believe the Earth is flat? Like, where does that belief stem from?
It's not really a belief. It's more just an
It's just like a
experience.
circle and
The world that you're in.
That's why that's where's the center, but whatever.
Yeah. So
They have no
it's
model.
experienced that way. I mean, you're asking yourself, like, where does my own experience come from?
No, I just thought maybe there was some. Like I've seen like videos, and some people say it's more likely to be made by God, being flat, and the Bible says it. And
But
things
you're
like
going
that.
off to different tangents and
That's
things. We're just talking about the way that the Earth is actually experienced, observed, practically used.
Oh yeah, from a human perspective, it's flat. That's the reality. That's our reality. I agree.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
It looks pretty flat.
What is
I can walk outside. It looks pretty fucking flat. That's true.
Yeah, I mean, it does. So you say that it's not that, right? In fact, it only appears that way because it's this giant curving ball. Okay, fine, fair enough. Where's the evidence for that then? Where's the evidence that shows that it's something that actually goes against what you experience it being? That's what we're asking you.
That's why I said mild.
Do you believe in any other flat celestial bodies?
No, I don't. It'd be up to you to demonstrate that you're on a
why is the
celestial
moon
body.
round? Why is
Even
the sun
define
round?
celestial body for starters.
You can see that the moon's round. You can see that the sun's round.
Okay. Can you define celestial body?
Well, I mean,
At the end of the day, I really don't care.
Space
The
rock?
sun is sick.
How else do you want me to define it?
Space. Okay, so you're inserting
that's my
space. That's a whole claim. We might as well just discard that because you're not going to be able to prove that. So celestial body will just basically be something that's in the sky. You ever
Bro,
seen
your
it from a vantage point where the Earth is in the
body,
sky?
bro.
Like, I hate how cold it is right now.
Let's go off of your
I need that
terms
sun to come
and
back,
let's
please.
say what are the thingies in the sky?
So yeah, have you seen the Earth from a vantage point where it's in the sky?
Yes.
Your mum in
I've
the
been in the
sky.
moon before you. Yeah.
So why are you assuming that it's one of these objects? Why are you even assuming that they're objects and that the Earth is a thing like those things that you see in the sky above it? Why are you even
Now
doing
you're just
that?
saying. Now you're just saying. You know.
Why are you doing any of that? Because somebody told you to.
The sky, dude.
Yeah, but the evidence is achievable. I think.
Like,
Yeah. How do you know what
I
you
don't
think
know.
you know?
I don't know how to explain it to you. It's like how
You have
do
to
you
assume it. You have to assume that the sky is a vacuum with all of these planets and these things happening in this vacuum, but you actually don't have any evidence for the vacuum. So
Yeah,
all
forget
the
about
objects
vacuum.
that are
No,
up
like
there,
what do you
they don't
refer?
pertain to your idea
What
of
do
a
you
vacuum.
refer to these celestial bodies as?
Wow.
So
If
any,
you guys
anybody
can't
Are
hear
these?
me, then you can't respond.
There's too many people talking. I can't really
Yeah, sorry about that.
understand.
I was part of that clusterfuck. My
There's
bad.
only
But
one continent on the Earth.
I just wanted to quickly summarize. Anybody who
My
refers
God,
to the Earth as a
give me
celestial.
that.
Okay, somebody's been ranting through my point and I lost it. Forget it.
Anyone who asserts that the Earth is a celestial body in the sky, then you'll need to demonstrate it to be such a thing. Because all
No.
the other things that you're trying to say that are like the Earth actually have no resemblance to the Earth whatsoever.
So the Earth is just one of its only kind, is what you're saying.
What
Have you never seen an atlas, dude? It's a sphere, bro.
Hold on. He asked a question. The Earth is one of a kind. What else do you see like it?
The moon.
Yeah.
Okay,
The sun.
what are the similarities
Planet?
that the moon? Yeah. That the moon
What's
and
the
the Earth bear
similarity?
in common.
I don't know.
Probably it's
You don't know. You just said
round.
it's another thing like the Earth, and you don't know what similarity it shares with it.
I didn't say that.
Well, that guy did.
Well, it's got more to. It's more similar to the Earth than nothing.
Because it's a sphere. That's why
Is that all you got?
Tell me
That's all
what's
you
out there
got.
that's flat. Nothing.
Yeah, but saying that it's a sphere would require you to prove that Earth is a sphere, and you can't do that.
No, I can't do that. I can't do that. But it's based on. It's likely. It's likely to be round, right? If I consider the moon's
likely?
Yeah,
Demonstrate
no,
that
I'm not
point.
going to take that.
100%. I agree, but like, you can use like.
Okay, so hold on, Kaiser. What we have here is a
like the
case of,
moon's round. Like
what we have here is a case of circular reasoning.
The planets are round.
Circular reasoning, pun intended, because you see something that appears circular in the sky, you infer sphericity from that, and then you attribute that to the ground that you're walking on, but never demonstrate it and say, yeah, that's the similarity. So the very thing that you're attempting to prove, absolute circular reasoning, sir. Try again.
Yeah, don't use what you're trying to prove as your proof.
I'm not trying to prove the Earth is round.
I'm just asking what similarities the Earth bears to any of that stuff in
I'm
the
saying
sky.
you could be right, but I'm saying it's most likely that you're not right
And the
because
only thing you've pointed
there's
out is
nothing
that
out there.
a round thing in the
Sorry.
sky and Earth round, but that's the very thing in question, dude. So you can't use that.
Say that again.
Excuse me.
Can you say that again? I didn't catch it.
Well, no, we're asking you what similarity the Earth bears to anything in the sky, and the only thing you've tried to point out so far is that they're both round, quote unquote. But that's the very thing we're asking you to prove to begin with.
I would say that. I would
Why
say
do you
that.
keep interrupting? Right? Was that when I get to the point, and then you got to ask me
All
what
right,
I said?
I'm sorry. You finish your point.
Well, I mean, I've done it 3 times, so I don't feel like doing it again. But I mean, you might want to listen instead of asking me to repeat. Is all I'm saying.
Get a little bit excited.
No, I'm just trying to teach you how to have a conversation.
Well, there's nothing in the sky that's flat, though, is there?
Well,
Like the Earth.
How can you tell, and who gives a shit? And the Earth isn't in the sky anyway. So.
Yeah, you're assuming that the Earth is like the things in the sky. He just said this to you. You are assuming that the Earth
Well, why
is
wouldn't
like
he?
the things in the sky. Stop interrupting at the point. You are assuming that the Earth is like the things in the sky. And you cannot give us anything that would bear some similarity to anything in the sky for you to assume it's round, like you think that the things in the sky are round given some sort of sphericity. You're assuming the sphericity of the round, by the way, and then attributing that to the Earth. You haven't proven that the Earth is anything like anything in the sky.
Yeah. Can't point to one similarity. All you do is turn it around on us. Well, why wouldn't it be? That's it. That's all you can say. Can't point to one thing that you can conclusively demonstrate that the Earth shares in common with any of that stuff. Why would it be a thing like any of that stuff?
Maybe we should just put a big mirror in space so you guys can see.
Well, you're already begging the question of space now. So near perfect vacuum next to uncontained air pressure.
You guys don't believe in space?
You know it's a vacuum.
You can't even
That's my point.
demonstrate. You can't even demonstrate the kind of vacuum you're claiming exists. So why would we even believe anything that you say about what the sky is? Nobody should believe any of that. You should have it demonstrated to you first.
Yeah, stop believing stuff. Ask yourself how you know what you think you know. Just try it out.
Well, I believe there's only one continent on the Earth.
Great. Well, you said believe, not know, so I guess you're entitled to your belief.
Well, that's the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, in your world, they're the same thing, so...
Yeah, if I believe something, then I know it.
Right, so just some random bullshit that you decided to believe in is on par with, like,
you're saying believe means less...
what you experience, like going to work or something like that. You just believe it the same way someone believes in Santa Claus. All right, good luck with that.
I didn't say I believe things. I believe things that I don't know. Well, aren't true.
Well, you just said they're the same. Knowledge and belief.
Well, as
Not
far as
really.
I'm concerned,
You could argue that knowledge is a subset of belief, but to say they're the same thing, I mean, you must be lost in the sauce, bro.
Forgot to ask.
well, what you're saying is that to know something is makes it more factual than actually believing in it. Okay.
We don't have to argue over the things that we know. That's crazy. So the things that we know are axioms. The things that we can all experience together. We all do experience them together. The things that are claimed opposed to those experiences would be positive claims that need the evidence to support it.
Mm-hmm. The things that I believe are 100% true.
That's
then
great.
you wouldn't have to believe it.
Well, it just depends what you mean by the word.
I'm sure you believe
That's
that.
true. Yeah.
Nice belief. Do I believe it? No, hell no. Didn't find you very believable.
I forgot to ask, why do you guys stand so firm on this theory?
Because nobody can demonstrate otherwise, and it's not really a theory per se.
It's just poor man. It's just poor man's belief because they can't prove it because they don't have.
You know. Yeah, just your natural experience of water. It's just a poor man's belief.
Yeah, because there's ways to prove that the Earth is round or flat.
Well, then why haven't you presented those? Because that's what we've been asking for.
I'm saying the evidence is accessible to humans.
Excuse me, what?
Well, if you were to fly to the edge of the disc, right?
Okay, why are you talking about that? You just said there's a way to prove it's a globe, and now you've started talking about
No, well, there's a way to prove it's one or the other.
Okay, so demonstrate that it's a globe, please, because that's what we keep asking.
Well, is it possible to go into? Is it possible to go high enough
I'll
to
have
see
to
the
go
curvature?
to Leviathan and get us some booze.
Yeah, you're just saying stupid shit, dude.
Is it possible to go high enough to see the curvature, or is it possible to travel far enough to see the edge?
This is the very first thing you asked. It was a nice try then. It's
Well, how am I
kind of
supposed to
tired
prove it's
now.
round if I'm talking about the curvature?
Oh, well, then thanks for watching a movie later or something.
Yeah, just go watch a movie, man.
Sorry, hot mic.
That's all right. But I mean, it kind of fit. Yeah, just go watch a movie, Kaiser.
All right.
Yep. Good boy.
Any suggestions? Goober Goes to Town.
I like Dark City. Try that one out. Well,
I could say something about that, but never mind.
If you want to laugh, you can laugh in my face about what is it that you think that you have is laugh worthy. It'll be hot in 4 months, and we can't tell you why.
What's that?
I wonder if you can tell me why it'll be hot in 4 months.
Will it be hot in
Because
4
the
months?
sun will shine down in 4 months.
Okay, that was easy. What's the point of contention?
Do you believe that the moon is round or it's flat?
Oh, it's
some people believe that the
I
moon
do
is
not
like
care. I
round.
do not care. The moon could be made of cheese. Doesn't
I've
matter.
heard the moon
certainly
is
appears.
like
Okay, so I mean, like it looks at the very least circular, does it not? So that's a
No,
round.
because it's always facing one side's always facing the Earth, so it could be like a coin.
Yeah, okay, you're assuming other sides. You don't know what the fuck the moon is.
Well, I've heard flat earthers say that the moon is actually not round and that the sun is not illuminating the moon.
Okay, well, it's
The moon
clearly
illuminates-
round, or at least it appears that way. It's circular in its appearance, is it not?
Okay, but you can't see it's round.
That's round. A circle is round.
Round. Okay, you can't see it's a globe. It's
Not
round.
necessarily. You can infer that.
Well,
Can't know it for sure. Could be. Could be
It's
some
just
sort of
flat earthers said before that
energetic
they think-
phenomena. Maybe it's not even a material object the way that you're thinking of it as being. Who fucking knows what it is? But it appears as round at the very least, and that it's circular, to say that much.
Okay. Circular, like a coin.
Yeah. At the least. I mean, if it's a rock, then I would think, yeah, it's probably not a flat fucking disc just flying around up there. Probably is something spherical, but I don't know that much.
A lot of flat earthers believe it's not a sphere, though. I've heard.
Well, how do you
That's
know
why
what? How do you know what it is, Kaiser? Because what I'm claiming as a so-called flat earther is I don't know what it is. How do you know what it is?
Yeah, that's good. I don't think you should take anything at face value either. Oh.
For all I know, it's just an
Come on,
orb.
point. I don't know shit about.
It's not even a material body. For all I know, it's just some sort of energetic or light phenomena or something. I don't goddamn know. Or maybe it is a rock like the Glovers think. Like I said, I don't know. If I were going to make a claim to knowledge about it, I'd want to be able to justify it in some way.
Can you really justify anything, though? Any claim?
Yeah.
Like what?
I went to work yesterday.
I didn't know you weren't kidnapped and had memories implanted into your brain.
I got the paper trails to prove it. Just kidding, I lied. I didn't. Yeah, okay, but I mean, that's now. I mean, you're using like an extreme level of skepticism in that case. How do you know the memories weren't implanted in your brain, that you went to work and that you had your girlfriend, this is your family, and these are your kids? And I mean, that's going overboard. I mean, none of that stuff is extraordinary to claim. It is kind of extraordinary to claim that you've got some sort of inside knowledge onto the heavenly things, the things in the sky that you can't directly interact with, really do any tests on, any direct measurements. All you can do is stand here on the ground, look at them, eyeball them, do guesswork, speculate, make assumptions, and then base speculations upon those. It's not the same.
I think we're dipping our toes in irony right now.
Go on.
Jeez Louise, look at all the motherfuckers that live in here, bro.
Guys applying like a unreasonable standard of skepticism, right? Which is not what we're doing. It's just not equivalent, is what I'm saying.
I swear I see the same motherfuckers in here every single day. It's just sad, honestly. It's in the same channel, too. It's only in the Flat Earth chat.
Do you have anything to actually add to the convo, or just useless banter? Just
I mean,
side
I don't find that to be
commentary?
useless.
I do.
Okay,
I deem your input useless so far. Can you say anything that I might consider useful?
The Earth is round.
Okay, that's starting to show some use, at least content-wise. Can you justify that claim?
With everything. Are we gonna go around the usual run-of-the-mill bullshit?
Well, you said everything. Would you be able to be somewhat specific?
Do I, have to jump out of speaking in hyperbole?
Yeah, you could say something specific. You could specify your justifications for what you claimed, if any, if you have any.
Specifications for what I claimed?
No, your justification for your claim that Earth is quote round.
I'm going to use a broad, over-encompassing term.
You could specify what any of those justifications are, if you have any. Go ahead.
Actually, I would like to do the exact opposite. I would like to see your understanding, your claim.
Yeah, see, what you did was it went straight to a burden reversal, right? So you made the claim first, and then you wanted to reverse the burden. So I will go ahead and do what you asked me to do. If you're going to fold on your claim,
yes, I'll fold on my claim for the point that I'd like to hear you give your claim.
Yeah, so you're going to go ahead now and concede, right, on your claim that Earth is quote round.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Utterly conceding.
That's cool. All right, so
it's called sarcasm, by the way. I know you're a little bit autistic and unable to pick up on that.
Okay, so you're sarcastic. So you're not actually conceding. You're just bullshitting.
No, of course not. I mean, anybody with a brain could see that.
All right, so go ahead. Double down then. Give me the evidence and the justification for your claim that it's quote round.
No, I'm asking you. You're proclaiming that you have the answers and I don't.
No, I gave you the terms for that.
But you're proclaiming that you have the answers and I don't. Is that correct?
No. I gave you the terms for that. You're not offering your concessions, so now you got to go ahead with your claim and justify it in some way. Go ahead.
But my claim has already been made. I honestly don't feel like
your
I need
claim
to
has been
justify
made,
it.
but the justification
In fact,
hasn't been
thousands of
provided.
people throughout thousands of years have already proven this claim time
How?
and time and time again.
How?
And it's like talking to a brick wall.
How, Dracula? We're all listening.
Yet again,
Go ahead.
I would
It's a full
love
panel.
to see. I don't give a. You're the only one
Go ahead.
replying.
Yeah,
there
it's
is
a
no full panel.
Listening to you flail. Go ahead.
It's just a shitload
Tell
of
us how.
people on mute who
Come on,
refuse to
man.
speak.
You want us to all talk at once, you dumbass?
Yes, please all speak at once.
Don't be a wanker, Dracula.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, keep stalling, or tell us how they did
Stalling
it
in
for
what?
thousands of years.
We got Globus in here. They want to hear it. Come on, man. Speak.
Yep. There's others
Tell
who
us.
need this information. They've been struggling and striking out too to demonstrate this knowledge that you claim to have. They're eager to hear it. Please help them. Spoon feed them. Go ahead.
All right. Let me go pull up. Give me just a minute. I gotta.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you don't know. You have to go look it up.
No, if you're wanting me to get serious, I'm not just going to go off top hand. Would you rather
Well,
me
of
just
course.
give
You can't
baseless-
remember
would
any
you,
of
would
it.
you
You
rather
have to go
Would you
and-
rather me just give you
Yeah, yeah.
baseless claims with no substantiation, or would you rather actually?
You don't have anything memorized at all, do you? You have to go look it up on the.
Yeah, that's what any normal, reasonable person would do.
That's what you've done so far is give us baseless claims, Dracula. So we're hoping that you'll go beyond that.
Yes. So give me just a moment.
So whenever you forget about what you believe in the globe, you have to go up, look it up again. So what you're doing? You don't remember anything?
No, I don't need to. My faith in that the globe is round is 100%
faith.
absolute.
Okay,
no,
so
not
it's a
faith.
faith.
My
So it's
absolution.
not
It's an
knowledge.
absolution.
So it's faith. It's not knowledge.
Well, I haven't gone out to space myself. I haven't seen it with my own two
Yeah,
eyes.
faith,
Then
yeah,
the only thing I
so-
can run
so-
off is faith,
Yeah, so
right?
space is another thing that you believe. It's another faith that you have.
You mean to tell me all the pictures of galaxies are just utterly fake?
Start with the globe, kid. Just start there.
Don't run away from the topic, buddy.
Yeah, I'm not. The topic is your claim that Earth is, quote, round. What you meant is that it's a globe, and we're still waiting on any justification for that claim that you made.
Well, round is automatically inferring that it is a globe.
No, it's not.
It is a
could be a
spherical
coin,
object.
Could be a vinyl record. There's all sorts of things that are round, which are not globes. Okay, so start maybe with English, then try this
Oh
conversation.
boy! And now we're going into the faceless attacks.
No,
I haven't attacked you once, other than calling you autistic.
Oh, okay. You haven't attacked me once other than that time you attacked me. Good cell phone. Anyway, can you please bring the justification for that claim that it's, quote, round?
Everything.
Okay, now you're back to that. I asked for something specific.
Yeah, because it's funny trolling you little idiots.
Yeah, so try to specify the justification if you have
My
one. Like I said
justification
the
is that
first
you're a
time you said
mongoloid.
that. Okay, so that's not a justifiable claim, then.
No,
if
I'm
that's all you
basing it
got.
upon your character, actually.
Okay, yeah, but your belief in a globe or round or whatever you said, it's not
So do you have
justified by
do you have a
what
belief
just said
that
now.
we live on like a fucking coin-shaped
Okay, so
plane of
asking me
existence?
what I believed also does not justify that claim you made.
Yeah,
Are you
again,
figuring
it's
this
not
out?
supposed to be a justification. It's supposed to be understanding
So
where you're
your
coming from.
justification for what you think you live on shouldn't even mention me. It should have nothing to do with me. Do you know that?
Well, I would like to understand from your position why you believe what you do. It's regardless. My understanding of where I'm at and my position has already been solidified, and it is an
How?
absolute
With what?
claim.
Solidified how?
I don't need to
With what?
prove it to you.
With what
For
justification?
what do I need to prove my own position to you in this instance?
Well, I mean, you don't have to. You can just look like a useless schlub with no information
How is that
to
useless?
justify what he
How
believes.
is that useless?
Well, I mean, you haven't provided any information that would justify what you've claimed. That's how it's useless.
Because it's so easily and readily accessible, it's almost comical to
Okay,
the
so
fact
what
that
is it?
you are
What
just
is it that's so readily
anything I say, you're automatically going to deny.
Yeah, you haven't said anything yet. What
Okay,
is it that's so
satellite
readily
pictures of the Earth that we live on, clearly showing that it is a globe in every single perspective.
Okay, yeah, sure. So take one of those that you were convinced by, post it in the chat, and then tell us how you verified it.
Oh, and then you're going to tell me, oh, was that taken with a fisheye
No,
lens?
I'm going to ask you questions. So take one that you trust and think proves a globe, post it so we can look at it, and you can walk us through the verification for that imagery.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Let's do that.
Here's your first one for you. Let's see it.
Okay. How'd you verify that image?
It came from NASA.
That's it? That's all you did?
Yep, I baselessly just went ahead and said, yep, NASA is my automatic authority. I appealed to authority and used them as my inference.
Okay, you said it yourself, baselessly. Next.
It's called sarcasm, retard.
Oh, okay, so you actually had a serious appeal to make? Well, then try that. How'd you verify that image?
You see, this is what you people do, is you automatically just claim strike down any claim that has automatically been made, and then you just go and say, oh, no, that's automatically wrong.
Yeah, we
that's
ask you
wrong.
how
This is
you
wrong.
know. We
Provide
ask
me
you how
actual
you know.
information. Show me.
We ask you how you know what you claim to know. That's what we do.
If you can't understand how that's sarcasm, you might be autistic yourself.
Okay, but that's all you gave. You didn't actually give the verification or any sort of justification for believing that it's an actual photograph of what you live on. You realize that, right?
Man.
Dracula. How'd you verify that image to be of the thing that you apparently walk upon?
Oh, man.
Isn't sarcasm when it's not true?
Yeah, but you're saying that you're saying that you can't have any faith in anything really.
Well, no, you can go ahead and have faith in whatever you want. We're just asking you, what is that faith founded upon? And Dracula.
Clearly, the image I just posted shows that we live on a flat plane of existence.
It's an image.
Totally
I'm asking
neglects
you-
to mention where the other side of that plane is.
Yeah, right. I'm asking you how you verified that image to actually represent the thing that you live on.
Well, it's verified by NASA, so is NASA full of shit?
And that's what he said already, but then he walked it back as sarcasm. So what is the actual justification for you believing you live on that? Still asking.
People who don't understand how light works.
What does that mean? Expound.
My dad works for NASA.
Yeah, I guess Google what you thought you were trying to say and then get back.
Heretic, I'm curious. Have you ever heard of the light experiment?
Are we just going to run away from this picture that you posted?
Have you ever heard of the light experiment? This is a yes or no.
No.
What's that?
You've never heard of the light experiment? So it was a group of people who were flat Earth proclaimers, and they went through. There's a whole YouTube series on it.
Right, the
They
Netflix
proclaimed
thing.
that the Earth was flat, and then they gave an equation to actually prove that the Earth was flat.
Which
and
one?
then once they did their equation, they
Which
realized it was wrong.
What was the
and then
equation?
they said, "Oh well, regardless of our facts."
Yeah, what was
being
the equation?
wrong,
I think you're bullshitting, so I'm going to ask you, what was the equation?
let me pull it up for you.
Yeah, the light project, you called it? Yeah, it was a Netflix hit piece. You're getting this all messed up.
Well, it was originally meant for YouTube. That's the entire that's where they did it all for.
Anyway, is this
Netflix
going to
picked up on it and did a
this
secondhand
line of
documentary
bullshit?
on it. So
Is this
instead
line
of you trying to
bullshit?
side rail my conversation, my speaking point, maybe
That's what you're
stick to the
doing.
heading.
That's what you're doing. So is this line of bullshit that you just fed me supposed to be the justification for believing that you live on that thing, that cartoon image you just posted in the side chat? Is that what we're getting?
Well, that's an explanation for the current everything that we know currently about how light works.
Oh, really? Everything we know came from flat earthers fucking up on Netflix and an equation for what the Earth should look like? What's that equation?
No, and that's a straw man argument. You should know that better than most.
Well, that's
You're
what
the
you
one
said.
who- You were the
You
one
said
who's
they
been claiming my logical fallacies.
You said that they formulated an equation for flat Earth and then they tested it and found that it held no bearing in the real world. What was that equation?
I'm trying to find it. It's so far pushed out.
It's just a leading question, dude, because you're just making stuff up on the fly.
Double slit
It's obvious.
experiment. The light experiment commonly refers to the double slit experiment, which demonstrates that light behaves in a wave by showing the
Double
infinite
slit.
pattern between when
Dude, this
shown
is
through
quantum
two narrow
mechanics. It
slits.
has nothing to do
Has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. Light and
The
quantum
double
mechanics
slit,
are so
dude?
far removed from each other.
The double
You don't even
slit
know what I'm
has-
talking about. You
The
don't even know
double
what I'm
slit has nothing to do with quantum mechanics, you're telling me.
He's
does
a
not.
moron. Yes,
Yeah,
it
you're-
does.
You're just demented.
Please tell me.
It is literally the foundation of quantum mechanics, dude.
Is it?
Yeah, that's how clueless
It's contributing to a better understanding of quantum mechanics, but it is not a fundamental of quantum mechanics.
Oh, just a minute ago, it had nothing to do with quantum mechanics. Now it's contributing. That's really nice. Dude, you have no clue what you're talking about. You've demonstrated
Because I'm
that in
trolling
spades.
you. I've already said that.
Yeah, I
multiple
know,
times.
I know, I know.
And you're
It's our
feeding it
problem that
line
you're
and
making such a.
sinker.
I know it's our problem that you're making such a fool of
It
yourself
is. You're
and
the
the
one who keeps
globe along
responding
with
to me,
you.
monkey.
I know. Do you understand that you're embarrassing your position with everything that you say?
I don't care what other people think about my
when you
position.
make a statement
What
like
you think about my position is
double
neither
slit
here nor
has
there.
nothing
All
to
these
do
other
with quantum
fucking fat
mechanics.
retards who just sit here, jerk off, and listen to other people verify claims that they've held beliefs in their own head holds no bearing to me in any way.
Linda,
stop spiraling.
Not one thing. Not one thing you've said.
It's just insane to me
any
that you
verification
think that I care what you think.
That's
That
fine.
is beyond.
You don't care that you've made a fool of yourself and your position on this live stream, which has been recorded on 2 different YouTube channels. That's great. So you're fine that we're going to clip you out and use you to demonstrate to people that they have no fucking clue why they're thinking what they're thinking. Thank you.
All right. So what about this? If you draw a triangle on the Earth, right? Then the sum of the degrees is less than 180. Why is that? Have you heard of that one?
So that would be a concave Earth.
Because our
You
globe
fucked
is not
that up, so
perfectly
take that back to
spherical.
the drawing board. It'd be more
Yeah,
than 180.
Dracula, you can post something once, not 1,000 fucking times. Thanks.
Yeah, I did it anyways.
So the Earth is round like a globe and space is flat.
I did it again. What are you going to do?
I'm just going to ban you.
See you later.
Yeah, that was his out anyway. He needed to hit the, the eject.
That was embarrassing.
I mean, he was going for that. He was reaching for the eject. He needed help leaving. He wanted to make it look like it was our choice to have him leave. Anyway, whatever. PG.
I thought it was kind of interesting that he was here trying to present some evidence, and then he said, "I don't care what you believe."
Yeah, he was in the hot seat too long. He's like, come on, ban me. Can't just bail out. Can't just leave the VC. It's going to look weak as fuck. Even though he already looked weak as fuck. I don't know. Good game
It's so
to the end, I
great
guess.
because I think it's great because those who want to those who need help seeing the door, we're happy to oblige. I like it.
So if you draw a triangle on a flat space, right? Or you draw a triangle on a globe, right? On the globe, the angles are going to be less than 180, right?
No, more. But it's not really a triangle. Flat, so you can take that. I got to go do something else.
And on the globe, they're going to be less.
I cannot take
Oh,
it.
okay. On the globe. Why is that? Hello?
Hello?
Why is the angles higher on a globe than 180? Can you explain that one? Good idea.
I can't even count that.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying if you draw a triangle on a flat object, like a plane, all right, or you draw a triangle on a globe, the angles on a flat one will be 180, right? Okay, but on the Earth that will be what? The angles will be higher than at 180. Yeah.
So
Not
what's
even a
your what's your point? Just stating two different premises. Also make a point.
If you have a triangle on the Earth, okay, you'll be able to tell that that's not flat.
Oh, okay.
Not even a triangle that you're talking about anymore. Who actually did this, bro? It's just like a hypothetical that you have.
Okay.
I think he's talking about the spherical axis stuff. Bullshit type of thing. They cherry pick those data numbers. They measure it to be flat, and then they calculate it into a sphere. They don't measure any curvature.
Monica. This is a pretty big channel. I have a lot of people in it.
It's like gets double the amount of attention than any other channel.
Yeah.
Server.
Why is that? Is it just all randoms, or is there like, you know, regulars?
Topic, it's a topic, man. It never gets old. People love coming back, having this discussion. New people, whatnot.
You don't hear about it much in the mainstream because it's shadow banned and censored, but people want to hear about it. Right before they shadow banned Flat Earth on YouTube back in like 2016, it was literally the most popular search term on YouTube. Then they got together with Congress and they decided that they're going to shadow ban Flat Earth and not just shadow ban it, but replace the Flat Earth videos, the playlist of like bullshit propaganda, straw man arguments. Why if you Google Flat Earth and hit images, right, or if you type Flat Earth into YouTube, you'll just get a whole bunch of like bullshit that no Flat Earthers claim, like discs in space, things like that. But man, yeah, when you get a big server like this, with more than 100,000 people, and it's called Politics, and the Flat Earth channel gets double the amount of attention than even the Politics channel. Say something.
I'd like a thank you.
The truth.
Well, what do you say you wanted? A thank you? For what?
That's right.
For what? What are you thanking
head
for?
chopping.
Head chopping what? You okay, man?
The earth is lit. The earth is
Are you
lit.
okay, man?
That's right, Jackson George. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Flat. I believe in the word is flat, bro. Like, yeah.
It's awesome, man. You don't have to believe, though. It's a knowledge. Something that can be tested by anyone.
Yeah, but in Indonesia, like most of Indonesian, like aware of this kind of shit.
In Asia? You said.
I said in Indonesia, in my country.
Indonesia. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, most of the people. Yeah, like there's a YouTuber who covered this plate Earth, and then like he killed by someone. I don't know who killed him, but yeah, he died. So in Indonesia, basically, we got Boss Darling. He's a scientist. Like he covered this land, like all the conspiracy behind this project, like Plate Earth, like Rothschild family and stuff like that. Like, yeah.
All right. What was your?
But he's already banned. He's already banned on YouTube because this topic is kind of sensitive, maybe, and like he got many followers on the YouTube, but in 2022, like he got banned. That's really crazy.
Yeah, it's not
Banned
easy.
from YouTube, not from the Discord.
Yeah, could be maybe there was a different policy during that time. Maybe they banned his channel. Depends also what he showed, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he had something else other than the flat Earth. It would be a combination of other things. But flat Earth in itself is not a bannable topic. It's just a a topic about Earth and nature. What are you going to ban for?
They do that. I mean, Eric DeBay had huge channels, and he's on his like third or fourth channel now. I think all he speaks about Earth. But then again, maybe he did make another video about something.
Yeah, it could be. I'm thinking because the topic itself is not that. It's not offensive or breaking into TOS or any stuff like that.
Yeah, but they do seem to demonetize ad revenue.
That they can do at least, yeah, for sure. That's for sure. That's demonstrable.
And the shadow, and you get the shadow ban thing as well, so it doesn't show up in search.
I wanted to ask Jackson. You still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Well, so the guy who made you that got banned, the YouTube guy, what was initially for you that clicked for you, like about flat Earth and such, that made sense for you?
Basically, like he came up with a strong argument scientifically, For example, like about like the rotation. I don't know. My English isn't good, guys. Like I'm sorry, I cannot explain it.
I mean, like for you, what was it that clicked that made sense? Like the Earth can't be a globe. Like what was it exactly? Was it an observation? What was it?
Yeah, the first one is about satellite. Like the NASA is lie about satellite. Like
Okay.
And also like the the moon. Like we got a different concept, right, about a night and the day, right? And I think like even the pilot, in the pilot, like use plate Earth maps instead of globe Earth maps. Do you know that? Because the flat Earth map is more accurate than the globe Earth map. So most of the pilot use this map. So that's kind of more makes sense. Like, and I just found out, from this guy. Like, do you catch what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah. I understand.
So what about you? What do you think about it? Like, the pilot use, like flat Earth maps.
Well, I mean, it's not about map. I mean, I don't really need to use maps that much. But if you look in the flight summary dynamics, what I can show you. One sec. They are taught to treat the Earth as flat, non-rotating in their training as well. They don't have to account for curvature at all when they fly. They even say that. Most of the pilots say that. Some of the pilots are scared to say that. Some of the pilots are ignorant. They don't even know what They don't even look out usually when they are looking when they're flying. So they don't even observe what they're. They usually just doing their job as a pilot. That's pretty much it. Some of them at least. Mm-hmm. The ones that are senior, more like been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years, they know it's flat. The people who are new or like new pilots, they don't focus that much on observing their surroundings when they're flying the plane. They just sitting in the cockpit, doing their job. Basically, that's it. So you'll hear people saying, "No, it's curved. We blah blah blah," but they're new pilots. The older ones, they don't say that. They say it's flat. There are videos of that as well. Statements made like that.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Like even like there's a flight from Bali here in Indonesia, like to Alaska. So, but there's a emergency condition when the pilots should take off as soon as possible, and is take off in like the flight is Bali to New York, but he have to take off in Alaska. Alaska, basically, if you look at on the globe Earth map, it's more far than New York, right? But when it comes to the flat Earth maps, it's more closer, and this what make me believe that. I think I think flat is the right one,
Some flights make sense on a flat map or like flat Earth when you call it, like that, and some others are, it varies, depends. But there's a book called 16 emergency flights that makes sense on a flat map or a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, at least, but about the flat Earth map, nobody really claims one. Not at least here in this community, we don't claim a flat Earth map, because then you have to, if someone will claim a flat Earth map, then you have to prove the whole thing, in its entirety, and we can't do that here. So people will claim that it's an honest position. So. I posted in the side chat if you can look.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the first one is the flight dynamics summary. I can give you the link to the PDF if you need it. The next one below it is a flight data that was recorded from a emergency flight, incident flight.
Yeah.
I posted the PDF below it as well for the full one. It's in there. So if you look at the pitch, the yellow orange line, do you see that? The pitch, the
yellow?
The yellow one. Do you see that line? Do you see how straight it is?
Oh yeah, the pitch. Yeah. I see.
Yeah. It's pitch. It means when an airplane pitches down or upwards. So in this flight, it kept going straight. It's a level flight for hours. So they didn't account for any curvature. Because in an airplane, you have a gyroscope. You know the gyroscopes? That they every airplane has a built-in gyroscope. And they calibrate this before flight to make sure that the reference frame is horizontal in rigid space. No matter what, basically, it's going to be horizontal from before takeoff.
A science background, because I'm an economic background. I have an economic background, so yeah, it's kind of.
No, you don't need a scientific background to understand this. I'm just, if you hear me a little bit. So a gyroscope is an instrument to to sense deviations in the pitch, in changes in the pitch and such roll. So you see in this incident flight, throughout the whole flight, if the Earth was a globe, it would have to account for the curvature. People say it's gravity that somehow pulls the airplane around the curved surface. Sure, we can also grant them that. But again, it's not showing that in that data recorder. The data is showing a straight level flight, no matter, and that gyroscope didn't change at all during that session of the flight, from that portion at least. So that's a hard evidence. That's something you can back it up. That's data. They don't really have anything to refute it with. The Globers, they really have nothing. They haven't even tried to go against this rebuttal anyway. So flight dynamic summary, it says they have to make assumption of a flat Earth, or there's a non-rotating Earth. So I mean, this is what they teach the pilots, the basic stuff. They have to treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. They don't teach them to account for curvature or anything like that in the training at all.
Okay.
They don't. Yeah. So there's a lot of things, sir. You can back it up.
How did you get this, bro? How did you get this?
One of the flat Earth, one guy from the flat Earth community got his hands on this.
Is there any community here? Like, I want to join the bro. Like, for sure.
If you, it's discord.gg/flat Earth. That's the home server for flat
So
Earth.
can you send me the link, please?
If you click on my, one sec.
Wait, where is it?
It's on my bio. You can see my bio. It's there also.
Yeah, bro.
My profile and my bio. Discord.gg/flat Earth. You can join that one. We have a huge library section, like database, terabytes of data, alphabetized from A to Z. You can have a look at that as well. Go through the materials.
Is it an online community, or like it's just like like there's
no, it's online. People there also. Yeah, that's the main server of the 24/7 flat Earth. This is in politics. Is just an outpost for us that we hang around here. Pretty well established here, I would say. It's been like for more. I think we joined like a year ago, maybe or more. This politics, and we're number one in here in this server as well, top one. This topic doesn't go anywhere, man. It's been live for many years. Never ends.
Exactly, bro.
But yeah, man, if you need to know more evidences, if you have anything you want to ask about later on, like any time, we can, if you come back again.
When I was in high school, I debate my teacher about flat Earth. And my teacher got mad.
Well, teachers are doing their job according to the curriculum, what they've been taught. So they're not gonna. They can entertain the idea maybe, but they're not gonna, go serious with you about something that's contradicting the mainstream, and such. But yeah, it's funny. Well, you should challenge people. That's fun. Ask them questions. Why you think this is how it works? Do you have any evidence? What's the data? What's the, whatever the claim they make about certain things? Ask them, like, how did you get to this point? Like, what's the evidence about this? Does it follow the scientific?
I got a question. I got a question about satellite. About satellite. So satellite is basically a lie, right? Do you agree with that?
No, they have satellites up there. When I'm saying up there, I don't mean in the outer space, but they have like balloon types hanging.
Yeah, balloon type, right? The outside of the
things.
Earth.
Yeah.
What about the outside? Because there's no one can reach the outside of the world, the space.
Yeah.
For me,
definitely.
Exactly right. And why Russia launched, even Russia and United States, they are contradicting one another, but I think the elite like is based on in the United States, but why the Russians like they launch a satellite? Do you know what I'm saying?
They launched a satellite. You mean in the past, the Sputnik, or what are you talking about? When?
Yeah, in the past, bro. Like,
Yeah.
why?
You mean why they
Basically,
how
Russia
they
is a
launched
communist
one?
country, and United States is like a liberal country. Like, there's a contradicting here. Like, if you know, like NASA is created in the United States, bro. Like, if NASA lie, who's lie? Like in Russia, because there's no NASA, right? In Russia.
No, they are space agencies. They are working together. NASA,
they're
Russia,
working together.
Chinese.
Who lies?
Yeah, many countries. Many countries. They're working together as space agencies. They have groups of people.
Oh, really? Even the country like has a problem one another.
Hello.
Really?
Mic check.
Yeah, they're working together. So it will be this. They're sharing the same line.
No.
what's up,
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Flatman,
I mean, like, basically. Wait.
Sorry, I'm
Basically,
trying to
like
say this,
Russia
guys.
and wait. Let me speak for a little quick. Basically, like
fuck,
United.
go ahead. I wasn't trying to add something to the conversation. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry. Like, I'm you know, like I don't have a better understanding about this, so that's why I'm curious about it. You know.
Yeah.
So basically, like United States and Russia is a big rival, right?
United States.
I mean,
no, how come like they can working together about this space, you know?
I mean, if you already know they're lying about the globe, and you have people, so-called astronauts in ISS or whatever space stations, they have to work together. There's no choice.
You mean like all the
is
countries are lying and you are telling truth?
So yeah, I mean, if you look at the video footage they show you, even from the supposedly the space stations that are supposedly allegedly up there. If you look in the ISS of the Chinese Shenzhou, I forgot the name of it, but we can post the link to that video. It shows a flat horizon, and that ISS, Chinese ISS, is even higher than the NASA's ISS, the American one. American one is at 250 miles. The other one, Chinese, is at 290, almost close to 300 miles, and it's showing a flat horizon with one camera angle, and then a different angle. They switch in between, and they show a curved, and then the flat from nowhere, like perfectly flat, and then it's so fucking weird. But yeah, that was some kind of weird anomaly there.
Just like you.
So. Yeah, so look at the Chinese ISS. We have, I guess maybe someone can post that link maybe to that flat horizon they show, the video link, source link if possible.
Yeah, please somebody prove the Earth is flat.
So
And you only have 100 years to prove.
This is a fake. This is a fake photo, right?
Sorry?
This is a fake photo. Like someone's sent the pictures here.
No, that's the photo image of from a video. But maybe someone can post a link to the video to show. But yeah, this is what they show in the video.
Yeah, I'll post it right
YouTube.
now.
But this is fake,
video.
right?
Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
No, yeah, we hear you, man.
All right, this is the actual
it's fake
video.
from their position. Yeah, if you're talking about the fake from their position, yeah.
This is the actual video that I posted. It's that what you saw, the photo that you were saying. This is fake, right? No, that's actually supposed to be their live spacewalk that they did. It was just this was 2 years ago when China did a spacewalk, and they themselves showed the Earth to be horizontal in the background behind them from one camera angle, and then they switched the camera, and then it's a globe. You understand?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, so two different angles, two different surfaces.
Yeah. That's two different angles, bro.
Yeah. It's not even the same surface. I mean, like
is this maybe this is CGI, right? Do you think so?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, that would be the case, yeah. I guess if you're, because the whole idea about the outer space stuff.
People are so program anti-flat Earth. No, you're stupid, bro.
I think he's talking about someone else there. I think, like in general, the people who are against flat Earth.
You're getting emotional over a statement in the live chat. That's
He thought it was directed to him. It's not against you, man.
That's crazy, bro. The elite is so crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's got to be flat. How else did Santa deliver all of those presents?
Right. As you all globies believe in the Santa still, I guess, yeah.
What do you mean believe? Of course.
Oh, so you think Santa is flying up there in the sky?
Fuck yeah, buddy.
Damn, all right. You guys still haven't grown up, I see.
Him and his reindeer.
Dude, they got a Santa tracker, man.
Yeah. Well, what is it tracking? Somebody's.
It's tracking Santa, brother. Come on now.
Nah, man.
How we fake the moon
That's some stupid
landing
shit.
with the bar.
Now I'm just comparing it to them tracking their satellites, right?
Yeah. Tracking. Flat man.
Just
Relax.
whatever the fuck we tell them, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, FE 101. Yeah. I think I remember that name. That's the YouTube channel name here, right?
Yeah, exactly. The YouTube channel, but he got banned, bro.
Yeah. I remember someone posted that a long time ago, some years ago.
Yeah, long time ago when
Good
I was
stuff.
in high
There's good
school.
stuff there, actually.
And even like the supporter of him got killed, bro, in Indonesia.
That's crazy. They kill people because of a topic as nature. That's insane.
They're brainwashed hardcore over there, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
This guy is very smart. He's very smart, Indonesian smart. Like I love him, but I miss him. It's been like 3 years he didn't come up to the surface, bro, to the online world. And I've been searching for him, but I got nothing.
You live in Indonesia, dude?
Yeah, I live in Indonesia.
Nice.
Yeah.
How many flat earthers do you think you have in Indonesia? Millions?
Oh, it's a lot, bro. Like maybe it's more than 100 people here. 100,000. 100,000.
You said 100 first. I'm like, what the hell?
No, I think like it's more than 100,000 or I think like wait, like maybe it's 1 million, bro. Like if we look at like the Flat Earth 101, like he got 1 million subscribers in Indonesia.
Okay.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can you openly say that you're a flat earther in public, dude, or will you get beat up or shamed?
No, because I'm smart. I will debate them.
You won't tell them, right?
No, I will tell them because like when I was like in high school, I always debate with my teacher and stuff like that, and they did not believe that.
That's
He's
crazy,
like,
man.
I'll evade them.
Yeah. Props for you, man. Props for you. Gotta stand by the truth. Question things.
I think it's like the
Question
death
everything.
penalty over there if you get caught with drugs.
Yeah, I think there's a severe penalty for that. Like actual severe, like serious stuff there.
Yep. Double time all day today.
Oh yeah, Merry Christmas, guys.
Merry fucking Christmas, buddy. Can't wait to get fucking paid.
Merry Christmas. We
Yeah,
wish
Merry
you Merry Christmas.
Got the easiest gig today. All I got to do is drive the greater man out to his fucking room.
2025 is gonna be a good year, man.
It's gonna be the fucking same as every other fucking year.
It's gonna be a good year.
I just hope the gas prices come down, man. That'll fucking cause everything to come back down.
Come back down, baby.
What do you pay? What do you pay for a fucking liter of gasoline?
We're
Fucking liter. What are you talking about?
$1.50. Yeah, we're in
$1.50
Canada,
a liter?
man. Yeah.
God damn, you guys overbet.
It's not too bad. It's
What's
not
that?
crazy.
That's like $6 a gallon.
Are you kidding me, bro?
It's for a liter, bro.
Yeah, but that's like $6.
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, it's fucking expensive as shit.
Like 5 something.
We go by gallons here. Sorry. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's like fucking 4 liters or something, 4.2 or whatever the conversion is.
3.79, right?
It's a little under 4, but it's like over $5 a gallon. You guys are.
Yeah,
I wonder how they recharge Elon's Tesla out in space.
3.79, really?
Yeah.
I think it's 3.78 liters to gallon. But if you're paying $1.50, that it's like $5.50 a gallon.
Well, that means you're paying more than us. Then.
3.78.
We always been paying more than you guys.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, which is crazy
America
because
controls
the
it.
majority of our fucking...
I don't want to go
We
to
produce a lot of
Antarctica,
fucking
bro.
crude oil.
Take me there.
That's
We
if
can't
we weren't the world gold standard, then we would. If we weren't the world standard, then we would pay more
That's
as
because you
well.
produce that oil.
Well, but we don't refine any of our own gasoline.
We don't have the
Canada.
refineries.
We sell it to fucking you guys, and we buy it back as gasoline, as refined fucking fuel, right?
Yeah, well, that's
And you
that's
guys also
the-
have this like gay, like, oh, we want to do like other shit, which is.
But that's the point. That's the point of being the world standard. What that means is any currency, anybody that wants to buy oil has to convert their money into our money and then buy the oil. So like that's why if the dollar drops and we're no longer the world standard, our gas will be just as high as Germany's and everybody else's. $11, $8 a gallon. Like we'll get wrecked. We only get that distance because we're the standard.
Do you guys know that the BRICS now like try to replace dollars? Like they will like create their own, currency. Do you know about it?
Yeah,
They have their own currency already, brother.
They don't.
Yeah, the BRICS.
The Brits are coming.
No, Brazilians, China. No, this
Britain,
It's
right?
Brazil, Russia,
he's
India,
talking about
China, and
BRICS. He's just saying it kind of weird.
Oh, BRICS.
but they don't have their own.
BRICS.
They don't have their own currency.
BRICS, bro.
No, they don't. I thought he was talking about Britain, man. The Brits.
Replace dollar, bro, and create our own currency. But then Trump, mad with this kind of situation, and it's really shit.
Yeah.
And even
they're coming
Indonesia
up.
is now signed up for a member of the BRICS because Indonesia don't want to rely too much on dollars.
Yeah, but they're saying though that it's not going to replace the dollar. I mean, traditionally, but everything's going to go digital anyway, so it doesn't even. It's going to change the world for sure.
Cash is key, brother.
Exactly, bro.
It's gonna suck when that happens, man.
So I prefer Bitcoin, bro.
Yeah,
I
and
prefer Bitcoin to be a currency.
it's weird because they've been and like most people I feel like they're going to be surprised and shocked. But they've been promoting it for the past 6 years. Like they've been like in the laws, like they were changing. Like they were talking about like how governments are going to have like a digital currency. Trump was even like campaigning on the fact, like, yeah, we're going to make Bitcoin. It's gonna, like he was campaigning, like talking about digital currency, and yet he's going to.
I know, man.
So it's weird. Like people are going to be like, "What the heck? What's this new technology?" It's like, bro, you're just living under a rock or something. They've been talking about it. It is the future.
The people will find a way around it, though. There'll be some kind of like not black market, but I'm just going to use that word, kind of currency that we'll use, right?
I mean,
there's no way everybody's going to want to get tracked by the government on every transaction, right? There's going to be some way,
I'll tell you
something.
right now, Bitcoin's useless as a black market currency.
I mean, they pretty well already can track all their transactions.
I've
use a debit card or something.
barely any Bitcoin.
But we'll have some kind of trade, is what I'm saying, right, dude? Like there'll be something.
But it costs too much. Like you have to use too many Bitcoin. Like even though it's like a tiny amount, like it's so expensive now.
But they have
They actually use it for like black market shit.
They've kind of set the foundation though to where all they have to do is just flip the switch, because that digital currency, like it can and will wipe out like cash. Like obviously there's going to be like, you know, like you're saying, like this